Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Sam, sweetheart. Any calls?
Only one, Sam. Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide.
Mm-hmm.
He wants you to drop around so they can get your formal statement.
No hurry, not now.
He told me what happened, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so am I.
I guess he was one of your oldest friends, wasn't he?
You don't make any friends in this business, Evie. You can write that in your book now, and I'll give you the rest of it when I get there.
You sound tired, Sam. Wouldn't you rather just,
What, baby?
well, go home and, and just put it off until tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe I... No, I'll get it off my chest tonight. Stay there, Effie. I'll come on down and dictate my report on the Dick Foley caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. No two ways about it, folks. Hair that's well-groomed can make all the difference in the world to a person's overall appearance. That's why so many men, women, boys, and girls are turning to the famous non-alcoholic hair tonic with lanolin, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. If you haven't tried it before, you'll want to get Wild Root Cream Oil in a new 25-cent get-acquainted size. Yes, get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Nuts.
Oh, here, Sam, let me.
Am I that shaky?
Say when.
Just to the top of the glass.
Now, that's enough. You'll spill it.
Yeah.
Sam, what you said over the phone about not making any friends in this business, you didn't really mean that, did you?
Forget it. You can label this, a file on Dick Foley. Date, fill it in.
Yes, Sam.
To Dundee at Homicide, I guess, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. The facts are all here. If you can dig a formal statement out of it, you're welcome. I'd known Dick Foley ever since I took out my license. We'd worked several big capers together back in my days as a Continental Op. He and Mickey Lanahan and I. Then he and Mickey opened their own office, Foley and Lanahan, Private Investigations. 5 years back, Mickey stopped the slug, and since then the sign on the door read Dick Foley, Detective Agency. I'd seen Dick maybe 4 or 5 times in the last half a dozen years just to have a drink and chew the fat about the good old days. He never talked about his private life. I assumed he didn't have any. So when I went to his office day before yesterday in response to his call, I was surprised to find him in a clinch with one of the most beautiful nails I've ever seen.
Oh, Sam. Well.
Shall I come back after lunch?
Sam, this is Maxine, my wife.
Well, you don't deserve it, but I'm happy for you.
I'll return the compliment, Sam. I've wanted to meet you for years, but Dick wouldn't introduce me.
Now you know why. Well, you run along, honey. Sam's here on business.
All right, Dick. You can bring Sam home to dinner if you like. There's plenty.
If he's not too busy, but don't count on that.
Well, try anyway, won't you, Sam?
I will indeed.
Bye now.
Draw up a chair, Sam. Sit down.
Oh. What's on your mind, Dick?
You remember Claude Spicer, that grifter I sent over for that jewelry store hike back in 43?
You never told me you were married, Dick.
I'm very happily married. Now, please pay attention.
Claude Spicer, yeah. Yeah, I remember the caper. Wasn't there a dame involved?
Well, Spicer had a girlfriend, but the cops gave her a good bill of health. Spicer went up for a 5-year stretch. They spung him last month.
Whatever happened to that dame?
Now, look, about Spicer.
He gunning for you?
You hit it.
How scared of him are you?
Well, enough to ask you for help, Sam.
What's eating him? Just revenge?
Sam, I wouldn't tell this to anybody but you. But all the facts of that caper didn't come out at that time. I saw to that.
How come?
Well, I couldn't have stayed in business in San Francisco if it had been generally known that my partner was the inside man on that jewelry store heist.
Mickey?
Yeah, Mickey Linehan. You and I are both great at choosing partners, Sam. They both deserved what they got.
Only one difference. I sent up the killer that plugged my partner. Some people thought the way you gave evidence at Spicer's murder trial wasn't so hot.
Well, he was alibied, Sam. In fact, the robbery was his alibi for the murder. I don't know how he managed it. I've been trying for 5 years to figure it out. Spicer's afraid I might succeed someday. That's why he's out to get me.
What's he waiting for?
Oh, I don't know. He won't do it simple. He'll have a fancy plan like the other time. He's tricky.
Where's he staying?
At the Belvedere. Here's his mug. I kept a plant in the building for a couple of days, but he stayed holed up in his room. I think he spotted me.
Okay, Dick, I'll give it a buzz.
Now, wait a minute, Sam.
Yeah?
I'm not asking you to do this for love. Standard fee, 25 in whiskey money. Okay?
Forget it. This one's on me. In the elevator on my way out, I studied the picture of Claude Spicer on the old police circular Dick had given me. But a picture in the back of my mind kept getting in the way. It was Dick Foley's wife, Maxine. When I hit the street, I still saw her face before me, and it was no picture, only pretty as.
Sam, I waited for you. I've got to talk to you.
My pleasure. Shall we confer in an adjacent cafe?
Wherever you say. Only I don't want Dick to know.
Then you shouldn't have married a detective.
Please, Sam.
How's this? Black watch.
Yeah.
Looks dark enough.
Oh, that booth in the corner, it's secluded.
Why not? Slide in. Oh, no, over here, stupid, not facing the street.
Oh, sorry. I'm not much good at this sort of thing. Sam, I'm not asking you to tell me what it is, but if he's in really bad trouble, I think I have a right to know.
What makes you think he's in trouble?
Well, I'm not blind. You can't live with a man and not sense it when something goes wrong.
I never thought Dick was the type to show it.
Oh, he's tried to hide it from me, and I haven't said anything. I thought if he wanted me to know, he'd tell me.
It was a wise thought. Hold on to it.
Well, I meant to. But then a terrible possibility crossed my mind. Sam, it isn't me, is it?
In what way?
Well, you know what I mean. He's been away from home nights so much lately, and he questions me so closely about where I go and who I see and so on, and Well, I may as well ask you right out. Did he hire you to check up on me? Then that is it.
No.
You're not lying to me, Sam.
Why should I?
Dick says you're almost his oldest friend. He's talked so much about you.
Then he must have told you I don't do that type of work.
Why do you keep looking at me?
Sorry, trying to place you, Maxine. I keep thinking I've seen you someplace before.
Oh, it must have been my picture. I was an actress.
Yeah. Picture. Yeah, maybe that was it.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Well, as if you were angry with me.
Because I just got the caption on the picture.
Well, Sam, wait. Come back.
Yes, I had. And the caption was from a newspaper circa 1943. And it read, "Actress Lovely cleared in Lanahan slaying." I flashed my tin star at the room clerk at the Belvedere, learned that Claude Spicer was in, and stuck around to make sure the clerk didn't buzz the room to tip him off. Around 4 p.m., Spicer went out, very dressed up, umbrella, gloves and all. He walked down Geary to Grant and turned north. A cold San Francisco drizzle started blowing up from the bay. I wished I'd brought my overcoat. A half a block up from California, he entered Grayson's jewelry store. I peeked through the Rain Streak show window after him. Inside, pawing eagerly through a tray full of diamond clips while a long-suffering clerk eyed her hopelessly from his side of the counter, was the actress Lovely. Maxine shot Spicer a quick glance of recognition as he entered, but they didn't speak. He took up a pose of gentlemanly patience, shrugged his eyebrows sympathetically at the clerk, and leaned elegantly on his umbrella while Maxine found fault with every piece of jewelry that was shoved in front of her. The bored expression left his face only once. That was when the clerk opened the vault and brought out some unset stones. Their act may have been fooling the clerk, but it was as plain as the nose on Spicer's face, a very plain nose it was, that they were sizing up the joint for a pushover. Maxine left first. He stayed long enough to buy a cigarette lighter and then followed her out. As I took out after him, I stopped to read the sticker on the inside of the glass door. It said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." Maxine was waiting for him at the corner. I grabbed up a Chinese newspaper and used it to listen behind, but I needn't have bothered. They didn't seem to care.
Well, are you happy? Ought to be about $1 million.
Why are you so disagreeable? You ought to be feeling good.
Feeling good. 5-year stretch, I come out to find my girl married to the joker that sent me up.
You didn't think it was such a bad idea at the time.
Well, I do now. Well, after tonight, we'll go east, you and me together, baby.
He'll catch up with us wherever we go.
Oh, you should live so long.
How do you mean that?
Just like it sounds, baby. Bye.
Oh, don't leave.
I'm going to get some sleep. I'll need a clear head.
Claude, I don't want to be alone.
Oh. Not even tonight?
I don't want to be alone.
See you later, honey. Bye-bye.
He went straight back to the Belvedere, no stops. Picked up his key at the desk, no messages, took the elevator to the 8th floor. Let himself into room 809, hung out the Do Not Disturb sign, closed and locked the door behind him. I kept a plan on it till around midnight. Then I lifted the Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob and wedged it into the crack of the door. It was a crafty move, and I had just finished doing it craftily when the door opened again in my face.
Huh? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. I'm making a survey.
What?
I'm from the Trotter Poll. It's like the Gallup poll, but we're not in so much of a hurry.
Yeah?
Just kindly answer this question. As a Democrat, do you believe... Dewey, huh? I picked up the Do Not Disturb card and wedged it back into the crack of his door. As any house dick knows, except, of course, Tiny Stover, the night peeper at the Belvedere, if anybody opens the door like that, the card will fall out, and somebody will always hang it on the knob. Another thing Tiny doesn't know is never to draw to an inside straight. We played 9 different kinds of poker until 5 a.m. when I thought I'd go up and have another look. All was quiet on the 8th floor. From the elevator bank, I could see room 809. The morning paper was shoved under his door, and my Do Not Disturb sign was apparently where I had planted it. I tiptoed up to make sure.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
Me? The paper boy, sir. Your morning paper.
You get around. Well.
Good news in the paper, sir?
Interesting. Jewelry store heist up on Grant Avenue.
Oh, yes, sir. Our paper only covers... What? I grabbed the paper from under 805. It was the headline I could have expected if Spicer had left his room without my knowing it. Grayson's Jewelry Store, the shop he and Maxine had cased that afternoon, had been taken for an estimated $1 million in uncut gems. But Spicer's door hadn't been opened, and there was no other exit. I sat down and thought. And what I thought of was that sticker on the front door of Grayson's said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." When the 6 a.m. Oakland ferry boat felt its way blindly out of the slip, Claude Spicer was aboard, and so was I. Should have been getting lighter, but it wasn't. The fog was thickening over the harbor, and most of the passengers were inside drinking coffee. Spicer didn't go in. He climbed up to the boat deck and stood at the rail under the pilot's house. I planted between 2 wet paint signs and waited. Not for long. I couldn't make out any features on the man who came up and joined him. They stood face to face, not more than a foot apart, and talked in voices that couldn't get to me through the racket of the foghorns in the harbor. What spoke loud enough for me to hear was a gun. They seemed to fall into each other's arms, then collapsed in a heap on the deck. And when I got to the spot, only the dead one was there. It was Spicer. The other man had disappeared around the corner of the deck house. A ray of light from the pilot's window swept over him, and I saw gunmetal shine in his hand and then spin out over the rail as he threw it.
What? Oh, it's you, Sam. Oh, I was afraid you'd lost him.
What did you do it for, Dick?
I had my reasons, Sam. Now, trust me, I'll keep you in the clear.
How long? As long as I go on playing sucker for you?
What do you think I hired you for?
Maybe I was supposed to say you killed him in self-defense. Maybe I was supposed to see him making passes at your wife if you needed that.
But, Sam, you've got to...
I've worked for killers before. I've even worked for thieves, but not for a detective that knocks over a place he's supposed to be protecting.
Sam, it's not as simple...
Save it for the cops, Dick. I'm turning you in when we get to Oakland.
No, you're not, Sam.
Dick, come back here.
Let go, me. I'm going over the side. If you try to stop me, you're going with me.
He fought away from me, got 1 foot over the rail, and kicked out at me with the other. It caught me on the point of the chin. I stumbled forward and grabbed out blind. I must have caught him by the belt just as he jumped. I remember something pulling me halfway over the rail and trying to get free of it. I did, but not soon enough. I was in midair, and the black water came rushing up to meet me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dick Foley caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I found myself mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my coat. I felt heavy and logged as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. The murk hung low and thick. There was nothing else to be seen anywhere. I swallowed what felt like several more gallons before I got rid of the coat. From out of the misty fog blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I stopped swimming and floated on my back, trying to determine my whereabouts. After a while, I picked out the moaning, evenly spaced blasts of the Alcatraz siren, but they came out of the fog without direction. Seemed to beat down on me from straight above. I was somewhere in San Francisco Bay, and that was all I knew. And I suspected the current was sweeping me out toward the Golden Gate. Then a light came up ahead of me suddenly. A boat passing a few yards away. I lifted my head and screamed. But the boat siren, crying its warning, drowned out my shouts. It went on past, and the fog closed in behind it. Then I heard a new sound. Seagulls. I swam towards it, and it seemed to get lighter. Part of it was the dawn light beginning to cut through the fog blanket. But there was also a strange-looking man standing on the water and waving a green lantern back and forth. I yelled at him to wait for me, and a seagull got off his hat and flew away. When I got closer, I saw that it was not a man, but only a buoy, channel type. I used all the strength I had left to drag myself up on the base of it and let it rock me to sleep.
Hey, mate.
Pour some more of the brandy into him, Gus.
Yeah. Here. Get some of this done.
Where are we?
Hey, it ain't heaven. You can tell that by the smell.
Oh, Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah, take it easy. We got ambulance coming. You going to the hospital?
No, I'll be okay. Hey, give me a hand.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you do us a favor, will you? Don't fall down till you get out of sight this time. We're tired of picking you up.
I thanked the two kindly old fisher folk for their interest in my welfare, totted up the pier, fell into a taxi, and went home. While I soaked out some of my aches and pains and chills, I did some stewing about the caper so far and stewed up enough anger to carry me through to the finish. I checked the Coast Guard for news of Dick Foley. They told me his body hadn't been recovered yet. I got dressed and went over to his office. The cops hadn't been there. I went through the file cabinet. And what I found under Foley Private had me so interested that I didn't hear Maxine come in until she closed the door.
What are you looking for?
You, baby. I'm for you.
Sam.
Come here.
Oh, Sam.
Nice, huh?
Oh, you dirty...
Now, don't be mad, Maxine. A gun makes a woman bulge in the wrong place.
It's not my gun.
We'll see.
Sam,
Shut up. Now, starting with the rap Spicer went up for, the same pattern. The way you worked this one tells me how you worked it the first time. You get something on a private detective. The first time, 5 years ago, it was Dick's partner, Mickey Lanahan. I don't know what Spicer had on him, but I do know he forced Dick to knock over Grayson's jewelry store last night.
I won't listen to you.
Okay, I'll talk to myself. I'm not saying you killed Mickey Lanahan, but Dick did frame an alibi for you, didn't he? Didn't he?
Oh, you're hurting me.
Good. Try spending a night swimming around in circles in the middle of the harbor sometime. See how you like that.
All right, it's true. Dick did help me out of that old jam. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud our love was that important to him.
No, Spicer. That same old double-cross. Only this time I'm standing where Dick did 5 years ago. Dick was set up as a patsy the same way Mickey Lanahan was, but he got smart and pulled the trigger first.
Stop it. Stop it.
Where did that hurt?
You fool. I loved Dick.
Yeah.
I loved him. That's something you can't understand. But it happens that way, no matter what people are.
You sound as if you really mean that. But you're a little late, aren't you?
He's not dead. I'm sure he isn't.
If he's not, he's really in trouble.
What do you mean by that?
I found something here in the files that Dick left, just in case Spicer got to him first.
What is it?
A confession to Mickey Lanahan's murder.
That's impossible.
Were you there?
What are you going to do with it?
Turn it over to the police.
But if he's still alive...
It still counts, unless he shows and revokes it, but I don't think he will.
Why?
Because I won't back up a self-defense plea on the Spicer shooting.
But you were Dick's friend. You were his friend.
I wouldn't ask him to do it for me.
Then what can I do for him? I'll do anything at all.
Well, if he stays away, he's as good as dead. If he comes back, you'll get a jury trial. And if there are more men than women in the panel, he'd probably be acquitted on your testimony alone.
Do you really think he might have a chance?
With a jury, there's always a chance.
But where is he? How can I get word to him?
Well, if he's not fish food by now, there's one sure way of smoking him out.
Something I can do.
Nobody else.
Oh, please, tell me anything.
Sign a confession of your own.
Confession?
Not Mickey Lanahan's murder or anything they might nail you for. Swear that you shot Spicer.
What?
Now, you can always renege. Make both of you look good, sacrificing for each other. How about it?
All right. Tell me what to write.
I did. She signed it. I had Effie dispatch it to all the papers and news services, and then I brought it down to the hall. Naturally, you didn't believe a word of her confession, Dundee, but when I took you aside and explained my stratagem, you endorsed it heartily and had her booked. She pressed my hand and thanked me. The look of resignation on her face was so real it was hard to believe she was faking. When she turned her back to follow the matron down the corridor, I saw why. On the back of her coat, there was a smear of white paint. I remembered the wet paint signs on the Oakland ferry boat. Dick Foley gave himself up an hour after her confession hit the street. Screamed and yelled at everybody in homicide, trying to convince them that Maxine was innocent and he should take the full rap. But I'm afraid I queered that when we confronted him with the autopsy surgeon's report. He tried to bluff even then when he read it.
Pellet A ended right side between third and fourth ribs, penetrated left lung. Pellet B, pleural membrane, side wound punctured. Well, so what, Sam?
All three on the right side, angling up, you see?
No! I don't know why. You even saw me on that boat. You saw me throw the gun over
Oh,
it.
cut it out, Dick. What I saw was in the dark. But you two men were facing each other directly. If I were going to drop a man fast at close range, face to face like that, I would not put the gun in my left hand, twist it around, straining my wrist in the process, and pull the trigger with my thumb. Unless I were left-handed, double-jointed, and a trickier shot than you are. I'd blast him straight through the middle.
All right. All right, yes, it was Maxine.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Maybe you can get cured now. Why don't you open up some more? Let me put it down like it was business.
All right, sir.
Number one, Maxine killed your partner, Mickey Lanahan, 5 years ago. Probable motive to eliminate him and send Spicer up for it.
Yeah, she didn't figure on Spicer being smart enough to confess to the robbery, and that alibied him for the murder.
2, you perjured yourself to clear Maxine of the murder. Motive? To prevent the truth about your partner from coming out, and Maxine. It was motive enough for anything.
Cut it out, will you?
Sorry. 3, Spicer forced you to team up with him in the jewelry heist. How?
Well, he threatened to make a full confession as accessory to Mickey's killing. I would have put the whole works on Maxine and leave him in the clear.
Yeah. Can't be tried twice for the same crime. 4. You decided to rub out Spicer whether you could beat the rap or not and clear the books once and for all. So you pretended to play along with him, told Maxine to do the same, and called me in as umpire.
Yeah. Sam, I'm sorry. Why couldn't you lay off Maxine? Why did you have to... Oh, I thought you were my friend.
And that's about it. Period. End of friendship.
Oh. You mean the confession that you tricked her into making turned out to...
That's it, Effie.
Oh. What'll happen to him?
Hmm?
What about Dick Foley?
Dick? Oh, they got him on a number of things, I suppose. May take some time out of him. But I think he'll be an okay guy again.
With her out of the way.
With her out of the way.
Sam?
Go and type it up, will you? It's late. I want to get out of here.
And now, listen to this. When it comes to hair tonics, the best friend of the family is Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Now, you can get America's leading hair tonic in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam. I know how you must feel, so I won't...
What's your hurry?
Well, I thought, well, you know how you always feel.
Look, sweetheart, Dick Foley was a private dick. So what?
You mean you can bring yourself to talk about it?
Sure. Go ahead, try me.
Well, Sam, it seems terribly complicated. I suppose because Mr. Foley was in the profession and thinks like you do.
Up to a point, Effie. What's bothering you?
Well, why did he call you in? You, another private detective, and he knew how smart you are and all, and...
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he thought, well, if I turned up anything, I'd look the other way.
Do you think that could ever happen to you, Sam? That's a clever phrase you dictated. He called me in as umpire. That's baseball. But if he was so clever, why didn't he win, Sam?
His mistake, Effie, was trying a quadruple play, which has never been heard of in the history of baseball or crime. All he wanted was to bat Maxine home safe. But it usually figures when 3 men are out, the side retires.
Oh, well, I don't understand baseball, Sam.
Well, that's all right. Football will be here soon anyway.
Oh, but I don't...
Good night, Levy.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You say it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Last Man Out, a series of true stories transcribed and documented from the official files of United States government agencies.
All right, Eric. Let me hear you recite the verse you memorized.
Shall I stand up, Papa?
Yes, Eric. Stand up. Go ahead.
To free the masses from oppression, to free the spirit from its chains, the red flag waves, the red star shines, capitalism's down, the worker reigns. What are capitalists, Papa?
Capitalists, Eric, are what we are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your narrator for Last Man Out, the well-known writer, Mr. Richard English.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear one of the most important programs in this entire Last Man Out series. There's been a lot of criticism lately directed at government committees which have attempted to expose the communist infiltration of our American schools. Tonight, we're going to prove that that communist infiltration did happen here. Our subject tonight is Dorothy K. Funn, a New York City school teacher. Miss Funn joined the Communist Party in 1939, left it in 1946. Her story is not what you'd call a cloak and dagger tale. It happens to be far more important and far deadlier than that. Dorothy Funn actually saw the poison that was being injected into our school systems, the attempt to mold the minds of our children into the communist pattern. Now, the subject report of former Communist Party member Dorothy K. Funn.
I joined the Communist Party in May of 1939. I was recruited by another teacher with whom I'd become friendly.
About a month and a half after the subject was taken into the party, she was sent to a state communist training school for teachers on a farm in upstate New York. It was a 6-week course. Among other things, the subject was taught how to indoctrinate the school children in the ways and thinkings of Communist Party principles. She was taught how to slant everyday problems in such a manner that they always favored the thinking of the Soviet Union.
While we were at this school, we weren't allowed to receive mail or to send it, and we were to remain on the grounds of the school at all times. One night during our 6 weeks training period, we were allowed to go into town to a movie, but we all went as a group and loaded on a truck. I'll never forget the ride back to the school. It was a bumpy one. Well, Madge, 2 more weeks and we'll be back in the big city.
I'm really anxious, Dorothy. I haven't seen my little boy for over a month. He probably won't even recognize me.
How old is he, Madge?
6.5, going on 7. Smart one, too. You'd be surprised how progressive he is. And I mean progressive.
That's good.
Hey, Howard.
Your husband in the party?
Oh, sure. Very active, too. That's why I know our little boy is going to grow up to be a big man in the party someday.
Good.
You know, it's the early training that counts, and we're giving him plenty of that. He knows half the nursery rhymes in The Young Pioneer by heart, and he's only 6.5 going on 7. His favorite is the one that goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Workers rob where'er they go. They can stop it if they're not too slow. We young comrades tell them so.
Oh, I remember that one. It was one of the very first ones I ever memorized. Well, your young son sounds like he'll make a brilliant student. What's his name?
Eric.
Eric? That's a good name.
The subject got back to New York just in time to start teaching a fall semester at one of the public schools. This was in 1939. There were approximately 40,000 teachers in New York City at that time. How many were communists?
Oh, about 1,000.
What were some of the ways in which a communist teacher was able to influence her students along party line thinking and principles?
Well, there were various ways. Where possible, the teacher slanted the history lessons. Slanted everyday problems, too.
Oh, gee,
All right, students. Students, we'll do our oral reports now. Students, we'll do our oral reports now on world events. First one, Jack Glazer. Please stand and make your report, Jack. Now give us the title and then a 1-minute summary.
Well, my report is called Germany Marches on Poland. Yesterday, the German army marched into Poland and started a war with the people of Poland.
Jack, do you know why?
Because they want more land?
Oh, no, that's not the real reason. The real reason is the Soviet Union. They want to invade the peaceful Soviet Union.
Oh?
Yes, it's very easy to see why they want to invade the Soviet Union. Russia is a real democracy. In a sense, more of a democracy than we are.
See how simple it is? First, you start twisting a kid's thoughts.
Now, let's just look at history. Mr. Lincoln fought a civil war to free the Negroes. And there's still Jim Crowism in this country. In Russia, it's different. In Russia, the Negro is his own master. But that's what I meant when I said, in a sense, Russia's more of a democratic nation than America is.
Well, then we're all really for Russia in this war, because Russia's defending democracy. Is that right, Mrs. Funn?
Yes, you might put it that way, but there's more to it than that.
What do you mean, Mrs. Funn?
Now the Communist Party line really comes out.
Well, Germany is a totalitarian state, a dictatorship, a type of tyranny, a nation of persecution and hate and prejudice. While on the other hand, Russia's exactly the opposite. Now, we definitely find some persecution, some hate, and some prejudice in this country. How do we eliminate it? First, by destroying the big enemy. That would be Germany. And then the time will come for us to clean out our own backyard. Do you see what I mean?
I sure do, Mrs. Funn.
Fine. And Jack, for giving us that splendid oral report, I'm going to give you an A.
How were the party line policies that you were to push forward in your classes in the schoolrooms handed down to you, Dorothy?
Well, we attended section meetings every 2 weeks, at which time we were given specific orders about what party line policies were to be pushed in the classrooms.
Slanting history as it happened was one method of pushing communist influence. Were there other methods?
Oh, yes. Yes, America's past history was also slanted. And then another method was the slanting of ordinary discussion groups. Sometimes we'd have the students discuss questions pro and con, and we, the teachers, would act as moderators. All right, students, all right. All right, students, let me have your attention, please. Today, our panel discussion will be on the Civil War. Virginia, you may begin the discussion. It might be a good idea to state first the reasons why the Civil War began.
It began over slavery in the South. President Abraham Lincoln wanted to free the slave in the South. And
I think it might be a good idea for me to inject a thought at this point. Did any of you students know that the South does not recognize President Abraham Lincoln's birthday as a holiday?
Why is that, Mrs. Funn?
Well, Bob, even though a war was fought to free the slaves, there's still a great deal of slavery going on in the South. For example, the textile workers in the factories.
I don't know about them, but my folks said that a lot of the Negroes remained in the South because they were treated very well by their employers. They even said that some of the Negro women practically raised the children of the white folks. That's how much they were respected and loved.
Well, your folks are very wrong, Bob. That's what they call propaganda. Oh, just a moment, boys and girls. Yes?
Are you Mrs. Funn?
Yes.
My name is Eric Norton, Mrs. Funn. I'm a new boy. We just moved to this district, and I transferred over from PS 45.
All right, Eric. Have you been to the principal's office?
Yes, sir.
Students, I'd like to have you meet a new member of your class, Eric Norton.
Hi.
All right, Eric, you may sit down now. Oh, Eric.
Yes, sir?
Is your mother a school teacher?
Yes, sir. She teaches over in the Queens district.
Is her first name Madge?
That's right, Mrs. Funn. Madge.
I'm glad to have you with us, Eric. I think you're going to like this class very much, Eric. Very much.
subject continued teaching and continued attending the party discussion group meetings every 2 weeks. How were these groups organized?
Well, everyone in the group was a teacher from some public school. We had a chairman, a treasurer, and an educational director.
Let me ask you this. Were school children ever used in communist demonstrations?
Oh, yes, but usually they were children whose parents were already sympathizers or party members. The May Day Parade was one of the best places to employ children for the family effects on those watching the parade. I marched in my first May Day Parade in 1940.
Mrs. Funn.
Well, yes, Miss Aaron.
Are all the children here?
Well, no, there's one missing, Eric Norton. He should be here any moment.
We won't be able to wait much longer. The parade's about to start.
Well, he promised me he'd be here. He's very enthusiastic about the whole thing, Miss Aaron. Well, you know Eric, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know him. All right, students. But don't move out of line and hold those banners up straight when you march. Make sure they can be read. And now remember where you're to march, next to the older people. Form a single line on either side and march next to them. Mrs. Funn, we can't wait much longer for that Norton boy. Well, there it goes. All right, students, march out in the street and take your places, single file.
Mrs. Funn!
Oh, there you are, Eric. I was so afraid you were going to miss it. Why, hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dorothy. It's nice to see you again.
It's been a long time. We better hurry. The parade's just about ready to start. We'll talk later, Madge. Do you have your placard, Eric?
I'm right here.
All right, hold it high, and remember we want everybody to be able to see it and to read it.
Single file. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. March in unison. That's it. Keep his step. Up. March. Royal. Weak. High. Trousers square. Garments fine. March. Royal. Weak. High. Trousers square. Garments fine.
Although we harped on discrimination and prejudice as one thing that communism would do away with, yet we practiced certain discriminations right there in the public schools. We discriminated against students and also teachers who were not favorable to the movement.
Mrs. Funn, have you met Mrs. Goodman, the new history teacher?
I met her at lunch in the cafeteria yesterday. Seems like a nice person.
She's not.
Well, what do you mean?
She hasn't got one progressive idea in her stupid head. She's what I call a total loss.
I see.
She might be dangerous. We'll have to keep a close watch on her. She's the kind that runs and talks. I didn't say much to her. I just listened.
Now, what about her family?
Oh, conservative stock. I think I'll give a little party and ask everyone but her.
I see.
I'll also think of some other ways to isolate her. We've definitely got to make her feel she's not wanted around here. Maybe she'll ask for a transfer.
Well, that's probably the best way to handle it.
You see, we've got this school pretty well organized right now. I hate to have anyone come along and mess up all the good we've done. We've got to get rid of her as soon as possible. I know a liberal sub I'd like to see take her place. I'll see what kind of strings I can pull to get her in over here. But in the meantime, Mrs. Funn, pass the word along to the others. Our objective, get rid of Mrs. Goodman.
It wasn't long before Mrs. Goodman was out. The subject continued teaching until 1943, when she resigned from the school system, went to work as an administrative secretary for a Minorities Labor Victory Committee, then as a legislative representative for the National Minorities Congress, and later still as a representative for the New York State Political Action Committee in Washington, D.C. In 1946, the subject, who had slowly been growing fed up, left the Communist Party.
I left Washington and returned to New York and applied for another teaching position with the New York City school systems.
The subject was reinstated, resumed her teaching job the early part of 1947. When the House Committee on Un-American Activities began its investigation of communist infiltration into the school systems, the subject testified before them, naming names and giving any and all information she had of the Communist Party and its working in our schools.
The committee will come to order. Proceed, Mr. Counsel.
Mrs. Funn, you have been a member, or had been a member, for quite some time of the Communist Party here in the city of New York. There was quite an audience in this room this morning, and there is quite an audience here this afternoon. Is it correct you recognize quite a number of the people in the audience as former members of the Communist Party when you were?
Yes.
They are here today in this audience?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you have ever read that provision, have you, under which this committee operates?
No, I have not.
This law says, may I read?
Yes.
The Committee on Un-American Activities, as a whole or by subcommittee, is authorized to make investigations of the extent, the character, the objectives of un-American propaganda activities in the United States, and the diffusion within the United States of subversive and un-American propaganda that is instigated from foreign countries or of a domestic origin and attacks the principle of government as guaranteed by our Constitution. Now, did you hear any question or observe any act by this committee which, in your judgment, was a trespass upon your civil rights in any way, or your rights as an American citizen?
Well, no, you've shown only one thing, that you're interested in getting at the facts. You're interested in helping to eliminate the causes which have made this subversive activity possible. I don't think in any instant you've infringed upon my rights as a citizen. I've been very happy to come here and give any assistance I've given.
Mrs. Funn, speaking for myself, I say you have been a most informative witness. I am sure the information you have given to this committee will be most valuable. You have added a great deal to the information that the committee has already assembled. Now, unless there is something further, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing further. The committee will stand in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Dorothy Funn still has a tremendous feeling for the rights of the minorities. That was one of the reasons she joined the Communist Party. But she realized in time that the Communist Party wasn't the answer to what she wanted. She realized that the party used the problems of the minority to spread its own gospel. And when she found that out, she quit the party. She has resumed her teaching career, however. And it wasn't an easy road back. At times it was lonesome. But she made it. And Dorothy Funn is another good example that an ex-communist can come back. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, when we'll ask tonight's subject some of the questions that all Americans wanted to ask.
What is being done now, Dorothy, to rid the school systems of communists and communist teachers and communist training? What's being done here in New York, for example?
Well, here in New York, a very fine program has been initiated by Dr. Jansen in weeding out communist school teachers in the New York City school system. And he has received the help of a council here in New York who carries on these investigations.
Would you say that this investigation has been fairly successful?
I would say that it has been very successful.
Did you ever have any reaction from parents when it was learned you had been a communist school teacher?
No direct reaction.
I see.
No.
It wasn't known until 4 years after you broke the party that you had ever been a communist. Is that correct?
I would say yes and no. It wasn't openly known, but I think that many people by that time had considered me a member of the Communist Party.
Well, was your life affected when you broke with the party? Was it like being in a vacuum?
It was very much so. I was sort of on the moon, alone for a while, since I had severed all connections with my former friends and many of my relatives in going into this Communist Party activity, so that upon my return, and of course, I was no longer welcome with those who still were members of the Communist Party, with whom I also did not wish to associate.
I see. All right. Tell me now, what were the Communist Party instructions regarding teachers' relations with members of the PTA?
Their instructions were to, for each teacher to make it a must to attend the Parent-Teacher Association meetings and to guide the actions and policies of that organization. Further, wherever possible, they were to become particularly friendly and close to those members of the PTA who looked like good material for outside work on the political scene, I might say.
Yes.
Looking, of course, toward the last thing of recruiting them into the Communist Party.
Well, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. English will be back in just a moment. For security reasons, certain names in the subject report of Dorothy FUNN were changed. Each week, Last Man Out will expose a different phase of communism. Next week's subject report will be that of a subject who served the communist state behind the Iron Curtain. Now, once again, Mr. English.
Tonight I want to speak to the ex-communists who are listening. I know how tough it is to be on the outside looking in. For 17 years I was deaf. It's only 8 years ago I had my hearing restored in one ear. So I know what it's like to come back, and that's what you want to do. If you've been afraid that your boss and friends might find out that you're an ex-communist and wouldn't understand what took you in and what took you out of the party, why don't you write me? Maybe I can help. Just write Dick English, care of NBC, Hollywood, California, and mark it personal. Good night.
Next week, Richard English will bring to our microphones the true story of another former member of the Communist Party, documented and transcribed from the official files of United States government agencies. Last Man Out is an NBC Radio Network production by Richard English, directed by Andrew C. Love, and written by Richard George Pedicini. Our musical score is composed and conducted by Dmitri Tiomkin, Academy Award winner. December is the month of the joyous holiday season. It's also the month of the highest number of motor vehicle accidents. Take a safe driving tip from the truck drivers who are taught to drive ahead of themselves. Take extra care on the highways during the holiday season. Use courtesy, caution, and common sense. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It.
Death in Fancy Dress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you a wet blanket and you're trying to stagger out from under, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, because of a hobby that's dear to my heart and certainly innocent enough, I've received several threats on my life of late. I'm aware that this can't be of world-shaking importance, but it is a confounded nuisance to me. If you decide to take pity on me and come to my rescue, please drop in at my apartment, the Hampshire House.
Apartment at the Hampshire Towers tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Would you verify this appointment by phone? Signed, Lloyd Bascom.
Oh, dear old Bascom, whoever he is. Several threats on his life, and he loses composure completely.
Well, at least he did admit it was a confounded nuisance.
I suppose if some scoundrel sprayed him with a shotgun, our friend would say it was a blasted annoyance.
Yeah, well, what intrigues me is this gentleman's hobby. What does he collect, atomic secrets?
Hey, you know, Brooksy, I've always wanted to find an exciting pastime for my spare moments. Go on, Angel, verify the man's appointment.
Well, here we are. My trophy room, you might call it.
Mr. Bascom, all I see is a lot of junk.
Yes. Now, take this particular piece of junk. A broken wine glass. The one with which Lucy Graham plunged her coming-out party into a furor. She practically gouged Tony Warren's eye out with it while she was deep in her cups.
Uh-huh.
I bought it from the caterers. As you see, I have it all neatly tagged. The occasion, the date, etc.
And this 1945 license plate, Mr. Bascom?
Oh, yes. The very proper and respected Mrs. Arlington Mackenzie was dragged into court on a hit-and-run charge. That's the plate off her Duesenberg. I bribed her chauffeur to get it. Oh, it was a beautiful scandal.
Ah, well, I can see where this sort of thing wouldn't make you the most popular boy in your set, Bascom.
I could not help being born with a silver spoon. But there's nothing to prevent me from reminding my friends of their more scandalous escapades. Now, look here. This lovely lock of red hair. A very lurid story goes with this.
If you like, you gentlemen can retire to the smoking car.
No, this little affair was quite well publicized. Celeste Dupre, the nightclub singer who was accused of the murder of Malcolm Gardner, the broker. She was acquitted. Dear me, I wonder whatever happened to the dear girl. Now, over here...
Yeah, well, we get the general idea, Bascom. This is your private wax museum of dead scandals you like to keep alive.
Oh, well put, Valentine. I must remember that phrase when I show off my collection at my next party.
You mean you deliberately keep bringing up all this?
Oh, pardon me. I'll see who's at the door.
Huh. Man after my own heart.
Yeah. If you're not careful, Angel, he'll cut it out and put it in his collection.
What surprises me is that Mr. Bascom's been allowed to go on breathing this long.
What's the matter with you, Reynolds?
I didn't come here to talk.
What is the matter? Have you lost your mind?
George.
Yes, maybe I have.
Stop it, Reynolds, you fool! Valentine! Kill you!
Come on, boys, break it up. You heard me, friend. Get off of him.
Get out of my way.
Now, listen, Buster, don't make me hang you up to dry. I'm a peace-loving man.
What else have you got here that belongs to my wife, Bascom?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You see, I found those letters you left under the Christmas tree.
Very well, you found them. I'm as good as my word. I promised Donna I'd let her have them back as a present. But too bad you had to find them. The package wasn't addressed to you, Reynolds.
Never mind that. I burned them without telling her I saw them.
That's too bad. Donna must be very distressed at my breach of faith. Now, Reynolds, if you don't mind, I do have company.
Oh, don't mind us.
I don't know how much Donna paid you for them. Lord knows she's the one with the money. I don't care. But if you have anything else of hers that you can hold over her, I swear I'll break your filthy neck. Just remember that.
Oh, dear. See what I mean, Valentine?
No. Suppose you draw me a diagram.
You've already earned part of your fee when you hauled Reynolds off me.
That was on the house, Bascom.
What do you mean?
I think he means it's no go. If you want protection, you better call out the National Guard.
To put it another way, I don't like your idea of fun. I don't like your museum, and I particularly don't like you.
Now, wait a minute, Valentine.
Let's get going, Brooksy. I don't want to be late for my paper route. Hey, hold it a minute, Angel.
What is it, George?
Anything wrong, Reynolds?
What? Oh, I was just sitting here trying to calm down. I had a few drinks before and...
Yeah, you look in pretty bad shape. Hey, let me have the wheel. I'll take you home. Hop in the back, Brooksy.
Really, Mr. Reynolds, you didn't have to bother inviting us in.
The least I can do is offer you and Mr. Valentine a drink.
Say, look, Reynolds, don't worry about that little scene up at Bascom's going any farther than us.
Thank you. I'm not in the habit of washing my dirty linen in public. Just make yourself comfortable there in the drawing room. I'll call Donna.
Yeah, thanks.
George, I don't know about you, but...
I know. I'm not too comfortable either. We'll just waltz through the formalities and blow.
Darling, over there. Huh? Look.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, Valentine, Donna said
Hey, wait a minute, Reynolds. Could we go across to that room for a minute?
Why? What's the matter with you two, anyway? Why are you standing there like that?
I just think it's better that you don't come in here right now.
What are you talking about? What happened?
Please, Mr. Reynolds.
Get out of my way. Let me in here. Donna.
Take it easy, Reynolds. Don't.
But she's dead.
Here, you better sit down.
Oh. Bascom drove her to this. Might just as well have pulled the trigger himself. I felt like killing you before, now I will.
You can't do that.
Let go of me, you... How can you look at her lying there and say that? Let go of me!
Somehow Bascom will get what's coming to him.
Not Bascom. He never does anything he has to pay for. The law can't punish him. That's why I've got to do this myself.
Sorry, Reynolds. I got to hold you right here till you pull yourself together. Brooksy, call Lieutenant Riley.
All right, Valentine, here it is.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Between the medical examiner's report and my amateur sleuthing, it's just what you thought it was when you walked into that room across the hall. Suicide, pure and simple.
I wasn't questioning that.
What? Then what were you questioning? Why did you drag me into the case? Just for old lang syne?
Oh, well, it just seemed a good idea at the time.
It isn't easy, Lieutenant, to know that a man has driven a woman to suicide and not try to do something about him.
Okay, Valentine. I know your heart's in the right place, but look, chum boy, why don't you grow up? There's a lot of slimy characters in this world.
But, Lieutenant Riley, we know Bascom was blackmailing Mrs. Reynolds.
Oh, do we? All I know is she wrote him some silly letters and he was gallant enough to return them to her as a Christmas present. If anything, that makes him out just Ginger Peach.
You know, I'd give a lot to get something on that guy.
Go to it, chum boy. Go to it. But remember, keep it legal. Now I gotta mosey along. Oh, Reynolds.
Leaving, Lieutenant.
Yes, there's nothing more for me to do. I'm sorry about everything. Well, so long, Valentine, and good luck.
So long.
I suppose I should thank you for holding that before, Valentine. I don't know what I would have done.
Skip it. But there's something else, Reynolds.
Yes?
Nobody can go racketeering with other people's lives without making at least one bad slip somewhere along the line. It seems there are others who feel like you do and would like to see Bascom dead. I want to find out why.
What's that?
I want you to hire me to look into our friends, past and present. See if I can find that one little slip. Is it a deal?
I suppose so, sure.
Okay, you got yourself $1 a year, man.
It may take you years.
That's okay, Reynolds. This is going to be a labor of love.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word from a wise motorist. Can you imagine driving around the world not once, but 4 times without an engine repair? Well, in actual mileage, one man has driven even farther than that on compounded RPM motor oil and without an engine repair. His name is George M. Hollingsworth, an insurance agent in Bakersfield, California. Here's what Mr. Hollingsworth said. Quote, "One of my cars has gone 123,000 miles on RPM without engine repairs," unquote. And lots of Western motorists have told us they've driven 7 and 8 years on RPM without engine repairs. Thousands of others have learned that RPM pays its own way many times over. For RPM is compounded to stop carbon trouble, to guard engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils, and to keep the whole engine system cleaner. Try RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at any standard station or any independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure, George Valentine. Your would-be client turns out to be, among other things, a blackmailer responsible for the suicide of one Donna Reynolds. So, in a complete reversal, you find yourself pitted against the gentleman, determined to find just one slip-up somewhere in his checkered career. If you're like George Valentine, you're as patient as a terrier watching a gopher hole. But you get nowhere, except to Lieutenant Riley's office down at headquarters, where you've been rudely summoned.
I think you know this gentleman, Valentine.
I wouldn't admit it to anybody but you, Lieutenant. Hiya, Bascom.
How are you enjoying your incursion into my life?
I've had pleasanter assignments. What do you want with me, Riley?
Well, as you know, we're a close little family down here at headquarters.
You better give me the next line. I forgot my cue.
Sergeant Olson downstairs told me that this gentleman would like to swear out a warrant against you.
Oh.
So I thought we'd better talk it over first. Now, Mr. Bascom...
You're doing very well, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Yes. Complaint number 1, illegal entry. Valentine, have you been prowling around in Mr. Bascom's apartment?
Well, I never.
Yeah,
An apartment? Why, I thought it was a museum. Such fascinating exhibits, broken wine glasses, old license plates. I thought it was open to the public. So, as I remember, I did drop in.
Yes. Complaint number 2, questioning Mr. Bascom's friends and causing him unwarranted embarrassment.
Oh, now, that's not fair, Lieutenant. Sure, I talked to a lot of people who knew this, gentleman, but not one of them would admit to being his friend.
Come now, Valentine. Let's not have a battle of wits. You're so unequipped.
Touché, Mr. Bascom, touché.
Cliché, Mr. Valentine, cliché.
What the devil's going on here?
In 2 words of 2 syllables, Lieutenant. If he doesn't stop bothering me, I shall expect that warrant to be served. I think that will be all. Good day.
Lieutenant, did you get that? Can you tie that monkey? Now, look here, Valentine. We've broken bread together. Mrs. Riley likes you, well, like a son.
Yeah, and I think of her every time I hear an Irish tenor.
I told you to keep it legal when it comes to Bascom. He and the commissioner have mutual friends.
I gotta find a lead. There's gotta be one.
Well, why do you keep saying that? Just because of some letters between him and the late Mrs. Reynolds, this drawing room character suddenly becomes Jack the Ripper. What have you found anyway?
Oh, nothing much, Lieutenant, nothing much. We checked most of the people on those tags in his collection. They all hate his guts but won't say anything.
Okay, but remember, pal, I warned you.
Hello, Lieutenant. May I come in?
Oh, Brooks.
Sure.
You told me to meet you downstairs.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm just an old chatterbox. What'd you find out, Angel?
Well, the last anybody heard of Celeste Dupre was 2 years ago. She was working in Jake Swansea's cocktail bar out on Fulton Boulevard.
Celeste Dupre, how's she mixed up in this?
One of her beautiful Titian locks is in Bascom's collection of mementos. Remember, she was accused of murder once?
I was going to stop by at Swansea's new club. I thought I'd better talk to you first, darling.
Good girl, Brooksy, good girl. We'll go over and have a talk with Jake right now.
Swansea says for you to wait at the bar. He'll be right down.
Okay, thanks. Come on, Brooksy, let's go. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, George?
Wouldn't that be Reynolds talking to himself at that corner table?
Oh, yeah. Looks like he's drowning his sorrows. Coming up for the last time.
Yeah, better see if I can get him out of here. Hello, Reynolds. Don't you think you ought to go home?
Oh, Valentine.
Would you like us to call you a cab, Mr. Reynolds?
What I'm doing, I can do better right here. Thank you, Miss Brooks.
You know, getting crocked isn't going to help anything, Reynolds.
Tell me something, Valentine. Did you get anything on Bascom? Skeleton up in the attic? Trunk full of counterfeit $1,000 bills? When do I come to his trial?
Okay, Reynolds, you win. But take it easy, will you?
Hey, is Swansea waving over here at me or you?
Oh, I think that's our cue, Mr. Reynolds.
Look, Valentine, if Reynolds is a friend of yours, maybe you can get him home. He's been here like that every day.
Oh, he'll snap out of it. Look, Swansea, maybe you can help me.
Sure, sit down. Can he get you anything, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks.
What can you tell me about Celeste Dupre?
Well, Swansea?
Cigarette?
You didn't answer my question.
Why don't you leave that kid alone? Didn't she have have trouble back there being accused of murder and everything?
Didn't she work for you once?
Yeah. After it happened, I was the only one to give her a job. But if you want anything, it's on the house.
Sit down, Swansea. Now, I asked you, what happened to Celeste Dupre? Where do I find her?
Can't you see I don't feel like talking?
You know I'm going to find her sooner or later anyway, and when I do, I may come back and want to know why you didn't tell me.
Okay. But don't build any fires under. Make that a personal favor to me.
I don't like to see anybody hurt, Swansea.
Red lives at the Shelby Arms. Only now her name is Seal Dawson.
Police?
Not exactly, Celeste, or do you prefer Seal?
Does it matter?
My name's Valentine. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Just whom do you represent?
In this case, Valentine, as much as anybody else.
I can't keep you from asking questions.
Why did you give Lloyd Bascom a lock of your hair?
What did you...
And when did he give you for it? He usually pays for mementos like that.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I hate to come at you from left field like that, but sometimes it gets results.
Oh, during my trial, Bascom asked me for a lock of my hair. I didn't see any harm in giving it to him.
The one I saw looked like a recent acquisition. But we'll let that rest. It's not too bad.
What do you mean?
Well, you've done pretty well for yourself, Celeste. This teepee you live in must run you quite a nut. What do you do for a living?
I model clothes.
The wampum a model gets wouldn't rent a doghouse in this neighborhood. Now, suppose we get out of...
Excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes, that's right. I didn't expect you to call.
Oh, you should.
Take your hand off the phone.
Say what I tell you, Celeste, and I'm not fooling. Valentine just left. Go on.
Valentine just left. What's that?
Tell him you want to see him. Get right over here because it's important.
No, nothing's wrong. But I wish you'd come over. Yes, very important. Goodbye. I believe you would have hit me if I didn't play parrot for you.
Could be, Red, could be. I'm not on my best behavior these days.
You don't know who that was. Could have been my cousin from 29 Palms.
Whoever it was, Celeste, I'll be waiting downstairs in front of the house to greet him. You didn't waste a minute getting here, did you, Bascom?
Valentine,
Don't look so grief-stricken. Celeste didn't cross you. She had to say what I told her.
Oh, dear, you're turning into quite a problem.
Yeah, well, let's go up and join Celeste. We have a lot to talk about, you and I, including why you called her to see if I was here. You first, Bascom.
Yes, I could stand a drink of that.
As I recall, when we first met, you were wondering what became of Celeste Dupre.
Oh, that.
Well, there you are, Bascom.
Hey, Reynolds.
I was waiting for you. I'm going to kill you. No!
Hey.
Don't drop it, Reynolds. Stop that. Let go of me. He's getting away. I followed him here. Did you let... Oh.
One of those bullets nearly had my name on it.
You're hurt? I didn't expect you.
Come on, it's just a scratch. Now, let's get out of here. Cops will be flocking around here any minute.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later. Hey, will you take it easy, Brooksy? All the pieces of the puzzle are there, but it's still a puzzle.
All right, but hold your arms still.
Bascom is in the middle of something big. It may be genteel, but it's against the law. Now, what could it be? Do you think that... Ouch! Hey, look, Angel, stop fussing, will you? It's only a scratch.
Well, it could have been more than that. Darling, why don't you let this thing ride? Somebody's going to make a little hole in you yet. Anyway, Reynolds isn't going to rest till he gets Bascom, and there's nothing you can do about it. Think of him, hiding there in the lobby, waiting. If only...
Sure, that's it. Just like that. Wham. Sowie.
Are you off on another tizzy? What is it now?
Go on, Brooksy, beat it. Take a walk for yourself. Buy yourself some saltwater taffy.
Will you get off the banter wagon and tell me what this is all about?
If you want to find out, meet me at Lieutenant Riley's in about an hour. Now go on.
All right.
But I don't like taffy. Do you mind if I make it cough drops for this cold?
Cough drops. Oh, Brooksy, baby, you put your finger right on it. Ooh, you doll. Hey, operator. Let me have the phone number of Jake Swansea's Club 18.
Look, Valentine, you could have come over to the club if you wanted to see me.
Oh, no, Swansea. You wouldn't want anything like this to happen in your club.
Hey, what is that for? What's the play?
I gotta get you in the mood to talk about the tie-up between you and Celeste and Bascom.
They say around town you're a little buzz-headed. And I never believed it before.
Come on, now, do you talk, or do we have ourselves a game of ping pong first?
I don't mind playing if you want to fight me, Jake. You keep him up there.
I know. What about it, Swansea? What about it?
Smart guy, huh?
I'll put my knee right through you if you don't open up.
All right.
Okay. Just lay there. Catch your breath.
What do you want to ask me?
First, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah? What?
You're not just mixed up in blackmail, Muster. There's murder involved.
Go on.
You know about it, and you profit by it. That's being an accessory after the fact. They lock you away for that.
Yeah. I see what you mean, Valentine.
Okay, now you're being bright. If you play it smart, maybe they'll go easy on you.
You win. I guess this calls for a drink.
Yeah, Swansea. And a little trip down to headquarters.
Okay, Swansea, okay. You've been very eloquent. Just wanted to be helpful, Lieutenant. Oh, yes, I know. Well, now you can join Miss Dupre in the other office. Oh, Sergeant, send Bascom in here.
I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Well, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, Valentine, you look a mess. Fighting again?
Yeah. But it was worth it just for this one little occasion. Bascom, you met Celeste during a trial.
What of it?
You were looking for mementos for your collection. You didn't get one until some time after. Well, you and she got to know each other, rather well.
Don't expect any comments from me. You're spinning this fairy tale.
All right, then, Bascom, shut up.
So sorry.
In fact, you and Celeste became so chummy that somehow she found herself in a perfect spot. You had arranged all the unpleasant details, Bascom, and she could sit back and blackmail you groggy. And Swansea was just the boy to see that you paid off.
Come on, son, come on. Get to the point for the man. The murder.
The murder? Oh, you know all about that, Bascom, don't you? After all, you worked it out. Deliberately fancy, but very neat. Classic picture of suicide, motive and all. Yet it was murder.
Lieutenant, I'm beginning to resent the unrestrained use of that word in connection with me.
Yeah? Well, I'll just take my chances on your being angry with me, too, Mr. Bascom. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
On what evidence?
With what Miss Dupre and Swansea will have to say, I'll risk being wrong.
Mr. Reynolds just arrived, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah? Well, I suppose he ought to know what's been going on, so have him come in.
I should like to call my attorney, Lieutenant.
There'll be plenty of time for that.
Come on in, Reynolds. You missed the fireworks.
Why, what's happened?
Well, this should give you some satisfaction. We're holding Bascom for the murder of your wife.
What's that? Did you say murder?
Yes. Oh, Sergeant, take this guy away now.
All right, come on now, this way.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it, Sergeant. I don't want you to make 2 trips.
What's this, Valentine?
Don't rush me, Lieutenant. Tonight, when you were pouring shots at Bascom, you were really trying to kill me, Reynolds.
What are you saying? Why would I do that?
You didn't follow him to Celeste's place, as you said. You couldn't have. You were already inside the lobby. Miss Brooks reminded me of that. Then everything fell into place.
I still want to know what reason I'd have for doing anything like that.
What about it, Valentine?
A man will do anything to get away with murder, Lieutenant. It was Reynolds who killed his wife.
Ouch.
Oh, will you stop it, Brooks?
Oh, be still. You're just a big baby. This is nothing but a little iodine.
Oh, little iodine. Lieutenant, do something. She's torturing.
Oh, you'll live, chum boy.
Fine thing. I fix your arm and you have to go and get into a fight.
Yeah. I guess people never will learn. I mean about murder. If they want to kill, why don't they just bash somebody over the head without being fancy?
What a fine way for a lieutenant to talk.
Oh, they'll get caught, sure. But think of all the trouble they'd save.
Oh, but don't forget the creative touch, Lieutenant. Means a lot to a man like Bascom. Think of the setup. Months back, he introduces his charming pal Reynolds to the wealthy Donna. She marries Reynolds, all according to the plan. Ouch!
Oh, quiet, Junior.
Then it's all a build-up to our entrance, Angel. We were there to witness the clash between the aggrieved husband and the supposed blackmailer.
And all the time the poor woman was lying home dead.
No threats on Bascom's life, no letters for Reynolds to burn, no blackmail, no nothing. Just a plain, unsimple murder.
Reynolds gets the money from the estate, divides it with Bascom, then Swansea and the girl get their cut from him.
That's it, Lieutenant. Don't tell me you're through, Brooksy.
Yes, Sissy. I can see that when little George falls off his scooter, I'll have to render first aid.
What's that, little George?
And when his baby sister tumbles out of her high chair, I'll have to... Oh, George Valentine, sometimes you get me so mad I could...
Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, what?
That's no way to talk to the father of two children.
With 1949 just 4 days away, probably you've got your list of New Year's resolutions well started. But how about putting this resolution near the top of your list? Why not promise yourself to get the most out of your car? To do this, make sure you ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium quality gasoline that you can get at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. The reason Chevron Supreme allows your car to do its very best is that it's fortified with high-octane blending agents. These blending agents give your car smoother acceleration on the straightaway, smoother power, and extra power on the steepest hills. Also, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Tailored to give you fast starts and speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic. So, for best motoring in 1949, why not make a resolution right now to give your car peak performance by getting Chevron Supreme gasoline at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next Monday night, a new case for George, murder and one to go. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Lloyd Bascom, Louis Van Ruten as Reynolds, Gloria Blondell as Celeste, and Ken Christie as Swansea. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week for Murder and One to Go on Let George Do It. Remember, next week, those listeners who are now in standard time states will hear this broadcast 1 hour later. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up your usual chair.
Thank you.
That's it. Well, did you enjoy the Christmas holidays?
Well, I've had a whale of a time, thank you, but I don't think I can face a turkey or a mince pie for at least another year. How about you, Doctor?
Oh, I had a very pleasant week, too, my boy. Parties, visitors, and a flattering number of Christmas messages to be answered.
Oh, say, you got a new pipe. Is that a Christmas present?
Yes, new pipe, new tobacco pouch, and a pound of my favorite tobacco. All of them sent to me from London by an old client and a friend of mine, Sir Ian Dunbar.
An old client, huh? Well, do you mean he was one of your patients, or was he someone that you and the great Sherlock Holmes helped?
The latter, Mr. Bartell. As a matter of fact, it was receiving this gift that reminded me of the story I've decided to tell you tonight. A story in which Sir Ian Dunbar played a prominent part.
And how did it begin?
The day before New Year's Eve in 1899. Sherlock Holmes and I sat in opposite corners of a first-class railway carriage as we sped towards Edinburgh in the Flying Scotsman.
What took you and Sherlock Holmes up there, Doctor?
It started off as a holiday visit, Mr. Bartell. My old friend Sir Walter Dunbar had asked Holmes and me to spend a few days with him at Dunbar Castle, about 20 miles outside Edinburgh. After we left King's Cross Station, Holmes, his sharp, eager face framed in his deerstalking cap, dipped into the bundle of fresh papers which he'd brought with him. We'd left Bedford far behind us before he thrust the last one of them under the seat, leaned across, and offered me his cigar.
Care for a cigar, Watson?
No, thanks, awful. I'll stick to my pipe.
Flying Scotsman's living up to its name. We're going splendidly. Our present rate is 53.5 miles an hour.
Oh, I haven't noticed the quarter-mile post.
Nor have I, but the telegraph posts on this line are 60 yards apart. With the aid of a watch, the calculation is a simple one. Watson, my dear fellow, we have several hours ahead of us. Tell me more about Sir Walter Dunbar. I have a feeling that he is in some kind of trouble, but you haven't wanted to talk about it.
Well, it's not exactly trouble, Holmes, but there's a strange problem that confronts the Dunbars. A problem that'll be settled at midnight tomorrow.
Oh, indeed. Night of New Year's Eve, eh?
Yes, exactly, but to really appreciate the story, I have to begin by telling you of the death of old Sir Thomas Dunbar.
The father of the present baronet, I suppose.
Yes, he was severely wounded at Waterloo, though he managed to last out long enough to get back to Dunbar Castle. The story goes that as he lay there on his deathbed, he told his wife of his plans for their unborn child.
Dinna grieve, lass. I fetched the baronetcy home from Waterloo. What if I fetched the mortal wound as well? Oh, hush, lass. I'm not afraid to die. All that niggles me is that I shall ne'er see the child you bear. The Sir Wattle Scott no coming yet. Can he visit the deathbed of his old friend? Who's there? Is that you, Sandy Murdoch?
Aye, Thomas. It's me.
I'm leaving an unborn son behind me when I die. Now, I don't trust women or children or banks for that matter. Put the best part of my wealth and gold in the big iron box you'll find under the bed. The money's there. And something else for a rainy day. You're to keep that box in trust for me, Sandy. You can turn it over to my boy on the New Year's Eve before his 21st birthday. And he'll be a man and wise enough to know how to use it. You understand, Sandy?
Aye, Thomas. But supposing your bairn's a girl.
A girl? I tell you, it'll be a boy. And we'll name him Walter after my good friend, Sir Walter Scott.
Very interesting story, Watson. And that child, of course, is the gentleman we are going to see now, Sir Walter Dunbar.
Exactly.
And the first baronet was a friend of Sir Walter Scott, while his son can boast of your acquaintance. Why, it's a family singularly rich in literary friendships.
That's not very funny, Holmes. To continue, I suppose you can guess what happened. Sir Thomas carefully drew up a document to specify the New Year's Eve before the baronet's 21st birthday. And the poor child was born on February the 29th. It was a leap year.
Oh, so poor Sir Walter is still waiting for his iron box full of gold.
Yes, he'll be 84 next year, and yet legally, with only one birthday every 4 years in the eyes of the law, he'll at last be 21.
A most amusing situation, though I'm afraid Sir Walter finds it far from entertaining. The lawyers must have been extremely scrupulous in abiding by the letter of the document.
Yes, old Sandy Murdoch is dead now, of course. But he, too, is a great-grandson, William Murdoch, who still handles the Dunbar estate. He'll be at the castle tonight to formally hand over the iron box.
I'm delighted you accepted the holiday invitation of Sir Walter. My dear fellow, I've needed a rest, but I've always loathed too strict a one. This situation may pose a nice little problem for me.
Problem?
Yes, I'm reasonably certain that the aged Sir Walter Dunbar will not get his iron box full of gold on this New Year's Eve either. But we shall see, old fellow. We shall see.
Dr. Watson, I'm glad to see you and Mr. Holmes here at the castle.
Thank you, my boy. Holmes, this is Ian Dunbar, Sir Walter's grandson.
How do you do, Mr. Dunbar? I'm very proud to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I've heard a lot about you. Our grandfather will be down in a few moments. Let's go into the library, shall we?
Well, I imagine Sir Walter's quite excited about tonight's ceremony, isn't he?
Wouldn't you be? If you'd waited 63 years too long for an inheritance. Thank the Lord I had the foresight to be born on the prosaic date of August the 21st.
Even if your grandfather's death, you will be the next baronet, I take it.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. You see, my father was killed 2 months ago at Mafeking.
Yes, I read about it in the papers, my boy. I'm very sorry.
Thank you, Doctor. The opening of the box isn't going to be the only ceremony at midnight. Dorothy and I are announcing our engagement.
Dorothy?
Dorothy Small. She and her father are staying here, too.
My congratulations.
Yes, indeed, Ian. Indeed, mine, too.
Thank you. It's been quite a battle with her father, though. He's a businessman and isn't impressed with titles when they aren't accompanied by a suitable income. But when we told him about the inheritance, he relented and gave his consent. Here's Dorothy now. Dorothy, darling, I want you to meet 2 friends of mine, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Now, how do you do, Miss Small?
How are you, my dear? From what this young man's been telling us, I gather that congratulations are in order.
Thank you. I finally persuaded Father that Ian would make a worthy son-in-law. For a while, I was afraid we'd have to elope to Gretna Green, live in a cottage on bread and cheese and law, but brave the parental wrath, just as they do in the storybooks.
Oh, Sir Walter, there you are.
Watson, my dear boy. How are you? And this must be your friend Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, Sir Walter?
Very well for a young nipper who'll be 21 at midnight. Gentlemen, may I introduce Mr. Herbert Small?
How do you do, sir? I believe that we have to congratulate you on the engagement of your daughter.
That was supposed to remain a secret until midnight. The Dunbar box was finally opened.
Don't be grouchy, Herbert. The children are in love, and I'm going to settle money on Ian, and it's New Year's Eve. Let's enter into the spirit of the occasion. Bring out the glasses, Ian. I've had some bottles of my special pride put out. It's the finest port in Scotland. The cream of Dunbar. My father laid the first bottle down the year before I was born. And a drink of the brew will surely warm the cockles of your heart.
Well, my mouth's watering already, Sir Walter.
When is this lawyer fellow, young Murdoch, getting here?
Oh, any moment, Herbert. As soon as he arrives, we'll have dinner, and then we'll be ready for the evening ceremonies.
He's bringing the famous iron box with him, Sir Walter?
If he doesn't, they won't get any dinner, Holmes. Ian, pass the glasses around, my boy. There you are, Murdoch.
Good evening, Sir Walter.
Oh, you've got the box with you, I see. Now the party's complete. Let me introduce you. Miss Small, her father, Mr. Small, my grandson, Ian, you know. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? I'm sorry I'm late, Sir Walter. My train was delayed.
Oh, that's all right, Murdoch. You're here, and you brought the box. That's all that matters. Ian, give our young lawyer a drink. Here, I'll help you pour it.
I must say that this is rather exciting, Holmes. The famous iron box with its inheritance of gold.
Yes, and from the size of the box, at a rough guess, I should estimate its cubic content in gold at around 5,000 pounds. Not a vast sum, perhaps, to a businessman like Mr. Small, but a windfall to an impecunious Scottish baronet.
Yes, that's what it is.
A strong young man, Mr. Murdoch.
How do you mean strong, Holmes?
A box that size, full of golden sovereigns, would weigh a considerable amount. And yet the lawyer carried it single-handed.
Now that we're all assembled, I'm going to propose a toast. Though it's still some hours off yet, let's drink to the new year. It means a lot to some of us. To 1900.
1900. We should toast more than just 1900, Sir Walter. We should drink to the new century that's about to begin.
Good idea, Dorothy.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't be quite appropriate, Miss Small. To be accurate, the 20th century won't begin until January the 1st, 1901, and not 1900.
Of course. That's it. Dorothy, I'm afraid your wedding can't take place for some time yet.
Father, what are you talking about?
I read an article in The Guardian the other day that said just the same thing as you, Dr. Watson. And what's more, it said something even more important. It said that 1900 is not a leap year.
Oh, rubbish. Leap year comes every 4 years. There was one in 1896, then obviously 1900 is one.
I think Mr. Small may be right. What do you say, Mr. Holmes? Do you know?
Well, I hope no one would bring up this point, but it's the little problem I referred to on the train, my dear Watson.
Yes, I remember.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, answer. Is 1900 a leap year or no?
I'm afraid it's not, Sir Walter.
No?
Because of a slight imbalance that would otherwise be produced in the calendar. Of the even century years, only those divisible by 400 are leap years. In other words, 1600 was a leap year, the year 2000 will be a leap year, but 1800 and 1900 are not leap years.
Then you have no birthday next year, Sir Walter, and I'm afraid I can't open the box tonight.
And the Dunbars won't get their inheritance.
And you, my dear, don't marry for a few more years. I won't allow you to marry a pauper.
Mr. Holmes, are you sure of your facts?
I'm very much afraid that I am, young man.
Oh, this is terrible. I can't stand any more.
No, don't take it too bad, Mr. Walter. Here, drink this. That's it. After all, you only have to wait another 4 years.
Another 4 years? At my age, young man, at my age. Oh, no, I shall never live that long. Hey, what is it, Angus?
Dinner is prepared, Sir Walter. You can serve it as soon as you're ready, sir.
What a miserable meal, Holmes. The Walter's gone to his room, the young lovers are nearly in tears, and Small and the lawyer Murdoch seem to be positively gloating.
Yes, a most depressing atmosphere in which to welcome the new year. But let us, at least, make the best of it. I think I'll go and have a talk with Sir Walter. And you, my dear chap, why not try and cheer up the young folks? Some of your experiences in India may make them take their minds off their trouble.
Yes, quite an idea. I'll join you in the library. Call me if you want me, Holmes. Ah, there you are, my dears.
Hello, Dr. Watson.
All alone in front of the fire, eh?
I'm afraid we're not in very good spirits, sir.
Oh, nevertheless, I'll sit down here and join you, if you don't mind. Misery loves company, you know.
You're very kind, Doctor. I was just trying to persuade Ian to elope with me. But he's being most ungallant. He won't even consider it.
How can I, darling? I've got under 200 pounds a year in my own right. How could we live on that? I was counting on the money the grandfather was going to give us to get me started.
Now, Miss Small, a little earlier you talked of Gretna Green and bread and cheese and love in a cottage. Yes, there's a lot to be said for it, you know.
Well, to be said for it, yes, Doctor. But have you ever tried it?
Not literally, my boy, but I may tell you that when Mary, my wife, and I were first married, I had very little money. In fact, my income was just about the sum that you mentioned. And we were very happy.
But you have a profession, Doctor. Look at me. I've been trained for nothing except to be Laird of Dunbar Castle. I can't support a wife on tradition.
But you're young, Ian. You can get some kind of position. I'm sure you can.
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, I think that... Holmes, what is it? What's wrong?
There's devil's work afoot, Watson. Come with me, old fellow. And you, Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Holmes, what's happened?
It's Sir Walter. I went to his room. It was in darkness, but in the moonlight I saw two figures struggling by the open casement. One of them was Sir Walter. As I entered, he disappeared from sight. His attacker had pushed him out of the window into the moat.
How dreadful.
The other man got away in the darkness. We must get lanterns and go out to the moat at once. Though I'm very much afraid, Mr. Dunbar, that your grandfather is beyond our help.
Dr. Watson will be back in just a second, so I'd just like to remind you that if you want to serve a wine over the holidays that you're sure the ladies will enjoy, serve Petri California Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is a golden wine with a wonderful flavor. The flavor of big, plump Muscat grapes. And you know what a flavor that is. I'm sure you'll find that Petri Muscatel is the favorite wine of all women, just as Petri Port is the favorite wine with men. And incidentally, if you're not sure which to get, Petri Muscatel or Petri Port, don't buy one, buy two. Get them both, and you'll be sure to please everyone. Now, to get back to our story, someone had pushed poor old Sir Walter out of his bedroom window and into the moat below. Isn't that right, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Of course, we grabbed lanterns as fast as we could and rushed outside, but it was a hopeless task. The water was 8 or 10 feet deep, and it seemed obvious that the elderly Sir Walter wouldn't have a chance of saving himself. But we searched on, the flicker of bobbing lanterns and the scurrying figures in the frosty moonlight, forming a weird, fantastic...
Angus, bring a lantern over here.
Aye, sir.
Can you see anything, Holmes? Nothing.
I don't see why your friend doesn't call the police, Dr. Watson. He's accomplishing nothing.
We thought there might be a chance of finding the old man alive, Mr. Small. He wants to avoid a scandal, if possible, for your sake, sir, as well as the Dunbars.
The scandal can't touch me or Dorothy over this. Her engagement was never announced, thank heaven.
That's a great pity, sir. I should think some new blood in your family would be a great improvement.
You're being confoundedly impertinent,
And
Doctor.
you'll be confoundedly heartless, sir. Well, Holmes, have you given up hope?
I'm afraid we'll never find him without dragnets and grappling hooks. Have to call the police. What time is it? Sir Ian, you know the time?
What did you call me, Mr. Holmes?
Sir Ian.
By Jove, yes. It does seem a bit premature, Holmes, but of course you're right. If your poor grandfather's dead, Mr. Dunbar, you're the baronet now.
And the time, Sir Ian?
It's 11:45, Mr. Holmes.
A quarter of an hour to the new year. Sir Ian, doesn't that fact suggest something to you?
Yes, it does. So I'm the new baronet, am I? Very well, then. There'll be no more talk of the police for 15 minutes. I want all of you to come back to the castle with me. As the last chime of midnight rings out, I shall have a statement to make. A statement that I want you all to hear.
What you brought us all back here for, Holmes? There's something very funny going on. I tell you, I don't like the look of it.
And I, Watson, like the look of it very much.
I wish you wouldn't be so dashed mysterious. What are you up to? You haven't taken a step yet towards finding the murderer.
Haven't I? And I wonder what causes the beads of perspiration on Mr. Small's brow.
Small? You mean that Small...
Yes, and I wonder what causes the singular look of apprehension on the face of Murdoch, the young lawyer. You remember, of course, on my remarking how easily he carried the large iron box.
Great Scott, yes. And it took a strong man to throw Sir Walter out of the window.
Watson,
huh?
The new year is approaching.
Ladies and gentlemen, in view of our recent tragedy, this is one New Year's Eve when none of us feels like song and jollity. But there still remains a ritual duty for me to perform. Mr. Murdoch, open the iron box, please.
But I can't do that. It was only to be opened for your grandfather.
No, Mr. Murdoch. The phrase was that it was to be opened on the New Year's Eve before the baronet's 21st birthday. I am now the baronet, and I shall be 21 next year on August 21st. Open the box, please, Mr. Murdoch.
Ian, darling, how frightfully clever of you.
Good lad. I hoped you'd think of it.
Sir Ian.
Murdoch, open that box.
Very well, Sir Ian. But I'm afraid you're in for something of a shock.
Great Scott, the box is empty.
Except for a sheet of notepaper in the bottom.
What's the meaning of this, Murdoch?
Read that paper, Sir Ian, and you'll understand.
I owe you 4,000 sovereigns. And it's signed Alexander Murdoch, on behalf of Murdoch and Murdoch, lawyers. You'd better explain this.
It's the family skeleton, Sir Ian. That note is signed by my great-grandfather, the one that witnessed the original deed concerning the box. As soon as Sir Walter was born on that February the 29th, my great-grandfather realized the money wouldn't have to be produced for 84 years.
And so he stole it.
He borrowed it. He always intended to pay it back, but he was never able to. When he died, he told my father of his secret, and my father in turn told me. We've always planned to put back the money, Sir Ian, but we've never been able to.
This is daylight robbery. You should prosecute them, Ian. The firm's still in business. You can ruin them. You can sue them for every penny they have.
Mr. Small, you've already shown a marked aversion to my family. I suggest you allow me to handle their affairs.
Bravo, Ian.
How dare you, Dorothy? Go to your room.
No one's going to their room. No one's leaving here until the police arrive. I'm convinced that one of you murdered my grandfather tonight.
And if you ask me, it's obvious who that someone is.
Who, Dr. Watson?
You, Mr. Murdoch. You came here planning to kill poor old Sir Walter because you never intended to open that box. You thought that your secret would die with him.
That's a lie. I was going to tell him everything and then ask for time to pay the money. I didn't kill him.
Of course he didn't. There's your murderer. You yourself, Ian.
Father, what are you saying?
I'm saying that Ian's the murderer. He saw that the box wasn't going to be open for another 4 years. He realized out the money couldn't marry Dorothy, so he killed his grandfather and then ordered the box open.
You're trying to cover yourself. You pushed grandfather out of that window tonight. You thought that if he died, the box would never be opened. So Dorothy couldn't marry me.
You young
Gentlemen, please.
Upon my soul, Holmes, you seem remarkably calm.
Do I, my dear Watson? I must say I'm absolutely fascinated by listening to three people accusing each other of murder, and each of them producing perfectly sound motives. It's a remarkable example of the dangers of reasoning from motive alone. We should profit by experience, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, how can you be so calm? There's a murderer in this
I
room.
suppose this game of charades is getting a little out of hand, Miss Small. Let's conclude it. You'd better come out now.
That tapestry. It's It's moving.
A happy new year to you all.
Grandfather. Sir Walter, oh, am I seeing a ghost?
Oh, Sir Walter, you're all right.
Then what kind of a game have you been playing?
It's a bunny game that Holmes and I invented. You might call it forcing the issue. I was determined to have the box open before the next 4 years were out, whilst I was still alive to look inside it. But the trickery of your family, Murdoch, has made me a very unhappy man.
Sir Walter, I shall pay back the money in a few years. I swear I will.
It'll be too late to do me any good, but I'll take care that Ian gets it. I've half a mind to prosecute you.
Grandfather, the money isn't important now that you're all right.
You were counting on it just the same, my boy, so that you could marry Dorothy. I know that.
She'll never marry a pauper. I won't allow it.
When I'm 21, you can't stop me, Father. And I am going to marry Ian.
Be quiet. Sir Walter, it's a very unsavory business. I think that you owe us an explanation of your behavior tonight.
You tell him, Holmes. I fancy a wee drop of cream of Dunbar. Watching you all search for my body in the moat has made me thirsty.
The explanation is a very simple one, ladies and gentlemen. When you arrived here tonight, Mr. Murdoch, I knew from the way you handled the box that it could not contain the sum of gold it was supposed to.
And so you suspected fraud and devised a plan to force the opening of the box.
Yes, and Sir Walter was an eager conspirator.
Of course I was. Ian is 21 next August. Supposing I had died after he came of age, and before my next birthday, 4 years hence, the box would never have been opened.
And so we invented the fake murder story. By the way, Ian, I must congratulate you for grasping the possibilities of the situation so speedily. If you hadn't demanded the opening of the box, the Murdoch secret might still be a secret.
Well, it's a clever plan, Holmes. It's too bad that it had to have such a miserable ending.
I'm not sure that we have finished with the matter. Mr. Murdoch.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You say that your family took £4,000 from that box?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Curious. I would have sworn from its size that it would hold closer to 5,000. And in your account of the legend, Watson, you told me that Sir Thomas Dunbar stated on his deathbed that he had put something else in the box.
Right.
Something for a rainy day, is that it? Mm-hmm. Did the Murdochs find that extra something?
No, Mr. Holmes. They found nothing but the gold.
Oh, that's very odd. I think I'll take a closer look at that box if you don't mind.
Since this seems to be a night of telling secrets, I think you might as well know, Father, that if you don't give your consent, I shall elope with him.
Oh, bravo, my dear, bravo.
No such thing.
I admire your resolution, young lady, but I hardly think it will be necessary.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Permit me to show you all the treasure of the Dunbars.
What have you found, Holmes?
Something for a rainy day that old Sir Thomas spoke of. You see, since the cubic contents of the box obviously differed from my calculations, I deduced the existence of a false bottom. I was correct. And in that space, I found this.
Oh, it's a manuscript.
Quite so, the manuscript of a book. Look at the title page and see the author's name.
History of the Dunbar Family. By Sir Walter Scott.
Scott. I think, Sir Walter, that an original and unpublished manuscript by your distinguished namesake will prove worth several times the gold that is missing from that box.
You've saved the day for us, Holmes, my boy. God bless you. Oh, this has been as strange a new year as ever I knew. But it's turned out to be a bonny one, thanks to you, Holmes. Well, fill up your glasses. We're going to drink a toast to the new year.
By Joe, yes, Sir Walter. This is really a happy occasion.
Then let's complete it by singing the traditional song of the season, Auld Lang Syne. And in this case, when we sing, Should Old Acquaintance Be Forgot, I feel that in our hearts we should be thinking of Sir Walter Scott. He died over 60 years ago. He's made us all very happy here tonight.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to
Doctor, that turned out to be a very happy new year for all concerned.
Yes, that's one new year that I'll never forget.
Well, I sure hope you'll always remember this one, too.
Oh, just a second, my boy. That calls for a glass of port.
Fine.
Well, to a happy new year, my boy, for you and for our many friends listening in.
And to you, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, boy.
That's good. Doctor, this has indeed been a pleasant association for me.
Oh, I'm glad to hear.
You're the best storyteller I've ever known, and the Petrie family makes the best wine I've ever tasted. I hope that just as they've been making wine for generations in the past, The Petrie family will continue to make fine wine in the future.
And Mr. Bartell, I know that you'll always be here to tell us just how good that Petrie wine is.
Well, I hope so, Doctor. And I hope you'll always be right here beside me to tell another swell story about Mr. Holmes.
I hope so too, my boy.
Oh, and incidentally, Doctor, what new adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird story. It starts with a series of murders on Hampstead Heath and ends with a battle to the death in a burning waxworks. I call it the strange case of the murderer in wax.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Silver Blaze. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petrie family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I would like to thank Phyllis White for taking the time to tell us about her husband, Anthony Boucher, and also about Dennis Green, and those wonderful times, not so long ago, when Holmes and Watson were played by Rathbone and Bruce. The 2 episodes you have just heard are part of the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and are a 1988 copyrighted production of 221A Baker Street Associates. The Sherlock Holmes stories and the characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John H. Watson were created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and are used with the kind permission of Dame Jean Conan Doyle. This is Ben Wright. Won't you join me again sometime soon for 2 more new adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Thank you for listening.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made with the Rexall Drug Company, like Rexall Mineral Oil, for example. This is the mineral oil specially refined for extra heavy body. What's more, Rexall Mineral Oil is tasteless, odorless, colorless, non-irritating, and non-habit forming. Quality like that is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, pardon me. You know where I might find Mr. Richard Diamond?
You want to hire him?
Yes.
Well, stop being so bashful, friend. Come in, come in.
Thank you. You're Mr. Diamond?
Well, any resemblance to the Irish washerwoman is purely intentional.
Do you always do your own laundry?
Always. Keeps my petty cash from looking too petty. Sit down, Mr.
Baxter. Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Was a man, I guess, to be in his early 50s. Straight up, he crowded 6'3", counting the 2-inch heels on his handmade boots. Looking at him, I thought of an old Remington print and suddenly felt like singing a chorus of Home on the Range.
I'd like you to come to Okmulgee with me, Mr. Diamond.
Well, why, Mr. Baxter?
My brother was killed yesterday. The sheriff and the coroner said it was an accident. I don't believe it.
How did you happen to look me up?
I raise cattle, Mr. Diamond. I do a great deal of business in Chicago and New York. I wanted a detective with experience, someone with a good reputation.
Bless you.
I called a friend on Wall Street, and he recommended several men. One of them was you. I checked your background. I'm satisfied.
Oh, good. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Chicken feed. I'll pay it, and if you catch the man who done it, I'll give you a $1,000 bonus.
Oh, well, now, I can't leave right away. It'll take me at least 5 minutes to get my affairs in order.
Yeah, I can certainly see you appreciate a buck.
Mr. Baxter, I appreciate a buck like a Texan appreciates Texas.
Texas? Never heard of him.
How was your brother supposed to have been killed?
Thrown from his horse, skull fracture.
And you don't believe it?
I do not.
Why?
Too good a horseman.
Well, it could have happened.
Well, if it did, he'd have taken the fall right. Might have busted something, but wouldn't have killed him.
Anything else?
His wife. My brother was a wealthy man, Mr. Diamond. His wife will inherit everything. Ranch, cattle, all worth about $8 or $10 million.
You think she had something to do with his death?
You tell me, Mr. Diamond.
I called Helen, told her I was off to Okmulgee, promised I'd send her a couple of Navajos or whatever they had out there. Then I took Clay Baxter over to my flat and threw a few things into a suitcase.
Oklahoma's dry.
So's Richard Diamond.
Might get arrested.
I don't want to leave it here.
Wouldn't make any difference if it was empty, would it?
No.
Got a couple of glasses?
A fifth usually adds up to a full evening, but that's only when Clay Baxter isn't around. When he poured one for the road, the water line receded 6 inches. I had a quick one, and he finished it.
How'd that soldier?
How do you feel?
Oh, lively.
Why don't we forget the plane? You just start running for the window, and I'll climb on. Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Population 17,091, according to the last census, and very hot in August. Baxter's station wagon's waiting at the airport, and the driver took us into town where I was introduced to the local law.
This here's Sheriff Billings.
How are you, Sheriff?
Jim, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective from New York.
Howdy, Diamond.
Howdy.
Private detective, huh?
Oh, I've been called other things.
Still ain't satisfied, huh, Clay?
Not yet. And you ain't either, and you know it, Jim.
How about it, Sheriff? You think Mr. Baxter's brother was killed deliberately?
Coroner says it was an accident. Hit his head on a rock.
That ain't what Mr. Diamond asked.
Well, Will Baxter was a pretty good rider, but he could have been thrown.
I don't...
All the evidence says he was. Could see plain where his horse bolted.
What could have made his horse shy?
Snake, maybe.
Not that horse, and you know it, Jim.
Well, maybe stepped in a chuck hole. He was limping right bad when he got back to the barn.
No signs of anyone else near the body?
Well, when I got there, some of Will's boys had already ridden out.
Who found him?
A couple of old miners. Luke and Phineas Merriweather.
Well, let's go out to the ranch, Mr. Baxter, and take another look at the spot where your brother died.
Will Baxter's ranch is 40 miles from here, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd like to go out to my place and freshen up a bit first. You go ahead and shave and shower. I'm going to go build me a drink.
Hey, this is quite a place, Mr. Baxter.
Glad you like it. Take a swim in the pool if you'd want, but watch out for the catfish.
Catfish?
I'm a bachelor. Don't use the pool much, and I don't usually have guests. Love catfish for dinner, so I keep them in the pool.
I caught a guy once floating bodies in his bathtub.
Don't say. Funny, Harvey.
I showered and shaved and met Baxter out by the pool where he was feeding his catfish. I watched a pound of liver disappear like lychee nuts in the Tong War, and we all headed back to town where we picked up Sheriff Billings. 40 miles later, we pulled up in front of the late Will Baxter's ranch. A little different architecture, but just as impressive as my client's.
Well,
Clay. Afternoon, Sheriff.
Oh, Wilma.
Afternoon, Wilma.
Wilma, this here's Mr. Richard Diamond. Wilma Baxter, my brother's wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Private detective. Come up from New York.
Oh? Well, why don't we all go in the house? It's too hot out here.
Mr. Diamond wants to go out and look at the spot where Will got himself killed.
Certainly. Have one of the boys fix you up with some horses. When you're done, why not stop back for dinner?
Mr. Diamond's eating with me, and he's going to be pretty busy for a while.
Now, I'll give you a rain check, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you.
I'd like you to tell me about New York. It's been a long time, and I've almost forgotten what it's like.
Let's go, Jim. It's getting late.
Bye, Mr. Diamond. Nice meeting you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter.
Seems all broken up, don't she?
Yeah. Where was she when her husband got killed?
Perfect alibi. In town all day. A lot of people saw her. Mighty fine-looking woman.
Mighty. We all rode down to the stables, and one of the hands saddled up 3 horses, and we started out across the open desert. For a man who had spent all his life riding around in taxicabs, the experience was just short of agonizing.
Just up ahead, Diamond.
Swell.
Never rode much, did you?
No, I always bounce like this. Like to make my money belt jingle.
Well, here it is. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Well, here's where they found the body.
Now, what did he hit his head on?
That rock right there.
Mm-hmm. Did you take an impression of the wound to see if it matched?
Nope.
Well, why not?
Never thought about it.
Well, that's a pretty good reason. Anyway, let's dig that rock out and take it back with us. I spent the next minutes limping around looking for something and came up with nothing except a longing for a hot Epsom salts bath. We dug up the large rock and took it back with us to Wilma Baxter's ranch.
Whoa!
Oh. Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Frank. This here's Mr. Diamond, Frank. Diamond, this is Frank Kelly, the ranch foreman.
Howdy. Detective fella, huh? Miss Baxter told me about you. Said you was doing some investigating.
Yes, sirree.
Scientific investigation. The way the city boys do it.
What you going to do with that rock?
Hopscotch. Oh, on second thought, I think we'll take turns untying the knots in my back.
Good warm shower and you'll feel fit as a fiddle.
Well, I got a good start. I'm shaped like one.
You'll find it a little bit rough out here, Diamond.
Oh, I'll get used to it, Mr. Kelly.
I hope you're right. Ain't much like the big city.
Oh? Just what is the big city like, Mr. Kelly?
I ain't never been there. Just what I've noticed. Looks like a man can get pretty soft living in the city.
Well, I'd like to show you where I was brought up sometime, Mr. Kelly. We never got around to playing cowboy, though. We were too busy kicking each other's teeth out.
See you later, Mr. Baxter. So long, Sheriff.
I don't think Frank likes you, Diamond.
Well, what about Will Baxter's horse? I can take a look at him.
Right over there in that stall.
Really pulled up lame.
Oh, good horse. Never figured to shy at anything.
Man, look at that.
His hip's swollen.
Yeah, really twisted something. Steady, boy. Steady.
Hey, that looks like an infection.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It kind of does.
What are you getting at, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'm not getting into thing, Mr. Baxter. I just said it looked like an infection.
Yeah, we better tell Mrs. Baxter or Frank. Have someone take care of it.
Tell me, boys, if you jabbed a horse with something, would that make him bolt? Come on, I want to get back to town and talk with the coroner.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer said to me,
I wish I knew some way to be sure I'm getting enough vitamins. Some way that's easy, yes, and inexpensive, too.
Why, ma'am, millions of people have found the way to do that. They take Rexall Plenamins.
Plenamins?
Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules. Just 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established.
Well, you can't expect much more than that.
Yet Plenamins do give you more than that, for they also contain valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other factors of the vitamin B complex.
Say, they must be expensive.
On the contrary, ma'am, Rexall Plenamons cost you only a few pennies per day. Ask for Plenamons at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, look here, Jim. Ain't my word good enough?
Why, sure it is, Coroner, but Clay hired Mr. Diamond to do some investigating, and he's doing it.
Clay, I tell you, your brother died from natural causes.
I don't think so.
But if you insist, I'll show this detective fella the body.
I want the head wound matched with this rock.
Okay, but the mortuary ain't gonna like it. They got him all ready to bury.
The coroner led me across the street and into a funeral parlor where I took a look at the late Will Baxter. 6 years with the 5th Precinct homicide and a couple of dozen killings should have conditioned me. But like always, the first look shakes something loose in the middle of my stomach, and I have to keep swallowing hard.
Looks right natural, don't he, Clay?
Yeah.
They do a good job here.
Bully for them.
He hit his head right here. Concussion, plain and simple.
No other marks or bruises?
No.
While the coroner rolled the late Will Baxter into one of the back rooms and made a comparison with the head wound and the rock we'd brought in from the ranch, we went out on the front porch for some air. I lit a cigarette and thought about an old case I'd worked on 5 or 6 years before.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Doc. PIGEON all right?
Funny thing.
Head wound doesn't match the rock.
Sure doesn't. Wound is too deep. Rock's round and flat. Nothing sticking up to go that deep.
Then I want an autopsy.
Why? Fracture still killed him?
No, I doubt it. When someone plans a murder, they don't count on one blow to do the trick.
But there's nothing else that could have done it.
Well, nothing you can see. I've met someone here in Okmulgee that I'm pretty sure is wanted for another killing very similar to this. Now, Doc, go make that autopsy and fast.
You think maybe you found something, Diamond? You think Will was killed deliberately?
Maybe, but we'll have to wait for the autopsy. In the meantime, I'd like to go out and visit those 2 old-timers.
Luke and Phineas?
That's right, Sheriff.
Well, it's mighty dangerous. But come on, I'll take you out.
You better wait here for the report. Mr. Baxter and I will go on out.
All right, you can use my horses, so you won't have to go all the way back to the ranch.
Horses?
Well, the Merriweathers are on the other side of town, out about 10 miles, no roads.
Oh, horses, 10 miles. I mean, never play kick the can again. Oh.
You really don't take the horses, do you, Diamond?
Maybe if you could find me a nice, long, thin one. Holy Ike. Whoa, steady.
That's one of the Merriweathers.
Well, let's get out of here. Come on, horse. Now, come on, I'm yelling, I admit it.
Now, it's okay, Diamond. That's just the boys' way of letting you know not to come any farther, unless they say so.
Oh, swell greetings. What happens now?
Hey, up there! Luke! Phineas!
What you want?
It's Clay Baxter. I got a friend here who wants to talk to you.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? Hey, Baxter. Got some friend who wants to palaver.
I don't feel like palavering. Better shoot him.
Giddy up.
Just take it easy. Take it easy. They always act like this.
Phineas don't want to palaver. I gotta shoot you if you don't promote.
It's important. About my brother.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? It's about his brother, the dead one we found t'other day.
Oh, all right, I guess. Let one of them come up.
Baxter?
Yeah, Luke?
Send your friend on up.
And up I went, leaving my better judgment running off across the desert. I climbed a small hill and found myself standing at the entrance of an old mine shaft. Luke and Phineas Merriweather stood on either side, shotguns ready, pointed right at my chest.
Start talking.
Well, gentlemen, my name is Diamond.
Don't pay no import to names. What do you want?
Just wanted to ask some questions about the man you found the other day.
You a policeman?
Well, kind of.
Shoot him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not a real policeman.
Then what are you?
I'm a private detective.
Luke? Yeah.
What's the matter? It's an honest profession. Fellow's got to make a living.
You a real live private detective?
Well, I'm a private detective. The real live part I'm depending on.
Well, my goodness gracious. Come on in, have some victuals.
Huh?
Why, mister, me and Finney read all them stories about you fellas.
Uh-huh.
We filled up one whole tunnel with old detective magazines. You fellas really are something.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Let's see your badge.
Oh, yeah. Sure. There you are.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be dogged. Come on in, friend. Come on in. I'd like to ask you some questions about this here Dick Tracy fella.
Well, 1 minute I'd faced 2 shotguns, and the next I was turned into an honored guest. I had coffee and biscuits with Luke and Phineas, and answered enough questions about the private detective business to fill a dime novel of my own. I squeezed in enough questions to find out that the boys hadn't seen or found anything unusual when they discovered Will Baxter's body. 4 cups of coffee and a dozen biscuits later, I bid the Merriweathers a fond farewell and returned to Clay Baxter.
They loved you?
Oh, worshipped me. They're starting a Richard Diamond fan club.
Well, did you find out anything?
No.
Well, give me your hand. I'll help you up on your horse.
Oh, couldn't I just walk back? Come on, horse. Hold still. Steady, boy. Clay Baxter, sitting in his saddle, had leaned down and grabbed my hand to help me up on my horse, and that was when he got it. His horse took out with the wounded man still up and hanging on. I booted my horse in the ribs. Oh! I took off after Baxter like citation on a good day. I closed my eyes, prayed a little, and tried to remember every jockey I'd ever seen before. Suddenly, I looked up and spotted Baxter's horse dead ahead, standing still and right in my path. Whoa! Oh!
Well, I guess it's just my time. If I don't die from this bullet I got in me, I'm going to do it from laughing.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right. Bullet went clean through, just under the collarbone. Didn't break anything. How do you feel, Mr. Diamond?
Crippled.
Any idea who shot Clay?
No.
Clay said he thought it might have been the Merriweather boys.
No, it couldn't have been.
Why not?
No, the Merriweather boys use shotguns, not rifles. What about that autopsy, Doc? Well, come on. What about it?
You was right. Will Baxter didn't die from a skull fracture.
What was it?
You don't know what was used for sure. A long, thin instrument. Whoever did it pulled the lower eyelid down, killed Will Baxter by jabbing something through the eye into his brain.
Probably hit him over the head to knock him off the horse, and then got down and made sure.
And then jabbed his horse in the flank to make him bolt.
Nasty way to kill a man.
Well, it's been done before. But not a man's way of killing.
Wilma Baxter was in town all day.
When Clay comes around, tell him I borrowed his station wagon.
Going out to see Wilma?
Going out to her ranch. I want to take another look at Will Baxter's lame horse. And, Doc, I want to borrow a pair of surgical probes. I climbed into the station wagon. Close to an hour later, I pulled up on the side of the road. The gate to the ranch house was another 100 yards up ahead. So I piled out, climbed the tall white fence, and slipped into the barn. Steady, fella. Steady. Steady. The horse's left flank was still swollen and very close to a serious infection. I ran my hand over the spot. Steady, boy. There was something still stuck in the flesh, so I used the surgical probes and prayed the horse wouldn't kick my brains out. Whoa. Steady, boy. Steady. There. Sorry, fellow.
I didn't know you were a vet, Mr. Diamond.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Baxter.
You know, in this part of the country, you can get shot for horse stealing.
Oh, not stealing. Just taking this out of your horse's flank.
What is it?
That's a piece of a long needle. Might be a hat pin or something.
I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Oh, certainly. Your husband was murdered.
That's impossible.
Suit yourself, but he was. Somebody hit him over the head, knocked him from his horse, jabbed this needle into his eye, then jabbed it into the horse's flank so the horse would pull up lame, look like he'd shied. The killer tried to shoot me this evening, but he missed and got Clay Baxter instead.
And who do you think did this?
I don't know. The method doesn't fit a man.
A woman, then?
Well, the blow on the back of the head rules out a woman. Too much force.
What have you got left?
What I started with. A man. And a woman.
Very interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. You're from New York, aren't you?
I've been there.
I thought so. Your face is familiar.
I haven't been in New York in at least 10 years, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, funny. Well, I've got to go out to the Merriweathers.
With those two old miners who found my husband?
Mm-hmm. They saw the murderer.
What?
Yeah, that's why I know how it was done. I was out there earlier, and I've got to go back after a sworn statement.
Well, why didn't they speak up before this?
Afraid. Said it was none of their business. See you later, Mrs. Baxter.
Have another biscuit, Inspector.
No thanks, fellas. 10's plenty.
So Will Baxter was murdered, huh?
That's right, and Mrs. Baxter thinks you two saw who did the killing.
Gonna lay a trap, huh?
Yes, Luke, gonna lay a trap. Now, look, I remembered Mrs. Baxter from someplace the first time I saw her. Then when I found out how the murder was committed, I recalled a case very similar back in New York. Man was hit over the head, pushed down a flight of stairs, and his brain pierced by a hat pin. A man actually did it, but a woman planned it. The man was caught, but the woman disappeared.
Why'd they do it?
The victim was insured. They wanted to make it look like an accident. Well, come on, we better spread out. We should have company pretty soon. The two old-timers took off their coats and gave me some beat-up pants, which I stuffed with pillows and blankets. In 5 minutes flat, I had two dummies sitting with me at the little table.
You think they'll fall for it?
Well, you can't tell, but you two go on outside and wait until somebody comes in. I just want him to try for one of the dummies.
Well, what if he tries for you?
Killjoy. Luke and Phineas took their place outside the mine, and I smoked a dozen cigarettes, and then I heard someone coming in, moving quietly up the tunnel toward the light. I played it big. Well, that's fine, Phineas. Now, if you'll just sign this statement. I rolled, and the dummy that represented Phineas Merriweather doubled over from the force of the slug. He shot again, and Luke's dummy toppled. I kicked the lamp out before he got around to yours truly.
2 down and 1 to go, Diamond.
I'm afraid I got a big surprise for you, friend.
I ain't worried.
You should be. There wasn't even close. You're a lousy shot.
Yeah?
You missed earlier this evening and got Clay Baxter instead.
I'll make up for it.
No, you won't, Train. Drop it. You heard him drop it.
Okay, all right. Don't shoot.
Wait a minute. Wait, I get the light. Yeah.
Well, hey, it's that Kelly fella.
Yeah, you're getting way out of line for a ranch foreman, Kelly.
Give it to him, Mr. Diamond.
Who had you kill Will Baxter? You know, Kelly, you said something today about getting soft in the city. Wonder just how soft I've gotten.
Maybe you'd like to find out.
Turn him loose, boys.
Yes, sir.
Go on now. Go to it, Mr. Diamond.
I don't like getting shot at. It makes me real unhappy when anyone runs around killing people.
No, go on. Stop him, do it.
Shut up, Finney, and let him fight.
Now, Kelly, why'd you kill Will Baxter?
Wilma Baxter talked me into it, promised me a share of the range.
And for that, you killed a man, huh?
It's a big range.
Oh, get up.
Sure hate to see you leave, Mr. Diamond.
I hate to go myself, boys. Love them biscuits.
Maybe we'll get up and see you in New York sometime.
Hey, Kelly's coming, too. Doesn't like being tied to a horse like that, I guess.
Finney.
Yeah, Duke?
Fella's coming, too. Hit him with something.
Yeah, sure.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
I often think there's no common ailment quite so distressing as acid stomach. And there's certainly no relief for it quite as fast and effective as Bismarex. This famous Rexall antacid often neutralizes excess acidity within 1 minute. And the scientifically balanced ingredients of Bismarex work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Yes, Bismarex gives relief that's not only quick, but continuous and prolonged. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Hal March, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, Barton Yarborough, Wilms Herbert, and Wally Mayer. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Next week, both Groucho Marx and Bob Hope will be back on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse on a Caper, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the world has you spinning on your head, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, mine is no world-shaking problem, merely a grim and unpleasant duty. One of my girls here at Cliffbriar College passed away several days ago. Her body must be accompanied to her home in Mexico City. If you're available for this assignment, please phone me at the school this afternoon. Then you can meet Miss Burdick.
Meet Miss Burdick, our resident nurse at Idlett's funeral home this evening, and make the necessary arrangements. Yours very truly, Julia Dunham Stoner, Dean.
I don't know about you, Brooksy, but I'd rather be on a slow boat to China.
Cliffbriar College. Golly, I wonder how old the poor girl was. Do you think she had a boyfriend, George? Think of how he must feel. They probably
let's think of the problem at hand, Angel. Do we take this or not?
Who are you kidding? You've already made up your mind.
Well, somebody has to do it. The law says that a corpse must have a chaperone. Then, of course, there's Mexico City. Yeah, I'll bring you back a couple of maracas as a souvenir.
We'll talk about that later, senor. Shall I give Dean Stoner a ring?
Mexico City. Land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
You shut up.
Here's the burial permit and a copy of the death certificate, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Miss Burdick.
You'll need those when you get to the train tomorrow.
How old was she, Miss Burdick?
Consuelo Banales was 19. I know.
You're probably thinking how much she had to live for. A great deal, Miss Brooks. She was beautiful, had more money than she could possibly use. Everything.
Miss Benales is all fixed up for the trip. Looks real beautiful. If you want to, you can go in the back and see for yourself, Miss Burdick.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Idlett.
I better go across the street and get me a sandwich. The way work's been coming in these days, hardly get a chance to eat. If it would only level off over the years.
Mr. Idlett, you'd better go and hurry back. We have a few things to talk about.
And this is the wrong season for business. Don't understand it. Be back in a few minutes.
Well, I suppose every occupation has its hazards.
Death certificate. Date 1449. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Natural causes. Attended deceased from November 18th, 1948 to January 4th, 1949. Last visit, January 5th, 1949. Son, Elwood, Dryden, MT.
Dr. Dryden is sort of college physician, although he lives off the campus.
I see.
He's been away the last few days, must be on a case.
I see.
Now, here's a check to cover your expenses, Mr. Valentine. Consuelo's family will take care of your fee when you get to Mexico City. Please let Dean Stoner know when you come back.
Yes, I'll do that, Miss Birdie.
Good night.
Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Sit down and browse through the mortician's journal. I'll go and see if I can hurry Mr. Idlett along.
Well, all right, but please hurry, darling. Despite the potted palms, I can think of a cozier waiting room.
Hey, what is this? What hole did you two guys creep out of?
Yeah, you two men, what are you doing in my funeral parlor? And why have you got that young lady bound and gagged?
Button your lip or button your shirt on.
That gun doesn't frighten me. I'm going out and call a policeman.
Hey, wait a minute, you get...
Oh, I couldn't hold myself back.
Who is that character on the floor?
Well, he was the Undertaker.
Oh, the cold cook, huh? You, what are you doing here? Who are you?
You're just talking up your sleeve, Buster, till you take that gag out of that lady's mouth.
Me? Nobody's got more respect for women than me. I think all of them like my own dear mother. Go ahead, Danny. Take the thing out of her yep.
George.
Shut up. I just did that to show you I got respect for womanhood, lady. Now back to you, Jack. What are you doing around here? And why did you heist the body?
He's been raving about somebody stealing Consuelo's body from the back room.
Didn't I tell you to keep still? Come on, Jack. What did you do with her?
The name's Valentine. What's the name they got under your pin-up picture in the post office?
Hey, you want I should give this guy a good slamming for cracking wise? The name is Bo Scarby. You're the only one been flitting around here all night. And Consuelo, she ain't here anymore.
You're running a fever, mister. I was just hired to go with the body back to Mexico.
She ain't going back to Mexico. She's gonna stay here and get buried right next to my dear mother.
Go ahead, keep ranting. I'll try and listen.
Even though she did walk out on me, she's my wife. You get the swing of it?
No, I don't. She's just a college kid. She's only been here from Mexico a couple of months. You're not in her league, friend.
She gave me a wrong name. Ginger Santos. But I found out what she really was. And I read about her dying up here in that college. You get the swing of it?
Oh, brother, the only thing I'm getting is a headache.
All right, Danny. I will hold the gun. I've got work to do.
George, tell them anything.
We'll start easy. First with a mouthful of fingers. Get the swing of it, Valentine? And then he was holding back.
Hey, what do you want me to tell you? I don't know anything. This is crazy.
Danny, let yourself go.
George!
All right. Little Consuelo went up to heaven, yielded up the ghost, joined the choir, invisible. Is that what you want to know, Scarby?
You want us to go on, boss? This guy's beginning to talk out of his ears. No, leave him alone. Do listen to me, Valentine.
Yeah, coming over fine.
You know where Consuelo is, but you won't talk. Okay. But I'm going to be hip to everything you do from now on. You get the swing of it?
Yeah.
Come on, Danny.
Don't move, George. I'll try to get over to you.
Might be a little awkward, Brooksy, tied to that chair. I think I can make it.
There's a couple of brave boys. Oh, darling.
Oh, I'll have you out of this in a minute. While you take care of Mr. Idlets, I'll call Lieutenant Riley.
Yeah, but what about you, George?
Me? I'm just a big snoop, a little old Paul Pry.
Oh, darling, how can you joke when you're...
Body, who's got the body? And why?
Valentine, when I got the message that you were here at the funeral parlor, I quivered like a bird. I said to myself, oh, no, it couldn't be. But then again, it might.
Oh, shame on you, Lieutenant. You know you don't mean it.
Even though I look it, I'm not quite ready for Mr. Idlet's back room.
It would take you, chum boy, to come up with a capering corpse. But look here. Naturally, we're going to do everything we can to find who stole the girl's body. But now, what else is on your mind?
Murder.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Just look at what we've got on our hands. Somebody waltzes in the back door and trips out with a corpse. A notorious hoodlum comes to claim it so he can bury it next to his dear mother.
A typical Valentine shindig.
The girl in question comes from a wealthy Mexican family and is presumably married to said mug, giving a false name.
And she's supposed to be going to college all the time.
Yeah. And finally, this death certificate.
What do you mean, finally? We've looked at it enough.
The doctor who wrote this hasn't been around for a few days. In fact, not since the morning after the girl died.
Well, the man's got a right to get out of town on a case or to go to a convention or something.
Did not leave any word? Oh, we'll skip that. Now, how's this for the neatest trick of the week? The certificate is dated January 4th.
Well...
Last visit, it says, January 5th. The day after Consuela died.
Well, that's right.
Well, it might have been a slip of the pen.
Or a mistake, Lieutenant, purposely made to draw attention to this certificate. To say there's something screwy about it.
Well, I know this is going to hurt, but just what are you driving at?
Let's go looking for Dr. Elwood Dryden. Uphill, downhill, and all around the mulberry bush.
Here we go.
Especially in and about the canyons near Cliffbriar College for wealthy young ladies.
Lieutenant! Quick! Over here! We found some...
Come on, this may be it.
Yeah. Take it easy. Look out there. Oh, that car must have jumped the side road right down into this gully. Get the door open there.
Hey, it's good and dead, all right.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, there's not much left of the car.
George, look. It's got a medical license plate.
All right, Brady, let me get in there.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Better send for a tow car.
Oh, holy smoke. You were right, Valentine. Here. Ooh. The identification tag says Elwood Dryden, M.D. A very convincing picture of an accident, except for that little hole in his head.
Powder burns. Fired at close range.
Well, then you were right about it being murder, George.
Okay. You call the shot, Valentine. Now let me see if I can match you.
Yeah?
Somebody made the doc sign a phony death certificate at the point of a gun, so there wouldn't be an autopsy on the girl. Then they let him have it.
Yep, that's the way I see it, too.
But if that's the case, there were two murders.
Uh-huh. A double header.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about modern methods. Not so many years ago, the problem of lubricating your car's engine was fairly simple. Nearly any straight mineral oil would do the job well and economically. But today, nearly every car on the road needs a specially compounded motor oil. Otherwise, engine efficiency would drop way down and repair bills would stop piling up. And that's where RPM motor oil comes in. Perfected by engineers at Standard of California, RPM assures longer engine life, cuts repair bills to the bone. Its chemical compounds prevent rust from attacking the interior of your engine. They fight off carbon and lacquer trouble, put a stop to corrosion, prevent crankcase foaming. Perhaps most important of all, RPM sticks to engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from a fresh supply of engine-saving, money-saving RPM motor oil. Get RPM tomorrow.
Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Reluctantly, you take the job of escorting the corpse of a young woman to her wealthy family in Mexico City. But the body is stolen. 2 gangsters work you over. And the doctor who signed the death certificate is found murdered. In his place, you'd probably describe these homicidal shenanigans just as George Valentine did. A double-header. Yes, and also find yourself in the room of the late Consuelo Bonales at Cliffbriar College.
Brooksy, if we're going to believe Senorita Bonales lived in this room, we'll also have to believe she was using someone else's fingers.
What's that, George?
These fingerprints we got off that silver hairbrush don't match the ones on this passport.
Well, still, the picture here goes with the girl in the funeral parlor. Mr. Idlett's identified.
Well, you can substitute a different picture, but you can't change fingerprints.
But why the melodramatic masquerade? Why should another girl take Consuelo's place and end up on a slab in a mortuary? And where's Consuelo?
Hey, one thing at a time, Angel. But you're right. The big thing is why. Why a wealthy and beautiful young lady from Mexico would let anyone else fill her nylons?
Oh, we could kick that one around for days and not get anywhere.
Well, suppose we get a jump on the wild goose season. Beat it down to headquarters and make like Mata Hari with the boys in the fingerprint division. See if there's anything in the files that will give us a name to go with the prints.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, Dean Stoner told me that you were up here and wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah, just a few questions, Miss Burdick. Take care of that little matter, will you, Brooksy?
Oh, I'm on my way.
Now, would you know, Miss Burdick, when Dr. Dryden filled out that death certificate?
Why, the night Consuelo died. The Department of Health got it in the mail the next morning.
According to Lieutenant Riley, when you walked in, you found Miss Bonales dead.
That's right. I saw the light and wondered why she was up so late. First, I thought she'd taken an overdose of her pills.
Pills? What pills?
She suffered terribly from migraine headaches, and Dr. Dryden was prescribing for her.
Oh, I see.
Those are the pills in that bottle on her night table.
But Dr. Dryden decided differently, huh? Cerebral hemorrhage. Just one more question, Miss Burdick. What sort of girl was Consuelo?
Mr. Valentine, all our students are supposed to be paragons of virtue. Genteel young ladies from the best of families.
But off the record.
Off the record, Consuelo was a paragon of everything but virtue back in Mexico. Madcap heiress, beautiful and bored, that sort of thing. Her parents expected Cliffbriar to exert a chastening influence. But why should anyone want to make off with the poor girl's body? What is this all about, Mr. Valentine?
It's going to take a Mata Hari to find that out.
What's that?
Oh, don't mind me, Miss Burdick. Brass knuckles and a sleepless night always makes my mind wander. Yeah, Brooksy, I'm still on the phone. Well, I was just trying to think. Now we know the Cliffbriar girl was Ginger Santos. And that's the name Consuelo Bonales gave that mug Scarbeck when she married him. Yeah, well, look, I'll meet you over at Max Weiner's as soon as you can get there. Well, you know, the theatrical booking agent. Yeah, so long.
Santos.
Yes, Ginger Santos, the Mexican dancer now.
Yeah, thrown in the pokey once for dancing in an illegal gambling joint.
My files here are all mixed up. I gotta tell my secretary about this. Who am I kidding? Who's got a secretary?
Same old Max.
Wait a minute, wait. I remember. Ginger Santos, sure, especially Mexican hat dance.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Only Ginger doesn't dance around the hat.
Huh?
She makes with it like Sally Rand makes with the fan.
Yeah, well, never mind the colorful details. Max, where is she? How can we find her?
Let me see. 3 months ago, she was in the Club Reader. And now I think she's dancing out around Brewster and La Casita.
Good boy.
Come to think of it, that's also a place where you can lose some money. And I don't mean a parcheesi.
Okay, Max, send me a bill for the info.
Sure, I'll have my secretary do that. There I go again. Who's got a secretary? Better slip me a 10 now.
What a tragic waste, Miss Santos.
What?
I said, what a waste. You sitting here alone at the bar.
Where did you come from? Why didn't you get here sooner?
I take it that you wouldn't scream if I joined you, Ginger.
What do you think?
Hey, Ginger, is this guy giving you any trouble?
Yes, the kind I like. Go away, Carlos. No, wait. Get me another drink.
Look, you had too many already. Reynolds wouldn't like it. You still got your dance to do.
If my eyes are a little bloodshot, nobody will be looking at them anyway. Besides my headache.
Okay, but this is the last one.
Headache?
Head. But no matter. A little excitement always cures that. And you look like the kind of man who could provide plenty. By the way, what's the man's name?
Valentine. George.
I mean, who are you?
Oh, just say I'm a ballet domain. That means...
Don't patronize me. I know what the word means. But aside from being a lover of the dance, what else can you suggest for excitement?
What do you think?
I like you, Valentine George. You look like the kind who'd let a girl walk on the outside.
In other words, a mug, a bruiser. You go for the type, don't you, Consuelo?
What?
Here's your drink, Ginger.
Just leave it there. What was that you just said?
Well, just providing a little excitement. Tell me, how does it feel walking around with a dead girl's name?
You're crazy.
How does it feel to know that a guy like Bo Scarbic is looking for you?
What?
You gave him Ginger Santo's name when you married him.
Shut up.
Is it exciting enough to know that the girl you let take your place, her body is gone? Or isn't that news to you? What's the matter? You lost all your steam?
Get away from me. Stop following me, you.
Playing it that way, huh?
What right have you to talk to me that way?
What's going on here? All right, everybody, quiet down. It's just a little argument. Get back to your tables. What's the matter with you, Ginger? You know I don't like things like this happening in my club.
He was bothering me, Mike. Talk to him.
Don't give me that. There isn't a man you can't handle. If there were, you wouldn't admit it.
Mr. Reynolds seems to know you, sister.
You better talk to him, Mike. He mentioned something about eyelids.
Oh? How would you like to step in my office, fella?
Well, when there's no choice, I never waste time arguing. Come on, Buster. Let's go see your etchings.
All right, Valentine, I get the picture. Now let me do some talking.
Go ahead. It's your deal, Reynolds.
I'm a gambler, a businessman, not a murderer. I'm too smart for that. The worst that can be said about me or Ginger
You
is
mean Consuelo.
Let me talk. The worst is that we did something to keep the other dame from being shipped to Mexico, so Consuelo's folks wouldn't find out the truth.
Now, Reynolds, there's more to it than that.
All right, so the kid pulled a fast one on her people. Hired another girl to take her place so she could play it high, wide, and handsome on her own for a while. She's dynamite. She can't stand being cooped up without exploding.
Where have you got the body of the real Ginger Santos?
My boys stashed it away. But they'll see that it gets back. With a little diplomacy, things get squared again.
Oh, you write a nice story, Reynolds, except for the happy ending. You seem to forget it. Well, hello, Scarbic. For a while, I thought you lost my trail.
Get out of my way, Valentine. I just seen her outside. She's not dead at all. You, Reynolds?
Why?
Oh, now, come, boys. Let's not forget social amenities. Reynolds, I want you to meet Bo Scarbic, also a very tough guy, but more important, Consuelo's husband.
Husband? Why, that...
And, Bo, this is Mike, your successor in your wife's affection.
Yeah, I know. And me even wanting to bury her next to my dear mother. Anyway, I break this guy in half.
Please, Bo, don't. I've caused enough trouble.
Get away from
me.
Can we come in into your charge admission?
Now, just a minute.
You missed the best part, Lieutenant. This is the end of the third act coming up.
Is this Consuelo, George?
Yep. And Mr. Reynolds, who does her body snatching. They're all yours, Lieutenant.
Now, just a moment, Lieutenant.
I can... Quiet. We'll unscramble you down at headquarters. And before morning, we'll know which one of you killed Dryden and that girl.
Just to make sure you're not disappointed, Lieutenant, Brooksy and I will bring Nurse Burdick along. She'll have something to say that'll clinch the deal for you.
All right, bring her along.
Oh, 1 minute. There's something festering in my soul.
What, George?
Oh, Scarbic, I've got something for you.
Huh?
Yeah. And if you like it, send Danny. You're out.
Pretty good, Valentine. But cut it.
All unfested now. You all right back there, Miss Burdick?
I'm quite comfortable, Mr. Valentine.
You know, Brooksy, the irony of the answer to this whole thing is something only the murderer is going to appreciate.
What do you mean, darling?
Well, just think of it, Miss Burdick. Somebody forced Dr. Dryden to sign that fake death certificate. Yet he had the presence of mind to write it in such a way that it put the finger right on the killer.
Yes, it is a fabulous piece of irony, isn't it?
Yes, but it's going to be wasted on the lieutenant, George, when he finds out you've been keeping it all to yourself.
Oh, he'll get over it. Uh-oh.
Huh? Oh, the left rear tire again, George.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well, may as well get prepared to go to work. Take my coat, will you, Brooksy? I'll put it on the back of the seat.
Okay, George. Well, how does it look back there?
Oh, not too bad. Well, I'm not changing any tire on the top of the pass. We'll have to wait till we get down.
You're not going to get down, Mr. Valentine.
What's that?
George, the gun. She took it out of your pocket.
Hey, what is this, Miss Burdick? Has this business affected your mind?
Start the car, please. You know what's going to happen now? At the very top of the pass, I'm going to kill both of you. And roll the car down into the valley. And what's left, no one's going to go looking for two little bullet holes.
Miss Burdick, don't be a fool. You
Don't turn around like that, Miss Brooks. Wouldn't you like to know why I killed those two?
I know about Dr. Dryden. But what did you have against that Santos girl?
Nothing. She was just a common, vulgar nobody. But her death was useful.
When is murder ever useful?
When it can get you all the things you've never had. I've been a nurse all my life, taking care of everybody else. And these last years catering to those spoiled, brainless young ladies who have everything money can buy.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, Miss Burdick. If I explained to Lieutenant Riley you had a chance to kill us and didn't, I'm sure he'll give you a break.
Sure he will.
Keep driving, Mr. Valentine. Life could have been very pleasant with the money I would have blackmailed from Consuelo Benales.
That's all zeroed out now.
All right. But it was worth the risk. I knew I had to do what I did ever since I found out about the Santos girl and Consuelo changing places. You fools, can't you see I had to get rid of the stand-in?
You did.
They'd met regularly. They met again that night, the night I killed Ginger Santos. That school nurse, I persuaded her to let me give her a routine injection. But it was the same drug she was taking in the pills for her migraine.
George, we're almost at the top.
Yeah, but...
Now, wasn't that a clever scheme for a dowdy, unimaginative nurse? The death could either be called an overdose of sedative or murder. I made Consuelo believe I could testify I saw her poison Ginger Santos' drink at the roadhouse where... Stop the car, Mr. Valentine. Yes, and I even thought of a motive for Consuelo. Ginger was blackmailing her because she knew about the gangster husband.
Have you got it all out of your system, Miss Burdick?
I had to tell someone. It was a beautiful plan. Even though it didn't work. I thought of it all by myself. And I went through with it. Just as I must go through with this now.
No.
I don't want to do this. But I must. I must. It's empty.
Yes, Miss Burdick. You don't really think I would have tempted you with a loaded gun?
George, you mean that
Hold your horses, Angel. Just as soon as we deliver Miss Burdick to Riley, I'll tell you all about it.
If your car takes a lot of coaxing to get started, if it's logy in traffic, if it drags on hills, then it's hardly giving you command performance. And to get this from your car, get Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And because high-octane Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, you can be sure of command performance from your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Ask for Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy motoring at its best, with your car giving command performance every mile. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
George, I think it was mean of you not to tell me you took the bullets out of that gun.
Have you given away?
Darling, I was thinking, why didn't Dr. Dryden just go ahead and sign that death certificate? There was no reason to suspect it wasn't an overdose of those pills.
Oh, but that's what I meant by the irony, Angel.
Well, I thought you were just making conversation. Part of your act with Miss Burdick.
No, Ginger was playing her part like a trooper. Consuela's medical record said she suffered from migraines. So Ginger pretended she did, too.
Well,
I had those pills analyzed. You see, Dr. Dryden realized there was nothing wrong with Ginger, so he was prescribing sugar pills for their psychological effect. That's what Miss Burdick didn't know.
Oh. And when Dr. Dryden demanded an autopsy, she was forced to kill him.
I got it. Hello? Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. What's that? Huh? Well, sure, I guess so. That sounds okay to me. Yeah, bye. Well, what do you know, Angel? The lieutenant came through with a job for me.
Well, since when did he become a booking agent for you?
Well, the Benales family wants me to escort Consuelo home once she gets her annulment and everything's straightened out.
Consuelo? You don't say.
Yeah?
Mexico City, land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
That's right.
Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Yeah, well, George wants me to tell you we can't take that job. I've suddenly become allergic to hot tamales.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Miss Burdick, Tony Barrett as Scarbick, Barney Phillips as Reynolds, Junius Matthews as Idlitz, Peggy Weber as Consuelo, and Jack Prussian as Max. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is Radio 4, and now the second in our series of The Saint.
So, good. 3.4 seconds to the lamppost. Finishing post. Then boom. 3 booms. And frantic bourgeois insects down there everywhere.
Should be an interesting spectacle.
Police?
No. Sad for you, isn't it? Can't imagine why you might be expecting His Majesty's Constabulary. Now, don't be willful, there's a good boy. Horace has never missed at this range.
So who are you?
There are those who call me the Saint.
And what do you want with me?
You are Mr. Golter of the Black Wolves, and I claim my £5. That's the form, isn't it?
I do not know the man.
Oh, do us a favour, will you? Horace, you assured me. I shall stop £2.10 from your wages. But bad luck for you, beautiful. Looking so like a murderous anarchist.
As you say.
Innocently propping up a chimney stack, which just by happy chance overlooks Crown Prince Rudolph's progress to his Guildhall luncheon.
It might seem.
Well, I'll tell you what, sweetness. You pass your pineapples to me, one by one, eh? And leave the pins in.
And look sharp about it. First one up, come on.
Now you see it, now you don't.
And the others.
Now you do again. Catch! Oh, never makes a cricketer, your anarchist, does he? Something to do with fair play.
You must be mad.
What you whining about? Ain't the pin still in?
Take your Uncle Simon's advice, Golter, old man. Don't go dropping Mills bombs about. They're liable to go off bang, you see. So, put them back in your pocket. That's a good boy.
Why this foolish conjuring game?
Reasons of my own. You aren't impressed?
5 minutes, sir.
So, we must be leaving you, Golter. Do you mind it terribly?
You are a madman.
Is that why you're afraid?
I do not fear you.
But you ought to, beautiful. You really ought. Still, your royal procession will be here in a few minutes, though we shan't be able to watch it. Pity. From a purely artistic point of view, you understand.
I have work to do.
Of course. For the likes of you, Golter, there can never be any excuse, can there?
Saint closes the case by Leslie Charteris, dramatised by Roger Danes with Paul Rees as the Saint and Kim Thompson as Patricia Holmes.
Exactly so. Third car. Now.
All right, now subhead with Saint says Galter's death caused by playing with fire. I make it 36 bold italic.
Don't you dare have
Yes,
the
grab
audacity of
para
preventing
two
me, my
with
man.
misadventure.
Here you have
Get
no
it above
idea
the
of the Royal
folds,
Society
or you're
is
out.
the standing
Understand?
of a man of science.
Yeah,
But even
you
the basic
too.
courtesy is extended to a gentleman.
Can I help you, sir?
This is the news desk, as I'm informed.
That's right. And you are?
I am news. Front page news.
It never does to underestimate oneself, does it?
That's hardly a hat to fit Professor K.B. Vargan.
It sounds like a character from third-rate science fiction, Rise and Fall of the Vargan Empire, stuff like that.
Well, if you weren't so uneducated, Templar.
That's rich from a journalist.
Vargan's A1 at the Royal Society, a brilliant scientist by all accounts.
Now you come to mention it, Barney, old hack, I do somewhere recall a quarter column with your byline, K.B. Vargan and his new wonder weapon.
Quite mad, of course.
And what use, anyway? There won't be another war for hundreds of years.
You think so?
I'm told so.
Another 6 months, Templar. I'll see you in uniform.
Yes, commissionaire outside the rocks here, gold braid all over.
I'm
Very
serious.
Nice. Well, a lot of funny things have been happening lately, so there may even be something in this death ray business.
According to Professor Vargan, anyway. Storming and raving like a lunatic because he hadn't been given the front page.
And yet you really could have found room there, Barney, with no amazing coup from the Saint since I saved Magyari as Crown Prince.
I don't know why you keep up this pretend saint joke.
Put it down to my warped humour. That and the truth, of course.
I'm not lonely, I got a real man, what an ideal man now. Talk about your perfect lover, and you couldn't help discover that he's that way lovable and sweet. He's candy, bubbling over with affection, satisfying to perfection. Is he that way lovable and sweet?
That was quite an unsaintly thing we did this evening.
Not in the least. We've earned a pardonable holiday, haven't we? Even the business of annoying criminals can take a back seat once in a while.
You mean it wasn't raining, so you just decided?
But my unpredictability, Pat, it's why you love me, remember?
One of the reasons. And you're not respectable.
Good grief, how intolerably dull that would be.
And then you drive very well with one hand.
Now, don't stoop to mere flattery. What's that?
What?
A light.
Simon?
Let's take a look.
Simon, it's only a house light.
But it wasn't, was it?
Sounds like a dime novelette.
Maybe. But it's the reason we're gathered here. 3 somewhat shop-soiled musketeers. Norman, Roger, and your humble servant. And one blessed angel.
You do say the sweetest things, Simon.
I wish I could, darling.
You'd better explain yourself, Saint.
If you can.
Oh, I can. It was all still as a dream last night.
Poetry.
Do be quiet, Roger.
But it wasn't silence, just the absence of any single noise. There was a sound. The softest humming, faint, soothing, a background to silence.
What is it?
A dynamo. Unusually heavy, too.
I'll come with you.
2 white hairs you give me, darling, every day I know you. But what the heck? Life's been rather tame recently.
Got the scent of trouble, then, Saint?
How perfectly you understand my eccentricities, Norman. Yes, I think this may be the cue for our big show at last.
Battle and sudden death.
Up to the neck.
Just as it should ever be.
So, what was it you saw last night?
We saw the devil.
I could easily seek to baffle you, gentlemen, by...
By daylight, it would have been perfectly ordinary. But a greenhouse lit up like that in the middle of the night.
Not unremarkable, no.
I'm a layman in such matters.
Simon, look.
back.
Now you should observe, here we have a mechanism by means of...
Darned odd for a greenhouse, too. Concrete walls for 3/4 of its length.
Just the job for your strawberries.
4 men were in there. One who just took notes, one who stood a little apart by a kind of switchboard. And at the concrete end they had a goat, tethered.
This is some kind of experiment.
And I know by sight at least one of those men. So I ask myself what the Secretary for War might be doing here.
Fascinating view.
Then there was something else, like a cloud, but low on the ground, and like no cloud that ever rode in my sky, pale violet, and in its midst, little sparks and streaks of fire.
Sounds rather pretty, sir.
It was a cloud out of hell. It moved, then. The 4th man, the shabby, stained, white-haired one, he was controlling it in some way.
Go on.
He was rolling this cloud down the greenhouse, down toward the goat. The beast was terrified, cringing up against the furthest wall, and then the foremost fringe of the cloud reached it, touched. Just a fraction of a second, a dazzling glare in the shape of that poor petrified animal, then the shape went black, stood for an instant, and fell to a little black dust and a little wreath of bluish smoke.
Most impressive.
The power which possessed that power would conquer the world.
Seen enough for one night?
I should say so.
We'll get out of here, Pat.
You!
Well, hello. Let's go.
Masculine women, feminine men. Which is the rooster, which is the hen? Those masculine women and feminine men.
3 spies, you say?
2 men, Chief Inspector, 1 woman.
One of the men close to a giant.
Of exceptional stature.
This man and this female were clean gone, having seen all.
Yes, Professor?
This is the fine way the British War Office secures its secrets. I demand you capture these people, all and quickly, or our business is ended, Mr. Hume Smith. You understand?
Perfectly well, Professor. Do you catch the drift, Teal?
With your permission, sir, first priorities first. I need to...
I hardly think first priorities are debatable, Chief Inspector. Find and arrest these spies, preferably before they have time to talk.
Well, who the devil are you?
Sir.
Look, if I needed an army, I'd have telephoned for one.
This is Captain Harding, Military Intelligence, Teal. You will be cooperating with him, and fully, yes?
As you wish, sir.
Now, who's seen this experiment? That we know of.
The War Office has seen it. Isn't that enough?
Professor Vargan himself, obviously.
You, Saint and Pat.
And Angel Face, whoever he is.
An overgrown gorilla, I think you mentioned.
Whereas you, of course, were as a lamb.
White as snow. I simply knocked Angel Face down.
As one does.
I was provoked.
Which country might this plug ugly be working for?
It could be any with the publicity Vargan's had. And remember what Barney Malone told me.
Another 6 months, Templar. I'll see you in uniform.
And if there should be another war?
Who would want to make one, for God's sake?
Who benefits? The old question, Norman. The men who play the stock market, the oil barons, the chemical giants, the big men with the fat cigars.
The big men.
Yes, and one in particular.
You mean the press's mystery millionaire?
Certainly. Isn't he supposed already to have arranged some 6 small-scale wars? In the interests of high finance, of course, not from any kind of malice. Well, don't you think his name fits here? Dr. Rate Marius.
Saint, that doesn't follow at all.
Look at the movements of capital on the financial pages. Oil, steel, chemicals. What better interest to win from a really first-class war? And what started the last show? One archduke and one anarchist. So gloriously simple.
Like an attempt on the life of Magyaria's future king.
Yes, that might just have done it.
If you hadn't stopped it, Saint.
But for Pete's sake, Rudolph was Marius his own crown prince.
Would that matter to such a man?
Might it even make it easier for him, especially if he knew Rudolph would survive?
But that would mean... How did you find out, Saint?
The usual. 2 here, 2 there. Add them together.
But if Marius planted the 2 and 2...
Then it's personal. I don't like being manipulated.
But that still doesn't mean war.
Unless... Say Marius has got to his ambitious young future king. The failed assassination looks like a foreign plot to him. And Marius offers him a weapon to conquer the world.
At what price?
The only price. That he must use it.
So millions of poor fools go out and die like heroes again?
Then I suppose our job is to find this angel-faced gorilla before he pinches the invention and sells it to Marius.
What? And thereby secure Vargan's devil weapon to the safe hands of Great Britain?
What good will that do for all the men who'll fight the next war? And for the women who love them?
Saint? I say, the invention we have seen must cease to be, if we have ever claimed to execute some sort of justice.
But Simon, even you can't uninvent what exists already.
No, dearest Pat, no. So the brain which could recreate it, the brain that conceived it, that also must cease to be.
Saint?
We're being followed.
Yeah, I thought you might have noticed.
Saw him half a mile back. He's probably been tailing us all the way from Vargan's house, and he knows we know, because here he comes.
I'll not forget that face in a hurry.
Ain't he sweet? Very confidentially. He's known to us as Angel Face, and the world knows him as Rate Marius.
Well, he'll have our car number.
And he'll know me from Vargan's garden last night. And I hope from the whack I gave him there.
Can't help feeling life's going to be very crowded for us in the near future.
Would you be Westminster 9999 by any chance?
That is so, yes.
Splendid. How's life then, Angel Face?
Who's this speaking?
Simon Templar, you may have heard of me. And I believe we ran into each other recently.
Templar?
Nice surprise, isn't it? The fact is, I've just had to give a bit of an unpleasant 5 minutes to a small disease who'd been following me all day, and I don't like that.
What has this to concern me?
Well, he claimed to be one of your boys. Thought you'd like to know.
You must have the wrong number.
I don't think so. It's the one he gave me for you.
Is that so?
You mustn't blame him dreadfully. He's walking home now, just about. But the next chap you send may require an ambulance.
Mr. Templar, you must not...
dreams, old dear.
Laszlo, Tibor. Mennikel, magunkkal visszük Vargan professzort is.
I've looked for trouble, and I'm in it. It seems to double every minute. If there's a row of any kind, I find it easy to find.
Now, how would I go about guarding Vargan if I were as fat as Chief Inspector Teal?
He had 5 men here when we came down yesterday. Though he might have more on the night shift.
I doubt if His Majesty's boys in blue could spare the overtime.
Even to save the world?
There's a recession on. Anyway, I've roughed out a plan of attack based on 5 or so.
Bash in, sock everybody, grab the prof and away.
That's about it. The ancient art of saintly generalship.
Black as night, strong as death, and hot as hell. With 3 sugars. There. The only way to keep awake... I have not any intention to keep awake, Teal. That is your men's job. You're right, Professor. I'll be taking the tray of tea round... Get out!
For the love of Pete.
That must be Angel Face's boys. Well, you asked for trouble, Saint.
Now we're well and truly in the thick of it. Law on one side, lawless on the other. We're in luck.
Call this luck? Sure. Marius does the dirty work for us. We step in and clean up.
Norman, get the car. You're one.
If I must.
You must.
This is one very rowdy party, Saint.
Let's make it worse, shall we? Somebody loves us. Come on.
Well, let go of me! You shall not handle me in this way! Teal! Teal, where are you hiding? You coward! Teal!
Nice to be popular, isn't it?
We're not the target, Roger.
Whose car?
I'm afraid it might be. Get out of the way!
Glory! They're getting away. And with Vargan. Saint, why don't you shoot?
No point. They'll never make it. My car's parked slap in the lane.
You two! Stop there!
We've got them.
I am an armed police officer.
Come on.
You are under...
Sorry.
Gaelic Shaggy. Evening, gentlemen.
Roger! Now shoot, honey bunch. Blow your own brains out.
Gaelic Shaggy.
Roger, get the professor.
Oh, she's dead weight. Come on, sleeping beauty.
Now for you, pretty one. And without the benefit of chloroform.
Here's Norman.
Right away then, sonny boy.
What about that one?
He's done for.
You'll end your days, Teal, on point duty.
Oh? What happens to you when the Secret Service falls down, then?
You had enough men here to protect the crowned heads of Europe, you said.
But I wasn't protecting them, Harding.
You weren't protecting anything.
Perhaps you'd like to tell that to my 4-shot constable.
Your men let this gang get clean away with Wagen.
Well, we'll find them. 2 wrecked cars and a body may not be that bad a starting point.
I don't think you've grasped this at all. You seem to think it's just the beginning of another case with clues and suspects. Maybe an arrest.
Isn't it?
No, Teal. It's the end. Possibly of your career.
So you won't want to hear about the saint?
Couldn't have gone better if we'd planned it.
Angel Face certainly brought off his raid like no amateur.
Here. Eggs.
Lovely.
But can you beat his style? No stealth, no subtlety, just banging in like a Chicago bandit and held to the consequences.
Sounds just like somebody else I know.
It shows how much Marius means business.
Then, is bargain safe here, Saint?
Well, I know we saw you arrive, and the cellar's nice and secure, isn't it?
Trust me, Roger. I've had this Maidenhead trick up my sleeve a year or two now. The bungalow's in the name of one Mrs. Patricia Windermere, who spends her spare time being Miss Pat Holmes.
Very neat. Well, what about your crash car, Saint?
That's in your name.
No, thanks.
Well, don't worry. It'll be a long time before either Marius or Claude Eustace track us down here.
You've not been sent for the missus, have you?
I have not been talking to Mrs. Forshaw. No, sir.
Just as well, Albert?
Yes. All I am asking is that you help me with my inquiries, so I can get back on the train to London and you will never see me again.
But you'll not tell the wife, will you, officer?
Sir, it's no business of mine what a motor agent does with his Sundays, or where, or who he does it with.
Do you mind?
Unless... All right, sir? Now, this car, this Furiac.
Yes, we decoached it about a fortnight ago.
Do you know the owner?
By sight. He's nearly as distinctive as the car, come to that. Tall, well-dressed, athletic, dark.
Sounds a bit of a dish to me.
Name?
Sorry, I don't recall.
Oh, shame.
What about an address? You did deliver the car back to him.
Myself, yes. I like to try out,
The personal touch? Yes, I know, sir.
I took it to a West End flat in, Brook Street.
Got it.
Are you planning to drive back as well?
I am that.
You couldn't put me on a nice slow train back to Maidenhead?
What's wrong with my driving, Roger?
Nothing.
I'll tell you what. After we've cleared out the Brook Street flat, why don't you wait for me at Paddington?
And meet Pat's train?
I'll drive the luggage to Maidenhead, then be back to pick you both up. How's that?
Suppose you make a will first, leaving everything to me. Then you can die like this with my blessing.
Oh, I beg your... Good evening, miss.
I thought you might have been the ticket inspector.
No, I have not seen. There is not a crowd in this train.
Do you know where we are?
Reading soon, I think. This is a smoking?
Yes.
I wonder, you have a light?
Oh, somewhere.
In exchange, may I offer you one of my cigarettes?
Thank you.
Roger, what you up to?
Oh, you made it to Maidenhead and back pretty snappy.
Just in time for Pat's train.
What time did you have then?
9:17.
You must have forgotten to wind it up, Saint.
You've met the train.
She wasn't on it.
Get in. Quick.
Well, it's just possible I may have missed her, Simon.
If she hadn't caught the train, she'd have let me know.
I still might have missed her.
But I know you didn't. So, talk to me, Roger, quietly and sanely, and don't tell me I'm getting excited about nothing.
What should I say?
Anything to stop me going completely mad. I sent her away, Roger, to keep her from playing with the nasty rough boys, to keep her safe.
You couldn't have known.
Well, now I know, all right. I know Marius has got Pat, the trump card, and I know he's going to use her to make me give up Vargan.
And will you?
No. Because I know, Roger, I know that I'm going to find Dr. Rate Marius and kill him.
No harm will come to you, Miss Holmes.
We shall see what happens to you, though.
Oh, you mean when your good friend Mr. Templar will ride to your rescue?
Something like that.
I suggest you make you comfortable.
This is your idea of comfort, is it?
You will not be here for long.
You've got that bit right, at least.
We try to make pleasant your stay, Miss Holmes. A cigarette?
After the last one you gave me?
No, these are good, normal. I'll leave them for you.
Just get out.
As you say, Miss Holmes.
Hadn't you better think it over before you do something rash?
Hadn't you better go hang yourself?
Suppose Marius's chums have stopped watching the flat.
Then we go looking for them, don't we? A shortcut, left. Now!
Well, it's Norman's car, not mine.
We're in time, Roger. Those two. Move! Watch me! Oh! Get that one off me!
Hey, boys!
Get him in the car! Don't scream, sweetheart, or I'll break both your arms. Now, come on! Son of a pig! Shut up! Where to? Where they've just come from. The flat.
Right.
May I ask the time you propose to keep me here, a prisoner?
I doubt it'll be long, Professor. A cigarette?
No. Why am I here?
Because of your invention.
You want it?
No.
Then let me go.
Can you justify creating that weapon?
Science needs no justification. Above all, none to the likes of you.
Oh, and just what is my like, Professor Vargan?
Kidnappers, thieves, fools.
No, I'll tell you what my like is. 10 years younger, I would have been dead, killed with the millions now buried in France and Russia and Turkey.
You think you can stop war?
I know that your invention will make war.
That is not my business.
Then what is your business, Vargan? By what right do you bring your scientific warfare to a world already sickened with such devils?
Oh, did I need your permission? I'm sorry, I did not know.
I do hope you're going to be difficult, little one. I should really enjoy depriving you of your beauty sleep.
No, I swear.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have your eyelids cut off? To go slowly blind?
Simon.
We do not know where is Dr. Marius. I swear. Only take away knife.
Shall I answer it?
Oh.
It's very dramatic. Horrible, almost. I didn't know I could do that.
The door.
Well, who do you think it might be?
Nemorhiurok.
If it is, and we don't answer...
And the car outside to tell we're home. Yes, he'll break the door down.
Just when we're finding things out, too.
Now you.
No! Please, no!
It's not for you. You still get the knife if you say one word.
You are a madman.
I'm going to get what I want from you two. And if I have to shoot my way through the whole of Scotland Yard, so be it.
Our visitor.
Pleased to meet you again, Dr. Marius.
Harding?
You know it is, Chief Inspector.
You demanded to be kept informed of my investigations. Well then, my guess about the Saint seems to have been right.
He's working for a foreign power.
He's working for himself, same as ever. Now, I know where he is, and you don't.
What about Vargan?
What about Vargan?
Oh, yes. Always less interested in state secrets than in your own petty rivalries, aren't you, Teal?
I'm going to move in on the Saint, all right?
Where? No, wait till I get to you.
Just thought you'd like to be kept informed.
Teal!
Goodbye.
It's nice of you to give us a call, Angel Face. Care for a drink, old thing?
I see you have here some servants of mine.
Dr. Rule, Nemkel Templar Nagini.
Maid Megla, Duke. You will please let them go.
But we were getting on so nicely together.
Don't interrupt your boss, it's rude.
You appear to know me at last.
All too well. Any relation to the celebrated Dr. Marius?
I beg your pardon?
Whose living was somewhat precarious, for his bedside technique was decidedly weak, though his habits were many and various.
I am not here to listen to your humor, Mr. Templar, and I do not seek to waste my own time.
Thanks for reminding us.
And let me tell you what you came to say, to save your own time.
Certainly.
You're going to tell me a certain lady is now your prisoner.
I am sorry to have made such a conventional move, to take a woman whom a man loves.
Yes, it is painfully unoriginal, isn't it? So convention would dictate Miss Holmes' release against that of your servants here.
It is by no means so trivial, Mr. Templar. Is not the Queen worth more than the pawn?
Dr. Rule, by your...
Temper.
I am interested in a certain gentleman whom you have taken from me. Professor Vargan.
You seem to be very sure I have him.
You seem to be very sure I have Miss Holmes.
But I haven't got Vargan.
Then I have not Miss Holmes.
Can't a girl get any privacy with you around?
I have orders to see you are here still.
Well, I am. Where would I go, anyway? Fly out of the window?
I will bring breakfast.
What do you think I am, a witch? Black doesn't even suit me. Mind you, a broomstick would come in handy.
I do not really want Miss Holmes, you know. The mutual exchange of our prisoners, that would solve the issue.
You don't get the point, sweetness. Exchange for me would be surrender. And I never surrender.
Even for Pat?
Not even for Pat.
I thought better of your intelligence, Mr. Templar.
Wrong. You didn't consider it well enough. You thought you could bluff me into playing by your rules, but you see, Marius, I do very much want Professor Vargan. I want to wash him and comb him and buy him a little velvet suit and have him yadder to me childishly about differential calculus into my old age.
This is foolishness.
Most of all, I want Vargan's little toy.
I see we have nothing to discuss.
Oh, don't go.
You leave me no choice.
Dr. Rule, Kieran Emanion.
Roger.
I really wouldn't, Angel Face.
Tie him with the others.
You gain nothing by this, Templar.
On the contrary, I gain everything.
Miss Holmes is in danger. You remember?
Yes, but the same danger whether I let you go or keep you here.
It will not help you to kill me.
Hold still.
Well, it won't help me to let you go.
Dr. Orvole, Mr. Tenikel.
I can give you 2 minutes to decide your next move. Before we start the clock, though, Roger, you might usefully search him.
Right. You hold still.
English swine.
Oh, naughty temper. Ah.
Oh, dear. This is a sad failure of technique, Doctor. Personally, I never commit anything to paper.
To royalty as well. That does look like carelessness.
Now, why should you be writing to Crown Prince Rudolph, Angel Face? Not your tips for the Grand National, I assume?
You will not understand it.
No. But even in your tongue, words like home and Suffolk tend to stand out. And I have good friends at the Foreign Office who know a language or two.
You insist upon being foolish, Templar?
Look after this menagerie, Roger. If I'm not back by 5, shoot them all. Then come after me.
I have to wait till 5.
Stop! Don't you think I have men at Bures who have orders?
Bures, thank you. I would have found out, but it saves a little time.
They will use the woman as a hostage, Templar.
What a surprise. And you know, Marius, it makes me weep at your generalship. Since if they sacrifice her, your first and last hold over me is gone. So, pray that I win tonight, Angel Face. Because if I fail, I'll be coming straight back here And then I'll kill you, Marius, in the most hideous way I can invent. I mean that.
No, I don't know as Mr. Templar would be happy. You talking to our guest off your own bat like.
Would I have been a fool not to try?
Didn't have no luck though, Mr. Kent, did ya? No, I didn't think so somehow.
Scientists, Oris. Men like Wagen. All that endless rummaging through ignorant darkness. Till light revealed, and they see only their own glory.
Oh. Give me a soldier any day. Hello?
All right.
Mr. Conway?
Can I speak to Mr. Kent?
Ah, for you, Mr. Kent.
To what do I owe the unexpected pleasure?
I thought you might be getting worried about it.
You are a trifle behindhand.
It's a long story, but the gist of it is Marius has got Pat.
A hostage?
So Simon's gone after her.
Oh, don't tell me. In my car. And you better take care of it.
There is a bright side, Norman. We've got Marius, plus a couple of his little chums.
What, at Brook Street?
I'm standing guard.
I better come up, and now.
A bit late for a train.
How do you make it?
I'll think of something.
All right. And then see what you could do there. 1 on to 3 is about the right odds for it.
Roger? Roger!
Trouble.
Patricia. Battle, murder, and sudden death.
A man ought to fight for his lady.
Preferably with dragons.
Shout, sing, swagger into battle at the sound of trumpets.
I love you, Simon.
Patricia.
I thought it was so. When you are many against one little one, then you are brave.
Oh, quite.
Well, you know how the doctor is a great man.
Napoleon.
He will make Magyaria the greatest country in the world, and you fools to try to fight him. We have you. Dr. Marius will soon have your leader, and the woman too. Now, I welcome your friend at the door. Or would you try to give warning?
Those are blazes!
Boratom.
Drop it! Now, come along back to where you sprang from and open your heart to Uncle Claude.
Not good enough for the racetrack, Simon boy, but on an ordinary road and at night, I reckon 82's not all... Smoke!
So, what are we doing here then, gentlemen?
I'm pretending to be a sea lion. Jolly game. Gabor there throws me fish and I catch her in my mouth. Care to join us? Can I have some of that gum?
What's your name, sir?
I'm Simon Templar. I believe you've been looking for me, Chief Inspector.
It is a lie. He's not that man.
Who asked you?
Now, go quietly, officer. It's a far, far better thing.
But he is not Templar. Templar has gone an hour past. That man
Shut
is not
your
Templar.
mouth, and if you don't answer...
Both of you, be quiet. All right. So somebody's telling a naughty fib. Now, which? The gunman at the door or the trussed turkey? But then it's easy enough to find out.
If you're looking for a contribution to the Police Commissioner's Charity Fund, you're...
Just the tailor's tab on your suit, Mr. Conway.
You see...
All right.
Now, which one of you gentlemen would like to tell me where I can find Mr. Templar?
I'm here, Pat!
Too bad.
Mito cool!
Come on,
Come here.
Where is he, sonny boy?
Where is he?
Before I break your neck.
Up the attic room.
Mr. Conway, you tell me Templar's going into a trap.
I tell you that is lie. You shut your mouth.
Yes, that's all right. We can sort out all this truth at the yard. What I want to know is, how do I rescue Templar if you won't tell me where he's gone? You expecting anyone?
No.
Do you know where that is?
No.
Really? Not Templar by any chance?
I haven't the faintest idea, officer.
All right. Don't go away.
Simon!
They haven't hurt you, have they?
No, but if you hadn't come when you had...
If I'd made it too late, there'd be even more dead men downstairs, Pat, and they wouldn't have cleared a penny off the score.
But you're here now.
Oh, my darling. It's worth an eternity of battles. But I'm sorry.
Another car.
I need to improve fortifications. You looked at the window.
It's Marius and some others.
Damn! The boys who ambushed me on the road.
They can't get in, can they?
Not for some time. Not without axes. But I'm afraid it looks very much as though the trap's complete.
All you best come in.
I just wondered if there might be anything you could do, before I went... Good Lord. Are either of these Mr. Templar?
I don't think so.
Well, then, do you know where he is?
I was just going to find that out, sir.
Well, I say, hadn't we better get some help?
If you just keep an eye on them for me, sir. Hello? Yes, could you put me through to Westminster 328...
I never expected anything like this.
Hello, Norman. You took your time.
I'm so glad you came.
So am I.
How long do we have?
A minute, 2, before I have a hole large enough to fire through, with a proper aim, that is.
Gods haven't forgotten you after all.
I'm sorry, Pat.
The end you've always prayed for.
I can never tell you how sorry I am.
Why? Shouldn't I want to see it through with you?
Marius, little friend.
Are you going to spare us the trouble to break in the door?
No, just wanted to know how you were.
I am very well, thank you, Templar. And how about you?
When there are grey skies, I don't mind grey skies. You make them blue, sunny boy.
I would advise you surrender, Templar. Huh? If you are obstinate, you will have to be shot, you know?
Yes, that would really help you, wouldn't it? How'd you find Professor Vargan then, eh?
We would ask your friend Conway to be more precise. I have my own methods of persuasion, you know.
You've got a hope, honey.
But then you need not be killed at once.
I never surrender, Marius.
No, as you said before.
Simon, what's the use?
I don't know, darling, but while we're still kicking...
I give up on you.
I won't let you be taken alive.
Help!
What in hell are you doing? Do you want to give them that satisfaction?
Help!
Now be quiet, you fool!
Fool yourself. Why shouldn't I call when cars come to the rescue?
Get down, Pat, now! You pair of old horse thieves.
You slow down stiff yourself.
You must have run your legs off pretending you were a whole posse.
So, do we pursue the fleeing ungodly?
No, let them go. It's back to Maidenhead, Home and Oris. Beauty being with us.
How did you get to us in the first place?
That's all resourceful old Norman. Stuck at Maidenhead, no transport, just walked out to the nearest car agent and took his pick.
Good work, Norman.
Thanks.
Then he turned up at Brook Street, collared Teal, who'd collared Gabor, who'd collared me.
Lot of collaring been going on, hasn't there?
Wait a moment. How did you know we'd been detained at Brook Street?
Roger phoned me.
In front of Mary's.
So he heard me give the number, sir.
So he knows about Maidenhead, that's what.
Saint, would you like to kick me?
There's no room to swing a foot. And then it'll take hours for Mary's to trace that phone number.
Which is all that matters.
So we won't cry over spilt milk, my lads. And so say all of us.
Once it was so tight, I couldn't win. Now it's time
Here I come, roll.
I spoke to Vargan last night. I think he's mad. His one idea, the fame his invention should bring.
Well, that's not just kiboshing his headlines.
I'll talk to him. Meanwhile, Oris, I want you to get everybody's things together for a clear-out.
Where are we going?
Lord knows.
I've never been there. Always wanted to, though.
No invitation, eh?
Shall I help you, Oris?
No. I want you to do your celebrated impersonation of innocent English girlhood.
Outside. On watch.
Look for a fat man chewing gum. We're shooting all such characters on sight, just to make sure we won't miss Chief Inspector Teal.
What will we do with Vargan?
We can't run with unwilling luggage, Norman. If I can't succeed where you failed...
Saint?
Yes?
I'd be obliged if you'd let me kill him.
The peace of the world. Are you mad?
Just look forward, that's all I ask, Professor. The earth laid waste and all your science will count for nothing.
You're an absurd idealist.
Yes, I am. If that means wanting men to fight with the weapons of men, not those of fiends. And if fight they must, then let it be as champions and heroes, not as beasts to be slaughtered.
Well, do you take me for a child who plays with fire for my own amusement?
No, because a child will learn. And learn, by God's grace, to see and love colour and laughter and splendid living. And that can continue only if men believe in it and strive for it.
Then you are the last hero fighting against me.
No. No. Perhaps not a hero at all. A hunted criminal, that I am now, but I've always done what I've done for the glory of an invisible ideal.
You talk of glory. What have I from all my years of work? A few paltry letters to put after my name. No money. I am poor. But I am on the edge of greatness. And now you ask me to give up everything to gratify your Sunday school sentimentality? Horace, you're in league with them, the devils who try to keep me down. But I care nothing.
I'm in the middle of packing. What do you want?
Lock him up again, will you?
I'm not afraid of you. You know what you're like. I care nothing if millions of people die. Just so long as you die with them.
Well, can't say we never tried.
But after trial comes conviction and sentence.
If we get caught for this, Norman, you know you'll hang.
Murder and treason. Yes. One way of being remembered.
I don't suppose the saving of millions would be counted in mitigation.
Not before any human court.
Do it quickly.
And there are worse things than executions. To betray a friend would be the worst of all.
Oh, you know Teal's on his way?
Yes, I've seen the motorboat.
Going innocently up and down the river for the best part of an hour. I waved.
Our agile brain deduces that if Teal's been tailing us, then Marius is probably tailing Teal. Just to remember for our fade-away act.
Then let's follow Oris and get the last bags loaded.
Yeah.
Put up your hands, all of you.
I'm waiting.
I have given you my answer.
Think, Professor.
Why? When you were just a friend of my persecutors? I will never give in to you.
So be it.
We were expecting this.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, but not so soon. The brass band's tuned up, Pathé cocks crowing all over the place, only the red carpet to unroll.
The full civic reception's ruined now, simply because you're too early.
You know, I've been so much looking forward to meeting dear Angel Face again. Such a beautiful personality.
Perhaps he's just waiting till you give the all clear.
Who do you mean by Angel Face?
You don't know him. I'd an idea you'd be bosom friends.
You're not.
Then how's Claude Eustace? Still living on spearmint? Struggling to keep that boyish figure?
I suppose you're Templar.
And you're Raymond Navarro, I imagine.
He's after taking Wuggo. Great at the low comedy, aren't you? We play twice nightly to packed houses. You're Conway. Pleased to meet you.
So, who are you?
Captain Gerald Harding, Miss Home, British Secret Service.
Suiting by the brothers Moss, hair by Marcel, face by accident.
I wish I could have relieved you of your wit along with your artillery.
How did you come to be doing Teal's job?
We have to work with the police. Don't mind stealing a march on them, though, when we can. Saw your car on the drive and came right in. You're a clever child. Yes, I do seem to have rounded you all up fairly easily, don't I?
You should have a medal.
Have you been keeping Vargan here? Vargan? That's weed killer, isn't it?
I'll give you 2 minutes to decide to hand him over.
The alternative being?
I'll start shooting holes in your friends.
I wouldn't.
All right.
Drop it.
Well done, Norman. Ah, that's better. Our own pea shooters, if you wouldn't mind. Just like the good old storybook again. Roger.
Yep.
Pat. And a dud check or a bag of nuts for Norman for his...
Keep out of the way! I'm hit!
Get down, Harding!
Is this your angel face, pal?
And friends.
How did Marius get here so quickly?
Don't move, Norman.
This is like war. Is war.
Gently.
If Marius gets Vargan, Britain goes to war with Magyaria. It's that simple. So perhaps you ought to be on our side after all.
Perhaps you ought to be on mine. You could be my halo.
So Teal was right. You are the saint. There's a white flag outside. You know there can't be peace between you and me, not while Vargan's alive.
But beggars can't be choosers, true?
Let's hear Marius's terms at least.
Templar!
Good afternoon, little one. I hope you'll not be bringing anything that goes bang.
I know the obligations of a truce flag, Templar.
Saint, Norman's leg smashed to pieces.
Someone's been using dum-dums. Swine.
You may need your gun then, Harding.
Thanks.
Pour Norman a whiskey, Roger.
I've been so looking forward to meeting you again, Angelface.
You know what I am here for?
Let's see. Tune the piano. I haven't got one. Well, you might have come to mend the mangle.
My money's on his being a traveller in straw hat.
Here, Norman.
A small consolation.
I have already sampled your humour, Templar.
We don't charge extra for an encore.
No, but you gain nothing by wasting time. I am talking now in the hope of saving some lives here.
Oh, yes, funerals are so expensive these days, aren't they?
Your choice is simple, I think. Surrender Vargan to me or have him taken from you. I make myself plain.
I wondered who was responsible
So, heads you win, tails we all lose.
But suppose the coin falls on its edge.
My country requires the professor and his invention.
Your country?
That is what I said.
Has a man like you a country, Rate Marius? A loyalty to anything in the world but your own greasy god of money?
Nevertheless, it is my country.
Oh, no. Tell us any lie but that.
It is not a lie, Simon Templar.
Felshig.
I believe I owe you my life.
If I saved it, Prince Rudolph, it was because I had nothing against you. Then.
Is this your idea of a parley? To cover an infiltration by your master's men?
The white flag may be honoured on one mere battlefield, but this is all the killing grounds of the war.
Let us not speak of honourable conduct, Mr. Templar, when you seek a price for what you do not have.
Anemir, Felshig.
We have found Professor Vargan.
My God, he is here.
But he is dead.
What?
Morza Mashtet.
I shot him, like a mad dog, for the peace of the world.
Are you mad?
Then you will die.
Don't no! St. Marius.
You killed Vargan?
It's all gone. Everything.
But his machine still exists, doesn't it? In British hands.
No, Mr. Conway, it is destroyed.
Marius's agents smashed it when they tried to kidnap Vargan. When you lot butted in.
You are not with them?
No, Your Highness. That is Captain Acting St. Gerald Harding, who normally works for the British Secret Service.
We seem to have reached the end of the game.
Not quite, Pat, I'm afraid.
Don't, Norman!
You see, when I went to Vargan the last time, he had a notebook. He was writing pages and pages. I'm no scientist. I don't understand them, or whether there's enough here to rebuild another weapon.
Hand them to me!
No, Captain Harding, it is pointless. There are too many other guns.
Oh, you fool, Norman.
Why fool, Saint? How far and how fast can I run with you now? I'll hang anyway.
I'll see to it.
But these notes are all that's left of Vargan and his devil. All that's now between your freedoms and your deaths. And nothing is won without sacrifice.
Perhaps you could tell me what you are proposing, Mr. Kent. Or are we all to hold each other hostage indefinitely?
I will give you the papers. You will let my friends leave.
Norman!
You traitor, Kent!
You don't understand.
You have my word. Certainly.
But have we any assurance you'll stand by it?
Do not insult me, Mr. Conway. I have 26 men around here. I could have called them in at any time. But I wish to make an honourable compromise.
And yet, I should like to be sure there can be no mistake. I have the papers. There's a car on the drive loaded and ready to go. Let my friends take it.
What about you?
I'm staying, Pat, as a hostage. To be sure you won't warn the police. Or come back yourself, Saint.
You don't even trust us?
Half an hour after my friends have gone, sir,
I will give you the papers.
You scum.
No, Marius. I owe one of these gentlemen a debt of honor. So I accept the terms of all. It saves blood and what is half an hour.
What will you do, Harding? You think I can let my country down? I know my duty. I stay.
Your car is waiting, gentlemen. And lady.
What about your leg?
It doesn't matter. You see, Pat, I've heard the sound of the trumpet. I shall be carried out in state.
In a box.
So, when do we see you, old lad?
Probably be some time. Be good, Roger.
I should like to meet you again, Mr. Templar.
Your Highness.
In better days.
Good luck, Norman.
My love.
And as for you, Dr. Marius, you also I shall meet again.
Good hunting, Saint.
And to you, old man.
Oh, I think the chase will be sweet, you know?
Painting the blues, beautiful hues, covered with gold and old rose, playing the clown, trying to drown all of my woes. Though things may not look bright, they all turn out all right, if I keep painting the clouds with sunshine.
Sweet as a nut. How long to Hamworth?
No time at all, my Roger.
And then France. Glorious France.
Strange glory.
Yes, it will be.
The time is nearly up, Mr. Kent.
You abject coward. Think for God's sake. Give me back a gun at least and let me fight.
Be silent!
There's no place for guns, Harding. Not anymore.
This is the moment.
The papers I have promised.
No!
At last!
Through the windows, Harding! Down the garden! Take the Saints' motorboat! They won't stop you!
Felsingham!
Go! Right!
These are not Wagen's notes.
Poppy! Hostile on Poppy!
Run, Harding!
Hostile on
Save yourself!
Despite everything, Kent, you have tricked me.
No, sir. I promised you those papers. You have them.
Then where are the real notes?
He has them still. He had no chance to pass them on.
You're wrong, Marius. Did you not see me kiss Patricia goodbye?
Jesus Christus, Magistan.
Kill him now.
Brakes off?
Saint, Norman's dead.
What makes you say that, darling?
Look at the time. I can feel it.
But not a chance, Pat. He'll have handed the notes to Rudolph.
He gave them to me, Roger.
What?
When he embraced me, slipped them into my pocket.
Good old Norman.
No, Pat, it's not true.
What else could they be?
There never were any notes. Norman invented them so that we could go safe.
He said he'd heard the sound of the trumpet. I didn't understand.
Is there anything written at all?
One line. Just one. It says...
I know. It says, nothing is without sacrifice.
In The Saint Closes the Case by Leslie Charteris, dramatised by Roger Danes. Paul Rees played the Saint, Kim Thompson, Patricia, Charles Simpson, Roger, John Hollis, Horace, Joshua Taub, Norman, Shandor Ellis, Marius, John Badley, Teal, John Turner, Vagan, Ross Livingston, Harding, Linda Regan, Cynthia, Paul Jenkins, Janusz, Jonathan Keeble, Rudolph, Stephen Critchlow, Bella, Geoffrey Whitehead, Galter, and David Timpson, Malone. The Saint was directed by Matthew Walters.
And now, Gangbusters!
How we can run away from cops in a 20-ton truck, I'll never know.
We're not going to run away from them.
They're pulling up alongside.
Okay, grab a hold. I'm going to force them off the road.
Hey, watch your turn.
I see it. Hey, I can't hold it. Watch out!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters has asked Mr. Louis J. Whiteman, former Special Assistant to the Attorney General, Criminal Division, United States Department of Justice, to narrate tonight's case. Mr. Whiteman.
Thank you, Roger Foster, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case in the city of New York on a Saturday night just a few months ago. In a tiny neighborhood cleaning and pressing shop in the Yorkville district, an attractive but overdressed blonde sat at the counter thumbing through the pages of a magazine. A few steps away, the proprietor of the store labored at a pressing machine, trying to finish up his day's work.
George. George.
What?
Finished yet?
Not yet, soon.
George.
For crying out loud, Stella, will you let me get finished up?
Well, get finished up. Who's stopping you? You don't seem to realize you got a wife that once in a while wants to go out and enjoy herself a little.
Go out, enjoy yourself. Who cares? Just let me get finished up here, that's all.
George, give it up, will you? There's at least 5 or 6 moms crying for a guy with your talent.
Now, let's not start that again, Stella.
You could step right into any one of them and take over. In one deal, you'd make more than you make pressing pants in 2 years.
Can't you get it through your head? There's no such thing as one deal. One deal leads to another and to another, until I wake up one day and find myself hooked again. So let me live a little bit. Huh?
Live? You call this living? How long can you exist taking in $20 or $30 a day? Especially when you got to support your mother out of it and everything.
Look, let's not start any arguments about my mother.
Who's starting any arguments?
You just said I got to support her, didn't you?
Is that starting an argument?
It brings up the subject.
Well, as long as it brings up the subject, why don't Sonny contribute a little bit to her support, too?
Don't ask me what Sonny does or what Sonny don't. I only know what I do.
She's his mother, too, isn't she?
All right.
If it was the other way around and things were tough for him and you were having it okay, then I'd say, fine, forget it. But with him, the dough is rolling in, and he's throwing it around like water, and you're just struggling along. You don't make an effort, and you're standing all the expenses.
Look, Stella, all right.
You think she appreciates it? You go there, every other word out of her mouth is Sonny, Sonny, Sonny. You'll give her everything you got. He never even shows his face, and all the time it's Sonny, Sonny, Sonny. Think from her he was an angel or something instead of a rotten, slimy thief.
Okay, I'm all finished. Let's lock up and go home.
George, do me a favor. Get this silly idea of trying to make a go of the store out of your head. You got a reputation in the rackets. Talk to Sonny. He's always got some deal cooking.
Stella, make it easy for me, will you?
I'm trying to make it easy for you.
Do you think I like this? Do you think I enjoy struggling along, pressing suits for every Tom and Dick in the neighborhood? You think that's easy for me to do when I know I can go out and get in some deal where my end of the score might be 5, 10, 20 grand for a few minutes' time and effort? I'm tearing my heart out to stick with the store. Help me instead of convincing me what I know already.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Sonny.
All right, just a second.
Morning, Stella.
Whoa.
George isn't here, is he?
I got a big surprise for you, Sonny. George is in the store. He's pressing pants.
Oh, I don't know, Stella. What's come over him?
He's leading a good life.
You know, it used to be that they'd point me out. There's George Harris's brother, they'd say. George Harris. That was a name with magic. Now look at him. Just look at him. He's got a hole in the wall shop and tries to squeeze a living out of it.
He says he wants to stay out of trouble because he's got obligations.
Obligations? I got obligations, too. Here I can throw him a proposition. I got to look around for somebody else, a stranger.
What kind of proposition?
Ah, what's the use? He wouldn't be interested. He's not interested in anything except the cleaning business.
And Ma, don't forget Ma.
Who can forget Ma? I spent my whole life trying to forget Ma.
What kind of proposition is this?
Look, if he wouldn't be interested, what's the use?
Maybe I could get him interested.
Oh, who you kidding? I'd never in a million years.
What kind of a deal is it?
A load of liquor. Scotch whiskey from Scotland. The best.
Yeah?
Yeah. A checker at the truck terminal. He's all set to finger the load for a mere 10%. Yeah, and best of all, I got the buyer all lined up. A guy that owns a string of resorts up in the mountains. He's willing to take up to and including all we can get at $25 a case.
How much is on a truck?
No less than 900 cases, maybe 1,100.
Just you and one other, that's all?
Me and 2 others. One of the others I hope to be George. Oh, look, take off 10% for the finger work, and there's over 20 grand left to be cut up in 3 pieces. You know, it'd be a shame to let that much money get out of the family.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
It is, there's only one little trouble.
What's that?
Well, the check of the finger man, he wants $1,500 in advance before he points out the load.
So he kidding.
That's the only way he'll work if he gets an advance.
So give it to him.
Well, I'm scouting around for it.
Thought you were doing so good.
Well, you know the old saying, easy come, easy go. But don't worry, I'll get it.
Sonny, when do you have to know?
Soon as we can.
I got a way to get George into it.
Yeah, what?
Easy. You leave it to me. Ma said if I saw you to tell you to come tonight.
You didn't see me.
George and I'll be there.
That's enough of a delegation. I'll stay away. Tell Ma I had to run down to Philly on business. And, you talk to George, will you?
I'll talk to him, Sonny. Don't you worry about that.
21st Squad, Lieutenant Noonan.
Hello, Lieutenant. Special Agent Thompson, FBI.
Oh, how are you, Tommy?
Okay, considering.
Considering what?
Considering that they shoved me a couple of tough hijacking cases.
Oh?
I know you used to handle this kind of stuff when you were downtown. I thought maybe you'd give me a little information on some of the boys who could be right for hijacking trucks.
I'll try, Tommy. Where can I meet you?
Oh, your office is all right, Lieutenant. I'll be right there.
The pie's pretty good, Ma. Delicious. Isn't it, Stella?
Yeah, wonderful.
It should be good. Took a half pound of butter nearly.
Is that so?
Yeah, if I could afford more butter, I'd bake at least once a week. It's a shame to have a nice stove and not be able to bake in it more than once in a while.
Yes, me, you can get just as good cakes and pies at the bakery.
It's not like homemade, Stella.
It sure isn't, Ma. Can I have another piece, Ma?
Oh, we ought to save some for Sonny, don't you think?
I told you I saw Sonny this afternoon. He said he couldn't come. He had to go to Philadelphia on business.
Are you sure you saw him?
Of course you saw him, Ma.
Oh, maybe he didn't go.
He went.
Maybe he didn't. Did you see him go?
All right. Maybe he didn't.
You two sit. Have another cup of coffee. I'll wash the dishes.
No, Ma. You stay still. Let Stella do it.
Oh, Stella is a guest. Guests don't wash the dishes.
Stella.
I'll wash them. I don't mind. I knew I was going to do them anyway. You clear the rest of them, George.
Okay.
Oh, be careful, Stella. Those are my wedding dishes.
Yeah, I know. You told me before. A dozen times.
It was a good dinner, Ma.
Good. A roast would have been good. But if all I can afford is cutlets, well, we have cutlets.
The cutlets were good. They were fine. Excuse me, Ma.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Ma.
I need some more cream for my coffee.
Okay, I'll bring it. Here, Stella.
Not in the sink. Put them on the side. They got to be scraped first.
Oh.
Fine thing. She don't even offer to help with the dishes.
Now, Stella.
The family I married.
She's an old lady.
Old, I'll grant you. She's not too old to mooch you for every last nickel you got. The worst of it, nothing's for you. Everything's for Sonny. How'd you like that with the piece of pie?
What do you want me to do?
I want you to get in that deal with Sonny. Make a few dollars for yourself.
I told you no. I don't want you to start with it again.
George!
Oh, what does she want now?
She wants cream for a coffee. All right, Ma, in a second.
All she gets is the cream.
All right, that's enough.
I'll get some of the cream, too. Because you're going into that deal with Sonny.
I told you I'm not, so forget about it.
You're going into it because you can't stay out of it.
George!
All right, Ma, just a minute. What do you mean I can't stay out of it?
You can't stay out of it because I took the $1,500 you had stuck away and I gave it to Sonny.
You what?
I gave it to Sonny to pay off the finger man.
Why, you...
Now, you got to go into it to protect your money. You got to see that it comes off right, don't you? Got to head up the deal, huh?
Yes, Stella. I got to do it.
See, George, all you need's a little encouragement.
And I got plenty, didn't I? All right, I'll go through with it, Stella. You win. And you lose, too.
George, no!
I'll teach you.
Ow!
I'll teach you good. Good, I'll teach you.
Ow!
George, what happened? What happened to her?
She slipped, Ma. She hurt herself.
Oh, my, that's too bad. Oh, look, the bottle of cream is broken. It's all the cream I got in the house.
And once again, here is tonight's narrator, Mr. Louis J. Whiteman.
Well, as I was telling you, Gangbusters listeners, a conspiracy to hijack a truckload of liquor was formed. And a few nights later, George Harris and the Confederate a man named Monk, were standing in the doorway of a waterfront warehouse out of the range of the nearest streetlight. They watched the door to a diner down the darkened street. Soon they saw the door open, and Sonny hurried to the point where the others were waiting.
Okay, George, he's paying his check.
Good. Monk? Yeah. Go on. Sit in the car and be set. Keep your eyes open.
Okay. I got you.
The driver won't be no trouble, believe me. He'll just be walking.
Okay, quiet. Here he comes out of the diner.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
All right. Back in the doorway.
Oh, this is like taking candy from a baby. You see, George, what were you hesitating?
Let's get this over with, and I'll tell you what I was hesitating.
Oh, look, don't get sore at me. Blame Stella a little, too.
She'll also get hers.
What kind of a guy are you?
Okay, quiet. Here he comes. Get ready. Now, wait a minute, driver.
Me? Hey, what's it?
Okay, give it on.
Yeah.
No. Grab him. I got him. All right, drag him to the car.
He's with him. He ain't no lightweight.
Come on. Come on. Open up.
Got a hold on this driver, Monk.
Yep. I got it. Drag him in.
Watch it.
Get him in.
Okay. Okay, he's in.
Oh, man.
Give me the tape, Monk.
Here.
Okay. Sonny, you look for the truck key.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes open, Monk.
They're open.
Let's work fast now.
I got the key, George.
Okay. Help me get him taped up.
Yeah, you rip it. I'll tape him up.
Yeah, okay. His mouth. Tape up his mouth.
Okay, give me a chance.
I'll turn him over. Get his hands.
That's it. That's fine enough.
Wrap it around again.
Yes. How's this?
Fine.
Hey, he's coming out of it.
Don't worry about it. He's no spot to kick.
Boys. Police car cruising.
Holy.
Get low. Everybody low.
What a spot.
Shut up. Stay low.
1443 Park. Need a man in regard to a lost child. Car 619 at 1443 Park. Need a man in regard to a lost child.
Okay, Monk.
Okay. Everything happens to me.
All right. Get out. When the truck drives away, Monk, come pick me up.
I got you.
Let's go, Sonny.
Well, so far so good, huh, George?
Yeah. Take the truck, drive it right to the drop, start unloading the goods.
Okay.
I'll be at the store early tomorrow morning. If you have any trouble with the buyer or on the price, getting the stuff moved out, call me.
Yeah, okay, don't worry.
And bring my end of the dough around as soon as you get it.
I will. What's the matter? Don't you even trust your own brother?
I trust you, Sonny, as far as I can see. Okay, open it up. Climb in.
Yeah.
Now get going.
George,
What?
where's Sonny? What happened to him? Why haven't we heard from him?
What'd you say?
Oh, honest to goodness, do you have to be pressing pants when bigger things are going on in the world?
Look, Stella, don't annoy me anymore. I still got a score to settle with you.
Honey, you'll be glad. You'll be tickled to death when Sonny walks in here and lays over 10 grand on that counter and says, "Go on, George, pick it up. It's yours." Won't you be glad? What happened? What's holding up Sonny? You think the buyer showed up at the drop okay?
Take it easy, Stella. These things never come off to the minute.
But we should have heard. We should have had
Shut
some...
up. It's a customer.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
That's all right, Stella. I know the gentleman. How are you, Sergeant?
It's Lieutenant now, George.
Lieutenant? Well, you see how behind I am on the news.
Yeah. We haven't had much business with you lately, George.
And you're not going to have either, Lieutenant.
It's good to know.
Stella, honey, this is Lieutenant Noonan, an old friend of mine. It's my wife, Stella.
Very old friend.
Pleased to know you.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I got a little news for you, George.
Yeah? Is that so?
Yeah. There was a truck at the United Terminals hijacked last night.
No kidding.
3 men jumped the driver as he was coming out of a diner downtown. They got the truck with 1,070 cases of Scotch whiskey on it.
That's out of my line these days, Lieutenant. I'm in the pants pressing business. See?
The driver was lucky. They didn't hurt him too bad. They gagged him with adhesive tape and dumped him out in Long Island City.
So what's all this got to do with me?
Plenty, George.
For instance?
We got an alarm out on the truck about 3 o'clock this morning, as soon as the driver could get himself loose and find a cop.
So?
So a couple of state troopers in Pennsylvania near Lancaster spotted the truck on the road this morning. They lit out after it. The driver of the truck tried to run the troopers off the road. Instead, he missed a curve and the truck went over into a ditch.
Oh, my.
I still don't get what it's got to do with me.
There were 2 guys in the truck. One's dead. They don't think the other will live through the day.
That's too bad.
One of them was your brother.
Sonny?
Yeah, Sonny.
Oh, no.
He's not.
No. It's the other one that's dead, a boy named Monk Sampson. Do you know him?
I heard of him, but I don't know.
Is he bad? Is he very bad, Sonny, I mean?
Pretty bad, lady.
Oh, George, that's awful, George.
All right, honey, all right. Take it easy.
He's in the Mercy Hospital at Lancaster. I think he's got a fractured skull. He hasn't regained consciousness.
I'll get out there as soon as I can. Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, George.
The Mercy Hospital. See an FBI agent named Thompson when you get there. He'll take care of you. I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about. I better go get Ma. Better take her out there. You stay here, Stella. Stay in the store. Thanks, Lieutenant.
George.
I'll phone you from Mars.
George.
Yeah.
The truck driver says there was a third guy.
So?
We were wondering if you had any idea who it might be.
How should I know?
There was some speculation that being your brother was involved. The third guy might be you.
Is that so?
But we threw that theory out the window, temporarily. You'd better get to your mother's. From the way that wire from Lancaster read, you don't have too much time.
Ma. Ma.
All right, I'm coming.
Ma.
You have to break down the door, George.
Ma, sit down.
What's the matter?
Sit down, Ma.
It's Sonny.
Ma.
Something's happened to Sonny. What happened to Sonny?
He's been in an accident.
An accident? Oh, my Lord.
Please, Ma.
Oh, my Lord. He's dead, isn't he? He's dead, my Sonny. My Sonny.
He's not dead, Ma. He's hurt bad, but he's not dead.
He's not?
No, Ma, he's not.
Oh, my boy. My Sonny.
He's in a hospital in Pennsylvania, in Lancaster.
Pennsylvania? What was he doing in Pennsylvania? Take me to him, George. Take me to him.
Yeah, Ma, sure, right away.
Let's go. What was he doing in Pennsylvania? How did it happen?
He was in a truck. It turned over. The police...
Police? What have the police got to do with Sonny?
Ma, you'll find out sooner or later anyway. He was driving a load of stolen liquor.
No, he wasn't.
He was,
Not
Ma.
Sonny.
Yes, Sonny.
Not my Sonny.
What do you think he is? You think he's an angel? He's a bum, a no-good bum.
Bum? You're the bum. You're the jailbird. You're the one.
Ma.
Sonny's a good boy. He's a good boy. You're the one. You're the bum. Everything Sonny did bad, you made him. You're the one who made him.
No, Ma.
You, since the minute you were born. Since the minute you were born, you've been nothing but trouble for me. You were an ugly and hateful boy.
Ma.
I hate you.
Don't do that to me, Ma. Don't slap me.
Bad boys get slapped.
Goodbye, Ma.
George!
I gotta go, Ma.
Take me to Sonny.
I gotta go, Ma. I don't feel right. I gotta...
George!
21st Squad, Lieutenant Noonan. Oh, good. Put him on. Hello, Lieutenant Noonan speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant.
What's up, Tommy?
Sonny came out of it, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
The doctor let me talk to him. He says the whole thing was his brother George's idea.
Oh?
George put up the dough for the finger man. He engineered the whole deal according to Sonny. Did you locate George?
Yeah, I notified him of what happened. I just got back. He was supposed to be headed out there to see about Sonny.
Well, maybe he's headed someplace else.
If he is, he won't have much of a start. I'll check with you, Tommy. Levitt?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get hold of Brown, Adler, and Mackey. We got a collar to make.
And now back to Gangbusters.
Come in, George.
Stella.
I locked up when you left. What'd your mother say, George?
She slapped me.
She what?
She slapped my face.
George, what are we going to do?
About what? She slapped my face, Stella.
Sonny regains consciousness. He's going to talk.
Let him talk.
What was he doing in Pennsylvania?
I don't know. Just like I was a kid, she slapped my face.
Sonny's double-crossed you, George. Your own brother double-crossed you. He was taking a load someplace and he was going to cut you out of your share.
I don't care.
You got to get out of here, George. If he could double-cross you like that, he'll involve you in the whole thing when he comes out of it.
Let him involve me.
Honey, let's get out of here.
No.
At least till it dies down. Let's go someplace till we see what's what.
I'm not leaving the store.
George!
What?
Come out of it, will you? You know what could happen? George, they're coming. Cops, 2 cars of them.
Yeah?
Coming back. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, all right.
Close the curtain. Oh, I'll close it. There's only one way you got a chance, George.
A chance for what?
Chance to get away. Here, George. Here's your gun. You gotta shoot it out with them.
Are you crazy, Stella?
You gotta shoot it out with them. They're coming to get you. Take the gun. Take it, will you?
Yeah.
There they are. I want to let them know who's boss, George.
What are you doing to me? What are you giving me a gun for?
Shoot it out with him, George.
Look at me. Standing here with a gun.
George!
I got nothing. I got nothing in the world. I tried to make something, but you wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me. Nobody would let me.
George, don't.
Nobody would let me. Not you, not mine. Nobody.
No, George! Yes!
All right. Yeah.
Open up!
Come here.
What's going on, George?
I just killed a woman.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, George Harris came to trial and was convicted of first-degree murder with a recommendation of mercy. He is now serving life imprisonment. His brother Sonny died of his injuries shortly after his arrest. That's how this case was concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Louis J. Whiteman, former Special Assistant to the Attorney General, Criminal Division, Department of Justice, for this most interesting and unusual case history.
Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Ralph Bell, Elspeth Eric, and Bryna Rayburn in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The payoff is murder. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it's touch and go with trouble and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, maybe you've heard of my husband, Johnny Wyatt. Just a notch higher than a club fighter. Big, strong boy who hasn't gotten anywhere. Well, Friday night he meets Pat Driscoll at the Christopher Arena and the payoff is all set. But not if Johnny plays it my way. Then the payoff might be murder. Still, I want to take that chance. Maybe my reasons for this are a little cockeyed. But if you're interested, let's talk it over. And it's signed Doris Wyatt.
Christopher Arena, Brooksy. Sounds like old home week. Remember?
Remember? I had to sit there and watch you get worked over just to satisfy the ego of a vicious little gangster named Salvador.
The late Johnny Salvador. So now there's a Douglas Harger running all of his rackets. It's enough to make a growing boy turn cynical.
One thing's certain from Mrs. Wyatt's letter. The air around Christopher Arena still has an odor from here to there and back again.
Yeah. With Harger in the picture, the fight could very well be a fix. But why should an ever-loving wife want to change the payoff so it might read murder?
Well, George, she admitted her reasons might sound a little cockeyed.
But just how cockeyed?
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'll tell you why I'm not going to let Johnny throw that fight Friday night.
Yeah, Mrs. Wyatt?
Because I've never had a mink coat.
Huh?
What's that? Exactly what I said, Miss Brooks.
Well, pardon my dunce cap, but if your husband played along with Harger, that would be about as short a cut to a mink coat as you'd want.
And you still don't seem to get it. The first time I ever saw Johnny, I was in a chorus line. I think I wanted a mink coat more than I wanted to breathe. And I could have had it even with a wedding band. But I picked Johnny. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah. You loved him.
It's more than that. For 10 whole years, I've had to stand by while he was getting his face pushed in. But at least he was always doing a clean, honest job. The only job he knew.
But, how do you think we can help you if Johnny's made up his mind?
You can help me change it.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Harger and his crowd have already placed their bets. They're not going to let Johnny or anybody else cross him.
I know.
Anyway, this is a little out of my line, Mrs. Wyatt. I wouldn't know how to go about this.
And I wouldn't know what to tell you. Oh, maybe I've got a one-track mind. A gasoline station along the road, an auto court. And who knows, maybe we could still have a couple of kids. Funny where you can wind up dreaming of a mink coat. Sorry I bothered you, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me think about this.
Hey, Doris. I want... Oh, you got company, huh?
Where have you been, Johnny?
Training. You know, honey, Friday night, the big payoff.
Look at you. How much do you think you'll have to drink after Friday to forget what you did?
You know I'm only doing this for you, Doris. Hey, who are these people? We shouldn't be talking like this in front of...
You don't have to worry about them.
Go on. Get out, both of you. Get out. I want to talk to my wife.
Might be a good idea if you did a little listening, Johnny.
Who are you to tell me what to do? I get enough of that. Get him out of here.
This
Doris,
is Mr. Valentine. I thought he could figure a way you could still fight an honest fight and not get hurt.
You mean you told him?
She was only thinking of you.
Get out. Get out, I told you.
Stop it, Johnny. Stop it. This is one time your fists aren't going to help you. After the fight, I'm leaving you. For good.
You what?
Leaving you.
But, baby, it's 10 years. Things we had planned. This was going to be my last fight. Doris, you don't know what you're saying. You can't do it.
Take it easy now. Here, fella, sit down. Pull yourself together. Now, look.
Yeah.
If you're willing to try, I'll see if I can get you off the spot.
Oh, Johnny, please listen to him. What about it, Johnny?
Go ahead, mister.
Okay. You think you got it in you to beat this Driscoll guy Friday?
I think I can take him. Got at least one good fight left in him.
Good.
Besides, Driscoll thinks it's all fixed. He's been doing his training in nightclubs. Oh, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Valentine. You don't double-cross Harger and get away with it.
Well, you didn't fix this thing, Johnny. It was Steve Helianos. Your manager did all the talking for you.
You got a contract with this Helianos?
Sure, but I had no trouble getting out of that. Steve's been jipping me for years.
Well, what's the word, Johnny?
Just what you know it would be if I thought I was going to lose you.
Well, it looks like you've got another date at the Christopher Arena, George.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have much time. Get him under a cold shower, Doris. Fill him full of black coffee.
Yeah.
Where do you train, Johnny?
Murray's Gym, 8th Street. Harger took that place over from Salvador, too.
Well, don't go near the place. Use the gym at the YMCA until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
See a man who has more reason than any of us to hate Harger and everything he stands for. A man who hated Johnny Salvador enough to kill him.
George, the basher.
But that guy's punch drunk. They got him locked away in a sanitarium.
Uh-huh. But I think he can still make the kind of sense that'll give us a fighting chance. Now, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I'll pick you up at the office. Right now, it's time for a couple of characters to get a shock treatment.
Here, listen, my friend. Where do you get off telling me how to run my business? Aren't you forgetting? I am his manager.
As far as Johnny Wyatt is concerned, you're out of business, Helianus, as of now.
I'm warning you. Don't make things unhealthy for yourself.
Come now, Helianus. You're the one who's flirting with high blood pressure. Don't get so excited.
But you heard what he said, Mr. Harger.
And everyone else will if you don't stop raising your voice. Besides, you know how sensitive I am to raucous voices. Now, if you'll just leave us alone, I'd like to talk to Mr. Valentine.
Sure, okay. But don't forget I got a contract with Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. That piece of paper and a dime will buy you a cup of coffee. And if you have any complaints, take them up with the boxing commission.
You think I won, eh? Well,
Your tantrums are childish, Helianus.
Huh?
I'm afraid we both have to admit that round number 1 goes to this gentleman on points.
Thanks.
Well, the gentleman better stay out of my way. He don't want to wake up floating in his sewer.
Hey, isn't that Pat Driscoll punching the bag over there?
Yes. You see him in one of his more conscientious moods. He's actually condescended to work out today.
Uh-huh. Well, no wonder Wyatt is the top heavy favorite. You stand to really clean up if he does approach.
When he does it. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. That Johnny Wyatt is going to fight the best he knows how. No matter which way you're betting or what you intend to do.
I can't allow Wyatt to win. There's almost $250,000 involved.
Okay, what do you propose to do about it?
Unlike Helianus, I don't indulge in lurid threats. I simply want to state a fact. If this bout doesn't come off as planned, neither you nor Wyatt will have much time to enjoy virtue's momentary triumph.
Well, now, that was the purpose of this little visit. Now we both know where we stand.
Mr. Hager, I understand this guy's giving you some kind of trouble.
Trouble? Of course not, Driscoll. We were merely discussing business.
Yeah. I was trying to find out how to bet Friday night. Mr. Hager here says you can't lose.
All right, I'm a sure thing, so what?
But I keep saying you can't win, Driscoll.
Huh?
Unless you got somebody in there to take a dive for you.
What's that? You know what I think I'm gonna do?
Hold it, Driscoll.
I'm gonna nail you one, sweetheart, and see how you look splashed on the floor.
Hey, look at the guy done it, Driscoll. Driscoll's out like a light.
I don't believe it. Who splashed on the floor?
I am impressed, Mr. Valentine. If I weren't betting on that reclining gentleman, I'd be tempted to applaud.
Hey, buddy, I just see what you done. The right cross you got there. Anybody managing you?
Out of my way, Buster. I got places to go and things to do.
But that right cross.
Now listen to Mr. Valentine carefully, Basher.
I'm listening. I get what you're saying.
Good, because this is very important.
Don't you see? This is your chance to win a big fight, not even have to go into the ring.
Well, how can I do that? Them keeping me here in the sanitarium.
Now, look, Basher, you know Hager took over where Salvador left off. And he's doing the same thing to other fighters that Salvador did to you.
He can't do that. Look where I am because of him. And I used to be champ. Champ.
We know that, Basher.
Now, please, get the story straight. Johnny Wyatt wants to make this his last fight. And he wants to do a clean, honest job on Driscoll.
I wish they'd let me in there. I'd show that young punk a couple of things.
Yeah, Bessie, yeah, I know. But you see, Wyatt's betting on himself. Every dollar he's got. His wife's depending on him, too.
All the money they've saved to buy a gas station, live a decent life, is on him to win.
Now, look, I'm no fight manager, and I want you to help me find the right trainer and things like that.
No.
But most important, how does a guy like Hager operate? I want to call every move he makes before he even thinks of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you straight. Already, Hager's way ahead of you.
What do you mean?
What's the odds for Friday night?
Why, it's 7-2 for Johnny Wyatt to win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, Mr. Valentine. Before the fight, the odds are going to be even bigger for Wyatt. Hager will see that they are.
How can he do that, Basher?
A couple of stunts like he done with you in the gym today when you socked Driscoll. He didn't have to hit the floor, but he did it so everybody would think he wasn't in shape. You know, part of the frame.
Uh-huh.
And that gets in the papers, and everybody bets on Wyatt. Sure thing.
But, George, that means...
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what it means, Brooksy.
The odds should be on Driscoll. He's young, he's smart. If you just knew where to look, you'd see they got Driscoll training hard for this fight.
This puts me on the spot, Bashy.
Yeah, well, it's an old deal. Salvador started doing it with me when I was getting washed up. I was 32. That was, 3 years ago.
Well, this is beginning to look like a work of art, George. Harger's got himself double insurance. If Johnny Wyatt doesn't throw the fight, Driscoll can probably beat him anyway.
Driscoll, smart kid.
Oh, boy, what a gold-plated goon guy I turned out to be. I let the Wyatts risk everything, their whole future on this fight.
You never can beat big boys like Harger when they got the fix on.
I know. Still, Johnny Wyatt's got to win Friday night. And I've got to make him. But how, Basher? How?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the well-tailored car. Whether your everyday motoring is in the Puget Sound area, along the Columbia River, or in the desert, there's one way you can be sure of command performance from your car. That's by relying on high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this great premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means wherever you motor, Chevron Supreme's blending agents command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy the command performance it gives your car on the straightaway, in heavy traffic, and up the steepest hills. Remember, Chevron Supreme for command performance every mile of the way. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself managing, of all things, a heavyweight fighter, Johnny Wyatt, at the end of the road, facing a younger, stronger man. If your boy wins, Harger or one of his mobsters will see that you pay with your life for the fortune they lose in bets. Yet Johnny and his wife are also betting everything they own that he gets the nod. So you're up a blind alley. If you're like George Valentine, you just put your head down and try to slug your way out.
You know, Harger, somebody must have pampered you when you were a boy. To think you can just walk into somebody's house and your very appearance is going to scare them to death?
Please, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me do the talking.
And for once, Harger, I think you're going to do the listening. I doubt if you're going to feel like the same man when Mrs. Wyatt gets through describing you.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring. But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to. We know what he's up against. But no soft-spoken piece of rubbish like you is going to change our minds.
Any questions, Mr. Harger?
No, just a mere statement, minus the dramatics. I thought it might carry greater weight stated in front of Mrs. Wyatt, who's supposed to love her husband.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish is going to change our minds.
I admire models of virtue, Mrs. Wyatt, but only as curios you keep under glass.
Why don't you speak your piece and get back to your gilded gutter?
The simple fact remains. When I make a bet, there's always a payoff. Either in money or in that wasteful and businesslike operation known as violence.
But it's only been a couple of hours, Doris. Try to remember what you said.
I am.
Your exact words when Harger came in. Now, you did all the talking. He just stood there.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying so hard.
Don't rush her, George. Maybe it'll come easier if you don't make her try so hard.
But we got to get this right, Brooksy.
First I remember saying, Please, Mr. Valentine, I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, that's right. Then you said, let me do the talking.
And you said, and for once, Harger, I think
you're going to do the listening. Now we got it, Brooksy. Take all this down.
Okay, George, but I still want to know why.
Angel, this has to be the convincer. I've got to make Harger think I've got something on him. And before he realizes there's one important thing missing from the recording we're going to make.
Well, what's that?
Just his voice, Doris.
But, George, you'll never get away with it.
You just take the words down, Brooksy. Johnny and I have a date at the sanitarium with a basher.
I was champ once, Wyatt. Remember me, huh? Remember me?
Yeah, we all do, Basher. It's just too bad you had a guy like Salvador Hemmings.
Sharp talk and wait, Basher. But will you please look at those pictures? I had to do a lot of talking to get the...
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm watching every move he makes.
Look, this guy isn't going to get us anywhere.
Will you keep quiet, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm watching. I got it. You can turn this thing off now, Mr. Valentine. I got the answer.
Turn the projector off now, Mac, and put on the lights. Okay, what is it, Basher?
Being the champ like I was, I got Driscoll's witness, just like that. Johnny boy, you can murder that guy in the first round.
Me and how many bulldozers?
Go on, Basher.
Well, when the bell rings, Johnny boy, you rush to the middle of the ring with your dukes up, like Driscoll was the worst enemy you ever had.
You're not far from wrong.
You've seen him in them pictures. All you got to do is all of a sudden let your hands drop down by your sides.
Yeah, you forgot to mention who carries me out.
Will you listen to him, Johnny?
When Driscoll comes in for the kill, he's wide open. You've seen it. That's when you give it to him, Johnny boy. But not with your right. not with your right.
Just how do you do it, Basher?
You throw your left at him. That's the way he's least expecting.
Well, the only punch I got is my right cross. Everybody knows the only thing I can do with my left is chase off flies.
Like I said, least expecting. And the guy's got a glass jaw. You've seen it in the pictures. He won't know what happened to him.
Valentine, let's get out of here. If I do this punch he tells me, I'll get killed.
We'll talk about that later, Johnny. Thanks for your advice, Basher. And when you listen to this fight over the radio, you can say to yourself, it's just as though the Basher were in there fighting.
Do like I said, Johnny, and you'll have him smelling the rosin before he knows what hit him.
Yeah, and I could also be reading the alphabet backwards from then on.
Do like your wife tells you. By that gas station. Don't end up like me, the champ.
Valentine, let's get out of here.
Sometimes I wake up in bed fighting my own shadow. Right? And then I faint. And I give him a right cross and then a left.
So long, champ. And thanks again. Well, this is about it, Johnny. The last prelim is on out there. How do you feel?
Oh, just great.
How does he look to you, Freddie? The Basher said you were the best trainer in the business.
I done the best I could with him, Mr. Valentine, in the short time we had. You gotta remember, Johnny ain't as young as he used to be.
Yeah, especially around the stomach, huh, Freddie? Horace, what are you doing here? You never want you to see me before a fight.
Oh, this time it's different, Johnny. I got you into this. The least I can do is kiss you. Good luck.
Valentine. Here's that briefcase you wanted, George.
Oh, thanks, Angel. I'm sure I'm going to need it.
I'm betting on you, Johnny.
Okay, Freddie, that's enough. Can't help me anymore.
Anything you say, Johnny.
Did you ever see a wife like that? I'm just not good enough for her. I don't want her to see me on my face out there tonight. If they end up that way, she'll never know whether I threw the fight or not.
Will you take it easy, Johnny?
But just like Joe Baloney, I better get your boy in a bathrobe.
All right. This is going to be my last fight. I'm going to go in there and slug it out with Driscoll. Well, why are you guys looking at me that way? Come on.
You boys know the rules. Keep your punches up, fight clean, break clean.
Right.
Back to your corners.
Okay, now, Johnny, I've only got a second, so listen. Fight this thing the way I want you to do it. It's your only chance.
I'm not taking that punch-drunk's word.
Well, then take mine. Do it, and I'll even be happy to face Hargett.
Hey, your mouthpiece, Johnny.
Go to it, Johnny.
What's the matter, boys? Come on in. Driscoll, give it a minute. Don't worry, Grandpa. You're gonna get it.
Come on, boys, get going.
Come on in, will you? Come on. Got my hands hanging down. Make it quick and fast. Okay, sucker.
1, 2, 3. Hey, somebody, quick, get the doctor from the boxing division in here. Driscoll's really hurt.
Hey, where do you think you are going, friend? Don't think you are leaving this arena.
What's the matter, Helianus? When you got a gun in a man's back, no reason for your hand to shake like that.
Just excited. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen to you. Start walking.
Okay. Johnny had more left in him than you thought, didn't he?
What are you carrying in that briefcase, Valentine? Your last will and testament?
Yeah, something like that.
In here. This is Hager's office.
Come in, Mr. Valentine.
Sit down.
Thanks a lot.
If you remember, during our last conversation, there was a slight mention of a payoff, one way or another.
I have a very retentive memory, Mr. Hager, and you were very eloquent.
So why make with the fancy words, Mr. Harger? I know a couple of boys who can take care of him, but fast.
Why need we hurry, Helianus? Do you know how much you cost me tonight, Mr. Valentine?
I hope it was enough to send you to the poorhouse.
Not quite, but it was a serious blow.
Oh, yeah. I think you can afford it, all right. A lavish office like this, oil paintings, custom-built phonograph. So many, many luxuries guys like Basha don't have in a sanitarium.
But what to do with you, Mr. Valentine? Of course, you must go, and eventually Mr. Wyatt, too. But how? Well, if there's one thing I dislike, it's, let's say, crudity.
Oh, brother, leave it to you. Never at a loss for the right word. You mind if I put on a record I brought along?
I love good music.
Oh, well, then you ought to go nuts about this when you hear it played back.
Hey, what is he doing? He's got a gun in there.
Please, Helianus. You don't seem to understand how gentlemen like Mr. Valentine and I do business. Just what have you got there?
Suppose you listen, Hager. I'll put the needle down at random. But I think you'll get the general idea.
I hope it's Sibelius.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring.
It's all there, Mr. Hager.
But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to.
If anything happens to me or Johnny, this will make sweet music in the DA's ears.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish.
You want to hear any more, Hager? Of course, you remember, this gets better as it goes along.
You know, you don't have to have a scientific trend of mind to know that RPM motor oil means low-cost car operation and longer engine life. But Mr. George L. Reed of Miami, Arizona happens to be scientific-minded, and this is what he says, quote, "As a mining man for 15 years, I have a pretty good idea of what proper lubrication means. For long life in your car motor, you must have absolute lubrication, and RPM really does the job. I'm sticking with RPM," unquote. I think you'll agree that Mr. Reed is a wise and practical man. And if you've been using RPM motor oil in your car regularly, you know why Mr. Reed prefers this premium quality motor oil. You know that RPM keeps your engine cleaner, fights off carbon, rust, lacquer, and other costly troublemakers. And you know that where ordinary oils fail on hot upper cylinder walls, RPM protects those hot spots at all times. So to give your car longer life, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Well, come on, Harger, speak up. Do you want to hear any more?
I'm not one to fool myself, Mr. Valentine. You may have something on that record.
Oh, I can just as well play the rest of it, including your ill-advised threat. You know, violence. Shall I go ahead?
No, you needn't bother.
You mean you are going to let them get away with this, Mr. Harger? I will take care of him tonight, and this record too.
Be honest. Oh, sometimes I despair of you. You're so petulant.
Huh?
Do you think Valentine would walk in here with the only copy of that record?
I got 1 million of them, Helianus, and they all tell the same story. Well, it was nice knowing you two.
Mr. Harger, just leave him to me.
Stay where you are. The gentleman and I have made a bargain. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Harger.
Well, how do you like it, Mr. Valentine? We finally got our gas station. There's even an auto court in the back.
Sure looks swell.
Well, we just thought we'd drop by, Doris, and see how you and Johnny were making out. By the way, where is Johnny?
In the back somewhere. You ought to see him, Claire. Happy as a kid, can't find enough to do. But none of these things would have been possible except for you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, thanks for the badge of honor, Doris, but all I'm doing is trying to make a living.
Living. That's what Johnny and I are doing now. We're closer than we ever were. Why do you know, in the spring we may even open up a hamburger stand.
Oh, love and hamburgers. A reasonable substitute for a mink coat.
Something like that. All I know is everybody should be as happy as Johnny and I are now. For instance, you two could,
Oh, never mind, Doris. Subtleties like that are wasted on our friend here.
Oh, I know what Doris is driving at, all right?
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, but Angel, can we make it pay? Opening a hamburger stand.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett as Doris, Tony Barrett as Johnny, Jay Novello as Basher, Louis Van Rooten as Harger, John Ullman as Helianos, and Lester J. as Driscoll. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. And so once again we find ourselves in Dr. Watson's cheerful firelit study. Outside, a cutting October wind scurries the brittle leaves. But inside, all snug and cozy, with his feet on the well-polished fender, sits our favorite host and storyteller.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
And which of Holmes' fabulous adventures are we to have tonight, sir?
But tonight it's the case of the missing heiress. A Canadian heiress, to be exact. Pert and pretty as a picture. And with a mind of her own. I can never forget her father's expression when he discovered the compromising situation. There I go, getting ahead of myself as usual. Well, now, don't look so worried, Mr. Harris. I hadn't forgotten. this is where we say a few words on behalf of a very generous sponsor.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. And our sponsor really is generous, in more ways than one. Take the amazing values he gives, for instance. Clipper Craft clothes are just about as fine as can be made, and so modestly priced. I dare say even a Sherlock Holmes would be stumped at how it's done, but it's elementary, Dr. Watson. It's the famous Clipper Craft plan, wherein 924 leading stores from coast to coast concentrate their buying power, assuring you of great savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. As a result, you get the benefit of group buying, plus the friendly personal attention you expect at your own local independent store. Clipper Craft's extraordinary value is obvious once you've worn them. For where else, indeed, can you find expensive-looking suits like Clipper Craft's at only $30 to $40? There are a few deluxe models, too, at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets are only $24. Yes, solving your clothes problem is easy this fall. Just take this clue. Compare Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
And now, Mr. Harris, to our story. The case of the missing heiress. Put your boots on the fender and make yourself comfortable.
A perfect combination. A crackling fire to warm one's feet and a hair-raising adventure to chill one's spine.
Sounds rather like one of those confounded hot and cold shower baths that are the curse of this modern age. Now, in the good old Baker Street days, when one made one's daily ablutions in a tin tub that was filled from a pair of steaming jugs...
One got in and out as fast as possible to prevent freezing to death, eh, Dr. Watson?
Only in the winter-time, Mr. Harris, only in the winter. I remember one bright July afternoon in the year... Let me see... Oh, never mind, it was before you were out of your cradle. I was splashing about in my morning tub.
I thought you said it was afternoon.
When one shared lodgings and adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes, one frequently took one's morning tub in the afternoon or evening. Now, where was I?
Splashing around in your morning tub in mid-afternoon.
Oh, yes. As a matter of accuracy, I was just removing the soap from back of the ears and giving a not-inspired rendition of a current comic opera hit when Holmes burst in rather unceremoniously. Wandering minstrel, a thing of shreds and patches.
For heaven's sake, Watson, stop that caterwauling and throw on a dressing gown. We're about to have a caller, and I'm sure it means another case.
And why should that interrupt my bath? You're quite capable of handling the first stages of a case by yourself, Holmes.
Not when it concerns a lady in hysterics in a court train. You're much better than I at managing female agitation.
Holmes, what are you raving about?
An elegant carriage has just galloped up to our curbstone. And without waiting for the footman to alight from the box and assist her, a middle-aged creature in full court regalia, complete to the feathers in her hair, bursts out into the street and is even now pulling our front doorbell out by the roots.
Oh, Lord, well...
Mrs. Hudson's let her in. She's coming up the stairs. Now, will you come out and protect me?
Certainly not.
Very well, then. I shall be obliged to usher her in here.
Oh, no, great Scott, wait, I'm coming. Good Lord, look at me. A fine way to greet a lady.
Don't worry. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, she's too upset to notice. Here, tie the cord around your middle.
Oh, yes, of course.
And you put your slippers on the wrong feet.
Oh, confound it. I will...
Come in.
Mr. Holmes. Oh, Mr. Holmes, thank heavens I find you at home.
Why, Lady Maynooth.
Oh, Dr. Watson, delighted to see you. Could you give me a glass of sherry? Oh, this is terrible. I'm ruined. And the poor girl, Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must find her. You must.
Of course, Lady Maynooth. But first, perhaps you'd better tell us the name of this damsel in distress and inform us just what difficulty she seems to be in.
But that's just it. I haven't the remotest idea. I don't mean I don't know her name. It's Elizabeth. Elizabeth Bascom.
Not Miss Lizzie Bascom, the only child of old Hellfire Bascom, the Canadian Copper King.
That's right, Dr. Watson.
Oh, quite the belle of the season, I gather.
Yes, Elizabeth has certainly been popular. Not that it's made the slightest impression on her.
Yes, perhaps that explains her popularity.
That and her father's millions. But why are you so concerned about Miss Elizabeth Bascom, Lady Maynooth?
It's been my responsibility to sponsor the young lady through her first London season, to see that she makes the proper social connections and, well, her father is bound and determined that she shall marry into the nobility.
I had no idea that George Bascom, more often referred to as Hellfire, was one of your acquaintances, Lady Maynooth.
To be quite frank, Mr. Holmes, I've never set eyes on Elizabeth's father, but a mutual friend. Knowing that he was anxious to have her received in the best circles, and also knowing that my own financial position has not been too secure lately, I was, shall we say, persuaded to take Elizabeth under my wing.
I hope you made a profitable arrangement.
I did, Mr. Holmes, but I've earned it, every penny.
You mean the young lady is uncouth in spite of her good looks?
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. The truth forces me to admit that Elizabeth is really quite presentable and even lovable when not crossed.
But when she is crossed, she takes after her father?
Exactly. She insists on going for solitary walks, completely unchaperoned. She strikes up an acquaintance with the most unlikely people.
Democratic, eh, Holmes?
It might be considered democratic in an ordinary female. But where a young woman of Miss Bascom's wealth is concerned, it's rather dangerous.
Oh, how true. We've been receiving, not exactly threats, but certainly crank letters ever since it became known that Elizabeth had come to stay with me. But she absolutely refuses to pay heed to her own danger. Says she's been handling situations of that sort all her life, and she refuses to become perturbed about it at this late date. And now it's happened.
What has?
Oh, I finally persuaded her to take an interest in young Lord Weaverbrook. A very suitable match in every way. In fact, her father is arriving on the next boat in order to announce the engagement.
Well, surely that's nothing to be upset about.
Oh, yes, but what is he going to do when he finds his daughter has been abducted?
Abducted? You mean forcibly?
This note was pinned to the carriage seat when I returned and found Elizabeth gone.
I gather from your costume, Lady Maynooth, that you were on your way to Buckingham Palace?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. After considerable manoeuvring, I had arranged to have Miss Bascom received at court. It took a bit of doing, and I'll admit I expected trouble with Elizabeth. However, she fell in with the plan with quite a show of alacrity, even standing patiently for endless fittings of her train and taking lessons in how to make a court bow.
Yes, I've often wondered how one managed it.
Don't interrupt, Watson. Go on, Lady Maynooth. Today, I take it, was the day.
Yes, and more perfect weather one couldn't have wished for. And I must say Elizabeth seemed to be in high spirits. We were well prepared with the usual hamper of wine and sandwiches and cake. You know, that interminable wait in St. James's Park.
Yes, and I've thought often that the sight of the ladies in their full regalia on the way to a court function is one of the great sights of London.
Elizabeth seemed to share your opinion, Dr. Watson. At any rate, she seemed in unusually high spirits as the other carriages crowded around us.
What fun, Lady Maynooth. It's even more exciting than a regatta. All the street musicians and the crowds passing on the sidewalks as if it were a parade. All waving and cheering and calling to us.
Oh, there she goes. That's Lizzie Bascom.
Elizabeth, my dear, one doesn't wave at them. It's not done.
I'm sorry.
Oh, now, cover your flowers with a napkin, my dear. The sun is really becoming rather oppressive.
If you ask me, it's darned hot.
Look at that.
Now, Elizabeth, you mustn't smile back. It only encourages them.
But why shouldn't I smile? I'm so happy.
Just control yourself another moment, dear, and we'll be inside the gate where the crowd can't follow us.
Oh, then we're nearly there.
Heavens, no. It takes ages, even after you're in the courtyard. Yes. Here we go. That's better. Now, let's see what's in our luncheon hamper. I'll admit I'm half-starved.
Oh, no. No, let's wait. I'm still so excited. Oh, Lady Maynooth, look! Who's that handsome man walking among the carriages and sticking his head into some of them?
Oh, dear, I wish he wouldn't. His mother would be so put out if she knew he were out here. They will do it, all the boys. They say it's much more fun than it is inside.
Lady Maynooth, he's coming this way. Oh, he's going to stop.
Well, so this is the carriage that has been causing all the commotion. No wonder. Hello there.
Hello yourself.
Well, that's refreshing. So this is the beautiful Lizzie who has set the town on its ears. Oh, Lady Maynooth, I didn't notice you at first. You wouldn't by any chance have some smelling salts? The Dowager Duchess of Kiel seemed rather wonky as I passed to Baruch. I wonder if you'd come and take a look at her.
Why, of course, certainly. Let's see, where did I put the smelling salt?
In your reticule, Lady Maynooth.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll be right back. Oh, And Elizabeth.
Yes, Lady Maynooth?
If that gentleman should return, be sure you address him as Your Highness. And that, Mr. Holmes, was the last I saw of Elizabeth Bascom. She was abducted in broad daylight, right there in the courtyard of Buckingham Palace.
You don't think it was done by a prince of the blood royal? They've been known to pull some rather spectacular pranks.
No member of the House of Hanover, Dr. Watson, would write this note. It was pinned to the cushions of the seat, directly behind the box.
May I see Lady Maynooth?
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, the whole affair was undoubtedly planned in advance.
Well, what makes you say that, Holmes?
The words are printed in ink, large, bold lettering, and the paper's been folded. Furthermore, there's a rather carefully executed dusky palm print in the lower left-hand corner.
But what is the message? What does the note say?
The words of communication of this sort are always the least enlightening part of the epistle, Watson. But just to satisfy your curiosity, I'll read them to you.
Dashed right of you.
We have kidnapped Lizzie. If you know what's good for her, don't tell the cops. Signed, the Black Hand.
Oh, a band of American cutthroats. The words kidnapped and cops are dead giveaway. I've heard of these Black Hand gangs. Poor Lizzie. Men like that are desperate characters.
Oh, dear.
We can only hope her father will arrive in time to pay any ransom demands.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, we may be dealing with a band of cutthroats and desperados, but let's not jump to any conclusions, Watson, until we've examined the scene of the crime.
What do you mean you expect to find clues in all that turmoil in the courtyard of Buckingham Palace?
No, Watson, the scene of the crime is much closer than that. It is, in fact, drawn up to our curb. I allude, of course, to Lady Maynooth's carriage.
Oh, I see what you mean. I hadn't thought of that. Well, come along. What are we waiting for?
For you to go and finish dressing, Watson.
Whoa, Jonathan. Easy now, Penelope.
Handsome horses you have, Lady Maynooth.
Thank you. This is Horace, Mr. Holmes. Horace has been our footman for over 50 years.
I am man and boy. And that's the truth.
A record to be proud of, Horace, in these troubled times.
Eh?
He's a little deaf, Mr. Holmes. It's his age.
I said you've a fine record, Horace.
I have that.
If you'll open the door, please, Horace. Mr. Holmes is a detective. He'd like to inspect the carriage.
I know who Mr. Holmes is, Mum. Everybody knows Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Horace, when did you first become aware that Miss Bascom was not in the carriage?
What? When her ladyship come back and found your note.
You didn't see or hear anything unusual before that?
I did not. Henry, he's our coachman, you know, had gone off to help Lord Brumsey's man, who was having trouble with his horses. And I had me hands full holding our horses, but I handled them.
Start fellow, Horace.
Besides which, I'm a bit deaf. Not that you could notice, but it keeps me from hearing things.
I'm afraid Horace has been a broken reed in this affair.
What's that?
I said thank you, Horace. Well, let's have a look inside the carriage. Give me my magnifying glass, Watson. Yes, it's interesting. Very interesting.
What have you found, Holmes? Bloodstains?
On the contrary, there's not the slightest indication of a struggle. Either Miss Bascom left the carriage of her own free will, or she was lured out of it by someone she considered a friend. Very significant. Very.
Significant, Holmes, but hardly helpful.
Yes, here is her parasol, neatly furled. Surely, if she'd been attacked, she'd have attempted to use it as a weapon. And the luncheon hamper, neatly placed in the corner. Open up the lid, Watson.
Very well. Hello?
What's up?
The silly thing's empty. Not even a crumb left.
The blackguards. They not only abducted my ward, they stole my lunch as well. The pound cake hadn't even been cut into.
The scoundrels. Well, Holmes, I'm afraid we've really drawn a blank. No clues at all.
Not so fast, Watson. Here is a long thread of heavy silk. Lady Maynooth, has Miss Lizzie, by any chance, a garment with a blue fringe in her wardrobe?
Yes, of course. The pelerine that goes over a puce walking suit. But what has that to do with the case? She was wearing full court regalia when she was abducted.
That's what makes it so preposterous, really. You know, you couldn't possibly kidnap a lady in a court costume.
Hello, here's something in the side pocket of the hamper.
Why, that's Elizabeth's guidebook. She was always sneaking off by herself with that under her arm. From the number of times it happened, she must have visited all the sights of London.
Not all, Lady Maynooth. I fancy Miss Elizabeth rather specialized in the British Museum.
How do you arrive at that conclusion?
The rest of the volume's rather stiff, showing very few of the pages have been read. But notice how readily the book opens at the portion describing the British Museum. And here, the paragraphs describing the famous Elgin marbles. That page is decidedly dog-eared.
The Elgin marbles?
Yes.
Good heavens, I'd no idea Elizabeth was a connoisseur of art.
I fancy Miss Elizabeth is a connoisseur of many things of which you had no idea, Lady Maynooth.
Oh, dear, what do we do now? I suppose we'd better consult Scotland Yard.
I rather fancy that a certain Mr. Percy Smithers will prove more helpful in this matter. I suggest that Watson and I pay him a visit.
Percy Smithers? Who in thunder is he?
The famous archaeologist and authority on Greek and Roman relics. He is also curator of the Elgin marbles. Here we are, Watson, the British Museum. Imposing, if somewhat moth-eaten old mausoleum, eh, what?
Well, you needn't point it out to me as if I'd never laid eyes on it before. I had an uncle whose idea of entertaining his various visiting nephews was to trail them through the British Museum.
And you, of course, have never been guilty of escorting your juvenile relatives through its echoing halls.
Well, that is, one must keep up the traditions, you know.
Well, never mind. Open the door.
I can't. It's stuck. Oh, never mind. Here comes an attendant. I say, God, the entrance seems to be a bit balky. We can't get it open, don't you know?
And why would you? It's been locked up for the night. Closing time was 20 minutes ago.
Then I guess we won't get to see the marbles today, Holmes.
I'm not particularly interested in the marbles, Watson. Guard, can you tell me if Mr. Smithers, curator Percy Smithers, is still on the premises?
Oh, no, sir. He's gone home.
You saw him leave?
Well, he always leaves 5 minutes before closing time.
I don't suppose you can give us his home address.
Oh, I'd do better than that, sir. There it be, over there. First house across the quadrangle.
The one with the bay window?
That's right.
Thank you. Come along, Watson.
Do you know this fellow Smithers, Holmes?
Only slightly, Watson. I've met him at the Diogenes Club from time to time when I've gone there to see my brother Mycroft. Like all the rest of the members, he's what you might call taciturn.
Oh, the grumpy old professor type, I take it.
Professorial and grumpy, I grant you, but he's certainly not old. In fact, Mr. Percy Smithers looks not unlike the Greek statues he's such an authority on. Only with more clothing, of course.
Oh, yes, I can remember that there were many elderly ladies who got up a petition demanding draperies be put on the marbles when they first went on exhibition. I, of course, consider them perfect as they are.
Then you've seen the Elgin marbles?
Many times.
You recall the statue of Perseus?
Perfectly.
Could you describe his attitude?
I can do better than that. I can duplicate it. He's standing like this.
Not bad, except the positions of the left and right arm should be reversed.
Has your friend took a fit, sir?
Certainly not. I was just explaining something. And stop following us.
I wasn't following, sir. I was just going home to me supper.
Bumpkin?
You recall the face, Watson, of the Perseus statue, I mean?
Oh, naturally.
How would you describe the nose?
Why, that is Grecian, of course.
Wrong again, Watson. That particular statue has no nose at all. It's probably been missing for centuries.
Oh,
but here we are at Mr. Smithers' door. Ring the bell, Watson. That's a good fellow.
Always giving orders. Well, I still don't understand what information you expect to gather from the curator of the British Museum about a missing Canadian heiress.
You never know, Watson. You never know.
Yes, what do you want?
We've come to see Mr. Smithers, Mr. Percy Smithers.
Well, you can't see him.
I'm sorry to disturb him if he's having his supper, but this matter is rather urgent.
You can't see him because he's not come home. And as for his supper, it's been burnt to a crisp waiting for him. And a fine trout it was, too, that he ordered special.
What a pity. Perhaps you could tell me if a young lady in a blue and puce walking suit has called on Mr. Smithers lately.
Certainly not. Mr. Smithers is a respectable man and a woman-hater besides.
Well, once again we draw a blank. This case seems to lead nowhere but down blind alleys.
Oh, on the contrary, Watson. The fact that Mr. Smithers did not come home for his supper is decidedly revealing.
You don't think he's been forcibly kidnapped, too, by the same outfit that abducted Miss Bascom?
No, I don't think there are any indications of kidnapping. At least I doubt that any force was used.
Of course. How stupid I've been. Mr. Smithers and Miss Bascom have eloped.
Watson, the incurable romanticist.
Well...
No, Watson, a woman-hater, myself excepted, of course, might conceivably change his mind. But no ardent lover would order trout, a single trout for supper, on the day on which he expected to run off with his inamorata.
Well, where does all that get us?
Whatever detained Percival Smithers was unexpected, entirely unexpected. Come, let's go home before our supper's been burned to a crisp.
Oh, Holmes, how can you think of food when you haven't rescued Miss Bascom from heaven knows only what danger?
Whatever danger Miss Lizzie's in, I rather imagine she enjoys. Yes, there's nothing further we can do until tomorrow at 8:30.
Why 8:30?
That is the time they unbar the entrance to the British Museum. Yes, we shall be waiting at 8:22.
When you note the low prices of Clippercraft clothes, you're apt to be puzzled. How do they do it, you'll say? Well, the solution's no mystery at all once you know the facts. What makes them great values is the Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across the nation. Yes, remember that you buy these famous clothes at your favorite local store, where you're treated as a person, not just as another number on a sales check. These days, practically everything you buy costs more, but not so with Clippercraft. You can select your fall Clippercraft suit at only $35 and $40, with a few special numbers at $43.75. Clippercraft top coats and overcoats, too, are only $30 to $40. Sport jackets, but $24. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
Well, it's 8:25, Holmes. Another 5 minutes and we shall know if your guess is right.
I never guess, Watson.
I say, Holmes, isn't that Lady Maynooth's carriage coming down the street at a full gallop?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson must have told her she'd find us here. Yes, here she comes like a ship under full sail.
I say, who's the red-faced little man with her?
I rather imagine Papa Bascom has arrived.
Dead, rat the dead, blast the dead, burn the... So you're Sherlock Holmes. Why in blazes haven't you found my daughter?
I was right, Watson. It is Hellfire Bascom. How do you do, sir? Good morning, Lady Maynooth.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the most horrible news. The most horrible, horrible news.
They haven't found a body?
No, but first of all, when I returned home last evening, my butler informed me that all the sandwiches, the wine and the cake had been found in the jardiniere of my best aspidistra. Oh, the cook is so insulted she threatens to leave.
Yes, I rather suspected that hamper held something more interesting than food when I found that blue thread.
And that's not all. Tell him the worst.
Well, this morning, before I'd even had time to have my morning tea, Lord Bruns's man returned Elizabeth's court gown and feathers. They'd been found in his carriage.
Why, the scoundrel.
Oh, he wasn't in it at the time. He was still at the reception when his coachman discovered the dress.
But this makes matters even worse. The poor girl was abducted in her petticoats.
Yes, the poor girl. Her reputation will be ruined.
Oh, blast her reputation, ma'am. She'll catch her death of cold.
Calm yourself, Mr. Bascom. I think I may be able to return your daughter with both her health and her reputation moderately intact. Yes, they're opening the doors now. If you will follow me.
Into the British Museum.
Calm yourself, Mr. Bascom. A little culture is quite harmless, I assure you. Our friend the guard. I believe you're about to unlock the hall to the Elgin Marbles. Mind if we watch?
No, not if it'll give you any amusement. I've been unlocking it 8 years now, and it's never been what you might call fascinating.
Today, I think you may be in for a surprise.
Well, seeing's believing.
Well, it's about time. Where the devil were you last night? Didn't you hear me shouting?
Mr. Smithers, you've been locked in with them Marble women all night?
And one that wasn't Marble.
Lizzie!
thunder are you doing here?
Yes, and wearing the puce and blue walking suit.
Papa! Well, what do you know? Papa, I want you to meet Mr. Percy Smithers, the famous scientist, and your future son-in-law.
Scientist? I wouldn't let you marry a scientist if he were the last man on earth.
But, Papa, we've been locked up together all night. Think of my reputation.
Well, you scoundrel. You planned all this. You lured my innocent little girl into this trap.
Really, my dear sir.
Oh, Papa, don't be silly. I was the one that trapped Percy. I planned it all. I picked yesterday because all the crowds would be at Buckingham Palace and the museum would be empty.
So you threw the food into the jardiniere, packed your walking suit in the food hamper, changed in Lord Brunsey's carriage, and headed for the British Museum.
Yes. The hard part was fascinating Percy so he wouldn't notice it was closing time. As a matter of fact, it wasn't as hard as I'd expected. You see, I suspected Percy, liked me, but I couldn't get him to propose.
But she's too confounded rich.
You look here, my boy. You'll marry her now if I have to get out my old shotgun.
Well, of course, I rather wanted to anyway, but only on one condition.
What's that? Dad blast it.
She has to promise to live within my income.
Darling!
That was all she wanted to know.
And did Lizzie live within her husband's income, Dr. Watson?
More or less. At least if Papa gave her presents from time to time, Percy never knew about it.
How did Elizabeth and her archaeologist get along?
Oh, splendidly. You see, Hellfire Bascom backed several expeditions for the British Museum, and curiously enough, Percival Smithers generally headed them. He did some splendid work, too. So when he was finally knighted and Lizzie became Lady Elizabeth, everyone said she'd more than earned the title.
And now, Dr. Watson, how about a hint about next week's hair raiser?
Oh, next week's is a hair raiser, Mr. Harris, in more ways than one. It concerns a gentleman who had an unusually florid, I might say a crimson head of hair, and how he was hired for a decidedly curious job on that account.
Oh, of course. It's the famous adventure of the Red-Headed League.
How did you guess, Mr. Harris? How did you ever guess?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, and our stories are written by Edith Miser, with special music by Albert Berman. Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the Adventure of the Red-Headed League. If you wish to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcast in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain tickets.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. As San Francisco's favorite private detective, Mike Shayne's life has plenty of excitement and drama, but it also has its routine. It is shortly after 9 a.m. and the business day in room 1515 Russ Building begins just as it does in any other office. While Mike opens the morning mail, his sleek and lovely assistant, Phyllis Knight, glances at the newspaper. Suddenly, Phyllis leans forward in her chair.
Good heavens. I can't believe it.
What's the matter?
Have you looked at this paper, Mike? About Malcolm Boyd?
Mm-mm.
Malcolm Boyd. Well, I used to know him at college. He took me to the prom once. He was a smooth number.
Too warm a day for me to be jealous, Angel.
Oh, no. Listen. Malcolm Boyd, 31, wealthy young socialite of San Francisco, was mysteriously shot to death in his apartment last night.
Well.
Mrs. Mary Boyd, his widow, informed the police that about 10 o'clock she told her husband she was going down to the drugstore for a few minutes. When she returned to their apartment in the Bayview Tower, she discovered the riddled body.
Does it say anything about suspects or witnesses?
No, not so far.
Hold it, honey, hold it.
Hello, Mike Shane speaking.
Mike, you busy right now?
Oh, morning, Inspector. What do you mean, busy? I'm always up to my ears.
Fine, I got a client here at headquarters for you.
You have? Well, thanks, Inspector, but I've got some odds and ends to clean up.
Just a minute, Mike.
Sorry, partner. Oh, by the way, we were just reading about this Malcolm Boyd killing. You boys at Homicide got any ideas?
Yeah, you're one of them.
Huh?
This client is the Malcolm Boyd case. Come on down and talk to him. Or are you still too busy with odds and ends?
As a matter of fact, Inspector, I'm at the end of my odds right now. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Oh, here's the inspector now, Mike, coming out of his office.
Fast traveling, kids. You made it in about 8 minutes flat.
Where's your man?
In the office. Come on in.
Okie doke.
Richie, I want you to meet Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight. Friends of mine from way back. Mr. Ward Ritchie.
Glad to know you.
How do you do, Mr. Ritchie?
The reason I called you in, Mike, is that this department can't help Ritchie. What he needs is a lawyer and a darn good private detective.
It's about the Malcolm Boyd case?
That's right.
But I didn't see your name in the newspaper account of it.
We didn't give it to the papers, Phil, but they'll get a hold of it soon enough.
Oh.
Pull up some chairs and I'll tell you the story.
Yeah, sure, Inspector.
Thank you.
Now, as you know, Malcolm Boyd was shot last night in his apartment, the Bayview Towers.
Mm-hmm.
His wife telephoned homicide. We got there about 15 minutes after the murder. No guns, no clues, no fingerprints, no known enemies, no motives.
The perfect murder mystery.
Yeah. The girl at the switchboard in the lobby said a man came in and phoned up to Boyd about 9:50 p.m. The elevator boy says he let him off at the 6th floor. Boyd's apartment is 610. And in about 10 minutes, the guy went down the elevator again. The manager happened to be in the elevator this time.
Then you must have a pretty good description of the fellow.
Okay, Sergeant. Read the description.
He was tall. He was short. He was fat. He was thin.
What?
But here's the payoff. About 30 or 40 minutes before homicide was called in, the apartment house directly across the street was robbed.
And close to midnight, the thieves were caught. 3 men with a grip full of jewels. We figured one of the 3 might have done the murder across the street. So I got a hold of the apartment manager, the elevator boy, and the telephone operator to see if they could identify any of them.
This is where I came in. You see, I was at home all the evening. I turned on the radio for the midnight news bulletins. It said Malcolm Boyd murdered. Malcolm and I graduated from college together, and Malcolm married the girl I had hoped to marry. So, of course, I was interested. I got dressed and hurried right down here to headquarters.
The people from the apartment house were sitting in the show-up, waiting to have a look at these 3 jewel thieves. Well, Mike, as you know, on a show-up for identification, we always add a few innocent people to the line.
Yes, sure, Inspector, so the witnesses won't identify the first man they see.
Right.
Go on.
I asked one of our plainclothesmen and Richie to stand up with the 3 robbers. And what happened? The manager, the elevator boy, and the telephone operator immediately pick out Ward Ritchie.
Oh, well, of all things.
It's impossible, of course. I've never in my life been inside the Bayview Towers. I was at home all evening till I heard that news bulletin.
I can see it put you in the spot. You say you knew Malcolm Boyd and his wife was your ex-girlfriend.
Yes, we were engaged once.
Yet you never went to their apartment? Nor were even in the building?
I can explain that. Malcolm took Mary away from me. He had a devilish way with women. I was terribly bitter. I didn't want to see them again, at least not Malcolm. I told him if he ever mistreated Mary, I'd kill him.
Oh, fine. That'll sound great to a jury.
It's a case of mistaken identity, of course. A terrific coincidence.
And you want me to prove it's a coincidence by digging up the real killer?
That's our job, too, Mike. But it's less embarrassing if Richie gets his help from outside this department.
The inspector tells me that if we don't find the real killer very soon, he'll be forced to arrest me. That would ruin me.
Isn't there just a possibility that Mrs. Boyd herself may have killed her husband?
Oh, no, Mary isn't that type. She's refined and gentle. Murder is beyond her.
Well, Mr. Ritchie, I'll take the case on one condition. Where it finally leads must be my responsibility.
You mean whoever turns out to be the murderer?
Yes.
Well, all right.
Good. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to the inspector.
Of course. I guess there's nothing more I can tell you. When you want me, you'll find me in my home. Inspector has my phone number.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure to meet you, sir. And you, Miss Knight.
Thank you.
Well, Mike?
Well, Inspector, I'd say you're as much on the spot as Mr. Ritchie. A man has been named by 3 witnesses, yet you don't make an arrest. What's the DA going to say?
I'm not completely dumb, Mike. I've checked up on Ward's story. His houseboy says he got home at 7 o'clock and didn't go out again until midnight.
Can you believe his houseboy?
I think so, Phil. He's an old-time Chinese.
Oh.
They're loyal but truthful.
Inspector.
Yes, Sergeant.
Got something here on the Bird case.
Oh,
Yeah,
a
the
man's
Universal Cleaning Company just turned it in. Some guy took it to them for cleaning this morning. They found some fresh blood stains on the coat and got suspicious.
They got the customer's name?
Yeah, it's right here on this tag, Inspector. The name is...
Yeah, I know without looking. Ward Ritchie.
We'll return to the adventures of Mike Shayne in just a moment. Friends, even with the recent increase in civilian gasoline allowances, gas coupons are still pretty scarce. That's why you should be sure that the cooling system of your automobile engine is in good shape for summer driving. For, whether you realize it or not, a hot motor wastes gasoline. And believe it or not, cars driven around town usually get hotter than those driven on the open road. So even if you aren't planning any trips this summer, it's a good idea to drop in at the Union Oil Station and ask the Minuteman to flush out your radiator. Using a special solvent known as Union Radiator Flush, he can clean out the rustiest radiators in just a few minutes. Union Radiator Flush is harmless to metal, but its special solvent action cuts scale, rust, and grease right out of choked water lines. Then, when you fill the radiator with clean, fresh water, you can be sure it will really circulate and cool your motor with a fast, steady flow. So for cooler driving, better mileage, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Radiator Service. Thank you. At police headquarters, Phyllis watches two worried men pace the floor, Mike Shayne and the inspector.
Mike, but I've got to arrest Ward Ritchie for the murder of Malcolm Boyd. When 3 people identify him and a cleaner turns up with his blood-stained suit...
It's still circumstantial evidence, Inspector.
Look, the simplest thing would be to ask Ward Ritchie if the suit belongs to him. Unless you think he might lie.
If he's the killer, he will lie. Besides, there's one other thing I'd like to do first. I'd like very much to meet Mrs. Mary Boyd.
And she's still at the apartment. I can drive you out there right now.
Thank you, Inspector. Then let us meet the widow.
Bayview Towers. Miss Evans? Thank you.
Oh, miss.
Yes, sir?
We'd like to see Mrs. Boyd, please. Apartment 610.
Sorry, sir. The police won't allow any visitors.
I'm not a visitor. I'm a private detective.
Those are my orders, sir.
We're with the police. The inspector's outside parking his car. He'll be right in.
Sorry. I'll have to wait for his permission.
Hi, Shirley. Give us room 807.
Sorry, sir. Mrs. Jones doesn't wish to be disturbed.
Too bad she's gonna be. Give her a buzz.
She cannot be called, sir.
Listen, sister, this is important. Get me? Important.
Well, you'll have to take the responsibility.
Okay, kids, the
Mrs.
elevator's
Jones,
this way.
there's a
Oh,
man in the
wait.
lobby.
The switchboard gal says we can't go up without your permission.
Yeah, you got it. Come on.
Honey, that man who asked for Mrs. Jones at the desk, do you recognize him?
Huh? The one getting into the elevator? No.
Funny, his face looks familiar to me.
Going up. Up, please.
That's us.
How are you, Inspector? You want the 6th floor?
That's right. Oh, Mike, this is Grant, one of the men who identified Ritchie.
I see.
4th floor, please. Yes, sir.
I'd still like to know who that guy is. It bothers me.
Out on 6.
Apartment is the first one here on the left, Mike.
Okay.
If I were you, Mike, I'd be a little easy on the questions. Mrs. Boyd is the high-tension type.
Okay, I'll watch it.
Yes? Oh, Inspector.
Good morning, Mrs. Boyd. Mind if we come in and talk a while?
Please do.
Mrs. Boyd, this is Mr. Shayne and Miss Knight.
Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Shayne is a private investigator who's also working on this case.
Oh?
It's just routine, Mrs. Boyd. I understand you left your husband here in the apartment about 10 o'clock last night. You were gone about 10 minutes. May I ask where you went and why?
I told them down to the drugstore to get some aspirin. I had a headache.
I should have told you, Mike. We checked at the drugstore.
I see. And just what was your husband's line of work, Mrs. Boyd?
Oh, must I go through all this again? My husband was wealthy. He didn't have to work.
Oh? And the source of his income?
Oh, it was a trust fund or something. I didn't pry into his business affairs.
You mean he just lived at home, a young man of 31, and did nothing?
We had a very full social life.
Oh.
Malcolm had an office he went to occasionally, just something to do.
You didn't mention that to me, Mrs. Boyd.
You didn't ask me. He had some office in the exposition building.
Mrs. Boyd, how long is it since you've seen Mr. Ward Ritchie?
He asked you a question, Mrs. Boyd.
Ward? Why, it's been years. Not since, a long time.
Not since you married Mr. Boyd.
No. But what has Ward to do with all this?
Have either of you two written or telephoned to each other during those years?
Well, Ward wrote once or twice.
You remember what he wrote?
Only that if I ever needed anything or was in trouble, to come to him.
And had you?
No. Excuse me, please.
Good morning, Mrs. Boyd. Is the inspector still here?
Yes, come in.
It's the apartment house manager, Mike. Morning, Mr. Lockridge.
Hello. I stopped in, Mr. Inspector, to ask what you've done with this case. I didn't see anything in the morning papers about Mr. Ritchie.
No, we haven't arrested him yet.
You haven't? But this is absurd. We all identified him.
We'll make an arrest when the time is right, Mr. Lockridge.
Well, I hope so. I certainly don't want to see this scandal drag on in the newspapers. It's very bad publicity for the apartment.
Well, in these days of housing shortage, Mr. Lockridge, I don't think you'll lose any business.
I'm thinking of myself. I've been severely criticized by the owners for permitting such tenants in our house.
Mr. Lockridge?
Yes?
Do you remember the color of the suit Ward Ritchie had on last night?
Oh, yes. It was gray. Well, I've got to get along. I have a man waiting to see me. Oh, Mrs. Boyd, in light of what's happened, I hope you'll make arrangements for other quarters as soon as possible. Good day.
This precious apartment house.
Mrs. Boyd, getting back to our own problem, it seems to me your attitude is rather uncooperative.
I answered all your questions.
After a fashion, yes. But if you're genuinely interested in solving your husband's death, you can probably give us a good deal of background information. That's what we've got to have.
Oh, but of course, if I knew anything at all, I'd certainly tell you. I gave the inspector everything I could think of.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's one thing you can tell us, Mrs. Boyd.
Yes.
On which floor are the manager's offices located?
Why, I believe on the 4th floor.
Oh, I thought so.
Now, just
What's that supposed to mean?
Inspector, it's so blamed obvious that for once I'm not going to tell you.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. I was glad to help the police. I always say there was something wrong about that Mr. Boyd.
Did he come down to his office much, Gideon?
Well, sir, I can't say. I janitors mostly afternoon and the night time. This here's his door. I'll get out my keys here. Yes, sir, Mr. Boyd had oceans of money. He was a big man. But I always told my wife, I don't like that look in Mr. Boyd's eye. Someday it's gonna go bad. There he is, gentlemen.
Thank you, Gideon.
Glad to do it, sir. Glad to do it.
Well, this is certainly a Barney place. Just one desk and 2 chairs. There's not even a picture on the wall.
Means we have little to search.
Yeah.
Nothing on top of the desk. I hope the drawers aren't locked.
Huh. Look at this drawer. Theater programs, ticket stubs, list of box holders at the opera.
Well, we know he was a social butterfly.
There's a bunch of newspaper clippings. Let me see. Brilliant gathering at Carlton Party and evening at Irene Eggert's. Wow, look at the names. The cream of the town. Van Allen Haven, Crystal Finley, Audrey Dyer, Malcolm Boyd.
So he was there.
Yeah, here's another soiree. Guests Beverly Pryor, Joseph Spiegel, Francis Ryland, Malcolm Boyd.
Why do you suppose he kept these clippings? To see his name in print?
Well, ask it this way, Inspector. Why all these clippings kept at his business office? It meant dollars and cents to him somehow.
Here's another clipping, Mike, marked with a heavy blue pencil. Reception at Lee Strayhorn's.
Lee Strayhorn. Hold on, Mike. Remember what happened at Lee Strayhorn's party last month?
Yeah, sure. There was a big jewel robbery. Uh-oh. Honey, is Boyd's name on that guest list?
It says he was to be there.
And some of those other names you read, Mike. Van Allen Haven, Francis Ryland. The police are still looking for their missing diamonds. This could make a pattern.
You mean Malcolm Boyd might have been a jewel thief?
Not necessarily, but he could have gone to all those social functions to spot jewels for somebody else.
I agree. We've had too many jewel thefts lately for it to be the work of one man.
What about those 3 men who robbed the place across from the Bayview Towers last night?
Maybe some connection. Though don't forget the apartment house people all identified Ward Ritchie.
Look, we're talking in circles. If Malcolm Boyd was mixed up with the Jewel gang, we've got some fast checking to do, and you know where, Inspector.
Yeah, headquarters. Rogues Gallery.
Howard Warden, 42, housebreaking.
Ed O'Leary, 23, hold up on assault.
Inspector.
Yeah?
When you've looked at those photos, we've got a new batch of mixed news.
We'll get to him, Sergeant. Want to finish burglary files first.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Inspector.
Yeah?
We checked on that suit from the cleaners.
Huh?
The guy who took it to them wasn't Ritchie.
You got a description?
Yes, sir. Middle-aged man, heavy set. We found out the suit was bought this morning at a fire sale on Mission Street.
Hey, then it was a fake. A plant.
Yeah, a plant, and so was the identification of Mr. Ritchie.
You mean the apartment house people?
Honey.
What, yes?
Honey, take a look at this picture. You too, Inspector.
Yeah.
Mike, it's that man. The one in the lobby and the elevator.
Yeah, no wonder his face was familiar.
Ed Collins, 39, jewel robbery, San Quentin, 5 years.
He didn't just happen to go to Bayview Towers this morning. He was there for a purpose.
Ed Collins, jewel thief. Malcolm Boyd, possible jewel spotter. Say, things are beginning to string together.
Yeah, but we can't tie a knot in it yet. Inspector, doesn't it strike you a little odd that Mrs. Boyd doesn't know anything about her husband's career?
Very odd. He couldn't completely hide it from her. In fact, she might be with the gang.
No, I don't think so. Ritchie was right about her. She's too high class for that.
Yeah, but it might explain why she wouldn't give you boys any details. Mrs. Boyd has social position, a family name. She wouldn't admit that her husband was a crook.
There's an angle. Look at it this way. If Mary Boyd knows about the gang, knows who killed her husband, that gang is going to be plenty uneasy about her. They'll try to keep her quiet.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, but they wouldn't risk a second murder in that apartment house. Honey, we got a job for you.
Name it.
Go over to the Bayview Towers and stay with Mrs. Boyd. Don't let anybody trick her into leaving that apartment on any excuse. Don't let her answer the door or the telephone. Tell her what we find out. Try to pump her for the rest of the story. You know, woman to woman.
Yeah. And where would you gentlemen be?
I don't know yet, honey, but it will be wherever we can pick up Mr. Ed Collins.
Well, then Mr. Shayne was right.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's true. I didn't want anyone to know. My husband was no good. I was going to leave him.
He was working with a gang of jewel thieves?
Oh, I don't know who they were. I began to suspect a few weeks ago. I told him he had to give it up or I'd divorce him. He said he talked to them, but they killed him.
Uh-huh. This is the truth now. No more acting.
Oh, the truth.
Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I'll get it. Hello?
Mrs. Boyd?
Yes. Who is it?
You know who. Why didn't you let your husband meet me last night?
When? Meet who?
You know who. He told you about me. Well, didn't he?
Well, I don't know which man you mean.
He told you about me, didn't he?
Oh, who is this? Who is it? Hello?
Who was it? What did he say?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me think. I've heard that voice.
Oh, what did he want? What does it mean?
Oh, wait a minute. I know. I remember. The man in the lobby. It was Ed Collins.
Oh, Miss Knight. Miss Knight, I'm afraid.
No, just relax. Operator, get me the police quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. All my lines are busy.
Well, clear one. This is an emergency.
I'm sorry, you'll just have to wait.
Well, I won't wait.
I'll call you when I'm ready, ma'am.
Oh, she cut you off. She wouldn't connect you.
No, and she'll never connect us. She's one of the gang.
Oh, the door.
Quick, lock it.
Just a little too late, ladies.
Collins.
You know all about me, don't you? Well, introductions won't be necessary then. Pick up your handbag. Put on your hat. We're leaving.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that many motorists nowadays are complaining about excess carbon in their engines. And we also know that most of these drivers blame wartime gasoline for their carbon troubles. Now, that's unfortunate because actually nearly all carbon formed in automobile engines comes from the motor oil. But, and this is the payoff, no two motor oils form the same amount of carbon. For example, it is a proved laboratory fact that Triton motor oil will form less carbon in your engine than any of the 7 leading motor oils sold in the West. Not only that, but Triton motor oil is a 100% pure paraffin-based lubricant, the finest kind of motor oil that money can buy. The secret of Triton's superiority lies in Union Oil Company's exclusive propane solvent refining process, a process so valuable that it has been patented by Union Oil Company. So, friends, with parts and mechanics as scarce as they are today, why not take advantage of the unusual protection Triton motor oil will give you against carbon? You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. Several minutes have passed. Mike and the inspector are hammering on the door of Mrs. Boyd's apartment.
Bill? Open up, Angel. It's Mike.
Mrs. Boyd.
Say, something's wrong, Inspector. Put your shoulder against the door. Now. Bill? Bill, where are you?
We've got to search.
Bill!
Not in the kitchen.
Bill! Not in the bedroom. Maybe this closet. No.
You told her not to leave this apartment.
Where's the phone? Operator. Operator.
Yes, sir?
Did you see Mrs. Boyd and another young lady leave this building?
No, sir.
All right. Get me the manager.
I'm sorry, the manager is busy.
I said get me the manager. Send him up here in 30 seconds or else.
No signs of violence around here, Mike. But surely Phil would leave a note for us.
Oh, if anything's happened to that girl, I'll tear this place apart.
We shouldn't have fooled around looking for Ed Collins.
We should have come straight here. We would have got him. I didn't think I was sending Phil into any danger so long as she stayed in the apartment.
Easy now, Mike, easy.
You called for me, gentlemen?
Lockridge.
Yes. We're looking for Miss Knight and Mrs. Boyd. You know where they are?
Well, not exactly. I saw them walk out of the lobby a few minutes ago.
Not according to your telephone operator. She told me she hadn't seen them.
Well, I can't help that.
Yeah, Mr. Lockridge is right, sir. I took him down on the elevator.
You're lying. You're both lying. We sent Miss Knight to this apartment for the express purpose of keeping Mrs. Boyd inside these rooms.
All right. Don't believe us. I don't care. We've had all we want of notoriety and ill manners from the Boyds and the police department.
Hold on, you. Grant.
Yes?
Grant, there's just one elevator in this building, isn't there?
Yes?
Is somebody running your elevator now?
No, I left the door open.
Yeah? Inspector, I hear the hum of an elevator. Where's the dumbwaiter?
There's one in the kitchen. Come on, you two.
I don't have to.
Oh, yes, you do.
There it is, Mike. Open the door.
It's going down fast. Phyllis! Phyllis! Where's the button? Now we'll bring it back up again.
Stay where you are, Lockridge. You too, Grant.
You guys are all wrong.
Here it comes, Inspector. Be ready. All right, Collins, get out of there.
Smart guys, aren't you?
Inspector.
Yeah.
Is Phyllis all right?
Yeah, she's bound and gagged, but she's all right.
I'll watch these guys. You cut the girls loose.
Okay, Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, Angel.
Well, it's about time. He was going to kill us.
You butched this up, Lockridge. We told you not to kill Boyd in the apartment.
Shut up, you double-crosser.
Yeah, I'll shut you up.
Oh.
Drop that gun, Lockridge.
How about it, Mike?
Yeah, he got him all right. Collins is dead.
Okay, Lockridge. Now you got 2 murders to answer for. Come on, let's go. Well, kids, not a bad day's work. The murder's solved and the jewelry gang smashed. The robbery detail ought to buy us a round of drinks.
Miss Phyllis Knight wouldn't be here to enjoy it if you boys hadn't come back to the apartment in the nick of time.
And you can thank Mike for that, Phil. He figured out the manager was in the deal with Collins.
Sure. Remember Mrs. Boyd told us the manager's office was on the 4th floor, and it didn't mean anything to you?
Yeah. You said it was so obvious you wouldn't explain it to us.
Of course. Ed Collins told the telephone operator he wanted to see Mrs. Jones on the 8th floor. But we all saw him get out of the elevator on the 4th floor. He went straight to the manager's office. That's why the manager barged in on us 2 minutes later.
Yeah. And when Collins asked for Mrs. Jones, that was double talk because you 2 kids were standing by.
The thing which really tied it onto the manager was when I asked him the color of the suit Ward Ritchie wore last night. He said gray, which was the color of the suit they bought this morning at a fire sale, smeared it with blood, and used to try and frame Ritchie.
Oh, I see. Plus their phony identification of Ritchie down at the show-up.
Yeah. The manager, the telephone operator, and the elevator boy agreed among themselves to identify the same 4 guy. And by 1,000-to-1 shot, it happened to be Ritchie, the one outsider who was interested in the case and who, as a favor to me, had stepped into the show-up box. Pure coincidence.
Mm-hmm. But you know, Inspector, the only person I really feel sorry for is Mrs. Boyd.
Yeah.
It's bad enough to be married to a crook, but then a murder.
Don't worry. She'll be all right. She'll get plenty of comfort from our client, Mr. Ritchie.
Oh, there you go again, cooking up another romance.
No, I don't have to. He's still in love with her. I know that gleam in a man's eye.
Well, says the expert.
Why, of course. Don't I see that gleam often enough, Mr. Shayne? Darling?
Ladies and gentlemen, the domestic heating situation is going to be tougher this winter than ever before. All fuel, including oil, coal, gas, coke, and wood, will be scarce. Here in the West in particular, war industries are going to need more fuel for manufacturing. That means you should act now by weatherproofing and insulating where you can, and by checking up on your heating equipment in order to conserve fuel next winter. And don't wait for some special fuel which may not be available. Stock up now on whatever kind and quantity of fuel your dealer can let you have. Remember, fuel will be scarce this winter. Be sure you're prepared. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Why are Camels by far America's most popular cigarette?
Two of the reasons are flavor and mildness. No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor.
And no other cigarette offers this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people with normal throats, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Try Camels yourself. Then you'll know why Camel leads all other brands by billions of cigarettes per year.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make crime pay for $100 a day.
Hi.
Plus expenses. Hi, Helen.
I'd like to hire you.
No cut rates for attractive redheads.
But I'm a working girl. I only make $12.40 a week.
Doing what?
Running an elevator in the automat.
My dear girl, there are no elevators in the automat.
Oh, no wonder they wouldn't give me a raise.
Oh, that's funny.
I want to hire you to protect me from a man. He's been bothering me.
And just who is this man?
His name's Richard Diamond.
Well, no wonder he's been bothering you. You've been bothering him.
Will you take my case?
Just as far as my apartment. We'll open it up and have a party.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
Only when I try hard.
I miss you.
I saw you last night. You're just bored.
Uh-huh. And I miss you. I'm lonesome.
I'm broke. I gotta hang around and pray for a client.
Well, I've got a wonderful suggestion. Why don't you come
Uh-oh.
over? What?
Mr. Diamond?
Why, yes. Come in.
Rick, who is it?
I don't know, but I'm making plans for some extensive research.
I didn't mean to disturb you.
I don't know how you could help it.
Rick, who is that?
I'll call you back when I find out.
That's a girl.
It certainly is.
Rick!
Bye.
Now, Rick, you...
Your girl?
Hmm?
On the phone.
Just an old wealthy aunt. She's leaving me her lumber fortune.
Oh, nice.
Yes, sit down. Sit down, Miss,
Simpson. Mrs.
Oh, yeah.
So you have an aunt in lumber.
Oh, yes. Broke one day, made $1 million the next. Discovered trees on her property. Trees on her property. Well, what are you going to do?
I came in to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
You have a kind heart and plenty of money, I hope?
My husband needs protection.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Just snapping at judgments. Occupational hazard.
My husband is John Simpson. Perhaps you've heard of him.
The John Simpson?
Yes.
No.
He's retired. He discovered oil on his property.
Oh, that one. Oh, sure. He was responsible for my bearings burning out at 700,000 miles.
He was walking in the garden the other day.
Going to drill in the daisy bed?
Someone shot at him.
Oh.
He's all right. They didn't hit him. But I've been terribly worried ever since.
Not to mention how your husband feels.
He wouldn't call the police and wouldn't give me a reason.
But he wants me to protect him.
He doesn't even know I've come to see you.
Oh, what's he going to say?
I'm hiring you, and I hope you'll understand.
Well, I hope so, too. I charge $100 a day at expenses.
I have my own bank account.
How now? Diamond Detective.
Who is she?
Well, Aunt Hannah.
What?
Oh, that's nice, Aunt Hannah. I think spruce is just the thing.
Aunt Hannah. Spruce. Richard Diamond,
Of course, Aunt Hannah. I'll talk to you later.
I knew it. She's a blonde.
She sure is, Aunt Hannah. Aunt Hannah.
The one with the trees.
Thinking about buying a carload of spruce.
How nice.
Am I hired?
Of course.
Then let's get out of here. Aunt Hannah might be over with a bat.
Spruce?
Of course. Well, that's how it started. A lovely blonde named Simpson with a wealthy husband. The husband had ducked a bullet in his garden, and now the lovely blonde wanted protection for him. A few casual jokes, a fat retainer, and Richard Diamond was once more in the ranks of the employed. We left the office and climbed in our station wagon. 40 minutes later, we were pulling up in front of the Simpson house on Long Island. Ah, quite a place.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, if you like money.
John's probably in the study. May I take your hat?
Well, I'll just keep it with me. Your husband might not want a bodyguard.
Well, you're back in a hurry.
Oh, hello, Ralph. This is Mr. Diamond.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Diamond.
Hello.
This is Ralph Simpson, Mr. Diamond, my stepson.
People are more inclined to think we're brother and sister.
Oh, I can understand.
Ralph was the one who suggested you.
Oh, why me?
Reputation.
Looks like everyone knows about me but the man I'm supposed to protect.
And he won't like it much at first.
I've already been briefed.
But whether he understands or not, it's most necessary he has protection.
Well, let's get it over with.
Hello, dear.
What is this, a convention?
Hello, Jane.
Hello, Professor.
Who is this man, this person with the hat?
This is Mr. Diamond, John. Mr. Diamond, this is my husband, Mr. Simpson.
Yeah.
Charmed.
And this is Professor Fisher.
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Hello, Professor.
What do you do, young man?
Do?
Mr. Diamond is a private detective, dear.
What?
Now, dear, it was my idea.
A private detective?
Now, just relax.
Oh, go away, you quack. I've been relaxing enough. I can't think straight anymore. You've been making me relax so much.
If you're not careful...
Jane, I told you I didn't want anyone.
But after being shot at...
She pay you a retainer, Diamond?
Yeah.
Did she explain my feeling on this subject?
Well, yeah.
And you still took the money?
I've been poor.
I told every one of you I can take care of myself.
You know, I think he's right. Here's your retainer, Mrs.
But, Mr.
Simpson.
Diamond, please.
Where do you think you're going?
Out to find the guy who took a shot at you and give him some target practice.
You've been paid a retainer to do a job. Now let's see you do it.
Oh, John.
I had a feeling you were going to do something like this. Bring in a private detective or a policeman or something. Well, if he's supposed to give me protection, that's what he'll do. Now, all of you, get out of here. I want to talk to this Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, John.
I'll see you at dinner, dear.
Now, you take care of yourself, you old scoundrel.
Oh, beat it!
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
Nice meeting you, Professor.
Well, Mr. Diamond, I have a feeling you might regret this job.
It's possible.
I really wanted you. I was just keeping up a front for the benefit of the family.
Is Professor Fisher one of the family?
An old friend. Professor Fisher's a psychologist. After my stroke, he came to help me. He teaches me how to relax.
You had a stroke?
3 months ago. The professor's been a great help.
You have a physician also?
I don't need one. Now, as long as you're here to protect me, I might as well tell you what it's all about.
Answer me one question first.
I'll try it.
Why not call in the police?
I have you. Do I need the police now?
When someone takes a shot at someone, I think the police should be the first to know about it.
Now, if you are quite done, Mr. Diamond, I'll continue.
I'm well done.
This morning, if my wife had brought you in, I would have had you thrown out. I didn't want any outsiders mixed up in this.
What changed your mind?
A letter. Here.
Mm-hmm. Type.
Oh, read it.
All right, I will. I missed you in the garden. I won't miss again. You'll pay for
Ashanti. It's in Africa.
Oh.
20 years ago, I was in the mining business. I had a partner, Frank Victor. We didn't get along, and there was an argument one day in the mine. It was quite a scrap, and there was a cave-in. I got out. Frank didn't. There was an investigation, and I was cleared.
Why tell me?
The shooting in the garden could have been any crackpot. I didn't want any publicity, so I didn't want any outsiders. Then this letter. I have to confide in someone so they'll know who to look for.
Who else knew about it?
No one that it should make any difference to. Victor was a bachelor, without a family.
Could be blackmail. Someone who was there or at the investigation.
Then why shoot at me?
To give you a good scare. You'll probably get another letter demanding money.
This person must be caught. In my position, I can't afford the scandal.
Now, you say I'm the first one you've told. Outside of your family?
I haven't told my family a thing. Even my first wife didn't know about it.
You've heard nothing of the incident for 20 years?
Nothing.
Well, I'll see what I can find out. I promised John Simpson my confidence. He offered me a large bonus if I should discover who had sent him the threatening letter. Then I borrowed one of his cars and drove back to the city, where I looked up an old friend, Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct Police Station.
Well, the smiling gumption.
Well, hello, happiness and light. Want to do me a favor?
Depends.
Well, if you can strain your arches, I'd like some confidential information on a few people.
What is in it for me?
I promise not to tell anyone what a mercenary policeman you are.
I'd like dinner, maybe a big steak.
You'll get dinner, maybe chow mein.
You got a deal with that restaurant?
Certainly. They saved me all the leftover fortune stuck in the cookies.
Who are you interested in?
I want to know about a young guy named Ralph Simpson, an attractive blonde named Mrs. Simpson, and a man named Professor Fisher.
Simpson, and Fisher.
The boy named Ralph is the son of John Simpson.
No.
Yeah.
The John Simpson?
Know who he is?
No.
Well, unlike my Aunt Hannah, who discovered trees in her property.
Your Aunt Hannah?
Simpson discovered oil.
Oh, that one.
His wife is the blonde.
Which blonde?
The one I want you to check on, Mrs. Simpson.
Oh, how silly of me. I should have known.
Don't forget the professor.
I thought you said his name was Fisher.
I did.
How does he fit in with Simpson?
A friend of the family. Now, you got everything?
Sure. Blonde named Mrs. Simpson, a son named Ralph.
He's not her son.
Well, you just said...
He was John's son.
Who's the blonde? John's other wife? John's other wife.
That's right.
Oh.
He's her stepson.
Oh. Well, why the devil do you want me to check on these people?
I'm thinking about having a bridge party.
Give me the rundown on them.
Sure. Walt.
Huh?
Put your shoes on.
Oh.
I gave Walt the rundown he wanted and headed for the newspaper where I knew I could wallow through the morgue file and not be disturbed. I went back 20 years and after wallowing for 3 or 4 hours found a small article dated Ashanti, Africa, 1930. It didn't say much more than what John Simpson had already told me. It mentioned the mine cave-in and the pending investigation on the death of Frank Victor. In an edition dated 3 weeks later, I found the account of the investigation, and it verified Simpson's story. I left the newspaper and went back to my office to check on a few things. Then, as I was about to leave and close up until I'd finished the case, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Diamond?
Yeah?
This is John Simpson. I took a chance you might be in your office.
Oh, I was just coming back out there.
This is John Simpson. I took a chance you might be in your office.
Yeah, you said that.
I'd like you to pick up something for me.
Oh, sure.
It's a package. It's at a bar on 57th Street. The Blue Pheasant.
The Blue Pheasant on 57th Street.
Mr. Diamond, this is John Simpson.
Yes, I know. Anything else? Hello. Mr. Simpson.
Bring it out to me right away. It's very important.
I'll pick it up and bring it right out. Something wrong, Mr. Simpson? Hello? Hello? Funny.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here is an important question.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked a few years ago of 113,597 doctors. The brand named most was Camel.
Recently, that question was again asked of tens of thousands of doctors across the country. Doctors in all branches of medicine. And again, the brand named most was Camel.
Yes, according to these nationwide surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, smoke the cigarette so many doctors enjoy. Change to Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be. Yes, change to Camels for 30 days, and you'll stay with Camels from then on.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel's 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I left the office and went down to 57th Street in the Blue Pheasant, where I told the bartender who I was, and he handed me the package Simpson had wanted me to pick up for him. I drove back out to the house on Long Island. The maid let me in, and Mrs. Simpson met me at the study door.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Where's your husband?
Oh, I think he's still in the study. He was a little while ago.
You going out?
Some shopping. You're staying for dinner.
Where's your stepson?
Ralph went out just after you left. Did you want him for something?
No. Just wondered.
Been shopping?
Oh, this is a package for your husband. Wanted me to pick it up.
Dinner's at 7.
Mrs. Simpson.
Yes?
Professor Fisher.
What about him?
How long have you known him?
Since I've been married to John.
Your husband said he was helping him to relax.
Yes. Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I talked to your husband earlier when he asked me to pick up this package. He sounded rather strange, kept repeating himself.
Since he had his stroke, he does that sometimes.
Well, shouldn't he have a nurse?
He should, but he won't. If something should happen, Professor Fisher's number is in the book on John's desk. Or call the maid.
I'll see you at dinner.
Bye.
Well, hello, Mr. Simpson. I've got the package.
Give me the package.
Mr. Simpson.
Give me the package.
Are you feeling all right?
Give me the package.
Oh, okay, here. Oh, I did some checking on your story about Ashanti, and I...
Give me the package.
You've got it. Mr. Simpson. What? Hey, what's wrong? Mr. Simpson, did you hear me? Oh, I better get the maid. Maid! Maid!
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Ralph?
Yeah. What's wrong?
I don't know. Your father's acting. It felt like the whole building was coming down around my ears. Ralph and I were thrown back against the wall, and by the time we got up, the study was a smoking black hole.
Dad! Dad!
I stumbled in after Ralph, but there wasn't much to stumble in after. John Simpson had been blown to kingdom come.
You're sure it was Simpson on the phone?
Sure, I'm sure it was Simpson on the phone, Walt.
He asked you to pick up the package.
That's right. He wanted it when I brought it in to him. He wouldn't say anything else. He just demanded that package.
He'd been pretty sick, hadn't he?
Yeah, but a man doesn't go to that much trouble to commit suicide.
No. Well, maybe somebody planted the bomb.
Look, let's check with that bartender at the Blue Pheasant.
Yeah, I want to talk to the rest of the family first.
So, by the way, what did you find out about them?
No police records. Can't find out much about the professor. He has no practice, no license in the state.
Well, see if you can find out something.
Interested?
Yeah. It's funny when a man has a heart condition and won't have a doctor.
I'll drag the professor in if you like.
No. You go talk to the family. I'll go over and check with the bartender.
Wait a minute, Sherlock. You better tell me how you got into this mess.
Okay, Fatty. Guess it won't hurt now. I told Walt everything the late Mr. Simpson had told me, then headed back to town in the Blue Pheasant on 57th Street. By the time I got there, the place was pretty well filled, but the bartender who had given me the package that afternoon wasn't in sight.
Yeah, Willoughby.
Where's the bartender who was working this afternoon?
How do I know? He just works in the afternoon.
Where does he live?
Why?
Well, I'm collecting addresses of bartenders. Now, where does he live?
You collect addresses. I collect wise guys. Beat it.
You mean I got to show my little old badge?
Your little old badge? Well, when you say so.
Complex.
He lives at 500 West 157th Street.
What's his name?
Earl Collins. No relation to Tom. No relation to Tom. Well, what are you going to do?
I piled out of the bar and back in the car. Drove across town to 157th Street and 500 West. It was a big apartment house, and Earl Collins was registered in 405. I climbed the stairs and knocked. Gave him a few minutes while I knocked my knuckles loose. Then went and dug up the landlady to have her open the door. She was a charmer, about 4 years older than Grant's tomb, with a gin disposition that would make a lost weekend seem like a Miami vacation. The type that should never have been dug up.
Look, honey, I got cleaning to do.
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
Oh, an expression of fond endearment.
Look, Buster, don't give me no words longer than one syllable.
Cop.
You?
Yes, Mother.
Mother. Sweetheart. Some cop.
We'll discuss my qualifications as soon as you open that door.
Okay. Sweetheart. There you are. Holy.
You said it.
Is he dead?
As dead as he can get. Still warm.
I'm not interested. I need a drink.
Did you see him come in?
No.
Did you see anybody else come in?
I've been in my apartment all afternoon. I'm going back there.
Killer used something awfully sharp. Neat job.
Neat? What are you looking at?
What's that other room?
Hi, what's wrong?
Keep it quiet. What's that room?
Oh, good gosh, bedroom.
Any other rooms?
Why?
Answer me.
Bathroom.
Fire escape?
Huh?
Where is it?
End of the hall.
Look, there's some blood leading to that bedroom.
Oh.
Now, shh. Take it easy. Go downstairs and call Lieutenant Walter Levinson.
No, Lieutenant Levin Walton.
Walter Levinson.
Oh, goodbye.
At the 5th Precinct.
5th Precinct, oh, yes.
There were several drops of blood leading to the bedroom door. There was a good chance that the killer had been surprised and couldn't get out. I went to the door and tried it as quietly as I could. It gave, and I kicked it open. The shades were down. The room was dark enough to make it difficult to spot anyone. I moved in with my gun in front of me. He was standing right by the door, and he had a knife. Drop it.
No.
You should have listened.
Didn't want to.
Sorry, Professor.
Don't be. It's better this way.
Now, look, you're in bad shape. You better tell me about it. You fired the shot in the garden and sent the letter?
Yeah. Help me sit up.
Okay. Here, lean against the wall.
Thank you.
I still can't figure why Simpson had me pick up that bomb.
I made him.
You did?
I've been treating him for nerves. I started giving him a hypnotic when he had his first spells. During one of those times, he reenacted the Ashanti affair.
So you decided to blackmail him?
At first. Then when you took the case, we decided to eliminate him.
We?
Well, Mrs. Simpson and I have been... haven't got much time. Internal bleeding.
Police will be here pretty quick.
Decided to kill the old man, and Jane would get the estate. I thought you'd be blown up with him.
Mr. Simpson was under some sort of influence when I walked into the study.
My profession. After you left, I returned and talked him into a deep sleep. I had him call you at your office. He nearly messed it up.
Hypnosis?
Nothing unusual. Simple suggestions.
And when I walked into the study?
He'd been ordered to ask for the package and open it.
You mean he was asleep when I walked in?
Yes, you see. It's too late. You'll have to guess the rest. Bleeding in. Oh.
Yeah. Well, you better lie down again, Professor. You'll have to get used to it.
Why did he kill the bartender?
Well, Walt Jackson, the professor, had been coming into the bar for some time in the afternoons. He made friends with Earl, the bartender, and left the package with him. When he found out I hadn't been killed in the blast, he killed Earl to keep him from identifying him.
Oh, charming.
Yeah, like an asylum in an earthquake.
Well, I told you to stick to redheads.
Oh, really? Well, you know any available ones?
One.
How available?
You'll have to do some extensive research.
Okay.
After dinner.
I do not do any research on a schedule.
Don't you want any dinner?
Well, sure.
Well, it'll get cold.
Let it.
Rick.
What?
I'm hungry.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
You sing something while I go put the food on a tray and we can eat in here by the fire.
You're going to get fat and sassy.
Rick.
I take it back. You're already sassy.
You sing something. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. Gotta sing for everything. Bo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
That's nice.
Just get the food, huh?
Just sing, huh?
I think of you with every breath I take, and every breath becomes a sigh. Not a sigh of despair, but a sign that I care for you. I hear your name with every breath I take, on every breeze that wanders by. And your name is the song I'll remember the long years through. Even though I walk alone, you guide me. In the darkness, you light my way. And all the while inside me, love seems to say, someday, someday. And when I sleep, you keep my heart awake. But when I wake from dreams divine, every breath that I take is a prayer that I'll make you mine.
Rick.
Hmm?
Is Is there really anything to this hypnosis?
Well, there sure is. The old professor made Simpson open that package.
Is it hard to do?
Ah, look, I'll show you. Just sit right there.
Rick,
It's all right. Just look me right in the eye.
All right.
You're going to sleep. You're going to sleep. You just want to go to sleep. Nothing makes any difference. Just sleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Rick.
Shh. Deep, deep sleep. A deep, sound, peaceful.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
To find out how well camels agree with the throats of smokers, this far-reaching test was made.
Hundreds of people from coast to coast, people with normal throats, smoked only Camels for 30 days. Each week, leading throat specialists examined the throats of these smokers. They made 2,470 examinations and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Try Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels have sent more than 198 million gift Camels to our armed forces. This week, gift Camels go to hospitalized servicemen and veterans at Veterans Hospitals, Framingham, Massachusetts, and Dearborn, Michigan, U.S. Naval Hospital, San Diego, California, and to all hospitals operated for the U.S. Air Forces in the Far East. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Gene Bates, Herbert Butterfield, and Tony Michaels. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
Carter's Pills present Policewoman. Tonight, the case of the scheming bridegroom, based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant Mary Sullivan for 35 years on the New York City Police Force.
Lieutenant Sullivan?
Yes?
They told me to speak to you.
Oh, who are you?
Bianca Riazzo.
And what's on your mind?
Well, you see, I want to get married.
Oh, well, what you want is City Hall, young lady, not the police department.
Oh, no, I do not make myself clear.
Apparently not.
Well, you see, I want to get married, so I read the ads in the Lonely Hearts magazine. Oh, here, see this advertisement?
Oh, yes. Sounds like most of the others.
Oh, no, this one is different.
Then why don't you answer it?
I should like to, only I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
This man who looks for a wife. I think he's a murderer.
Before we continue with tonight's policewoman adventure, here is something we feel you should know about. If you're out driving and see a train coming, would you try to beat it to the crossing? Of course not. Then, friends, listen. Stop dosing your stomach with soda or alkalizers for indigestion if your trouble is irregularity. Instead, unblock your digestive tract for the real relief you want. For your real trouble is not in the stomach, but in the rest of the digestive tract, where 80% of your food is digested. And when the lower part gets blocked, food may fail to digest easily. Thus, for real relief, don't take soda or an alkalizer. You want something to unblock your lower digestive tract. Something to clean it out gently but effectively. Help nature get back on her feet. Get Carter's Pills right now, because taken as directed, Carter's Pills gently and effectively unblock your digestive tract. This permits all 5 of nature's own digestive juices to mix better with your food. You get genuine relief from indigestion so you can feel really good again. Buy Carter's Pills at any drugstore,
and let Carter's pills unblock your digestive tract for real relief from indigestion due to irregularity. Now back to Policewoman, the case of the scheming bridegroom.
Sergeant Clark.
Yes, Mary?
Earlier today, Bianca Riazzo came in to see me. It seems she works as a maid in an apartment on Fifth Avenue.
Oh?
Well, about 6 months ago, there was a cook in that house named Frida. Both girls began answering these lovelorn ads, you know, the ones that appear in certain magazines.
Oh, sure. Wife wanted, you mean, and so forth?
Yes. Well, Frida answered an ad and then left for California.
Yes, and I can guess the rest of it, Mary. The man who sent for her was a crook who wanted to cheat her out of her life savings.
Worse than that, Sergeant.
Oh? Murder?
Exactly. Now, Bianca gave me a full description, and I started calling the California police. I learned that a girl answering Frida's description was found dead in Newtown, California, about 6 months ago. Everything checks.
Did they catch the killer?
No. All they have are some fingerprints, which were left on Frida's handbag.
Well, how come Bianca came to see you today?
Well, last night she ran across another advertisement in this Lonely Hearts magazine. The ad was identical with the one that Frida answered.
Oh, he shifted his operations from California to New York.
Right.
Does Bianca know what Frida's intended look like?
Yes, Frida showed her a picture. That's all she knows.
Well, there's the matter of the fingerprint.
Yes, now, if I could get a sample...
Mary, don't tell me.
You're right, Sergeant. I need a husband desperate. So I'm answering that ad myself right away. Hello, Bianca. This is Lieutenant Mary Sullivan. Yes, I've received an answer. The man's name is Pete Milford. We have a date tonight at a bar at 2445 East 14th Street. You got that? Yes, at 8 o'clock. Now, I want you to come to that bar. If you recognize Milford, I want you to say, "Very hot tonight, isn't it?" You get it? Very hot tonight, isn't it?
I tell you, Murray, you kind of surprised me. I never thought you'd be such a pretty one.
Oh, Pete, you're not so bad yourself.
Like I was telling Uncle Shorty, don't mind if I get hitched now, and I don't mind if she's pretty.
Your Uncle Shorty. Who's he?
Oh, he's my uncle on my ma's side.
Oh.
Before you and I can take the final steps, I guess Uncle Shorty's going to have to prove...
Yeah, say, Pete, when we get hit, if and when we get married, where are we going to live, huh?
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I got a hunk of farmland out west. Soil's not so bad, but needs improvements.
Well, why haven't you made them?
Got no money, Mary.
Do you expect to get any?
Well, I thought maybe the gal that I married, she'd have the money.
Oh.
You mind if I ask you, Mary, you going to contribute something?
When we get, if and when we get hitched, huh? Why, yeah, sure I will.
Oh, I knew you were sweet, Mary. Hey, I don't even have no picture of you.
Well, I got a little one here, Pete, if you'd like it.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll get an enlargement made, huh?
Swell.
Let me see, it's in my bag somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Oh, that's mighty pretty, Mary. Yeah, looks just like you.
Now give it back to me.
Okay, but don't forget I want that enlargement.
Sure. Oh, look, Pete, there's a friend of mine, a girlfriend. Hey, Bianca. Bianca, come here.
Oh, Mary, imagine meeting you here.
I want you should meet a friend of mine.
Sure.
In fact, you might say he's almost my fiancé.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Bianca, this here's Pete Milford.
Pete Milford? Glad to meet you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Can you sit down with us?
No, I must be going right away.
Oh, come on, sit a while, huh?
No, I can't. I'm not feeling too well. Very hot tonight, isn't it?
All right, Mary, give me the dope.
I've just got a few seconds now, Sergeant, so listen carefully.
Shoot.
that picture of myself on your desk.
Yeah?
It's got Pete Milford's fingerprints all over it. Now, I want you to develop the prints and wire the complete set to Commissioner Williams, Newtown, California. You got that?
Yeah.
Have him wire back a report.
Where'll you be in the meantime?
Well, I've got to meet Uncle Shorty.
Who?
Uncle Shorty. He lives out on Jamaica Bay.
Now, cut it out, Mary. I know everyone in your family. There's no...
I can't explain now, but after I see Uncle Shorty, I'll call you back.
Mighty likable gal there, Pete.
I told you I can pick him, Uncle Shorty.
Oh, now, will you two stop that man talk?
Well, I'm happy for both you, Pete. If you want my blessing, you have it.
Gee, thanks, Uncle Shorty.
Say, when you planning to tie up?
Oh, pretty soon. Maybe in a couple of days.
Well, then why wait? How about eloping tonight?
Yeah, never thought of that.
Listen, Pete, you're heading back to the farm after the wedding, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, then why don't you head out west tonight? I know Justice the Peace crossed the state line. He'd marry you in a minute. Then you go on the farm.
Oh, Pete, that sounds so romantic.
Yeah, I guess I like that idea. Only, how do we do our traveling?
I got a station wagon, ain't I? Look, Mary, you head back to your house and get ready. Then come out here to Jamaica Bay. Around 8 tonight, I'll get the car in condition, take you and Pete to Parson.
Well, that sounds fine, only, I think we'd better make it tomorrow night. You see, Pete here, he's gonna need some money for his farm, and, well, I got the money for him, but... Except it's in the bank, and that's closed now.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, in the morning I'll draw the money out. What do you got to say to that, Pete?
Mary, all I gotta say is that things are working out mighty fine.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Mary Sullivan.
Where were you all day yesterday, Mary?
Well, just so happens I was out at Jamaica Bay, and, oh, by the way, I'm going back there tonight. You see, Pete Milford will be with me tonight, and, I expect the payoff.
What?
Yeah, now listen. The address is 47 Front Street. You got that?
Yeah.
It's way out in Brooklyn. It's a lonely spot, just the house and water. That is, in case you're interested.
Oh, sure, I'm interested, but listen, Mary. I've got news, too.
Oh, you have? Go ahead.
Got a report from California this morning.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
The fingerprints found on the dead girl are not Pete Milford's. Mary, you still there?
Yes. See, I'd kind of expected something else.
Yeah, I know you did. Still going to keep that date with Pete?
Yeah. Oh, this is a setback, I admit, but I can't drop Pete until I'm sure.
It's nice out here, near the bay in the twilight, ain't it, Mary?
You know, I thought your Uncle Shorty was going to be waiting with his car.
Uncle Shorty went down the road for a while, pick up some tools.
Oh?
I'm, kind of glad we're alone.
Yeah?
Because we're going to be married. And I think there's something you ought to know, Mary.
Oh, what's that, Pete?
Well, you see, I'm not much for book learning, Mary. In fact, I can hardly read and write.
Well, I wouldn't hold that against the man. Wait a minute. You say you can hardly read or write?
Yeah. I hope it makes no difference.
Then who put that ad in the magazine and answered my letter, huh?
Oh, well, that was my Uncle Shorty's doing.
Now, Pete, listen to me carefully. Did you ever advertise for a wife before?
Huh? No.
You didn't advertise 6 months ago, get an answer, and ask the girl to come to California?
No, not me. I ain't never been in California.
What?
Now, you can trust me, Mary.
Well, now, Pete, I've got something to tell you. You see, I happen to be a policewoman.
What?
And I want to know the truth. Were you in California 6 months ago?
No, Mary, not me. My Uncle Shorty was, but not me.
You dope, don't you know enough to keep your trap shut?
Uncle...
Keep your hands up, policewoman. You know too much now.
Very smart scheme you cook up, Shorty. 6 months ago, you placed an ad in a magazine under your nephew's name. It was answered by a girl named Frida. She came out west, and you murdered her for her saving.
Save your breath, copper.
You knew the blame would point to Pete.
So what? I'll kill you both and blow this town.
We have other ideas, Shorty.
Oh. He's out cold, Sergeant.
Yeah. Lucky I didn't forget the address of this place. I was right outside. I saw and heard it all. Hey, is that the guy who's been courting her?
Yeah, that's me.
Now, Pete,
Looks like you lost a wife.
Yes, but we caught a murderer.
In just a moment, Mary Sullivan in person will tell you more about tonight's policewoman case. In the meantime, does your underarm deodorant really protect you and your clothes from offending others?
Or are you half safe?
Or are you half safe?
Don't be half safe. Be Arid safe. Use Arid to be sure. No other deodorant tested. Only Arid stops your perspiration and deodorizes you so completely yet so safely. Only new wonderful Arid protects you these 3 ways. 1, Arid really protects you from offending. 2, Arid really protects your clothes from offending and from stains by stopping perspiration. 3, Creamy Arid is safe for your skin and clothes. Gentle, antiseptic. More nurses use Arid than any other deodorant.
Don't be half safe.
Don't be half safe.
Be Arid safe. Use Arid to be sure.
To be sure.
To be sure. And now, here is Mary Sullivan.
Pete Milford was found to be the innocent dupe of his uncle and released. Uncle Shorty was executed for the vicious murder he committed. This is the last program of our current series, and I want to thank my many listeners from coast to coast for their kind letters of interest, and hope they've enjoyed the show as much as I have. Until we meet again on the air, this is Lieutenant Mary Sullivan saying au revoir.
Thank you, Mary Sullivan. This program, as well as all other programs of the series, was based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant Mary Sullivan for 35 years on the New York City Police Force. This is Dick Dunham speaking. In the dramatic portion of tonight's policewoman case, leading roles were played by Betty Gard and Walter Vaughn. Policewoman is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. The proof of cigarette mildness is in the smoking. Steady smoking.
Make your own 30-day Camel test, the thorough test of mildness. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. See how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week.
You'll soon see why, after all the mildness tests, Camel is by far America's most popular cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency? Diamond Detective Agency?
Well?
Hi, Helen.
Well?
Well, what?
Where's the slogan?
Diamond Detective Agency is enough. This week, I've decided to conduct my business on more of a refined level.
Why?
I need the change. I'm getting tired of defending myself.
You haven't defended yourself since kindergarten.
Are you forgetting the other night in your study?
Rick.
Now, don't give me that sweet innocence. I should have been decorated for that campaign.
Weren't you?
Helen.
Now, you hang up and I'm going to call you right back.
Hang up?
And when you answer, I expect to hear the old Richard Diamond slogan and all.
Yes, Miss Asher.
Bye.
Oh, women. Slogan. Let's see. Diamond Detective Agency. Gumshoes resold while you wait.
What's the matter with your voice?
This is the old Richard Diamond.
Oh, Rick.
Well, make up your mind.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. Something I can do for you?
Me?
No.
Yes, if you're Mr. Diamond. Client?
I think so, dear. I haven't seen the subpoena yet.
Well, I'll talk to you later. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, get it over with. Hire me or serve me.
I beg your pardon.
Just trying to second guess you. Have a seat.
Thank you. My name is Stevens. Arthur Stevens.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stevens?
A great deal.
I charge a great deal for a great deal.
I'm prepared to pay you handsomely.
How handsomely and for what?
$500 for a quick trip to Florida.
Well, that's easy. Now, what's going to make it tough?
Lucius Timken.
Is that a man?
Yes. He'll try and stop you.
How?
Kill you if necessary.
Well, that statement just cost you another $250.
I anticipated that. $750 then?
What do I have to do?
Pick up something for me.
How old is she?
No, this is an object, a very rare object.
Blonde or brunette?
This is an antique.
You're turning into a good straight man.
It's a rare European art object worth a considerable fortune. Anything else you'd like to know? The $750 should compensate for your inquisitiveness.
Why can't you just go get it?
Lucius Timken. He anticipates my arrival.
Why did you pick me?
Reputation. I've heard I can trust you.
All right, Mr. Stevens. How much of a down payment will keep you trusting me until I get back?
Let's say $250.
Let's say $350, and we can trust each other.
It's a bargain.
Only if I live long enough to spend it. Stevens gave me some instructions, handed me the cash, and I agreed to meet him at my office early in the morning after I'd returned with the item. He gave me a round-trip ticket to Miami, Florida, a wet handshake, and a smile that reminded me of a man who'd swallowed a mouthful of sour milk. Now, in my business, I expect trouble. I can usually spot it quicker than a lonesome blonde. And as I watched the door close behind Stevens, I spotted it. Trouble all over the place, and Richard Diamond up to his shoulder holster in it. I called Helen, told her I'd ship her back some oranges, went home and packed, and by 2 p.m. was on the plane heading for Miami. Stevens had instructed me to register at the plaza and wait for a man named Shelton, who was supposed to be my contact and deliver the item. I arrived in Miami, took a cab to the hotel, registered, and went up to my room to take a shower and lose some of the stiffness. A half hour later, I went down to the bar to see if I could get some of the stiffness back.
Is this seat taken?
Not a bed. Climb up.
Thank you. Nice and cool in here.
Yeah? Can I buy you something to go with it?
Thank you. A martini.
A bartender. A martini for the lady. Do you live here at the hotel?
Yes. Do you?
Just moved in.
My name's Albright. Mary Albright.
Richard Diamond.
Hello.
Hello. Staying in Miami long?
Depends on the weather.
Your martini.
Oh, yes. Cheers.
To the weather. Oh, what kind of weather are we drinking to anyway?
Sun, rain, any kind of weather as long as there's something to do.
Then let's drink to something to do.
What do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, start by asking attractive blondes to call me Rick.
All right, Rick. What do you do?
Oh, make a few bucks. Work when I have to. Enjoy a cool drink in a bar with a girl named Mary.
Married?
Not a bit. Have you made the trip yet?
Once. Didn't like the weather. Why don't you buy me dinner, Rick?
Oh, sorry you said that.
Another date?
Business. Then I've got to get right back to New York.
Well, was a nice idea.
The nicest. Well, I got to be going.
Nice meeting you, Rick.
Goodbye, Mary.
Rick?
Yeah?
What's the weather like in New York?
Cold when I left. If you ever fly up, give me a call.
I'll do that. Maybe we can melt some snow.
She could have melted an ice floe in the Arctic. I left her sitting at the bar looking lonesome and went back up to my room and enjoyed myself by running into the walls until I got tired and lay down to rest. I must have dozed because when I came out of it and looked at my watch, it was nearly 8. My contact was overdue, so I sat up, smoked a Camel, and by 8 I called the desk. Hello, this is Mr. Diamond. Has anybody been asking for me? Are you sure? Okay. Oh, it's about time.
Close the door.
Hey.
Close it.
Look, friend, you better...
Listen. Go to La Granada.
Look, you're hurt.
La Granada.
Hey. Oh, why does everybody pick my room to die in? He was lying on his back with his eyes open and staring up at the ceiling. I rolled him over and wondered how far he'd travel with a bullet hole in his back. He was heavy-set, wearing a Navy pea jacket and dungarees. The identification in his wallet showed him to be my contact, George Shelton, and his ship was the Rio Queen. I searched him for something that looked like a rare antique, but the sailor was bare, so I sat down and made up my mind. He'd said something before he died. La Granada. I thought about the rest of the money I was going to be out if I didn't bring the antique back to Stevens and called the police. In 10 minutes, Lieutenant Breek of Miami Homicide was looking at my license. Richard Diamond. 180, licensed in the state of New York, brown hair, and the loveliest blue eyes.
I can read.
Yeah, but that description doesn't do me justice.
You're a pretty fresh guy.
I was influenced by the Florida propaganda.
Well, you're out of your territory. You don't carry any weight down here.
Maybe if I ate a big dinner.
I think you should know I don't like private cops.
I'm glad I have your confidence.
You say he just staggered in here?
That's right.
Ever see him before?
No.
You weren't expecting him?
No.
You called the desk and wanted to know if anybody had asked for you.
I always do that to get lonesome.
What are you doing in Miami?
Spying. I was hired by California Orange Grower.
You know something?
Occasionally.
I feel like slapping you around.
Well, don't decide on it. I get nasty.
You're in trouble here.
Oh, call Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct Police, New York. He'll give you references.
I'll do that, but I still want to know why this guy picked your room to die in.
All right, I'll tell you. I flew all the way from New York just to confuse you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't killed a man in a hotel room in years. I'm the compulsive type. I just couldn't help it.
I think I'll lock you up.
Well, do that, and I'll be out in an hour. And I'll sue you for so much false arrest, you'll be pounding a beat so far they'll have to pipe orange juice into you.
Look, there's been a murder.
Well, I didn't do it.
The victim died in your room. You'll have to stick around for questioning.
Then question me.
There's plenty of time. You look like the type that breeds trouble.
Yeah, I took it up after I lost my mink business.
I'm going to let you run around for a while. If you're mixed up in this killing, I'll find out about it.
Let me know when you do.
You'll be the first to hear about it.
I watched while the cleanup boys hauled away my dead contact. Then I promised Lieutenant Breek I'd meet him at the Miami Homicide Division at 8 o'clock the next morning. They left, and I waited until I was sure they were clear of the hotel, then went out to find something or someone called La Granada. Out on the street, I decided a cab driver was my best bet. I spotted one about halfway down the block and started for it. I never made it.
Hold it. Right there.
Oh, give me one good reason.
This gun in your back?
I'm glad you said that. I was going to be brave.
Don't. Who'd know you were brave if you're dead?
Oh, what do I have to do to stay alive?
Just be good and get into that car.
Okay. Where are we going?
What difference does it make?
Well, I might like to look at the scenery.
Oh, I hate to disappoint you. See, Mr. Diamond? Doesn't make any difference now, does it?
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
Will camels agree with your throat?
Here's what noted throat specialists reported in a famous coast-to-coast 30-day camel test. Hundreds of men and women, people in different climates, people with normal throats, smoked only Camels for 30 days. The specialists made weekly examinations of their throats, 2,470 examinations in all, and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Will Camels agree with your throat?
Make your own 30-day Camel test, the sensible, thorough cigarette test. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor for 30 days. See how mild Camels are, pack after pack. How well they agree with your throat, week in and week out.
You'll make Camels your steady smoke. For mildness, for flavor, for constant smoking enjoyment.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
He'd slapped me behind the ear with the barrel of his big gun, and I went down like a block of cement in a well. I don't know how long I stayed on the floor of the car, but when I finally pulled myself out of it and shook the cotton out of my head, I found I was in a room sitting in a chair, looking up at the biggest stomach I'd ever seen. Suddenly, over the stomach, a large, round, red face appeared. It smiled, and I tried to return the courtesy.
Feeling better, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I haven't felt.
Martin.
Yes, Mr. Timken.
Get Mr. Diamond a drink.
Right away, Mr. Timken.
Well, let me find my head first. I wouldn't know where to pour it.
I don't generally resort to violence.
But this time you made an exception.
It was necessary. I shouldn't want you to find this place again.
I shouldn't want to. What happens when I leave?
That depends on how much you care to tell me while you're here.
There's your drink.
Thanks. What happened to that big gun, Sonny?
Oh, would you like to see it?
Not especially. Oh, how long did it take you to water this thing?
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a heavy drinker.
Not heavy, just determined.
Enough levities. Let's get down to business, Mr. Diamond.
What kind of business, Mr. Temkin?
Do you know who I am?
I was warned.
Then we understand each other. Where is it?
What?
Don't be absurd. The White Cow.
Have you tried the stockyards?
Do you insist in this humor?
Only if it gets a laugh.
Mr. Diamond, I intend having the White Cow.
Why? Has butter gone up again?
I know Mr. Shelton came to your hotel room earlier this evening.
Yeah. He brought a bullet along with him.
We were able to catch him just after he landed, but he eluded us.
And Sonny tried to slow him up with his .45.
Well, shall we say he met with an unfortunate accident? Somewhere between this accident and your hotel room, he deposited the White Cow. Where, Mr. Diamond?
He didn't mention it.
I'll give you $1,000 for the information.
I'd love it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come. Martin followed you all the way from New York.
Good for Martin. He should have been a boy ranger.
Look,
Martin, plenty of time for your talents. 2,000, Mr. Diamond.
For 2,000, I'd sell you my grandmother's bridge work, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well. Martin?
Yes, Mr. Tinker?
Go turn on the radio. Get some music.
Yes, Mr. Tinker.
Oh, I really don't feel like dancing. I'm still a little dizzy.
3,000. Last offer.
Charming, but I'm at a loss.
Indeed you are. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Sonny gonna get rough?
Where is the White Cow?
Sorry.
Change his mind, Martin.
Certainly.
Now, look,
The White Cow, Mr. Diamond.
I tell you, I don't know.
The White Cow, Mr. Diamond.
I don't know.
Or is it, funny man?
You can go to...
Where?
No.
Where?
Really, Mr. Diamond, is it worth it?
No. I wish you thought so.
Just tell me where it is.
I don't know.
All right, Martin.
Oh, look.
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe Shelton didn't tell him where he put it.
Then he's of no use to us. But then again, maybe Mr. Shelton did tell him. Mr. Diamond. He's an obstinate young man.
Oh, I'll change that.
No, you might kill him. If he does know, he can still lead us. Put him to sleep and deposit him in some alley.
Yes, sir.
It was like taking a ride on a loose rocket. There was a burst of fireworks, and everything seemed to drop out from under me. This time I went up, turning round and round and trying to hang on. Then the lights were gone, and I was sailing through the darkness, wishing I was someone else. Finally, the rocket slowed down and started to fall, and I slipped and went off on my own. Just a poor, tired, beaten-up little private detective looking for some place to land. When I came out of it, I found myself sitting in an alley. I thought about all my aches and the money Temkin had offered me. I pulled myself up and thought about the miserable $7.50 I was getting from Stevens. Then I staggered out in the street and thought about going to some quiet rest home and turning myself in for an idiot. I spotted a cab and hailed it. Take me to the... Oh, good evening, Miss Albright. You don't have an old quart of plasma on you, do you?
The world happened.
Oh, nothing in the world. I was jumped by 3 saucers.
Let me help you in.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
I was just on my way to the hotel. Go ahead, driver.
Oh, convenient.
I had the driver pull over when I saw you. What in heaven's name happened?
Oh, I was just washing dishes. Honest I was. It's those new garbage disposals.
Well, if you don't want to tell me.
Let's take the swelling out of my head first.
I'll get you right up to your room.
No, let's use your room. I don't want to explain this to Lieutenant Breek.
Lieutenant Breek?
Narrow-minded cop. Would never believe the story about the disposal.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Which one?
This one.
I mean, which head?
This'll sting a little.
Put it on the numb spots,
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I'll be right home, Mom.
Oh, you're not hurt that bad, Rick.
Would you be satisfied with, shall we say, a corpse?
You're going to be all right.
Yeah, but I'm going to need nursing.
I'd love it.
Exactly the way I feel.
Gonna tell me about it?
I can't.
Secret?
Mm-hmm.
Just what kind of work do you do?
Whatever it is, I'm underpaid.
You must make a lot of enemies.
I try.
Thought you were going back to New York tonight.
I nearly did. In a crate. Hey,
what's the matter?
Have you ever heard of, La Granada?
La Granada? In New York?
No, here in Miami, I think.
No. What is it?
I don't know, but I've got to find it.
You asked anyone?
I've been too occupied.
How about the phone book?
Now, isn't that just like a woman? Always being practical?
Well, it's just a suggestion.
One that might make me look even more stupid than I am. Have you got a book?
I'll get it. Granada. La Granada. There are 2 of them.
What are they?
Restaurant on Opal and a hardware shop on James.
Well, it's 11:30. I'll try the restaurant first.
Can I go?
Sorry, no. You've got to stick around with the iodine. I might be back for a nightcap. The 2 Granadas in the phone book didn't seem like the place the dear Mr. Shelton would leave an antique, but I went up to my room, put on a clean shirt, and went downstairs to grab a cab. As I started to crawl in, a large arm shoved its way in front of me. Lieutenant Breek was on the other end.
You've been busy.
Idle hands, you know the old saying, Lieutenant.
Where to now?
To blow up the city hall. Want to come along and hold the bomb?
Look, Diamond, I'm keeping score. I've been checking on the guy who died in your room. He got off the Rio Queen all right, but not when it docked. Some guy named Sampson picked him up in a small boat about 5 miles out.
Evidently he didn't like customs.
Evidently. It's an old habit of his, I found out. 2 previous arrests for smuggling.
What does Sampson have to say about it?
Nothing. He's too dead to say anything.
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice talking to you informally like this, Lieutenant. Now give me a parking ticket or let me get in a cab.
Got a date?
Yeah.
You ought to check up on the people you've been keeping company with. Another beating like that and we'll have to put you in brine.
Yeah, think how horrible I'd look. Then you could tell everybody I was your twin. I got out of the cab a half block from the La Granada restaurant and did everything but walk backwards to look like I wasn't going there. I looked the place over and went in. It was just closing, and a little balding man with an accent walked over to me.
I'm sorry, but the kitchen is closed, senor.
That's all right. I'm looking for the White Cow.
Perdón?
The White Cow.
I don't believe...
A man named Shelton left it here for me.
Shelton, White Cow?
Shelton's a seaman off the Rio Queen.
The Rio Queen?
Yeah, he told me he left the White Cow here.
Well, senor, you can look around, but you can bet me we got no White Cow.
It's an antique.
Okay. What?
The White Cow, a very rare antique.
You, been in a fight, huh, senor?
Yeah, now.
You got hit on the head pretty hard, huh?
You haven't got it.
Oh, sure.
You have?
Sure. We got a White Cow and a Blue Cow right out in the kitchen. We're going to have both of them for breakfast.
Okay.
Only I don't think I could show them to you. They don't like strangers.
So that took care of the first bet. As I walked out of the restaurant, I made up my mind. If the hardware shop didn't pay off, I was going to get back to New York and hibernate for the winter. The La Granada hardware shop was all the way on the other side of Miami, on a dark street that looked like the inside of a coffin. Evidently, nobody was interested in buying any hardware at midnight because it was closed. I banged on the front door for about 10 minutes, and then, as I was just about to give up, I saw a light, and the door opened a crack.
Yeah?
Shelton sent me.
Beat it. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now, listen. A guy named Stevens sent me to meet a guy named Shelton. Shelton was supposed to give me something called the White Cow, but Shelton died.
What?
Yeah, and while he was doing it, he said La Granada. Now, if this is the place, say so. I'm running out of nerves.
Bill's dead?
Oh, you know him.
He's my brother. Shut the door.
You've got the White Cow?
What's your name?
Diamond.
Yeah. Bill said you'd be by.
He led me to the back of the shop, and I watched while he reached into a bin of 10-penny nails. He fished around and pulled out a small, square-shaped object wrapped in oilskin. As he turned to hand it to me, he froze.
Don't move.
Who's this guy?
Oh, his name's Martin. He likes to beat guys up.
I'm not going to beat you up this time, Diamond, but you shouldn't have lied to Mr. Timken. We're going to have to kill you for it.
This is probably the guy who killed your brother.
Yeah.
Give me the package.
Sure.
Toss it. Stay right there.
You killed Bill, huh?
You didn't tell him enough about me, Diamond. Now you're going to get yours, funny man.
Wow. Well, Miss Albright, you do everything well, don't you?
I try. Take the package over here, Rick.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, now you're mad.
You don't resent it, do you?
No. Kick it over here. Thanks.
Oh, now I see. Pick me up in the bar, wait outside that alley. And if you knew I was in that alley, you must know the people who put me there.
Mr. Timken and I are old friends.
He's not going to like you killing Sonny.
Won't make a bit of difference to him.
Oh, you kill him too?
Yes. This package is worth about $500,000.
An antique?
It's what's in the antique. You buy it in China for about $1,000. You refine it here and sell it for 500 times that much.
The federal government won't like it.
Who's to tell them? Certainly not Stevens. He contracted to smuggle the stuff in. Everybody else is dead.
But me.
Sorry about that. I was beginning to like you.
Oh, but not $500,000 worth.
No.
Drop it, lady.
Why?
Don't do it. Looks like Grand Central.
I'm glad nobody locks doors around here. How did you find me?
Told you I was keeping score.
You better get an ambulance, Lieutenant.
Wish she hadn't tried to shoot.
Here. Lean on me, dear. It's the least I can do.
The gun will probably be the one that killed this Timken guy.
Get the ambulance, will you?
Yeah.
Rick,
Yeah.
looks like nobody gets anything.
I got $350 in a beating. I guess I come out on top.
Sorry. Won't be able to come to New York.
So am I, Mary. There's going to be a lot of snow this year.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
A few years ago, 113,597 doctors were asked what cigarette they smoked. The brand named most was Camel. Again and again, a cross-section of America's men of medicine were asked the same question. Every time, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to these repeated surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody deserves our appreciation as much as the hospitalized men and women of our armed forces. As a token of appreciation, the makers of Camels send them gift cigarettes every week of the year. This week's Camels go to veterans hospitals, Fort Meade, South Dakota, and Washington, D.C., U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Hood, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Ted DeCorsia, Tony Barrett, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, and Tony Michaels. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery. Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients and always by the same route, unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with than the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round, and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess. And Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Rogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now, you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames. Here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page, when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue?
No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talk too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse parlay and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Well, honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it.
Oh,
I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remembered that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. Would you hurry back?
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You gotta come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever. Because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh-feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this.
What are you doing here, Rogue?
Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me.
Who's paying you?
The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. They were going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue, you might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the Alibi Master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but You can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance for no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I had a little dough riding on Prevaricator 7th today when I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? This is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Ron?
Yes, I'm afraid you made two of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there, shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rod?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. You know, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis. I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life for his business, it amounts to a victory, which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person. You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smash watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit. Turn that wheel. Give me that wheel, Curtis.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Oh, had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. Than me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Hugo? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Urban. He killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like he might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot, put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer, like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later, which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve. So I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying. A
fool and his money or some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and D. Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time a rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! 4500 Sutter, please.
It's kind of late, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
It comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order...
4500 Sutter, please.
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you
Driver.
know, but, yeah?
Of all the cabs in San Francisco, most of them operated by drivers who mind their own business. Why did I have to get your cab?
Well, I like... Who are you going to see at 4500?
My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year was...
That's all right. Evading the question, huh?
I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley.
Clarence Quigley?
Clarence Quigley.
You going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley
Look,
about...
he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now, no temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
Oh. So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Well, would you think I was soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
As one man of the world to another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Look, miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
I saw you, and then the name came to me, so I just thought...
who is Ellsworth?
I don't know.
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
but that isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No, you see, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but...
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
Now, what I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated, like, I'm taking you and a lady right back the way you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Tim.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my hat?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from home. Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Miss X?
Thank you.
Huh?
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley's. I think tonight he's a fellow who needs a friend.
I need one, too.
Oh, come along now. There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
All right. Oh, I'm so afraid and lost.
Quiet now. Now, let's take a look at your bag.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Usual odds and ends and a compact, initialed. DM. DM, does that suggest anything?
DM? No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Sutter.
Yeah, you're well dressed. Compact's gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
Your phone?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. They, hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray, Thanks, I'll hold on.
Oh, I hope maybe they know about me. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here. Huh. Yeah, bruised the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia. Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What? Oh, you're looking for her, too. Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? Oh, I see. I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yes, so it seems.
Because I've been reported missing?
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. Here, now, try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact.
What am I going to do?
You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Well, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Or shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Oh, well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decisions.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
I need help so, because, you see, what's so terrible about it all is that I don't remember anything at all, so I can't even say I didn't murder anyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's been fun meeting you.
Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door.
Why not?
I'm coming in.
Oh, all right. I hate to seem prying, but who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
A gloomy lady prophesying disaster,
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
A strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it. It's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound.
Well, to breach your confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore, if and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of her guardian's assassination.
Oh. Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere, at the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the gallop, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler. The library, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want? I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now, look here.
Isn't he priceless? Now, look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy, and
no one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy? Against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on him.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here.
There
you have...
goes again.
I resent that.
Good. It is now on record that you resent it.
How about Walters?
Walters?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walters is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
But it wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How horrible.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember, and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people. Dorothy? 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 Dorothy!
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out.
Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
We'll find out. Tinsley,
Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley. I'd like both of you in sight.
If you insist.
Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Oh, thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
Wow. How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
That's that.
Is she dead?
She's dead.
Poor old girl. Although, you know something?
What?
She must have killed the old man. Schreiber, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
This is a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes, a cop like me?
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Uh-huh. Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Well, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Schreiber home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because I have...
Hey, Mary. Look, coming through the door.
I'm not sure. Simon.
Oh, hello, Dorothy.
I don't know exactly how I got here, but I don't recognize the place at all. Yet I should, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should, Miss Moore. Because this is where you live. But I'm afraid you're not going to stay very long.
What do you mean?
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
You know, I love police headquarters. They're so romantic.
Uh-huh.
Mary, how are you going to prove anything against that girl if she's suffering total amnesia?
By proving that her amnesia is a fake.
Oh, how?
I have an alienist coming over here to look at one of our guests. I'll have him see Miss Moore, too. He's due any minute. I'll go get the girl now.
I wonder. Oh, the other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. What's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one...
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
No? You are not afraid because you have little friends who come to you in the dark, perhaps, eh?
No. Now, why are you afraid of the dark?
Oh, it's a long, long story. And,
You know, you don't look at all well.
Well, I don't feel so good either.
No, you should see a doctor.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Dahl, I think his name was?
Dahl?
Uh-huh.
He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
Oh, dear.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber house. A house where 2 people have died. A house very convenient for murder.
Yes?
It's no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Dorothy's home?
Yes, sir.
She got here when?
10 minutes ago, perhaps.
Well, we'll go to the library.
Yes, sir.
She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire, I think.
Get him down here, too.
That I will, sir.
And Walters.
Yes?
You come back, too.
Sure.
Having fun, Templar?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case, but
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Again? Oh, you flatter me.
Simon.
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you waked, but
I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray, Mr. Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walters?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone? Yes, of course. Oh, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said...
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you?
Well, of course.
But then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over-careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time, your hat was immaculate, untouched. You asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
Oh, what a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy, you didn't ask me how I could be so sure the killer hadn't done that business with your hat.
I don't care.
I'm so sure because of Walter's statement. Remember, he saw you rush out immediately after the shot?
All right, you're smart, but you'll never stop me.
Perhaps not, but Walters, who's right behind you, will.
Oh, no, you can't fool me with
He
that.
wasn't trying to, Miss Dorothy. I think I'd better...
What? You're no gentleman. You knocked Miss Moore out with a bottle.
Yes, sir.
But you said you were going to Canada.
You misunderstood me, sir. I merely said I was going to get some Canada Dry. Now the bottle's ruined. That's too bad.
Oh, never mind, Walters. No harm done. Inspector Murray, you'll take Miss Moore, and I'll take an old-fashioned.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think. Think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat. Think, and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe. Send your contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Lou Vitties. Our cast included Peggy Weber, Ted Von Elst, Jerry Hausner, Tom Brown, and Dan O'Hurley. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Violence. True stories of why crimes are committed. Presented in the hope that these factual cases will help you, the citizens, to understand the forces that motivate crime and to aid in its prevention. This is the story of violence. Practically every modern law enforcement agency today employs the services of a consultant whose job it is to discover the true motives behind the prisoner's act against society. One of these consultants is Dr. Richard Morley. This is his report on the case of Arthur Bowman, who committed murder.
May 5th. The district attorney presented to me details of the murder and subsequent confession by the prisoner, Arthur Bowman. It was a particularly brutal crime, strangulation and beating. The accused man was highly emotional during police questioning. He freely admitted to the crime but denied a motive. Bowman had no previous record, and neighbors testified to his excellent character. I had my first interview with the murderer that afternoon in the prison. Hello, Mr. Bowman. I'm Dr. Morley. I've come here to help you find out why this happened.
I don't know. I don't know. I've told them.
That's all right. Cigarette?
No.
You sure? It's all right if you want to.
Thanks.
I'd like to ask you one or two things.
I don't know.
How old are you, Mr. Bowman?
44.
I understand you have a couple of children.
Yes.
Boys?
Boy, a girl. Look, I don't want to answer any more questions. Why don't you go away?
Tell me about them.
I love them. Sure I do. They're good kids. What's going to happen to them? I must have been crazy. I must...
What about your wife? Were you happy before this happened?
I don't know. I don't... Listen, you're a doctor. I know why you're here. Will you help me? Please.
We'll see.
So that you can put me in an electric chair. That's why you're here, isn't it?
No. That's not the reason.
I'd tell you why, if I could.
I know. Tell me, Mr. Bowman, what about when you were a kid? Big family?
4. I was the oldest. Jack was the baby and the 2 girls.
Mm-hmm. Did you have fun?
I guess so, sometimes. My mother was pretty strict. I had to help her take care of the others. It was rough on my mother. She had the baby when I was 10. You know how it is.
Yes.
I didn't want it to be that way with my kids. I wanted them to have fun. I guess she couldn't understand the way I felt.
Your wife, May?
Yeah, May. Like the time I wanted to take them all on a boat ride up the river for a day. I planned it for a surprise on Sunday. I told her about it Saturday night after the kids
Get another dishcloth, Arthur. That one's getting wet.
Sure. May,
What?
I got an idea. We doing anything tomorrow?
No.
Good. What do you say if we take the kids up the river tomorrow? You know, a picnic. They'd have a fine time on the boat. The Henrys are going.
Oh, fine. That's just fine. I suppose you made the date just like that. You didn't ask me, of course. You don't stop to think that I got the kids every day, day in and day out.
No, I didn't say...
You don't think maybe I'd like to go out on Sunday? Do something that I want to do.
I thought you'd like it.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? You and Doug Henry go off and talk about fishing. I'm stuck with the kids and Nancy. That'd be fun for me,
I
wouldn't it?
wouldn't go with Doug.
I'll bet you wouldn't. Like the last time we went bowling. What time was it you got in?
Do we have to go through that again?
That's just the way you are. Just nothing but selfish. You're not thinking of me or the kids. It's just you. Well, I'm tired, too. You can think of me for once.
I think of you.
Oh, get out of my kitchen. I'm sick of it.
Did you go on the boat?
Yeah, we went. Guess she wanted to show me what a great sacrifice she was making.
What about this fellow, Henry? Doug, you said? A friend?
Yeah, Doug's all right. We go bowling together every week. We used to.
You said something about coming home late one night.
Yeah. We got through bowling early, and Doug wanted a beer. I don't drink much. I guess I never liked it. But I said, okay, we could talk.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, everything's great, honey, great. Another beer for me and my friend.
No more for me,
Don't listen to him, honey. He thinks he's getting old. 2 beers.
Sure, right away.
Artie, I saw you. Nice-looking kid, huh?
Doug, do you have any fun at home?
Huh?
You know what I mean. How do you get along with Nancy?
Boy, she gets along with me. That's the way it is in my house. She gets along with me or else.
But do you have any fun?
Sure we do. I'm Tom Rover, the fun-loving Rover boy.
I guess it would be nice.
Huh?
Oh, I don't know. That beer's kind of strong, you know, and I'm not used to it.
Makes a man of you. A couple of more and you don't feel any pain, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, shh. Hey. Oh, hello, May.
Do you know what time it is?
No.
It's after 1. Nearly 2. Where have you been?
With Doug. Gee, I didn't realize it was so late. You've been waiting up?
You're drunk.
Oh, I had a couple of beers with Doug, that's all.
Doug?
Sure, we got through bowling early.
Did you?
Oh, May, I'm sorry. Listen.
No, you listen. I'm fed up. Coming home in the middle of the night, drunk. Disgusting. I'm ashamed for the neighbors. The kids.
Oh, May, don't. I'm just sorry. I didn't do anything.
Get away from me.
but I only want to kiss you.
Kiss you? I wish you were...
What? You wish I was what?
Keep your voice down.
Maybe I wish sometimes, too. Maybe I do.
Stop it. You'll wake up the kids.
Well, let them wake up. Do them good. Dirty little spoiled brats. Let them wake. May, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. May, please, I'm sorry. May.
That was the conclusion of the first questioning of Arthur Bowman. There was no doubt that he was aware of the magnitude of his crime. He'd shown a marked hostility to his wife in his statements. There'd been no attempt to hide that, or his feeling of guilt concerning the night when he'd arrived home from his bowling party with Douglas Henry. On May 7th, Bowman spoke of his job, his employer, and the employer's secretary. His position with the company was minor, and he felt a great frustration in that fact. Other younger men came into the business and were promoted. He was not. Here, Bowman returned to his feeling of remorse over his wife and children. He wanted to talk about the puppy, which was brought into the home 2 weeks before the murder.
She brought it for the kids. They all made a big fuss about it. I never liked dogs much. One night I came home, I was tired.
Hey, look at Pinky. He tied it under his chin.
That's my fishing hat. Give me that.
He didn't do anything, Paul. Why did you hit him? He didn't do anything. Come on, Pinky. It's all right. Come on. What's the matter? Oh, Arthur.
Look what that dog did to my hat. Look.
You've had it ever since I can remember. Now you can get a new one. It was filthy anyway. Daddy hit Pinky, Mama. He's under the couch and he won't come out.
Got to get rid of that dog. I won't have my things destroyed. We got to get rid of it.
You're acting like a child. Hitting a baby puppy. It's all right, Pinky. It's all right. Let me hold him. He's mine. All right, children. Take him in the kitchen. It's time for his supper. Come on, We'll watch the kitchen. You're off. You better get washed up, Arthur. As soon as the puppy's fed, we'll eat.
Do you know why you didn't like the dog, Mr. Bowman?
Oh, I don't know. My mother had one when I was a kid. It was a big dog. I remember it bit me and I was scared of it, but she kept it anyway.
Did you get rid of him? I mean your children's puppy.
Well, I wanted to, but they wouldn't let me. Always babying it. It made me sick. Then one morning I was on my way to work. I was a couple of minutes late. And Mr. Heston, he's my boss, like I told you. He's always giving me a funny look when I'm late. Well, the car was parked in the driveway. I hadn't put it away the night.
Arthur!
Yes?
Have you seen Pinky?
No.
Well, he got out of the backyard. See if he's in the garage.
I haven't got time. I'm late. Tell Terry to.
All right, but look under the car, though, before you drive out. He might be there.
Okay. Well, I hope there isn't much traffic. I'm going to be late. Oh, I forgot to look. I didn't look. I did it. I killed it.
Heart disease is one of America's first causes of disability and death. Your gifts have greatly helped our scientists and doctors in gaining new knowledge about this disease. Let's keep on helping them until every heart in America is protected. Please mail a generous gift to Heart, care of your local post office. And now, back to violence.
The motive behind Arthur Bowman's act of murder was becoming increasingly evident. The effect upon him by the domineering and strict mother was aggravated in later life by his unhappy and frustrated wife. The killing of the dog functioned only as a detonator. The total explosion was yet to come. On May the 9th, we held our 4th interview.
I've been thinking about what we were talking of last time. The dog.
Yes.
Well, why didn't I look under the car when May told me to? I was late, but I didn't want to run over it. I never do a thing like that.
Do you think it's possible that you did want to get rid of it, and not looking was an easy way? Your excuse?
No, no. I didn't even know it was there under the car.
You didn't look. It might have been. What happened at home after the dog was run over?
Well, they wouldn't talk to me. May, the kids, they thought it was my fault. I felt like I did when I was a kid. And one day I hit the baby, and my mother made a big fuss about it. She didn't talk to me for a week.
Did you feel that May was behaving the way your mother did?
I guess so.
Did you resent it?
Well, I was sorry about the dog, but it was only a dog. They didn't have any right to treat me like that.
Did you feel that they'd given to the dog the affection that you wanted?
Sure, that's what they did. Man comes home tired from work, and all he hears is what the dog did. Nobody cared what I did.
You were telling me a little about your job the other day, Mr. Bowman. Your employer's name is Heston, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been there for 9 years.
You said you were in the accounting department?
Yeah. I should have been the head of it a long time ago, but it's all politics.
Was Mr. Heston unfair to you?
I don't know. He didn't like me much, always making cracks. Like the time I was getting ready to quit for the day a couple of weeks ago.
Was that before the dog was run over?
No, after 7 or 8 days.
All through, Arthur?
Just about.
Boss wants to see you before you go.
Oh?
Take it easy, Arthur. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes? Oh. Hello, Arthur. Say, I wonder if you'd like to take on some extra work. Shouldn't take you more than a week or so. You can do it at home.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Heston. Couldn't one of the other boys...
Well, yes, they could. But I thought it might be a good thing for you. It's an important account. We want it done right. You're our best man, you know, Arthur.
I guess I could try it, Mr. Heston, if you think it's all right. I mean, if it's that important, maybe the chief ought to handle it.
Oh. You know, Arthur, the trouble with you is you're afraid of yourself. You ought to do something about that.
Well, sure, Mr. Heston, if you think
No,
that
it's all right. I'll give it to the chief. See you in the morning, Arthur. Thanks for dropping in.
Can I have some more potatoes, Ma?
Ellen, pass your brother the potatoes.
He'll get fat if he eats too many, won't he? Oh, you shut up.
Don't say shut up to your sister, Terry.
May,
Yes?
boss wanted me to do some extra work this week.
Oh?
Know what I told him? I said no, Mr. Heston. That's what I said. Can you imagine? Now he's trying to get me to do everybody else's job as well. Not good enough for promotion.
Maybe it'd have been smart to take it.
For what? I know Heston. He's waiting for me to make a mistake so he can ease me out. Well, I'm smart. I'm not making any mistakes.
Oh, you're smart. All right. Get your hand out of the butter, Terry. Oh, yes, you're so smart. Everybody's wrong, and you're right. Don't stay on the right side of the boss. You tell him how smart you are. You know everything.
You think I should have done it?
All I know is you've had the same job for 9 years. 4 raises. I noticed Doug Henry's the head of his department at the store.
You're siding with Heston, too, huh? Everything I do stinks. Everything anybody else does...
Don't use that language in front of the children.
Shut up! Shut up! And that dog...
Arthur Bowman's pressures were reaching a highly dangerous stage. Had there been an outlet, a release from his frustrations and fears, had he been able to voice these thoughts, a murder might never have taken place. But the boiling point had been reached. Having killed once, it was only a question of time before he lost complete control of his hostile feelings. On the 10th of May, he began to tell me about the day which ended in death.
I guess I didn't eat much for breakfast that morning.
What were you thinking about when you left home to go to work?
I don't know.
Well, what was your attitude toward your wife, then? I mean, did you want to make up?
No. No, I didn't.
Had your children annoyed you that morning? Or the night before?
They were siding with her. It was like with the dog, only maybe worse. I had a lot of work to do that afternoon. Must have been about 5 when Mr. Heston came out of his office.
Arthur. Would you take a look at this for a minute?
Well, sure, Mr. Heston.
There seems to be a discrepancy in the figures for the Southern Metals April accounts. You took care of these, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, they've been checked twice now, their boys and the chief. I'm afraid you made a slip.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston.
No, it's all right. Just be more careful, will you? We can't fool around with $50,000 that belongs to someone else, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston. It won't happen again.
Oh, sure. It's okay.
You all right, Arthur?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Don't let it get you. You're entitled to one mistake.
Oh, yes.
That reminds me, could you do me a favor?
Oh, I guess so.
My car's in the garage. Won't be ready until tomorrow. Would you drop me off on your way home? Unless you're...
Oh, no, that's okay. Sure, be glad to.
Thanks. Penny for your thoughts, Arthur.
They're not worth it, really.
You're not unhappy about Mr. Heston calling you down this afternoon, are you?
No.
He likes you. He does. Trouble with you, Arthur, is you don't let people like you, you know?
I guess so.
Listen, I want to talk to you. I've been meaning to for quite a while. There's a bar on the next block. I usually stop by for a drink on the way. I'll let you buy me a martini. How's that?
Well...
Come on, I won't tell your wife. You're safe with me.
All right. I don't drink, though. Well, maybe a beer.
Oh, I would have bet it was a beer. You can park in the back over there. Here's to you, Arthur. Don't you ever drink anything except beer?
No, I don't drink much.
I can see that. This is my second. You're still nursing your first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop being sorry. That's the first thing. Why are you always sorry?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something. You know what Mr. Heston thinks about you?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and it's for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He thinks you're wishy-washy. He thinks you've got what it takes, but you're wishy-washy.
I don't...
You know Heston. He's a nice guy, but he wants a man to say what he thinks. Well, you've been sitting behind that adding machine for 9 years. You could have been head of department by now, even Heston's assistant, but you're wishy-washy.
I guess that's the way I am.
There you go again. You don't even fight. Don't you ever fight? I'm telling you this for your own good, Arthur.
I know.
What does your wife say?
Well, she says the same thing, I suppose.
There you are. Don't you ever get mad? Don't you want to hit somebody, make them listen to you?
No, I don't get mad.
That's the trouble. You're a good-looking man, Arthur. You're not so old. You could do big things. But you've got to stop being wishy-washy.
If I hadn't got married when I did, I was very young then, you know. Maybe I'd be different. Maybe that's it.
Don't you love your wife?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You ought to go out on a binge. That's what you need. And I'm the girl who can take care of it. Call the waiter, Arthur. A nice, loud voice now. You call him.
Yeah, sure. Waiter.
I'm 33, Arthur. Next month I'll be 34. You don't see me worrying, do you?
No, you're all right, Ellen.
Yeah. Listen, my drinking alone. What's the matter with you? That's still your first.
I'll have another in a while.
Now, like that puppy dog you were telling me about. You should have told him it's too bad. I did it. Well, get another. Forget it. You shouldn't brood.
I know. You're right.
I guess it's tough. When you got a wife like May.
But you don't know her, Eileen. You might think differently.
Yeah, I'll bet. Nag, nag, nag. No wonder. I feel sorry for you. Oh, well, I guess we better be going, huh? What's the time?
11.
Hey, we better. You're gonna get it. Come on. You turn right at the block after next. That's my street, Arthur.
Yes.
You mad because of the way I talked tonight?
No.
It's for your own good. I hate to see you sitting in the office like you do, a nice-looking fellow like you.
It's all right.
Listen, you can come up for a nightcap if you want. I haven't got any beer, but I'll be glad
I'd like to, Eileen, but...
Well, then, if you'd like to, come on up.
Well...
It's on the right, beyond the empty lot there.
All right.
You know, if I was a man, next time your wife made any kind of a crack, stand up for yourself. Tell her what you think. Oh, this is it, Arthur. Home, sweet home. You coming up?
I don't think I'd better. Thanks, anyway.
Arthur. Arthur. Oh, you kill me. You really do. You're even afraid of me. You're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of your wife. I know what's the matter with you.
It's late, Eileen.
You're wishy-washy. That's what you are.
Please don't say that anymore.
Just a little thing like having a nightcap in a girl's apartment and you act like a scared kid. Oh, boy, what a husband you'd make.
Please don't say anymore.
Maybe I'm wrong about your wife. Maybe she's the one I should feel sorry for.
Shut up.
She's got to put up with you every day.
Shut up. Stop it.
Arthur, you're wishy-washy. That's what you are, wishy-washy.
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, you are. You're afraid of me and you're afraid of... I'll kill you.
What did you do after that?
I knew she was dead. I just opened the door. She fell out on the sidewalk. I went home.
Do you know that it was wrong to kill her?
Yes. Yes, I know.
How did you feel toward your wife then?
I was sorry, I guess. I mean, the trouble it's going to mean. But why, Doctor? Why did I kill? Why did I kill Eileen? Why?
Why did Arthur Bowman kill a comparative stranger? It might have been any woman, any stranger. It happened to be Eileen. She had treated him as had all the others in his life who had dominated and frustrated him. And although his semi-conscious resentment was directed toward his wife, he could no more kill her than he could have killed his own mother. His repressed angers had reached the point of explosion. Had he, throughout his life, been able to voice these emotions, he would not have resorted to violence.
Arthur Bowman was brought to trial in August. More than 24 witnesses, including his employer, John Heston, appeared in his behalf. The defense based their case on the fact that the defendant was not conscious of the wrongful nature of the act at the time he committed the crime. In a moment, we will tell you the outcome of this case.
Science is now undertaking one of the most intensive research programs in history as it battles the menace of cancer. To continue this vital research, we must all join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Strike back at cancer. Give generously to your unit of the American Cancer Society. Now for the outcome of the trial of Arthur Bowman.
The attempt on the part of the defense to prove Bowman legally insane was unsuccessful, and the jury found him guilty. He was convicted of murder.
Violence. The story of a true crime is written by Anthony Ellis. Harry Bartell is Dr. Richard Morley. Supporting Mr. Bartell were Ted Osborne as Arthur Bowman, Jeanette Nolan as May, and Virginia Gregg as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Lou Merrill, Bill Boucher, Richard Beals, Janine Ann Roos, and John Stevenson and David Light. Violence is directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
They offered me a cool $1.5 million, but I couldn't be bought.
Oh, Sam, all the time fooling.
Straight goods, Effie.
Oh, really, Sam? Why didn't you take it? Oh, but you couldn't, of course.
That's right, Angel. Taxes.
Oh, you mean it would put you in a bracket?
The girl's name, in case you were going to ask, was Sugar Cane.
Was she sweet?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, not much of one, though.
That is true. But even though you do seem to be, as you would say, in a jugular vein, I shall be right down, serious and frowning, to dictate a chronicle steeped in the bitter tea of general confusion, brewed in a witch's cauldron of murder, greed, and avarice. That's what gives it that nutty flavor.
What, Sam?
Silly girl, I refer to the Sugar Cane caper, on which I will forthwith my report be down to dictate on, goodbye.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Want to look better on the job? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Want to look better to that gal of yours? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic improves your entire appearance by grooming your hair neatly and naturally, relieving dryness, removing loose dandruff. If your family hasn't yet enjoyed the benefits of America's leading hair tonic, here's what to do about it. Ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, Sam. How are you, Sam? You were so lugubrious over the phone. Sometimes you're so bucolic, but tonight...
What am I? When?
Lugubrious tonight. Just bubbling over.
Do you possibly mean I'm being lush with my verbiage?
There, you see?
Well, that's because I've been at work in the environs of Snob Hill, where they never use one word if 12 will do. Are you ready for the dictation, I guess it is? I plan to be most amusing tonight. Already I am, yet. Look, I haven't even started.
Oh.
Really, I haven't. All right. Now, pencil. Date. Alan should have such an audience. Date. October 3rd, 1948, to Clifton Cavanaugh, Esquire. Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Sugar Cane Caper. On Thursday last, at 11 a.m., as I waited for the traffic signal so that I might legally cross Powell Street in order to board a cable car, a cat rubbed up against my leg. I leaned over to stroke it and noticed that it had 6 toes. I wondered if that meant anything. It didn't. Most Snob Hill addresses don't mean much anymore, but yours still does. The house was big, hideous, and reassuring.
Are you from Peppersnell?
No, I'm in business for myself. Mr. Cavanaugh in?
Oh, well, come on in. I can't understand what happened to that boy from Peppersnell. Oh, pardon me if I seem a little hungover.
Gladly, but can you ever forgive yourself?
I like you. You got a sense of humor. You'll need it.
You trying to tell me you don't approve of Mr. Cavanaugh?
That perfume pothead.
What did he do to you?
He married my mother.
Oh, stepfather?
Yeah. No, I'm Fred Blair.
Spade's my name. Where do I find him?
Detective?
Check.
I'll give you a clue. Look behind you.
I did. I turned and found myself looking straight into your handsome face. You looked several years younger than your stepson, with regular aquiline features, dark, widely spaced eyes, and blue-black hair.
Well, so you're the notorious Sam Spade.
Well, I don't want to seem modest.
Come into the conservatory. There's just the barest chance that we'll not be overheard.
Good.
There. Sit down.
What's your problem, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Problem indeed. Problems, plural. Starting with that junior grade lush that collared you at the door.
He's very fond of you, too.
Well, you can't imagine what a trial that boy's been to me. Both the children. For some reason, neither Fred nor his sister Eunice ever quite accepted me as their father.
You don't say.
I suppose my youth counted against me. I think they misinterpreted my motives. When any man marries a wealthy widow twice his age...
Yeah, why did you send for me, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Well, it all started several months back, before my wife, their mother, where was I? Oh, died. The scandal quite literally killed her.
You're sure that's what did the trick?
Fred, who, among other talents, was a positive genius for knowing the wrong sort of people, struck up an acquaintance with a hoodlum named Johnny Verona.
Nice, clean-cut gangster type, runs a joint on Pacific Street.
Precisely. With the positively hysterical name of the Subtropico.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a sordid brawl of some sort. A man shot. Obviously, this Johnny Verona shot him. Fred had to give testimony before the grand jury. It was all we could do to keep it out of the paper.
But you did.
No, and old Eleanor, my wife, that is, dropped dead when the butler brought in the Chronicle. But the worst was yet to come, Sam.
Well, don't keep me hanging, Cliff.
Well, Fred continued to frequent this bistro, this dive of Verona's.
I understand.
I believe the bait is a toothsome little teaser with the unlikely name of Sugar Cane.
She likes Fred.
No woman in her right mind would look twice at that idiot, even if he were twice as rich and only half as sodden. Then, where was I? Oh, yes, this Verona person came here several times on the pretext of pouring Fred through the front door and thereby met my stepdaughter, Eunice.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Cavanaugh. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you want a detective for.
Because my stepdaughter has brazenly informed me that she intends to marry this gangster. I want you to help me prevent that marriage.
I don't see.
Don't see what?
I don't see how I can.
Well, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. When Verona was arrested for that shooting in his club, Fred didn't tell the grand jury all he knew. Now, if you could prove that Verona is guilty, then we'd be rid of him for good.
Is it Verona you want to get rid of or your stepson?
Good Lord, you don't think Fred did it?
Do you?
Why, no, of course not.
Okay, supposing Verona did it, then Fred goes up on a perjury rap, maybe accessory.
Oh. Well, I have no overwhelming desire to injure Fred.
Look, why don't you tell me what you have an overwhelming desire for?
Well, under the terms of her mother's will, Eunice will inherit $3 million as soon as she marries.
When?
When what?
When do I meet her?
Be serious, man. Now, I will pay Verona $50,000 in cash if he'll stay away from her.
Would you take $50,000 as the payoff in a $3 million caper?
In this instance, yes. Eunice is not very well, and you may quote me on that. Book, chapter, and verse.
To Johnny Verona?
To Johnny Verona.
Okay. Water's mighty cold this time of the year at the bottom of the bay, but if you don't care, I don't.
Thank you. Let me know how it comes out.
Don't give it a second thought. You'll know. Don't get up, Mr. Cavanaugh. I know the way out.
Hey, Spade, wait up.
Well, you look a little better.
Listen, there's something you ought to know. He was my sister's boyfriend before he married my mother. He did it out of revenge because Eunice threw him over. He still wants to marry her.
Any particular reason?
Oh, my mother put that crazy marriage clause in her will. He's been systematically getting rid of every man who's been interested in her. Bought him off, threatened him off any way he could. Why? He thinks Eunice will eventually marry him to get her inheritance. But she won't. She'll kill him first, and if she doesn't, I'll do it for her.
Fred.
Oh, yeah?
Fred, what on earth are you saying? Who is this man?
Well, he's the detective.
Sam Spade. You're Eunice Blair?
Yes, I want to talk to you. Fred, go and...
Yeah. See you later, Spade.
I know why my stepfather hired you, Mr. Spade. If you need the money, go ahead. But this time it won't work.
You look as if you'd like to be a nice girl. How did you happen to settle for a cheap grifter like Johnny Verona?
Because we understand each other, and he can't be scared off.
Any message I can take him from you?
Tell Johnny I'll meet him at the usual place. And tell him I still like my coffee black. No sugar.
I didn't ask her what kind of sugar she didn't want any of. I thought I knew. The only thing wrong with Sugar Cane's dance was her dancing, but the customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't either. It was a pleasure to size her up carefully, as I would have felt obliged to do anyway in my professional capacity. She was a black-haired number with aquiline features and widely spaced dark eyes. It was a beautiful combination, and I wondered where I'd seen it before quite recently. I decided to find out.
Hey, what's the idea of barging in here after me? Can't you see the sign on the door? No customers in the dressing room.
Then let's go someplace else. I want to talk to you.
Beat it.
Take it easy. This is on business.
Good. I'll fix it up with the boss. Johnny!
Yeah, Sugar? What's the matter? Is Joe giving you trouble?
You trailed in here after me, the cheap masher, on the pretext of discussing business affairs.
Okay, out you go.
Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, move.
And don't come back.
Well?
Sorry I had to give that bum's rush routine. I don't want to get her excited. She's a nice kid, and she doesn't know why you're here.
I take it you do.
Yeah. Eunice called me and told me you'd be down.
Okay, Johnny, I'll give it to you fast and get out. Clifton Cavanaugh will pay you $50,000 to leave Eunice alone. He also made a few idle or not-so-idle threats about what might happen to her if you don't take his money.
For example?
He said she hasn't been feeling well, might not live long enough to get married. I don't have to tell you what I think about that kind of talk, and I wouldn't be peddling it if my office rent wasn't due. That's why when you started giving me that bum's rush, I made only, shall we say, a token resistance?
Yeah. About me marrying Eunice, you can tell Clifton to stop worrying. Yeah, Eunice and I got married 3 weeks ago.
You what?
Married. You want to see the papers?
Why the secrecy?
I don't want her to get hurt.
You're scared of Clifton?
Nah, Sugar. She's got a very low boiling point. She's pardon me. Yeah. Yeah, Nick. What is? Go ahead. Yeah, I heard you. No, don't touch anything. Don't let anybody in. I'll be right over.
Bad news?
Yeah, Eunice. She's dead.
How?
One of my boys found her in my apartment. She was supposed to wait for me there.
How did it happen?
He's not sure. He thinks she took poison.
I had to give Johnny Verona one thing. He didn't make any pretense about being grief-stricken. But after all, he just inherited $3 million. Sugar Cane took it standing up, too, but she just lost a rival and got her man back $3 million richer. I wasn't with you when you got the news, Mr. Cavanaugh. But the one I really wondered about was Eunice's brother, Fred. What brought that on was something I picked up in Johnny Verona's apartment where we found Eunice's body sprawled out over a tray of coffee things. It was a medicine bottle with a doctor's prescription number on the label. The name of the druggist that had put it up was Pfefferschnau. I remembered what Fred had said to me when he admitted me to your house that afternoon. Quote, "Are you the man from Pfefferschnau's?" I wondered if I'd answered yes, would Eunice still be alive?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Sugar Cane Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The morning papers didn't carry anything new on Eunice's death. Cause was put down to an overdose of a toxic drug. The doctor who prescribed it said she'd requested it for migraine headaches, which he suggested might have driven her to suicide. He did not explain why she had taken 4 doses in capsule form and dissolved the rest of it in a decanter of coffee. I thought somebody else had dosed the coffee, and so did you, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Verona did it, of course. He knew she was taking those pills and dosed the coffee just enough to be fatal when added to what she took voluntarily.
You knew all that, too.
Well, so did Fred.
But you had more reasons, 3 million more.
But they were already married.
You know that when you hired me?
Yes.
Then how come?
I knew she was planning to do away with herself. I thought if we could pin it on Verona, after all, he's guilty of that old murder. Fred's a witness to that. Well, if he were convicted, the money would revert to me.
Nuts.
You don't believe me?
She wasn't planning suicide, and you know it.
Well, then?
I don't care who takes the fall, but I got less on Verona than I got on you.
Then I'll give you something. Here. Take a look. Verona's lawyer sent this around before her body was cold. A claim for $3 million, notarized yesterday while Eunice was still alive. Well, Mr. Spade?
Pardon me while I drop dead. You did and waited hopefully, but I managed to stay on my feet. I even managed to make it down the hall to the bar where I found your stepson ambushed behind a row of empty bottles.
Fine detective you turn out to be. I warned you. Stand up like a man. That's all right. I'll take on both of you.
Come on, sober up. Makes sense.
Where's my drink? Who took my glass?
Here it is.
Give me it.
Sure.
You spill it. Ooh, ice on my shirt.
Listen to me. This is very important.
Important?
You were expecting a delivery from a drugstore when I arrived there yesterday morning. Who ordered it?
She did. Eunice. She told me to watch for it and bring it to her.
Did you do that?
No, she wasn't here.
What did you do with that bottle of medicine?
I'm sleepy. I gotta get some rest.
Wake up!
No.
I said wake up!
Leave me alone.
Now, listen. You took that bottle with you when you went out. Where did you take it?
I tell you when you let me go to sleep.
You took that bottle with you, didn't you?
You're guessing. I know you're third degree.
You went to Verona's apartment, didn't you?
2 gentlemen of Verona. Willie Shakespeare.
You doped that coffee, didn't you, with the poison that killed your sister?
I didn't mean it for her. I didn't know she was going there.
Go on talking.
I want a lawyer. I know my rights.
Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not taking a statement. You're too drunk for it to hold anyway, so you can tell me.
Okay. Here's how it happened. She took her 4 pills and went to bed.
Yeah?
I sneaked a bottle out of the medicine chest, and I went over to his place. His boy Nick was there making coffee for the boss, he said, when he got home. I hung around talking for a while, and I slipped some of the stuff in the percolator while he was getting out the cups. And that's all.
Why did you want to kill Johnny Verona?
So Eunice wouldn't have to marry him.
What do you mean, have to?
She was doing it for me, so he'd keep quiet.
About that brawl in the club, that old killing they tried to nail Johnny for?
Yeah, that's it. The gun that did it. He got rid of it before the cops arrived. That was my gun.
Fred, straighten up. Look.
Yeah.
Johnny dictated the story you told the grand jury. How do I know he didn't dictate the one you're telling me now? Who are you covering for?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell you anything. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you?
Get out the window!
The revolver barrel that crashed through the darkened window pane behind the bar spoke twice. I answered it. I looked out into the darkness, making myself a good enough target to draw some fire. I fired back at the flashes. I was depending more on luck than aim, and luck was what I wasn't having much of. I went back to the place where Fred had fallen. The shots that had dropped him were luckier. He'd been dead before he hit the floor.
What is it? What's happened here?
See for yourself.
Who?
Shot through the window. Couldn't see anything but the gun muzzle. Looked like a .45.
Johnny Verona, he packs a .45.
Who told you that?
It came out of that investigation. One of the reasons they couldn't indict for that old shooting.
There were a lot of reasons they couldn't get that indictment.
What are you driving at?
Neither one of the leading suspects was guilty.
I don't follow you.
Sugar Kane did that job.
Well, that's wild.
What if I told you Fred made a statement to that effect before he was shot?
You're lying. He confessed.
Did I tell you that?
Well, he must have. He always talked about it when he was drunk.
All right. I was bluffing.
Why?
Just a crazy hunch. I thought there might be something between you and Sugar. Now I'm sure there isn't.
Of course not.
Should have spotted it before. You're too much the same type. Even look alike.
I can't make you out.
Well, don't try. It's not worth it. You better call homicide about Fred here. Tell Lieutenant Dundee if he wants my statement, I'll be at my apartment. After I pretended to leave, I came back and did a little eavesdropping of my own. You didn't phone homicide, but you did spend an hour filing out the barrel of a .45 automatic. Then you went out. I tailed you to an address on Sloat Boulevard. A short time after you went in, Sugar Kane came out alone. I followed her to, you know the answer, my apartment. I went in the back way via the fire escape and arrived in time to answer her buzz.
Oh, Mr. Spade, thank heaven I found you at home.
So am I. Come in.
I know it's terribly late.
Forget it. Won't you take off your coat or something?
Can't stay very long. It's not safe. I may have been followed here.
Oh, surely not.
Sam, you don't mind if I call you Sam?
No.
I'm so frightened. It's about Johnny Verona. I don't know what he may do. He's convinced that Fred killed Eunice, and he's out gunning for him right now. We've got to stop him before he does anything rash.
You come to the wrong party, Sugar. I'm working for the enemy.
Enemy?
Kavanaugh.
Oh.
It's no skin off his nose if Johnny Verona drops Fred Blair or if you all drop. All he does is sit back and collect.
Oh, he can't be as cynical as that.
You ought to know.
Has he told you anything about me?
I'd rather hear it from you.
May we sit down? Well, there's not much to tell. I played along with Johnny for one reason and one reason alone. To save Fred from that old murder rap.
Were you figuring on marrying into that family, too?
Oh, Sam.
A regular pincers movement, wasn't it? Johnny and Eunice, you and Fred.
All right. It's true I wasn't in love with Fred, but it wasn't all the money. I was sorry for him. Money's not what I really want. I know that now.
What do you want?
Someone. Someone I can trust.
Me too, Sugar.
Oh, Sam, you're what I want. Say you want me to. Please say it. Don't answer it, Sam.
Why not?
Johnny may have followed me here. He's insanely jealous.
Well, I gotta face it out with him sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Sam, be careful.
Stand out of the way, Sugar.
No, Sam. No, please.
Don't reach, Johnny.
I'm not gunning for you, Spade.
In that case, come on in.
Well, Sugar. I didn't believe him that you were coming here.
I had to, Johnny. He got some crazy confession out of Fred while he was drunk. I had to stall him till you and Cliff could talk to him. To save Fred, I mean.
Oh, stop horsing around. We all know that we all know Fred is dead, and we all know that we all know who killed him.
Then Cliff was leveling. You are trying to pin that on me.
I don't need it, but if you want it, you can have it.
There's $3 million in my part of it. I'll split down the middle with you. If you throw in with them, it's a three-way split.
There's no split at all if you take the rap for Eunice's killing, and you will if you throw in with me. It's their word against mine. 2 witnesses against 1, and all I've got is a confession by a drunk who is now dead.
Sam. Oh, Sam, I was sure for a moment you...
Get away from me.
Sam,
Go on. Go to work on him. I should have given you a little more time. That wasn't fair, was it, Sugar?
I hate you. I hate you both. I never want to see you again.
Get back in that room, Sugar.
Cliff.
What happened, Sugar? Why were you running away?
Johnny double-crossed us. Now Sam knows everything.
What does he know?
The whole caper. Part of it I wasn't quite sure of until I saw you and Sugar standing side by side. That blue-black hair, the same eyes, plus the fact that the bell on Sugar's apartment on Sloat Boulevard reads Kane, parenthesis, Kavanaugh. You took a crazy chance when you knocked off Fred with me right there in the room. The kind of a crazy chance a brother would take to keep his sister clear.
I could have told you that.
It would have helped a lot, Johnny, but you didn't. When a man lets a sister go on dancing in a joint like yours after he's in the chips and she goes on liking it, you can be sure they're both playing for big stakes and for nobody but themselves. Where do you think you were supposed to wind up, Johnny? I'll tell you. Drinking that poison coffee that Eunice got hold of by mistake.
That isn't true, Johnny. I never told Fred a thing. He thought you really loved Eunice. I don't know how he found out you were forcing her into that marriage.
Did you also neglect to tell him that he was innocent? That you pulled the trigger in that old killing and shoved a gun into his hand when he was too drunk to know what he was doing?
I've heard enough. Watch it, Johnny.
No!
I winged you a split second before you fired. Your aim went wild. All I saw at first was that it missed Johnny. Then I saw him move forward in her direction. She was leaning against the wall, a puzzled expression on her face, her hand plucking nervously at a spot of red that was spreading against the white of her dress. He caught her as she pitched forward and carried her over to a couch. She didn't speak again. You and Johnny knelt beside her until the cops arrived. If you were aware of each other's presence, neither of you showed it. Period. End of report.
That was a sad ending, Sam.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry it ended so sadly.
Well, it was bound to, one way or the other. There wasn't anybody in the whole gallery that thought about anybody but himself. Except poor Fred, I guess, and his only friends arrived in bottles and left in the ash can.
All those millions and millions. We'll get the money now, Sam.
I'm glad you asked that. It leaves me cold. Go type that up while I knit myself a sweater.
And now, listen to this. It's the smart mother who sees to it that Wild Root Cream Oil is always kept handy around the house. For she knows that Wild Root Cream Oil grooms her family's hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Get acquainted by asking for the new 25-cent bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Goodness, what a terrible group of unfortunates. As you say, it just had to end badly.
If you hope to get back in my good graces by quoting me, to trick me into agreeing with you, you have succeeded.
There you go, Sam. So lugubrious.
Effie, what is this? What means lugubrious?
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful. It's my new habit.
Oh?
Every time I read a book now, and like you read a book and there's a word you don't know what it means or you're not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I make it a practice now to write down and learn 3 new words per day.
Well.
And learn the definitions to use them in conversation. Like desultory.
And lugubrious?
Yes, that's one of my 3 for today. You see? Lugubrious, right here it is. To talk a great deal. Bucolic, state of being sorrowful. And verbose, to be out in the country.
I see. Very praiseworthy. Enlarging your vocabulary. Love it.
I am. But I don't expect to be really lugubrious for the nonce.
Look, Effie, why don't you go verbose for the weekend? It's the best cure for the bucolic.
Oh, Sam, look what I've done.
What have you done?
I've clipped the wrong definitions to the right words.
Well.
For instance, lugubrious, well, it isn't that at all. And bucolic, let me see. Oh, Sam, I've learned them wrong.
I wasn't going to tell you, Effie. It's better to find out for yourself. It's more, efficacious.
My new habit. Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I turn the good air over to the not-so-tender mercies of our fine-feathered friends, the crow and the quail, I think it only fair that you should know something about these two very rare birds. Your full name, please.
Oliver Quail.
Age?
22 months old come next St. Swithin's Day.
Come, Mr. Quail. You're 30 if you're a day. Occupation?
Private detective, room 202, Brown Building, San Francisco.
What are your hobbies, Mr. Quail?
Ladies and horses. With speed a prime requisite.
And what are your pet aversions?
Jonathan Crow, any kind of work, dumb cops, scientific detectives, and radio announcers.
Well, now, can you give us some pertinent facts about yourself? Some highlights in your alleged career?
Oh, yes, of course. I joined the Quiz Kids when I was 9 months old. I graduated from Yale at 10. I took postgraduate law at Oxford when I was 12. Having somewhat of a literary streak, I knocked out several little ditties entitled The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Encyclopedia Britannica, and The Chambermaid's Easy Guide to Latin.
That will be all. Thank you. And now you, sir. Your full name, please?
Jonathan Crow, 30 on the 4th of July. Special investigator, room 203, opposite the low party you just interviewed. Hobbies are, from left to right, gals. Pet aversions are Oliver Quail, work, flatfoots, and radio announcers.
What can you tell us about yourself, Mr. Crow?
I'm on the dumb side. I didn't know what college was until I was 5. After matriculating at dear old Harvard, I joined up with General Custer and captured Sitting Bull. Standing up.
Here.
I also invented the cotton gin, the sewing machine, and the non-collapsible uplift. At the ripe old age of 10, having proven a failure, I joined the Foreign Legion, where I was a member of Newt Rockney's famous 4 Horsemen.
Enough! You're mad, stark mad, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive this outburst on my part. For this exhibition of fabrication and insolence you just heard is only a smattering of what the police department has had to contend with since this unholy pair was grounded by the Air Force due to injuries caused by extreme recklessness. To be nearer the truth, both Oliver Quail and Jonathan Crow were raised in the same orphan's home. Their education is just average. They work only when starvation is on their 5-yard line or when a pretty girl is involved, and are extremely allergic to the truth, especially when dealing with the fair sex and the long-suffering San Francisco police.
Speaking of the naked truth, brother, where and with whom were you last night at 11:30 p.m., and how do you explain that lipstick under your left ear?
Why,
When did you write your mother last, my noble friend?
I wrote,
Yay, and how and where'd you get that pound of butter? Why didn't you tell the income tax collectors that $2,000 gift to charity was a dame named Myrtle?
Pay no attention to them, ladies and gentlemen. Our story really begins with
Johnny, return the guy's bridge. I will if you return, stupid. It's a deal. Hey, chump, this'll teach you not to talk out of turn. Goodbye now.
As I started to say, ladies and gentlemen, the Crow and the Quail are only part of our mystery story entitled The Corpse Declares a Dividend. The story itself takes place in the little seaside village of Montrose Cove. Montrose Cove has a weekly gazette, circulation 2300, 1 hotel, 1 movie theater, 1 gas station, and to be truthful, 1 purpose. And that is to be left alone. But before I allow myself to ramble on, let me tell you and turn you over to one of the town's more substantial inhabitants who can tell you more about it than I can.
In Montrose Cove, California, in the year 1899, triplets were born to the wife of one Michael F. Gilhooly, an itinerant tinsmith. Nothing exciting has happened to the town since then. But tonight, all that will be changed. Tonight, an event is about to occur that will affect the mores and temples of Montrose Cove. An event so shocking, it will more than atone for those 47 uneventful years. For even at this moment, 10:01 p.m. Pacific Coast Time, a murder has just been committed. But the simple residents of Montrose Cove are unaware that this night is different from 1,000 other nights. Indeed, most of them are in bed, sound asleep, with the exception of a few night hawks, members of the younger set who are just emerging from the last show at the Bijou Theater. And now the hands of the big clock in the courthouse move slowly toward midnight. At 12 minutes past, they will seem to hesitate, giving the good citizens of the town one last chance to contemplate the past few hours, so that afterward they will be able to look back and remember just how it felt to be living in the midst of such a town on such a night. Then, with a sudden jerk, the hands of the clock will meet, and as they meet, the night on which the history of Montrose Coles received a spectacular jolt will disappear into limbo with no one the wiser. For as yet, not a soul is aware that in the old Montrose mansion on the outskirts of town, the body of Judd Montrose, son of the town's founder, lies sprawled across the carved walnut desk in his study. But wait! There must be one who knows the murderer. And how do I know? You see, just about 60 seconds ago, I was murdered.
Blah, blah, blah. There goes that mechanical mall again. Grab the teletype, McCluskey. Got it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what?
It says here, be on the lookout for Red Willie Montrose, alias Monty Rose, recently released from San Quentin. Wanted in connection with the murder of his uncle, Judd Montrose. Ah. Well, how do you like that, Sergeant Leroy? Why, Red Willie never carried a rod in his whole life.
Nah, Willie's strictly a beat man, one of the best safe crackers in the business. Very well regarded.
Yes. He always figured that a safe was the best place for somebody else to keep their money.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, what I was going to say is that all of us got at least one murder in our system if given the proper incentive. Brother Willie had it.
Yes.
A 3-time loser wouldn't hesitate to use a gap.
Oh, sure, Sarge. But I still think the guy that bumped Montrose was one of his cousins, the guy they called Titus.
Then again, it could be another case of touche.
Touche?
Yeah, touche la femme. You know, that's Spanish for find the woman.
Ah, Spanish, is it?
Yeah, maybe his niece smoked him, or some baby walked out on him when you and I were young, McCluskey. Of course. Oh, we got visiting. Yeah, Damon Head's not a bad looker.
Yeah? But look at the build on the guy. Why, he's bigger than Joe Louis.
Never did like mugs that wear dark glasses. Must be one of those Hollywood characters looking for his cocker spaniel or something. Can I do something for you?
Yes, you can, Sergeant. Just a moment.
Oh, darling, please don't be too long.
My sweet, neither iron chains nor bars can keep me away from you for more than one precious moment.
Oh, darling.
I beg your pardon. Could you tell me if Mr. Jonathan Crow is being held here?
Did you say held? You call being tossed into the clink with a flock of stumblebums and drunks being held?
And that he is, brother, that he is. Can't understand what's gotten into poor Jonathan. Oh, he's become an enigma.
Not only that, he's also charged with disturbing the peace, fighting with a cab driver, and resisting an officer of the law.
Oh, I can understand your feelings, Sergeant. But you see, Jonathan Crow comes from one of the finest families in Boston. You know, it would kill his poor old mother, who sits by the window night after night, waiting. You have a mother, Sergeant?
I got a heart of stone. Bail is $50.
I'll be very happy to pay it.
Well, you his lawyer?
Oh, no, just a friend.
Oh, you're sure making history, mister. They'll give you odds on Market Street that the guy never had a friend. McCluskey.
Yes, sir.
Get that goofy gumshoe up here. Tell him that Santa Claus has arrived.
This is the late Judge Montrose speaking. If you will recall, just about 3 minutes ago, I was murdered. At this time, I wish I could take you to Montrose Cove to meet some of my precious relatives whom I haven't seen in years. Their presence, I might add, was undoubtedly inspired by the message to them from my attorney, who intimated that there might be an advance reading of my will. You see, there is a slight sum of $1.5 million to be distributed among 4 of them. I imagine their love for me on this day must have been very profound. I can see them in my study. Sherry Mason, my niece, blonde, young, beautiful. My other niece, Marcia, now Mrs. Hubert Grosvenor. Marcia is several years Sherry's senior. Also beautiful, in a different way. Hubert Grosvenor, jealous, humorless. A government investigation hangs heavy over his graying locks. His tanned face is lined with worry. So different from Cousin Tanner Holt, who honestly believes that anyone who works for a living is a rank failure. And Cousin Titus, the same old tight-fisted money bags. I honestly believe at this moment old Titus has more money hoarded than I've ever possessed. Perhaps if he had always known that, he wouldn't have gone through life hating me so. For that deal that I put over on him many years ago. And last of all, Enos Falter, my eldest friend and executor of my estate. Moon-faced, angelic Enos. Puffing away on his ancient meerschaum and daydreaming, no doubt, of the speckled beauties dancing on the waters down by the point. But hold on. Are you beginning to feel sorry for me? You are. Oh, I can feel it. Well, don't. Believe me, I was no angel. May never get to be one. Besides, I'm getting as big a kick out of this as you are. I can't, you much. They keep us trying to listen to make me a parky.
Blow it out of your ears. We don't have to listen.
Man, turn off some boogie-woogie.
You deadbeats will wind up in solitary if you don't shut up. Hey, wait a minute. What is this, a hot calling contest? Lay off the racket. That's what I've been telling them, McCluskey, but they'd rather take their orders from the crow over there. He's the ringleader.
Guilty, Your Honor. Let's you and me fight.
All right, wise guy, all right. Get your coat on. The all-time chump of the universe has just put up your bail.
Huh? Hey, look, Irish, you wouldn't kid me, would you, after all I've been through?
With your luck, I'd play nothing but long shots. Come on.
Irish, never let it be said that Jonathan Crow was ever ungrateful to one who brought glad tidings. Let me be the first to inform you that a hot foot I administered 5 seconds ago is about fixing to materialize.
Yeah, sure. Big-hearted Johnny Crow, yes, the policeman's friend, I know. What was it you would...
About time you two got here. What are you limping for, McCluskey?
Well, it's me rheumatism, Sarge, so help me it is. You're...
All right, Crow. Here's your watch and your empty wallet. Sign for him.
Oh, thanks. Jonathan Crow, special investigator. Gotta get that in.
Yeah. And the next time you're brought in here...
Honest, Sarge, there won't be any next time. Who do I thank for this base on ball?
That gentleman by the window with his back towards you. He's talking to that girl.
Oh. I don't know why you did this, friend, but I'd sure like to thank you.
Oh, not at all.
Holy smoke. Hey, you lunatic, what's the big idea? Grab him, McCluskey.
Yes. No, wait a minute here.
Holy cat, he's not only bigger than Joe Louis, he hits twice as hard. Let's both of them grab him, Sarge. Hey, you took a poke at me, mister. For that, you'll be sorry.
Now, take it easy, gents. There must be an easier way to do this.
Watch out.
Oh, now I'm sure of it. All cops have big feet. They go by best sunglasses.
Well, I'll be it. It's Oliver Quail.
I might have known it. What did I ever do to deserve to have both you birds here at the same time?
Why should I be punished like this?
But, Sergeant...
You're supposed to be private dicks, but even a private dick should have some sense of ethics and propriety. But not you guys, no. You make your own rules, and you want the rest of the world to abide by them. McCluskey.
Yep. Give me a vitamin B1.
Oh, now, everything you say is partly true, Sergeant, especially about the crow. If I had my way, I'd slug him once a day and twice on Sundays and holidays. But to say that I also took a poke at you, Sergeant, why, that's nothing more than hallucinate. Now, look, Sarge, how would you feel if that red-headed ape wrote to your best girl in Oakland that you were a married man and the father of 6 children? One of the kids had 2 heads. Holy cat. As Virgil so aptly put it, a morti hic strajotibus mortibus, which freely translated means slander kills love more quickly than perfidy.
Look, I still say you took a poke at me, and that's a 2-year offense.
Oh, no, you're wrong. You're dead wrong, Sarge. Why, I respect the uniform.
Lock him up. Don't let him communicate with nobody.
Yes, sir.
Good heavens, what'll I do now?
Don't do anything, baby, until you hear from me.
Get going, Quail.
Now, Sergeant, you're going to regret this. You'll despise yourself in the morning.
Oh, I'm amazed that such brawls can take place in a police station.
Yes, anything can happen when them 2 birds get together. You got a complaint?
Well, why don't you do something about that man on the floor? He sounds like he's in terrible pain.
Yeah, I'll take care of him. All right, Cole, snap out of it.
Oh.
Come on, you're cluttering up the place.
Where's the atom bomb ran? Did they find any more bodies?
You wasn't hit by no bomb, Johnny. Your pal Oliver Quail bounced a 1-2 off of that last jaw of yours.
I'll be a sad sack. Where is the no-good...
Quail's taking your place in the bullpen.
You can't do that. Let me at him. I'll tear him apart. I'll break every bone in his body.
Get out of here before I lock you both up. I'm keeping him here incommunicado till tomorrow morning. Oh, you like the idea of your friend and benefactor spending the night in the sneezes?
No, I was thinking of a gag a guy told me in Tijuana. I just got it. Hey, where's my hat? I didn't see you come in here with no hat.
Yeah, since when do you wear a hat?
Well, I had one when I came in. Oh, it was back in the cell. I'm going back there and get it.
All right, McCluskey, take him back to the bullpen and be sure you don't start another ruckus with the Quail. Keep your eye on both of them.
Yes, sir. Come on.
And be you wandered around, finally found somebody who...
Well, genius, how does it feel to be so smart?
You'll never know. What are you doing here, you red-headed mongoose?
Oh, brother. Oh, do you look natural. The Sarge tells me he's going to keep you on ice for another 24 hours.
So what? It was worth it. Now, maybe you'll stay out of my personal affairs.
How about that? Why, Mabel couldn't live without me until you started making a love to her in Latin.
Ah, yes, Mabel. Qui vincus famina delimutavis est. Or in other words, who can fathom a woman's deepest...
Yeah, never mind that mumbo-jumbo. You just stay away from my days from now on.
We interrupt this musical program to bring you an important news flash. The most sensational news of the moment is a new development in the mysterious murder of Judd Montrose, which for more than 24 hours has baffled local and county authorities at the little seaside village of Montrose Cove. Today, the will of the eccentric Montrose was filed for probate and disclosed that the wealthy recluse had anticipated his own murder. The will provides that in case of his unnatural death, the sum of $50,000 is to be paid as a reward to the person who solves the crime. The strange will also provides that no beneficiary of the estate is to receive 1 cent until the murder is brought to justice. The executors of the estate are furthermore instructed to pay all expenses necessary to prosecute the search for Montrose's assassin. Further development will be...
Hey, turn off that radio. Oh, no. This is too good to be true. A $50,000 sweepstake is fixing to roll, and the Quail can't get out of his cage. Ollie, I forgive you for everything. When I come back with that dough, I'll let you slug me again.
Oh, Johnny, now why would I want to do that? You're my pal. I love you. Come on, what do we wait for? Let's get out of here.
Sure. Let's. What do you mean, let's? You're a jailbird, Quail, my fine feathered friend.
Johnny, don't say that. Hey, Johnny. Remember when we were little kids? Yeah. You remember how we swiped lobsters through the maggio down to the waterfront? Yeah, and then that time you cut a big hole in the seat of my pants, and I didn't know it until Margie saw. Yeah. Hey, do you remember that platinum blonde from Monterey?
Yeah, the one I was nuts about, the one you took away from me.
Yeah. No, Johnny, I promise I'll never look at another dame Johnny, you've got to get me out of here.
Get yourself up with some of that Latin jive. There's 50 G's in it.
Now, Johnny, you're a chump. If we don't go into this together, your muscle and my brains, why, we'll knock this murder over in 12 hours. It's open and shut.
You're not kidding, Papa. I'm in the open and you're shut, which gives Johnny a 24-hour head start. Sleep well, my delinquent chum.
Johnny, don't do this to me. Johnny! Johnny!
Hey, Sarge. What happened to the doll that was here a couple of minutes ago? Red hot and beautiful.
She blew. Why don't you hire a detective to find her?
An excellent suggestion, Sergeant Leroy. I'll take the case. Uh-oh. Hello. Well, if it isn't the lady in red. I wondered what happened to you.
Well, I thought I'd better talk with you outside.
Well, right now I'm in an awful hurry. I've got to pick up a few things in my office.
Well, why don't you get in? We can talk on the way.
Okay. Ooh, that perfume of yours does things to me.
Please, be serious for a moment. I'm in terrible trouble. I've had a premonition of imminent danger, as though a shadow were engulfing me. Day after day, I feel it growing nearer and nearer. I don't think I can stand it much longer. And just yesterday, I found myself doing the strangest thing.
Never mind about yesterday. What are you doing tonight?
Oh, nothing sacred, is there?
Oh, I'm sorry, baby, miss. I don't know what I could have been thinking about. Oh, hey, driver, pull up in front of that old wrecked building there, the one that hasn't been painted in years. Look, sweetheart, this is where I get out.
Aren't you going to help me?
Oh, I'm in a terrible rush now. I'll tell you what. You take care of the cab and then wait for me in my jalopy. It's in the lot right behind this building. In the meantime, I'll run upstairs and pack my goods.
Oh, please hurry, dear. I'm much too nervous to be alone.
Well, if it ain't the Crow. What are you doing in Oliver Quayle's office? They're getting so punchy you don't even know your own corner. Your foxhole is just across the hall as the Crow side. Remember?
You're right, Sappho, my ugly duckling. I should have known the difference just by the aroma. Cleo, my darling, my sweet, my precious. How is the most competent secretary this side of paradise?
All of which you pay me the startling salary of $22.50 a week, and which I intend to collect before you're 2 minutes older. Now, yesterday was payday, and where were you?
That, darling, is a long but exciting story, which I shall recount some rainy afternoon.
Oh, now, never mind the bedtime story. Just sign this paycheck.
Yeah, glad you got my 45 out of Hock.
I don't know what you're up to, but if you're leaving this asylum before you pay this check, it's for 2 weeks' back salary.
Look, honey, I got a check for the balance of my account. I think there's about $47 left. I'll pay you your salary when I get back. Right now, I'm headed for Montrose Cove and 50,000 smackaroos.
What are you selling, hot nylons? I'm not letting you stall me another minute. Now, you put your John Hancock on this paycheck or else.
Now, look, Lover.
I'm not listening, Johnny Crow. I'll holler for the cops, so help me.
Sugar puss, you wouldn't.
I would. Just get that John Hancock on the dotted line.
Okay, hand me the pen. There. I'll see you in a couple of days. Oh, Cleo, take care of these gentlemen.
That won't be necessary. We want you, Crow.
Well, what?
On suspicion of murder.
I'll keep your secret.
Don't give us any trouble.
Well, you guys nuts. Now blow. I've got things to do and places to go. Hey, stop him! Don't let him get away!
Cleo, are you okay? Hey, what happened? What was all that ruckus about?
Oh, they just picked Johnny Crow up for murder.
Oh, that. Well, what are you grinning about?
Well, believe it or not, that big baboon actually came through with 2 weeks' back salary. Oh, I really hated to do it to the poor guy because I know he needed the money. But then again, I couldn't get that big red hat out of my mind. Say, look, kid, do you have enough dough on hand to cash this check for me?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let's have it. Uh-oh. Honey, you sure got a valuable hunk of property here.
What do you mean?
The guy that signed this check also signed the Declaration of Independence.
Ye gods! John Hancock!
Did you ever hear of such goings on? John Hancock. How I could have used the crow and the quail in one of my enterprises.
That will be enough out of you, my ghostly friend. I warned you about that pair, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as the curtain rings down on the first episode of our mystery, we find Oliver Quail languishing in jail and Jonathan Crow a fugitive wanted on suspicion of murder. Will they get the $50,000 reward for solving the Judd Montrose case? Oh, it is to laugh. Why, if either of them even came close, I'd be willing to parade up and down Market Street in red flannel underwear.
What size do you wear?
52. Who said that?
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Murder and One to Go. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life's giving you so much punishment you're buckling at the knees, you need my help. George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, do you remember Carol Gordon? Once she was as glamorous and famous as any movie star you can name today. Then some 18 years ago, when talkies came in, she faded out of the limelight. Dead? Perhaps. But if she isn't, I must find her. The only clue I have is that someone thinks he saw Carol Gordon about a year ago, down on Skid Row. The enclosed check is a retainer.
Check is a retainer, and if you succeed in finding her, there will be a substantial bonus. Sincerely yours, Henry Crichton.
Henry Crichton. Business management and artist representation.
Carol Gordon?
Careful. Don't say you remember her, Brooksy. You'll give your age away.
Well, I don't remember.
2 world-shaking events took place in the 20s. The stock market crash and Carol Gordon. Her autograph always gets you 2 of Wallace Reed in the trade.
And now Skid Row. Well, maybe this Mr. Crichton knows of a small part for her.
Well, if he's gambling with $250 just to play Good Samaritan, I'd like to shake hands with that gentleman.
And if he isn't, it might be a good idea to find out what's on his mind. Pretty swank. Courier and Ives prints right out in the hall.
The Dorset Building. The Agent's Paradise. The house the 10% broke.
George!
Hey, I think that's coming from our client's office, Brooksy.
Oh.
He's dead! In there! Oh, sorry.
All right now, sister. All right, take it easy. Get hold of yourself.
What?
Try to calm down. Who's dead?
Mr. Crichton, I just came back from lunch. I found him lying there on the floor. The fire poker next to him. His head. Oh, won't you please call the police?
Valentine, I know you were put on this earth to keep me from being bored, to see that I don't fall into a rut. But please, let's keep this murder nice and simple.
But take another look at this letter, will you, Lieutenant?
You must admit Crichton might have been killed because he was determined to find Carol Gordon.
Miss Brooks, I used to be a Carol Gordon fan. Why, it got so Mrs. Riley wouldn't let me go to the movies when her pictures were playing.
Why, Lieutenant?
But nobody's even thought of that woman in years and years.
Crichton did, Lieutenant.
Well, being just a plodding, unimaginative copper, I'm going to have to stick to facts. Namely, Crichton got his head bashed in with a poker from which all the fingerprints were carefully wiped off.
Oh, that's quite a fact to be stuck with.
There was a struggle, and the plug of the electric clock on the desk was pulled out of the wall. Now, that sets the time of the murder at 12:35. And a half a dozen people saw Miss Jackson, Crichton's secretary, in the coffee shop all through the lunch hour.
Lieutenant, I understand Crichton had quite an imposing list of clients.
Yes, sir, and I'm going to talk to every one of them. No flights so fancy for me, pal. Incidentally, Valentine.
Yeah?
How are you going to go about tracing Carol Gordon? Obviously, she doesn't want to be found, and she probably doesn't look anything like she used to. And Skid Row is a pretty big place, you know.
George, I think the lieutenant is trying to imply that it's going to be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Well, what's so hard about finding a needle in a haystack?
Well, that's what I... What?
All you do is get a magnet. The needle comes to you. Now, look, Mr. Gabranian, what'll it cost me to have you run this picture in your movie house tomorrow afternoon?
You mean you're going to pay me, fella? What's wrong with it, fella?
Oh, nothing's wrong with it, Mr. Gabranian. It was a super colossal production back there in 1928.
Yeah, Romance in April, starring Carol Gordon.
Never heard of her, fella.
You in the movie business and never heard
of 1928, I was running a coffee pot. I wish I was still running it.
Well, anyway, you wouldn't mind showing this picture for $50, would you?
There's just one thing we ought to tell you, Mr.
Yeah, I knew this was coming, fella.
There's no sound, no music in this picture. It's silent.
Something new, huh?
You don't think for a moment I'd talk you into anything that would damage the reputation of Gabranian's Cameo Theater, the gem of Skid Row.
Are you kidding? I don't even advertise the picture we're playing. I just hang out a sign, soft seats, open all night, 15 cents.
Then this ought to be right down your alley. The slumber of your selected clientele won't be disturbed by any noises coming off the screen. Just a little piano music for mood.
Yeah, lady, you might got something there.
This is a gal who knows all the angles.
Yeah, on her they look good, too. Too bad the Cameo ain't barbecue house like it used to be. You're a real nice filly, lady.
Why, thank you, Mr. Gabranian. I don't know whether to blush or whinny.
Huh? What's that?
Now, what about it? Does Romance in April play here tomorrow?
It plays. Money in advance, fella.
No objection to me selling the tickets?
You sell, but remember the tickets are numbered. I'll know just how many people go in.
Oh, you're a trusting soul, Mr. Gabranian.
You said it.
Yes, sir. Here's your ticket, sir. Go right in.
Oh, thank you.
Well, business is pretty slow, darling.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can't say Mr. Gabranian didn't advertise the revival of Romance in April.
Yeah, with the late Mr. Crichton's money.
So far, your magnets attracted nothing but the usual Skid Row characters. Maybe the whole thing...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Brooksy.
Can you tell me if the features started yet?
In just a few minutes, sir.
Good. One, please. Thank you.
George, didn't you recognize him?
Brooksy, yeah. We're beginning to draw a better class of people.
Anthony Chapman, the movie heartthrob. Now, what would he be doing in a place like this? And trying to look inconspicuous.
An interesting question, Angel. I bet the answer's even more interesting.
I called up before, young man. I understand Romance in April goes on at 2:15. Is that correct?
Yeah. You've got 2 minutes to make it.
Just like to be sure, time is money. 15 cents? Is that correct? And I understand the picture runs an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Someone else out slumming.
A little man in a big briefcase. Brooksy, what's your guess? Vice president of a bank? A successful insurance salesman?
Or just a lover of the silent cinema.
You know, I got a definite feeling we started something here. But what?
Hey!
Oh.
Look what we've got now, George.
The carriage trade's going up. Now I'm sure we ought to change prices before 6.
You can call for me in about an hour, Ralph.
Yes, ma'am.
One seat in the loge, please.
Loge? I doubt if we can build you one at a moment's notice.
What? Oh, well, whatever you've got.
Thank you.
I'd say that was about $5,000 worth of mink on the hoof.
Hey, look, Brennan actually opened the door for her.
I don't blame the man for being overwhelmed.
Looks like all kinds of people don't mind coming to this popcorn cove to see romance in April.
One ticket, please. It's 15 cents, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're just in time for the picture.
See, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hope you don't mind the pennies. That's all I have.
Oh, they add up just the same. They are. I hope you enjoy the picture.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
I take it you're a Carol Gordon fan.
Yeah, and her severest critic.
How'd you hear that, Brooksy? That's an angel, I think.
Carol Gordon? Oh, that couldn't be, George.
I could be wrong. But there was something about her eyes.
But she seemed so old and pathetic.
Come on, Brooksy. Gabranian can take over the box office now. We're going inside and make sure.
Must have broken Gabranian's heart to hire a piano player for the day.
That girl on the screen, Angel. Look at her carefully. Don't you see some resemblance between her and the woman we saw before us at the box office?
Sorry, George. I can't talk myself into it.
Yeah. Maybe I am punching a little too hard.
Oh, she was beautiful, wasn't she?
Even in that costume with a waistline down to her knees.
And not a bad actress to compete with these titles. Ellen looked at the faded flowers and thought of the waste of her own life. Oh, brother.
No! No! Oh, waste of life. My life. What did I do?
It was Carol Gordon.
What happened?
Come on, stick with me, Brooksy.
Get out of here.
Her room is right down the hall here, folks.
Yeah, see, Brooksy? I told you she didn't just vanish. We were about giving up hope, mister.
We've been over this block with a fine-tooth comb for the last hour.
Can imagine the places you've been in, miss. Now, this here hotel don't rightly belong down in this neighborhood. Why, do you know we change bed sheets and towels twice a week?
Yeah, well, bully for you, but what did you say was the name she was using?
Ethel Mills. That is, if it's the woman you've been describing. And you know, funny thing.
What's that?
Huh?
Well, about 20 minutes ago, while I was away from the desk, somebody left a bottle of champagne for her.
Champagne?
Yep. All wrapped up fancy, too. Brought it right up to her. No other hotel around here gives room service like we do. Well, here it is. She's in there all right. And I think I know what happened.
What do you mean?
Well, if Ethel has the bottle around, it don't last long.
Well, something might have happened to her. In her frame of mind.
Yeah, we better take a look, friend.
Yeah, that's right, young fella. Don't want anything bad happening to the reputation of the hotel. I'd like a light.
Well, don't just stand there. Where are those towels you're so proud of?
All right, over there.
Hey, come on. Try to sit up.
I can't. They're hurting. Usually she don't feel like that until the next day. And the bottle's only half empty. Seems somebody left a card with it, too.
Let me see this. To Carol Gordon. On the day of her triumphant return to the screen.
Wait, this wet towel ought to help her.
No time for that, Brooksy. We have to get her to a hospital.
But, George, she's
Only been poisoned. One sniff of this bottle will tell you that.
Poison?
Somebody else followed her here from the cameo. Somebody who wants to see Carol Gordon dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about winter driving. If you find the January days are kind of chilly, don't forget, cold weather is rough on your car, too. It may mean a lot of grinding starting wear and extra drain on your car's battery. But a sure way to get fast starts, to keep your battery from working overtime, and to keep operating costs down is to use Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane motor fuel has special blending agents that give fast starts and speedy warm-up every time you use the starter. Besides lending a helping hand to your battery, Chevron Supreme gives fast pickup in traffic, smooth acceleration, and the extra power that makes your car great on hills. It's a premium quality gasoline, and it's climate-tailored for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means you can depend on it the year round for fast starts and smoother extra power wherever you motor. Get a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Someone hires you to trace down an old movie star named Carol Gordon. Even before you can get started, your client is found murdered. You pick up from there and finally locate the once famous beauty in a cheap Skid Row hotel. The payoff there is that someone's tried to kill her, too. If you're like George Valentine, you won't rest till you find out why murder is singing such a merry song of mayhem.
Valentine, I don't care where you've got Carol Gordon. Get her down here to headquarters.
Well, you can't blame the lieutenant for hiding her out when she left the hospital. Somebody's out to get her.
Now, look, chum boy, I'm not too sure the lady didn't try to poison herself.
Yes, so you've been saying, with bullheaded regularity.
Well, you forget the elevator boy in Crichton's building. He recognized Carol Gordon's picture, put her right on the scene of the crime. Now, guilty conscience. I want to talk to her.
Uh-huh. Maybe you got an answer for those three strangely out-of-place characters who showed up at the revival of Romance in April.
Oh, Tony Chapman and Miss Ferris are both movie people. Maybe morbid curiosity brought them down there. Who knows?
Riley. It seems a little more than coincidence that just when Crichton hired me to find Miss Gordon, those two should decide to take in one of her pictures at the cameo.
Well,
also, both Chapman and Miss Ferris were managed by Crichton. And what makes it even more screwier, they just became engaged to each other. And yet they show up at that theater at different times.
I don't care how it sounds. Chapman has an alibi for the time of Crichton's murder. The attendant in the garage of his apartment house vouches for the time. As for Miss Ferris, well, as far as she's concerned, she has no motive.
And the mousy little man who showed up at the revival. The one with a briefcase under his arm. I told you I saw him hanging around the hospital, too.
Okay. If and when we find this little gnome, I'll talk to him. In the meantime, you get Carol Gordon down here and fast.
Here you are, Miss Gordon. My car's parked right over here.
There's really nothing I can tell the lieutenant, Mr. Valentine.
Well, you just tell him the truth, Carol. And if he growls at you a little, don't let him upset you.
Okay, here we are. The three of us can fit into the front seat.
I know my story sounds a little weak, but I did drop in to see Henry Crichton on a personal matter. Once we were good friends. When I found him like that, I didn't stop to think. I hurried down the stairs and out of the building.
Yes, sure, I understand. I don't know if I can turn around here on the hill. I think it's the quickest way back to headquarters.
What's the matter?
Hey, George! We're rolling down the hill.
Somebody's been monkeying around with the brakes. They won't hold.
Oh, try to keep it straightened out, George. We're going faster. We're going up on the sidewalk.
Hang on. I'm going to crash.
Oh.
It's too close for comfort.
Oh.
Everybody all right?
What about you, Miss Gordon?
I'm just shaken up.
Good thing I picked out a wooden fence.
What happened?
Oh, another drunken driver.
Looks like somebody tried to get all three of us this time.
Yes, doesn't it?
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter?
You see that Miss Gordon gets to headquarters. I just spotted someone I want to talk to.
Okay, George.
Hey, let me through here, will you? One side, please. Hey, you come back here. A few questions I want to ask you.
No. Let go of me, please. I don't know anything. There's nothing I can tell you.
Now, look, Buster, I've been dreaming about you in that briefcase. What makes you pop up all over the place?
Well, I've been following you. Just to see that Miss Gordon was all right. That nothing happened to her.
Come on. Who are you?
The name is Moody, sir. Walter Moody, you see? Here's my card.
Walter Moody, 6th Street Grammar School, principal. I don't get it, friend.
I am the oldest and the most faithful member of the Carol Gordon fan club. I venture to say the only member after all these years.
Are you kidding?
Oh, she was a fine actress. I have a great big shelf just full of scrapbooks. Her pictures, almost every line that was ever written about Miss Gordon.
Hey, you know, this is just cockeyed enough to turn out to be useful.
I beg your pardon.
Would you help Miss Gordon if she were in real trouble?
Oh, I'd do anything, sir. Anything.
Okay, Mr. Moody. Let's begin by taking a look at that 5-foot shelf of yours. You mean Carol actually used to correspond with you, Mr. Moody?
Oh, yes. Personally. I used to send the information in a newsletter to fans all over the country.
This must have been a big event in her life, according to this communique. My dearest number one fan, something has happened here today in this beautiful little town that's made me the happiest girl in the world. Soon, I hope to be able to tell you all about it.
I've always been curious about that, Mr. Valentine. What did she mean?
Eudora, California, December 9th, 1929. You know, Mr. Moody, I may be able to satisfy your curiosity.
1929, December. Yep, right here in my records.
December 9th. Ethel Mills and Anthony Switzer.
I can remember them two very well. Our first couples are married as justice of the peace.
Anthony Switzer could be Tony Chapman. Why not?
Huh? Look here, son. What's all the shooting about, anyway?
What do you mean, Pops?
Just last week, fella was here. Named Crichton. He's with a young lady. Long blonde hair. He wanted the same information.
I think you've really given me something to wedge with, Pops. Thanks a lot.
Naturally, I can't deny it, Valentine. It's a matter of record.
Maybe you didn't deny it, Chapman, but you certainly have done everything to keep your marriage to Carol Gordon a secret.
Don't make me out a heel, will you? When talking pictures came in, Carol simply disappeared. After a while, I thought she was dead.
You know, it would be a terrible shock to your fans, Chapman, to find out that you let your wife simply disappear when she may have needed you.
Don't I know that?
And now engaged to beautiful and blonde Miss Ferris.
No one can say I haven't tried to find my wife. When I heard about one of her pictures being shown, I even went to the theater thinking she might turn up.
Uh-huh. And when she did you follow her and leave a bottle of champagne so she could celebrate her triumphant return to the screen?
But what? I don't know what you're talking about. I lost her in the crowd after she ran out.
You know, Chapman, you'd fit in nicely as the murderer of Crichton if you didn't have such a perfect alibi.
I've been through all that with the police. The attendant downstairs in the garage saw me drive in at 12:30.
Yeah, I know. You told him you weren't locking the car.
Which I always do. But I'd lost my key. Still haven't got around to getting one, as a matter of fact.
Okay, Chapman, okay. I'm just checking.
Anyway, now I can work out something with Carol. Get a quiet divorce. Maybe.
Tony, I've been waiting hours for you down in the lobby. What in the world?
Valentine, I'd like to meet Arlene Ferris, my fiancée.
Tell me, Miss Ferris, do you make it a practice to become engaged to men you know are married?
What?
Why
Tony.
did you have to do that, Valentine? Arlene didn't know, and there's really no reason why she should. The whole thing might have been smoothed over.
But you did know about Carol Gordon, didn't you, Arlene?
You must be out of your mind.
You and Henry Crichton paid a little visit to Eudora shortly before he was murdered.
Arlene?
Now, what was the deal? Were the two of you going to shake Chapman down after I located Carol?
This isn't true, is it, Arlene?
Why should I deny it? Seemed a very good idea at the time.
Good Lord.
Do you think I was infatuated with your worn-out boyish charm, your toupee,
What?
the caps on your teeth?
Shut up, you...
Who do you
Well,
think
if you two
are
are going to have
tell
an
me to
emotional
shut up?
wing-ding, you probably want a little privacy. Good day. Hey, Lieutenant. We can use this office in back of the garage.
Go on in, Miss Gordon.
Tell me, Valentine, why a garage? Why didn't you call up and ask me to meet you in a Turkish bath?
Oh, please, Lieutenant, the ladies.
Ah. Now, what's this all about?
Well, I didn't think you'd have any objections to Miss Gordon making a phone call.
Oh, for the love of Mike, why couldn't she have done it from my office?
It wouldn't have worked that way.
Oh, I don't know if I can say the things you told me, Mr. Valentine. I hate Tony. Hated him ever since he didn't lift a finger to help me. When he knew I was desperate.
But just do your best, Carol. As an actress, your best is better than you think. I'm sure of it.
Okay, here's his number. I'll dial it for you.
Well...
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Hello. Tony? This is Carol. Yes, I know this must be a shock to you. But listen, dear. Let me do the talking. Tony, I've been unfair to you all these years. I should have come back and let you have the divorce. It must have been dreadful for you. Couldn't we do that now? Quietly, so that no one need ever know. Then you'll be free. Yes. Meet me in 5 minutes. On the corner of State and McGovern. Please, hurry. Goodbye.
Oh, you were wonderful.
Yeah. That ought to get Mr. Chapman down here in the garage with the speed of light.
Light? Why don't you try shedding some once in a while, Valentine?
There shall be light, Lieutenant, I hope. Now, you ladies stay here in the office. Come on, Riley. Here's Chapman's custom job over here.
Well, what do I do? Just stand here and admire it? What the...
Come on back here, Lieutenant. We want to see this act without being seen.
Why'd you do that?
Just a pious hope. And if I'm wrong, I'll... Wait a minute. There's Chapman. Get back in his car.
That fool attendant must have locked it anyway.
Having trouble, Buster? I'll take those keys, this one in particular. The one you said you'd lost. Your fancy alibi.
Let go of this.
Remember your manners, Chapman. Let Chumboy have the key.
What is this? A frame-up?
Oh, famous last words.
That's the trouble with elaborate alibis. People are so forgetful.
Or to say it another way, friend, you just put the finger on yourself.
George Valentine will be back in just a moment to explain his reasons for naming Chapman as the killer. Meanwhile, quite a few folks have the impression that the only values an artist knows are color values. But not so with artist Ren Wicks of Beverly Hills, California. When it comes to economy in car operation, Mr. Wicks knows the value of RPM motor oil. Here's Mr. Wicks' statement, quote, "It takes a lot of things to keep a car running. One thing is good motor oil. That's why I selected RPM years ago. It reduces wear, cuts repair bills." Unquote. RPM motor oil will save wear in your car, too. Will bring a new economy to your car operation. For this premium quality motor oil was developed precisely for modern high-speed engines. Chemical compounds in RPM keep your entire engine cleaner. They protect those finely polished, close-fitting parts. Protect them from corrosion, gum, lacquer, and carbon. If your car's about due for a drain and refill, give it a new lease on life by getting RPM motor oil. Remember, it's better for your car and for your pocketbook. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. How did George Valentine come to suspect Chapman? Right at the moment, that's a question that's also troubling Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, if I played hunches like you do, I'd be laughed out of the department. I have to stick to facts.
Well, that's the advantage I have, Lieutenant. When a hunch doesn't pay off, there's only Angel here to do the laughing.
Oh, I only snicker. How long are you two going to talk shop?
For instance, the one hunch about running Carol Gordon's picture brought a lot of other things to the surface.
Chapman must have come down to the cameo all ready to follow Carol if she showed up. He and his lethal champagne.
Yeah, he also made a scooter out of my car.
Yeah, quite a mechanic. Old lover boy even knew how to stop the clock in Crichton's office at the right time to make his alibi stick.
George, I still don't know why you hunched Arlene out of the picture.
Oh, she had too good a deal with Crichton, blackmailing Chapman to spoil it. Everything would have turned out as planned if Chapman hadn't found out what his business manager was cooking up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, don't be so depressed, Lieutenant. I'll try to teach George a healthier respect for facts.
You shouldn't be bothering your lovely head with facts, Angel. Not with your corner on the market when it comes to figures.
Why, darling.
Oh, just stating a fact, sweetheart.
Oh, you can say the sweetest things, dearest.
Well, I've got a great big hunch my stomach can't stand much more of this, so goodbye, kids.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Carol Gordon, John McIntyre as Chapman, Virginia Gregg as Arlene, Howard McNear as Moody, Louis Van Rooten as Gabrenian, and Dick Ryan as the manager. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hastings Manufacturing Company and the K-Site Corporation present Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. If you were to ask Michael Shayne, he'd tell you that Phyllis Knight is the perfect secretary. First of all, she's very attractive. That's definitely first of all with Shayne. She's intelligent, conscientious, an excellent typist, and good at dictation. There's only one catch. She's just as likely to give dictation as to take it. For instance, Shayne is at his desk, feet upon it, and Phyllis is saying,
"Now, Michael, remember you're the guest of honor tonight, so please try to act like a gentleman."
Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll be on my best behavior.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Huh? What do you mean?
I've seen your best.
Oh, baby, you wrong me. I'm a perfect gentleman. Why, I never struck a dame in my life. Unless she asked for it. And I always tip my hat.
You might try taking it off sometime, especially indoors.
Oh, I do.
You do?
Always.
Mm-hmm. How about now?
Huh? Oh. Well, honey, this is the office. It makes me look more businesslike. The executive touch.
Okay, J.P.
Now, don't worry, Phil. You'll be proud of me. I swear it on a stack of Emily posts.
I hope so, Michael, because I understand the professor and his wife are very, very proper. And Amy does so want to impress them.
Well, I still don't see why she picked me, honey. I'm just an ordinary dick.
Well, you've built up a reputation, Mr. Shayne. And Amy's been thrilled to death ever since she met you. Wants to show you off to all her friends. She thinks you're glamorous.
Ah, if I could play the piano or do card tricks.
She'll be satisfied if you just tell them how you outwit desperate criminals.
Outwit them? All I do is hang around until they pull a boner and then I pull a gun.
Oh, well, you can make it sound glamorous for Amy's sake.
Okay, shall I recount in some detail how I deduced that a man was 6 feet tall, blonde, and blue-eyed simply by looking at his footprints?
Oh, now you don't have to overdo it, Mr. Mastermind.
Well, that's a fact.
You mean you could tell all that just by looking at his footprints?
Mm-hmm. He was standing in them.
Marvelous.
Here we are. Ring the bell, George.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, it's so wonderful that you could come with us tonight. Positively a feather in my cap, believe me.
Yes, Shayne. Amy couldn't be more impressed with you if you had 2 heads. Everywhere we go, it's my dear. Who do you think I met the other night? Michael Shayne.
There, you see, Michael, you're a celebrity.
Yeah. First thing you know, Phil, people are going to be wanting my autograph.
Mm-hmm. You better learn to write.
Hello.
Oh, how do you do, young man? Professor and Mrs. Watkins are expecting us.
Oh, you must be...
I'm Amy Vickers, and this is my husband, George. And these are our friends, Miss Knight and Mr. Shayne.
How do you do?
Michael Shayne, the detective.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Shayne is a man who single-handedly captured the 6 murderous Holloway killers.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. I surrounded them.
Michael. And then there was a time...
Amy, pet, this young man is trying to tell us something.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Herschel Tolliver, a friend of the professor.
Herschel Tolliver? Well, of course. I've heard oodles about you, but oodles, just believe me. The professor tells me you're practically a protege or something.
Yes. Now, won't you come in and I'll tell Mrs. Watkins you're here.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Go on in the living room. I'll be right back.
Oh, isn't he a nice boy? The professor says he's here most of the time. Practically lives here. They're that fond of him. One of the professor's students, I think.
Well, what does this professor teach anyway?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
Mm-mm.
Oh, criminology. That's why I especially wanted you to meet him. You'll have so much in common. And besides, you can... Oh, good heavens.
Michael, that was a shot.
Yeah, stay here. I'll go see.
Michael, I want to
Stay here, all of you. I'll go see what's wrong.
Well, that's okay by me when people are playing with fire.
What's going on in there?
Oh, Mr. Shayne, just a minute.
I'm sorry. When I hear a gun, I don't wait. Now, what's going on here?
I tell you, I'll kill her. I'll kill her, the little busybody.
Stop it, for heaven's sake.
What's she talking about? Who will she kill?
Nobody. It's nothing.
Get out of here, you detective. I won't have you spying on me.
I'm not spying on anybody. I don't like gunplay anyway, that's all. Say, you better put that revolver away, Mr. Tolliver.
Yeah, sure. It went off by accident. No harm done. The bullet just went in the floor. See?
Yeah, I see.
Oh, you see, do you? He was trying to get the gun away from me because I was going to kill that little busybody.
Helen, please.
What little busybody?
Now, really, Mr. Shayne, don't play innocent.
Huh?
I know why you're here. I know why she had you come. She wants you to spy on me and Herschel.
Helen.
Well, it's none of her business what I do. And it's none of yours, so if you
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up. You're right, it's none of my business what you do. But the way you're yapping, you're making it everybody's business. If you have any sense, you'll keep your mouth shut.
Why, you can't...
I came here as a guest. I'm not spying on anybody. I'm not interested in your private affairs, and I don't want to know anything about them. They don't sound appetizing.
Then you didn't come here to...
No, I didn't. Now, come on. Let's go in with the others. We'll tell them there was just a little accident. And if you're smart, you'll play the perfect hostess you're supposed to be.
Yes, I guess you're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Shayne.
Forget it. And I mean forget it. If I was rude, I apologize. But you were getting ready to do and say things you'd be sorry for later. Now, come on. Let's go.
I ate too much.
Oh, good dinner.
That was a delicious dinner, Mrs. Watkins.
Thank you, Miss Knight. Now, if you'll all just go in the living room, I'll serve coffee in there.
Oh, fine, certainly.
Just make yourselves comfortable. I'll be right there.
Oh, Mr. Shayne, tell the professor how you broke up the Stillson gang.
Well, I didn't do it alone, Amy.
Oh, practically alone. Except for a little help from, who was it?
The San Francisco Police Department.
Sit down. Now, Mr. Shayne, you've had some very interesting exploits in tracking down criminals. But did you ever consider the reverse problem?
What do you mean, Professor?
The aspect of crime I find most fascinating is the problem confronting the would-be criminal.
Oh, the perfect crime, huh?
Precisely.
Well, there's no such thing. There's always some little slip, you know.
I wonder... if someone with your or my knowledge and experience with the subject were to apply himself...
No, he'd trip up somewhere, Professor.
Oh, good. Here comes Helen with the most tempting-smelling coffee.
Would you care for some coffee, Miss Knight?
Oh, yes, thank you. No sugar or cream, thank you. I always take it black.
Here you are, Miss
Thanks.
Knight.
Well, Mr. Shayne, let's see. Now, just for the sake of argument, let's concoct a perfect crime. You and I.
And I, Professor.
All right, Herschel. Now, first of all, we ought to consider the choice of weapon.
Well, I disagree, Professor. I should think the first consideration should be choice of victim.
Quite right, Mr. Shayne. I accept the correction.
Victim? Well, how about me? I think that would be jolly.
Coffee, Amy?
Oh, thank you, Helen. I'll take 3 lumps, thank you. Well, Mr. Shayne, how about it? how would you go about killing me?
Oh, must I? I'm rather fond of you, Amy.
Oh, you're a dear. But really, how would you?
Well, cyanide in your coffee would do the trick.
But how would you get it in the coffee without anyone knowing?
Well, that, of course, would be the problem.
An insurmountable one, I hope. Because I simply adore a good cup of coffee, believe me. And so saying, she downs her cup of hemlock.
Oh, Amy, what is it?
She's just acting the part.
She doesn't look like she's acting. She fell on the floor.
Amy.
What is it, Shane?
What's the matter with her?
Just a second.
Well?
The matter with her is she's dead.
And now, for a moment, let's not worry about our detective friend. After all, there are too many worried people these days, anxious about their automobiles. New cars are still hard to get, and some of the old ones are in a sorry state. Many, for example, burn up oil almost as fast as it's poured in the crankcase. Now, you've seen them going down the street, laying a smoke screen from curb to curb. Well, this oil pumping usually means worn-out piston rings. And your serviceman, your motor specialist, has the remedy for that. In just a short time, and at a nominal cost, he can install a set of Hastings piston rings that will stop oil pumping, check cylinder wear, and restore your engine's pep and power. When you need new rings, it will pay you to get Hastings piston rings. They're tough, but oh so gentle. Tough on oil pumping, gentle on cylinder walls. Now remember that name, Hastings piston rings. The best money you can spend on your car.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return with Wally Mayer as Michael Shayne, detective, right after these messages. Stan Freberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648. And now let's rejoin Wally Mayer, starring as Michael Shayne, detective.
The guests at Professor Watkins were discussing murder. Michael Shayne offered poisoned coffee as a possible method. A moment later, Amy Vickers dropped dead. She had just taken a drink of coffee. Now Shayne is at the phone talking to the inspector of the homicide squad.
Okay, Inspector. Send a man right over here, will you? I don't like the setup. What? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, a couple of angles. Right. So long. The police will be right over.
Mr. Shayne, you shouldn't have talked about poisoning coffee just when she was about to drink some. You know, an idea planted in the mind.
That's right. Scared her into a heart attack.
This was no heart attack, Mr. Tolliver.
What do you mean?
Good Lord, you're not suggesting that...
Yes, I am. Oh, I'm no doctor, but I've seen poison deaths before.
Poison?
What?
You mean there actually was poison in that coffee, Michael?
Looks like it.
But who could have done it?
I don't know. Yet.
Surely you couldn't have gone to such lengths simply to illustrate your point.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Professor.
Mr. Shayne.
Yes, Mr. Tolliver?
Will you come in the other room, please? I want to tell you something.
Tell me here.
I can't. Please.
What's going on?
Please, Mr. Shayne.
Oh, okay. Come on. Phil, keep those big blue eyes open while I'm gone. See that nobody touches anything.
Yes, I will, Michael.
Right in here, Mr. Shayne.
All right, Mr. Tolliver, now what is it?
Mr. Shayne, how much will it cost for you to forget what you heard Helen say earlier this evening?
Oh. Sorry, no sale.
I can make it worthwhile.
Not interested.
But you said you didn't care about our private lives.
Murder makes them public.
But good Lord, neither Helen nor I committed the murder.
We'll let the police decide that.
But you know what they'll think.
I have a rough idea.
I won't let you submit her to it. I won't.
Now listen, Sir Galahad, we aren't playing patty cake. This is murder. There are rules about that.
And I'm asking what you'll take to break the rules.
Now listen, punk. Amy was a friend of mine. All right, she was kind of a screwball, but she was harmless. She meant well, and I liked her.
Oh.
Well, if that's the way it is.
That's the way it is. Now I'm going back to the others.
All right, Mr. Shane. Looks like you win.
Yeah.
Except for this.
Ooh.
Oh, my head. Hello, Mr. Shane. You're coming out of it?
Oh, hello, Tolliver. What happened to you when the roof fell in?
That was no roof. That was a candlestick.
Oh. Bright boy, this Shane. Brilliant detective. Letting you get behind me.
Well, you wouldn't listen to reason. I had to do something.
So you dent my skull with a candelabra and tie me up.
I had to do something.
Yeah, so you said. Well, the way you got me tied, Fossil Post would accept me.
I'm not taking any chances on your getting away.
Where are you taking me?
My apartment.
The others are going to be missing us.
I'll go back and tell them I gave you a lead and you're following it up.
How long do you think that's going to satisfy them?
Long enough to give me time to crack the case, I hope.
You've been reading too many stories.
I've got to clear Helen.
Even if she's guilty?
Don't say that. She didn't do it, I know it.
Who else could?
What do you mean?
Murderers don't just kill anybody. Whoever killed Amy must have intended to kill her. It wasn't an accident that she got the poisoned coffee.
Okay, but that doesn't mean...
Well, who gave her the coffee? Your dear Helen.
Maybe she didn't get the poison in the coffee. Maybe it was in something she ate earlier that just started to take effect when she drank the coffee.
No, I don't think so. It hit too suddenly. Looked to me like a fast-acting poison.
Well, capsules then. She could have been given a capsule of poison. The poison wouldn't work until the capsule dissolved.
Yeah, I was right. You do read books.
So, you see, it didn't have to be Helen. And I'm going to find out who really committed the murder before you get the chance to put the police on her. I know what they do to her. I know their methods.
Now, look. Just because the nice young man always beats the police to the killer in stories...
I'm not a child, Mr. Shane. I'm not basing my plans on fiction.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You took a course in criminology with the professor, and you probably have a junior G-Man badge, too. Huh. But while you're playing mastermind, do you expect everyone else to just sit back and wait?
Well, of course not.
And among other things, Phyllis is going to be wondering about me, and sooner or later they'll find me.
Oh. Are you suggesting that I kill you so it doesn't matter if they do find you?
Hey, maybe I talk too much.
Maybe you do.
What are they doing out there? They've been gone a long time.
I don't know.
Mr. Tolliver told Mike he had something to tell him, but they've been gone so long.
Yes.
Good Lord. What do you suppose has happened?
Well, there's one way to find out, Mr. Vickers. Let's go see.
All right, Professor.
You don't suppose... I don't know. But whatever it is, Mrs. Watkins, I don't like it.
Now, look here, Tolliver. You're only making things harder for yourself and Mrs. Watkins by kidnapping me. Why don't you take me back and...
I told you. I've got to crack this case.
Oh, youth. Youth in love.
You don't need to make fun of me.
Yeah, in love with a married woman at that.
Listen, mister. Another crack like that...
Yeah? Well, anyhow, I can see where we stand. From here on out, we play rough.
Not you, Mr. Shane. You won't do much with your arms and legs tied. And as a further precaution, I made a point of taking Helen's gun with me when I left.
Oh, good for you.
You like the idea?
Yeah. Because even though my hands and feet are tied, I can still do this.
Hey, what are you doing? Take your feet off that accelerator.
Oh, no.
We'll hit something.
Yeah, it could be.
Shane! Shane, for the love of heaven. Well, I'll get it out of gear. There.
Yeah, that won't help coasting down this hill.
Hey, you're stepping on my foot.
Yeah.
I can't get it on the brake. Shane, stop it. We'll be killed.
That could be in the cards for me anyway. Just watch where you're going and steer.
Shane, please.
Okay, you can stop now, pal.
Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah.
What was the idea, Shane? Did you figure to attract the attention of a traffic cop?
No, but while you were so busy wrestling with the steering wheel and gear shift, I managed to get my hands into your coat pocket.
Oh.
Yes, Junior. And now I've got the gun, and even with my hands tied, there's nothing to stop my finger from pulling the trigger. So now for a change, I'll call the shots.
I don't know where they can be, Sergeant Leslie, and I'm worried.
You say Tolliver asked Shane to go in the other room with him?
Yes, Sergeant, and when they didn't come back, the professor went to look for them.
Yes, I went all over the place, Sergeant. They must have gone out the back entrance.
Oh, dear, you'd think they'd at least have said something.
I couldn't, Phil.
Michael!
I don't talk in my sleep.
Oh.
Hello, Sergeant. Your man at the door let us in.
Where have you been, Michael?
Well, Junior here took me for a ride, but it turned out to be a round trip.
I suppose this ties in with the murder, Shane.
Well, I'll let you figure that out, Sarge. I'm tired. All I want to do is get out of here, so I'll tell you what I know and leave the masterminding to you.
That's not like a detective. I should think you'd want to see this through.
When my head gets back to normal size, I'll try seeing things through. Right now, all I want is a place to lie down.
Oh, darling, you've been hurt.
Oh, no, baby, I'm all right. It's the room that keeps spinning. Oh, make it stop, will you?
Well, Mr. Shane, is your head better this morning?
Yeah. The little men who were running around inside of it had stopped. Now they're just jumping up and down.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad to see you're not going to allow it to interfere with your thinking.
Huh? Well, I have a hunch Junior was right.
About what?
Amy didn't get the poison in the coffee.
Why?
Because none of us could be sure which cup Amy would take, and that would... I'll take it. Hello, Shane speaking. Oh, morning, Sergeant. Huh? Are you sure? Well, there was, huh? How about the rest? Oh, I see. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, well, thanks for telling me. If I get any ideas, I'll let you know. Right. So long. Well, leave us face it, baby. I am undoubtedly a great brain.
What now? Have you solved the case?
Didn't I just get through telling you why Amy couldn't have got the poison in the coffee?
You did.
Uh-huh. Well, that was Sergeant Leslie. He says they found out how she was given the poison.
How?
In the coffee.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they sure?
Yes. They analyzed what was left in the cup, and it was full of the stuff. But it doesn't make sense.
Michael, maybe the sugar. The poison could have been in the sugar.
Yeah, I thought about that. So did Sergeant Leslie, but he examined the sugar in the bowl. None of the other lumps were poisoned.
Oh. Well, if it was a strong poison, one lump would do it.
Yes, but how could the murderer be sure that Amy would get the poison lump?
Well, if she were served first...
But she wasn't, honey. And Helen Watkins didn't know that you don't use sugar. Say, I wonder if she could have added a poison lump to the bowl after she served you.
No. No, I'd have seen her. Besides, she was using both hands to hold the tray. Yeah, but at least we know she wanted to kill Amy. I wonder if anyone else wanted... Let's see. There was you and me and George and the professor and that young Mr. Tolliver.
Baby, that's it.
What's it?
What you just said. That's how somebody could have been sure Amy would get the poison.
What?
Sure. Now I know who killed her.
You do?
Unless there was a mistake. Unless the poison wasn't meant for Amy.
Well, but who else could it have been meant for?
You, sweetheart. You.
It's a tough case we have here, folks, but have you heard the case of the stubborn motor? The villain was Old Man Winter, and the victim, an innocent automobile. One dark night, while the car was parked at the curb, Winter came along and tied up the motor so it couldn't start. Next morning, the owner of the car was baffled. He blamed the motor for not starting, called it stubborn, and several other things. And then a neighbor came to the rescue, told him about K-Sight, and now he always gets quick, sure starts no matter how cold the weather. Now, don't laugh, friends. That's a true case. It's happened millions of times. Even in sub-zero weather, cars start quickly and easily with K-Sight in the crankcase oil. K-Sight retards congealing of oil, lets your motor spin over faster, saves your battery, saves your engine, saves your temper. K-Sight guarantees quick starting in winter weather or double your money back. Get K-Site from your garage, service station, or car dealer. Only 65 cents a pint. Use it two ways. A pint through the air intake to tune up your motor. A pint in the crankcase to give you quick, sure starting. Remember this. No matter what motor oil you're using, you'll get better and smoother motor performance when you add K-Site.
We'll return to Wally Mayer as Michael Shayne, detective, right after these messages.
Dimension. George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now let's rejoin Wally Mayer, starring as Michael Shayne, detective, and the conclusion of The Party.
Michael Shayne thinks he knows who poisoned Amy. Unless the poison wasn't meant for Amy, it might have been meant for Phyllis. At least Shayne considers that a possibility that Phyllis doesn't quite like. Now, in Shayne's office, she asks him,
Oh, but Michael, why would anyone want to kill me?
Oh, I don't think anyone would.
Oh, well, thank you for those kind sentiments. But then why did you say that...
I was just trying to cover every possibility.
Well, after all, I'd never met the professor or his wife or Mr. Tolliver before, and well, I don't think Amy or George would have...
So you're right. Amy was the intended victim, and that means only one person could have killed her. Come on.
Where are we going?
To that one person. Oh, wait a minute, honey, wait a minute. I want to make a phone call. You get the car, will you? And I'll be right down.
Yeah, all right, Michael, but don't you think...
Yes, baby, sometimes I do. Sometimes. Well, here we are.
But Michael... Why, this is Amy and George's apartment.
Mm-hmm, yeah, I'll ring.
But do you mean George? Do you mean that he...
We'll see, honey.
Oh, Michael, quit trying to keep me in suspense. You're not the type for dramatics.
Oh, you should hear me quote Shakespeare.
Oh.
I don't hear anyone coming.
Well, maybe he isn't home.
Say, wait a minute. Look.
What?
The door is open.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Don't you ever listen to the radio?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, whenever anyone finds a door open, there's always a corpse inside.
Well, let's go see.
You go first.
Okay.
Well, is there?
Corpse? Well, I don't see any.
Oh, good. Well, maybe in one of the other rooms.
Oh, I don't think so. Hello, George. Oh, no answer.
Funny that he went out and left the door open.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, sit down and wait. He'll probably be back soon.
All right. Strange.
What is?
This place, without Amy.
Yeah.
Remember the time when we were here and she was fluttering all over the place? Now it's so quiet.
She was a sweet little nitwit.
It's hard to think she's gone. How could anyone... Michael, was it George?
Well, look, honey, we're agreed that the murderer's problem was to see that it was Amy who got the poison, right?
All right. But how could he be sure? After all, Helen offered me the tray first, and I could have picked any cup on... Good heavens. Suppose I'd... Oh, Michael.
No, sweetheart, no, you wouldn't have. That's just the point. The poison wasn't in the coffee. It was in the sugar. The murderer simply dropped the poison lump in the bowl sometime during the evening, right on top.
Yeah, but even so, how would he know Amy would get it? You said before that...
Because, baby, you and Amy were the only two women guests.
So we'd be served first, of course.
Why, sure. You said yourself Helen Watkins is very proper.
And since I don't use sugar, no matter which of us she served first, that would leave the poison lump for Amy. Huh?
Right, honey. But that means the murderer had to be someone who knows you don't use sugar, and that leaves George. Because you never met any of the others before.
Then it was George.
Well, it looks like...
Yes, it was George.
George!
Now, don't move. I have a gun.
So I see.
I saw you drive up, so I left the door open and hid in the next room. I wondered how much you knew. I thought I might overhear something.
I guess we gave you an earful.
You certainly did.
Now what? What are you going to do?
I don't know. This is very awkward.
Especially for us.
However, I can't let you go, knowing what you do. I'm afraid I'll have to...
You're doing nothing, Vickers. Drop that gun.
Sergeant.
Hello, Sergeant. I've been waiting for you, and am I glad I asked you to meet me here. Well, it's all wrapped up, baby. It seems he and Amy were insured in each other's names, and he thought by cashing in.
Oh, I see. Tell me something, Mr. Shayne.
All right, what?
Did you know George was in the other room when you told me he was the murderer?
Well, I thought he might be. I knew the sergeant was coming because I phoned him. And I figured it might be a chance to get George to tip his hand.
I see.
Clever, huh?
Mm-hmm. Michael, you're brilliant.
Oh, it was nothing. Really had nothing at all.
Oh, yes, it was. You figured the whole thing out and trapped the killer. You're really amazing. Absolutely a genius.
Well, if you insist, thank you, my pet.
There's only one little thing you overlooked.
Oh? What's that?
Suppose the sergeant had been late.
Uh-oh.
Michael Shayne, Private Detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Jerome Epstein and directed by Michael Raffetto, and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and played by Len Salvo. This is Charles Arlington speaking. Your car ever sputter and cough like that? If so, you need K-Site. For K-Site cleans motors and keeps them clean. Guarantees better and smoother performance or double your money back. Only 65 cents a pint. K-Site makes a big difference you can notice immediately. And that's why we say, no matter what kind of motor oil you're using, you'll get better and smoother motor performance when you add K-Site. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Beat it, you two. I don't talk to strangers.
Well, we're not strangers, exactly. I'm Mrs. North.
Beat it, I said.
Well, you don't have to get tough about it.
Go on, scram, and don't come back. The only place I want to see you is in the morgue.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Death Trap. A few miles uptown from where the Norths live, in the cellar of an old brownstone apartment house, a woman sits at a table playing solitaire. Her hair is blonde, platinum blonde, and her eyes are sultry. Behind her, an anxious young man is nervously pacing the floor.
You're going to wear out those shoes, Benny.
Won't be the first time. What the devil is keeping Nick?
Well, give him a chance, will you? He's got to check the whole setup before we can lift a finger.
What for? Don't he think I know how to case a job?
Look, Beanie, Nick don't trust anybody when it comes to a kidnapping job. It's the way he works. Careful.
You like it, I suppose.
I like staying out of jail. I like a meal ticket that's nice and steady, too.
What's the matter with me? I'd be the best meal ticket in the world if you'd only let me. I'd give you anything you wanted, Flo, anything.
Sure. For a while you would.
For as long as you wanted me.
Ah, stop it, kid. You're dreaming.
And what are you doing?
Using my head. When you get to be my age, you don't run off with little boys that fall in love with you. You stick to somebody solid. Somebody that's been around for a long time. Like Nick.
And how long are we going to go on like this? Making love behind his back. Aching to be alone together and having him put his fat paws all over you.
Watch. He's back. That you, Nick?
Yeah, it's me. Well, how'd you make out? Set up okay?
Looks pretty good. Looks like you had it figured right about the old man's money, too.
Well, what kept you? He was getting worried.
About me or your share of the setup?
Oh, don't say that, sweetie. You know you're the only guy in the world for me.
Sure, I know. Got a kiss for Papa?
Well, let's not stand around smooching all night. Let's get the car and put this show on the road.
Car's outside, Beanie. We'll roll in 20 minutes. What are you carrying?
Automatics. One upstairs and one on the hip.
Ditch him.
Huh?
Ditch him, I said, and take the silencer. I don't think we'll have any trouble with this old guy, but if we have to shoot him, we better shoot him quiet.
Oh, I'm glad we decided to go to the early movie, Pam. I don't think I could have sat through the late one.
Well, if I'd known you were so tired, dear, we wouldn't have gone to the movies at all. Have you got your keys?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. North.
What's that?
Oh, Mrs. Rowland, dear, across the hall.
Mr. North, did you happen to see my husband when you came upstairs just now?
Why, no, Mrs. Rowland. Is he outside?
Well, I don't know where he is, Mr. North. He said he was just going down to put the car in the garage, but he left here almost an hour ago.
Well, maybe he stopped off someplace on the way back.
Oh, no, I'm sure he wouldn't do that. You know, he hasn't been well lately, and with all the work we've been doing these past few weeks, selling things and making arrangements to live down in Florida, he's been getting to bed very early.
Oh, I'm sure nothing's happened to him, Mrs. Rowland. It's only a few blocks from the garage. Oh. There. I'll bet that's him calling now.
I hope so. Will you wait? I'll see who it is.
Yes, surely.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Why, yes? Who is this?
Never mind. Just listen and don't do any more talking. It's about your husband, and it's important.
What?
Don't talk, I said. Your husband's with me. He's been kidnapped, and as soon as we can get together on the dough, we'll let him go. In the meantime, keep your mouth shut.
But he's not...
I told you to keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about this to anybody, and if you call in the police, we'll kill him.
No.
Remember what I told you, Mrs. Rowland. Now sit tight and wait for my call. I'll be in touch with you later.
Hello. Hello.
What's wrong?
My husband. He's been kidnapped. Shouldn't have done it, Mr. North. You shouldn't have asked Lieutenant Wygant to come here. They warned me not to call the police.
Well, you didn't call them. Jerry did.
If they find out, they'll kill George.
No, don't you worry about that, Mrs. Rowland. I was very careful about coming here, and I made sure that no one saw me.
Well, what's the next move, Bill? Tracing that phone call?
Well, no, you can't trace a local call, Jerry, not after it's completed. That's why I was so anxious to know when your husband left this apartment, Mrs. Rowland.
Well, I told you as near as I could remember, Lieutenant. He left about 9:30.
And the kidnappers didn't call till about 10:30.
Which means that it took them almost an hour to get where they were going.
If they called as soon as they got there.
Oh, wouldn't you? Now, if you wanted to keep Mrs. Rowland from getting anxious and going to the police about her husband, wouldn't you call as soon as you could?
Yes, I suppose so, Bill. But I still don't know what you're driving at.
Well, figure it out, Pam. The call was local. The driving time was at least a half hour more.
Uh-huh.
And with a kidnapped man in the car, they wouldn't dare risk going over any big bridges.
Well, so what does that mean?
That their hideout is probably in the Van Cortlandt area or Upper Manhattan.
That sounds like a good lead, Bill.
Well, it's only a hunch right now, but bright and early tomorrow, my men are going to check every public phone booth from Dykeman Street up.
What are you doing, Nick? Why don't you turn the light off and let the old man get some sleep?
He'll get sleep when the ransom dough is in, and so will we.
Well, what are you fiddling with those bandages for? You taking off the adhesive tape?
I'm not taking anything off. I just want to make sure he can breathe underneath the gag. You all right, Grandpa?
Sure, he's okay.
Well, he don't look so good, Beanie. Maybe that thing's choking him.
Oh, quit babying him, will you?
You shut up. You want this old guy to croak on us? Okay. I'll take it off for a while and give you a whiff of fresh air. There. That feel better, Pop?
Yes, thank you.
Maybe we ought to give him a drink of water.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Look, why me?
Huh?
Why me? Why did you have to pick an old man like me? I'm sick.
I've worked hard all my life, and now that I've got enough money to live on for a few years, you're going to take it away from me.
Listen to him.
I just want a little place where we can take it easy for a while and have a little fun until we die.
All right, Pop, that's enough talking.
We sold everything we own.
He said that was enough talking,
No, I've
Pop.
got to tell you, because I don't care what happens to me anymore. If you take that money, there won't be anything left.
Are you going to shut up?
No, I'm going to fight you. Even if you kill me, I'm going to fight you every way I know.
You had it coming to him. Now maybe he won't talk so much.
Darling, I wish you'd tell me what you expect to gain by all this snooping around. We've been in every diner, bar room, stationery store, and soda fountain.
Now, don't be discouraged, dear. We've got to cover all the public phone booths in this uptown area.
Why? Bill Wygand has 30 policemen out doing this job.
Well, it won't hurt to have 32. Oh, don't you see, darling? There's so much territory to be covered, and there's so little time to do it in. If anything should happen to Mr. Rowland, I'd never forgive myself.
Okay, let's try the next one. Only if we keep going into all these bars, pretty soon I'm going to have a drink.
Well, not in this one, dear. It doesn't look sanitary.
Hammy heard you.
Cleanest bar in the town, lady.
Oh,
I wash every one of these glasses with my lily white hands.
We didn't mean to...
I'm not kidding you, mister. I'm a bug on killing germs. I got disinfectant all over the place.
Yes, I smell it.
It smells good, don't it? Nice and clean. I put it in the mop water all the time. Believe you me, this place here, gets a good going over.
Well,
as soon as I close up at night, I chuck all them bums out of here. I wipe off the tables with ammonia, sprinkle cockroach powder in all the corners. You'd be surprised at all the dirt and filth that accumulates in just one day. And if you don't do nothing about it, well, you get mice. Now, what do you have to drink?
We don't care for anything to drink, thank you. We're looking for some information.
About a phone call that might have been made from here about 10:30 last night. Do you happen to remember if anybody walked in here and used your phone about that time?
A man with a slight accent, Greek or Italian.
Gosh, you got me, lady. At 10:30 last night, we was all watching the fights on television. Wait a second. Was this bird a short, stocky guy with black hair?
We don't know what he looks like. We just know that he speaks with an accent.
Now that you mention it, I think this guy did talk kind of funny, and he acted kind of funny too, like he didn't want nobody to see him, you know?
No kidding. Do you know where we can find him?
No, I don't even know what his name is. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy looking in the door. You see him? He's the one I was just telling you about.
The one who made the phone call?
Yeah, that's right.
Quick, Jerry, we've got to find out who it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to bump into you.
That's okay.
You looking for someone, mister?
No. Are you?
Well, not exactly. Hey, where are you going?
What business is it of yours?
We're strangers around here. We thought you
Sorry,
might...
lady, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off me, bud, or you won't have any.
Well, you don't have to get tough.
Don't I? I don't like your looks, mister. Now beat it, and beat it fast, or you'll wind up with a slug in you.
Nick should have been back by now. It don't take this long to walk down the block and put in a phone call. What's he telling that old lady?
How we want the ransom, I guess, and when to have it ready.
Even so, it don't take no 40 minutes.
Sit down, will you, Beanie? You're wearing out the floor again.
What else is there to do? Want me to play nursemaid to old man Roland?
You might go in there and see if he's okay. It was a pretty hard sock you gave him last night.
He got over it.
Yeah, he got over it. I mean, you didn't. You're just as jumpy as you ever were.
Flo, will you can that stuff? The old man had nothing to do with it. I'm jumpy on account of you.
What did I do?
What do you always do? Sitting there with that tight dress on, blowing smoke rings in my face. I'll jump right out of my skin if you don't put your arms around me.
Don't, honey. Nick will be back in a minute.
Oh, you're a great one. You say you're nuts about me when we're alone. You say I make love to you like nobody in the world, but you still won't run out on him.
We need him, Beanie.
For what? We'll net at least 15 G's from this haul, and with that kind of roll, we can go anywhere we want, baby. Just the two of us. We could burn up the whole world.
Oh, honey, if you get me started...
Oh, don't push me away, sweetie. You know you got a yen for me. And you know you're going away with me, too. Just as soon as we finish this job.
Oh, baby, if you just wouldn't lose your head all the time.
Don't worry, Flo. I'll take care of you good. Uh-oh.
What took you so long, Nick? I thought you were coming right back.
I couldn't. I ran into trouble.
What kind of trouble? With the old lady?
No, I didn't call the old lady. Didn't get a chance to.
What are you talking about?
The job. The whole job. It's no good. Somebody's on to us.
Are you kidding?
Sure. I'm laughing my head off. Now get ready. Pack up some of your stuff, Flo. We're all pulling out of here.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Try to make a phone call on Dykeman Street. You'll find out.
Cops?
All over the place. Asking a million questions, too. In every barroom, drugstore, and soda fountain. I almost got picked up.
That don't mean nothing.
Don't be a chump, kid. They're too close for comfort. We're getting out of here.
What about the old man?
Leave him. Let him go back to his wife. I don't care where he goes as long as we get away.
Nick, you're crazy. This job is practically in the bag. All we got to do is set up...
Stop arguing, will you? We got to beat it, I tell you.
And lose all the dough we could get from the old lady?
You'll lose a lot more if we don't get a move on. Dough ain't important to us right now.
No, huh? Well, it is to me. It's the most important thing there is, and I'm going to get it, too.
You'll get it in the neck if you don't do like I tell you. Put your head on and go on down and get the car.
I ain't leaving the old man.
Okay, then stay. Come on, Flo. You ready?
She ain't going, Nick.
Huh?
She ain't going. She's staying with me.
What did you say?
Ask her.
What's this all about, Flo? What do you mean you're staying with him?
Well, I didn't want to tell you this way, Nick. But if you're walking out on the job, maybe Beanie and me can swing it ourselves.
I'm not talking about the job, Flo. I'm talking about us.
Well?
4.5 years, Flo. 4.5 years, and you'd split up with me on account of... Get away from me, old
Take it easy, Nick.
Yeah, I'll take it easy, all right. I'll take it so easy.
Put that gun down.
It's okay, Flo. He just wanted to make it plain to me. Now I know you ain't going with me.
That's him, Bill. I know it is. I'd recognize that face anywhere.
Are you sure, Pam? Are you sure this is the same man you bumped into at that bar uptown? Because this picture was taken several years ago.
It's the same man, all right. Have you got a record on him?
Oh, yeah, we got a long record. His name's Heirdress, Nick Heirdress, alias Joe Nicholas, alias Nick Haynes.
Well, if you've got a line on him, the rest ought to be easy. We know he's in that uptown area somewhere. And if you pick him up, you can make him tell you where they're holding Mr. Rowland.
That's right, Bill. All you have to do is locate Nick Heirdress.
Well, I'm afraid that's not enough, Pam. We've located Nick already.
Oh, and he won't talk?
He can't talk. By the time my men got to him, he was dead.
No.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm. They found his body on the bank of the Harlem River.
I don't know why, Lieutenant. I don't know why you can't find out where their hideout is. With all the men you've got working on this case, you'd think...
Well, now, we're doing the best we can, Mrs. Rowland. I don't know how I can make you understand that.
Bill, let me talk to her. No use talking, Mrs. North. They've done something to my husband. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, they would have called me. Almost a whole day has gone by, and they haven't even tried to reach me.
Well, you did get that postcard this morning telling you how much money they wanted. And they asked you to draw it out of the bank and have it ready.
I know, but that postcard was mailed last night.
Mrs. Rowland, let me call the
doctor.
doctor.
No, please, I'm all right. It's just that I keep thinking about him. If he's warm enough, they let him rest. They give him enough food. You know, there's certain things that he can't eat. Starchy things. They just don't agree with him.
Well, I'm sure that they'll... Oh, no, wait a second. Don't answer that phone yet, Mrs. Rowland. I want to switch on the recording machine. Flash my boys on the line downstairs. Now, if that's one of the kidnappers, keep talking as long as you possibly can. We may be able to trace the call. All right, you can pick up the receiver now.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Did you get the money in small bills like we told you on the postcard?
Yes, I went to the bank this afternoon.
Okay, then get this straight. Follow these instructions and nothing will happen to your husband.
Is he all right? You haven't hurt him, have you?
Listen, I'll run a knife through his back if you don't get these orders right. Now, this is your last chance, lady.
All right. I'll do anything you say.
Okay, listen and listen careful, because I'm only going to say it once. Stick that money of yours in a shoebox and take the White Plains subway out to the end of the line. And come alone, do you hear?
After you get off the subway, go 2 blocks north and 1 block west. Wait there on the corner for me. I'll drive by in a car at 2 o'clock this morning. Now, you got it?
Well...
2 o'clock sharp, end of the White Plains line. 2 blocks north, 1 block west.
But my husband, how do I know that he's... Hello. Hello.
No, it's no use, Mrs. Rowland. He's hung up.
What about the call, Bill? Was there time to trace it?
Just a minute. I'll check with the boys on the other end of this line. Hello, Eddie. That tracer come through yet? Was there time? Oh, good for you.
Have they got it, Bill? Do they know where the call came from?
Yeah, but I'm afraid it won't do us much good. This call was made from Grand Central Station. Now, look, men, this is a big job, but it's got to be done to protect Mrs. Rowland. I'm staking out this entire area around where she'll be meeting the kidnappers. Now, no cars are to be stopped, but if anybody drives past this red line on the map after 1:45, nail him. If we don't catch him going in, we'll grab him going out.
What are we going to do about the old man, Beanie? Looks to me like he's getting ready to pass out.
What do I care what he's getting ready to do? As long as his old lady shows up with that dough.
You think she will?
She better, or there won't be nothing left of him. All right, come on, kid. Time to get ready.
Ready for what? It's only 12 o'clock. You don't have to meet Mrs. Rowland till 2.
Well, I'm going to change the plans around a little. Just be on the safe side in case there's cops around. She's expecting me to drive up to that corner at 2 o'clock, only I'm going to fool her. I'm going to have the car parked there instead, an hour ahead of time.
Hey, that's a pretty smart dodge.
Mm-hmm. I got another one, too. I ain't even going to be there to pick up the dough, on account of they might be expecting me.
Huh? Well, if you don't pick up the dough, how are we going to get it?
That's simple. You're going to get it for me.
We're going to get soaked waiting out here in the rain just to see what's going to happen. Did Bill tell you we could stand on this side of the street?
If we keep in close to the building, we can. We can't be seen from the corner.
Well, I hope that kidnapper shows up early. I'd like to get this over with.
So would Mrs. Rowland.
Is she there yet?
Yes, she's just coming up to the corner.
Where's Bill?
He's down the street away. If we see anything funny going on, we're to call him.
Say, there is something funny.
What?
That parked car over there. I never knew there was a woman sitting in it.
Neither did I. She must have been slumped down in the seat, or we'd have seen her.
How long do you suppose she's been there?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Pam.
Hurry, Jerry. She started the motor.
Hey, wait a second. Just a minute, young lady.
What's the matter?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. How long have you been parked here?
Just a little while. I had a dizzy spell while I was driving, so I pulled over to the side to rest for a minute.
Is this your car?
Of course it's my car. Who are you? Why you ask me all these questions?
Because there's a police officer down there.
Police officer?
Hey, what are you doing?
Get away from that car!
Jerry!
Oh, brother, she almost knocked us down.
Well, don't stand there, Jerry. Get Bill Wagon.
Hey, Bill!
That car, Bill! Go after that car!
Hiya, baby. Did you get the dough?
Oh, nothing. We're hot, Beanie. Red hot.
What are you talking about?
That place up there was a trap. Cops were waiting for us.
Cops? How did you get through them? How do you know they didn't tail you here?
I don't. I just drove as fast as I could and left the car right out front.
You crazy half-wit. What's the idea of leading them to me? What the devil did you come back here for?
I don't know, honey. I was scared. I wanted you to help me.
How can I help you if you bring the cops? I ought to bust you in the nose.
Beanie.
Shut up and get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Looking outside. Gotta see if we can make a break for it.
Anybody out there?
I don't see anybody. Not yet.
Hey, wait. Wait. 2 cops coming around the corner. 2 more up the street.
I told you shouldn't have come back here.
Well, where else could I go? What could I do?
Anything at all but what you did.
Hold it up. Hold it up in there.
They got us, Beanie. They got us for good.
Not me, they ain't. I still got an ace in the hole. The old man.
Rowland.
You heard me. Go on back in the kitchen. Bring him out here, quick.
Open up, I said. Open up or we'll break right through.
Get away from that door, copper. You try to bust in here and I'll kill the old man. I'll blow his head off.
You better stop.
Pam, get back here.
I'm warning you, copper, if you want the old man to live back up from that door. Get your men out of here.
Don't be crazy. You haven't got a chance.
Get him out, I tell you. Get him out or I start shooting. Flo, where are you?
Coming.
What do you want of me? Haven't you done enough already?
Shut up.
Kill us, Mr. Rowland.
Come on, copper. Quit stalling. Either you get your men out of here or I plug Roland. Now, which is it? Make up your mind.
Wait.
I'll wait 3 seconds. 1.
Now look.
2.
Beanie!
3.
Mr. Rollins. Okay, lady. It's Beanie that ain't so good.
Good heavens, what happened?
Listen, no, she shot him. Shot him again and again.
I'll take that gun, young lady.
Go ahead. I don't need it no more.
Mr. Roland, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
No. I just want to get out of here.
You will, Mr. Roland. We'll all get out. Bill, is it all right if we take Mr. Roland out to the car?
Sure. His wife must be worried sick about him.
Well, we'll see you out there, Bill.
Yeah. I just want to talk to this young lady for a minute before we go down to headquarters.
He was no good, copper. No good at all.
Is that why you killed him?
Guess it must be. Funny thing about Beanie, he could just touch me and I'd feel like I was on fire. But he was just no good. No good at all.
We're on the front page of this morning's newspaper, Jerry.
Oh, really? Does it say something about the kidnapping?
Of course. Tells the whole story, dear.
About the way we tracked down the first clue up in that bar room where we bumped into Nick?
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that, dear.
No? Oh, I suppose it plays up the car angle, the way we found that Flo woman and tipped off the police about it.
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that either.
Oh, that's funny. Here, let me see that paper.
No, don't be disappointed, darling. After all, they had to give the police some credit.
Some credit? Well, I don't see our names mentioned at all.
Oh, we're there, darling.
Where?
Down at the bottom. See?
Oh.
After a harrowing experience which lasted some 32 hours, the victim, George P. Rowland, and his wife, Margaret, returned to their apartment at approximately 3 a.m. They were driven home by some neighbors across the hall.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with especially important news for you. This week's issues of the Saturday Evening Post, Life, Look, Collier's, and the Farm Journal carry a 2-page advertisement on Rexall's famous 1-cent sale that starts October 19th. You'll find 150 guaranteed Rexall products, every one of them offered at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. And that's not all. There are 53 other specials too good to miss. So be sure to check this ad on Rexall's big 1-cent sale, and when you see it, remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond? That's right. How do you do? I'm Roger Renard, real estate.
Well, have a seat.
Thank you.
Let's get right to the point.
Suits me. $100 a day plus expenses.
Oh, yes, your fee.
Well, it's not much, but it's all mine, and I love it. What's that racket?
Nothing. Excuse me. Mr. Diamond, I'm being blackmailed.
Well, happens in the best of families, especially in the best of families.
Mr. Diamond, I'm engaged to marry a very wealthy widow.
What's that clicking? Have you got a wild lifesaver in your mouth?
I have false teeth, Mr. Diamond. Is that so amusing?
When they start making bird calls? Yes.
They're new. Just got them yesterday. Awful nuisance.
Oh, well, you were engaged to some wealthy widow, last I heard.
I don't appreciate your humor, Mr. Diamond. I happen to be very much in love with my fiancée.
Sorry?
It so happens that I dabbled in a rather, shall we say, off-color business in my younger days.
Shall we say what you mean?
Perhaps it would be better, yes. 25 years ago, Mr. Diamond, I became rather discouraged working for a living, especially when I saw less gifted men enjoying the real fruits of life, having some education and a bit of charm. Excuse me again.
You know, if you learned the Morse code on those things, it'd be the life of the party.
Briefly, I courted wealthy women, predominantly widows who sought romance, flattery, etc. I married several times without bothering to obtain divorces in between.
Oh, well, wait until the Reno Chamber of Commerce hears about you.
In due time, the police caught up with me. My accumulated crimes cost me 8 years in jail. But when I was released, I decided to turn my talents toward more legal pursuits.
Glory be, you're saved.
Saved, indeed. Can you imagine what my fiancée would think if she learned of my past? She'd surely suspect my motives. And the irony is that I do love her deeply.
Oh, I see. Well, who's the killjoy that shares your little secret?
Now, that's the puzzle. Nobody in New York knows of my past. I haven't told a soul. But I received this letter in the morning mail. Here. See how smart you are.
He gave me a square white envelope, the dozen for a quarter variety, and I slipped the letter out of it. It was typewritten and point by point looked like a pocket biography of a one-time Casanova. It ended up by ordering Renard to have a $100 bill ready that night when someone called Andy would be at his home to pick it up. I relaxed a little. The case began to look like the standard kind of blackmail as found in the detective's manual.
I know you think $100 isn't much.
Well, that all depends how often you have to pay it. I don't suppose you know who Andy is.
I do not.
Oh, well, that makes the next step pretty obvious, Renard. What's your address?
Here's my card. I'll expect you at 9.
Leave a candle in the window.
Uh-oh. Nailed down everything, Lieutenant. It's the shamus.
Why, Sergeant Otis, don't tell me it's you. You've brightened my whole day.
I don't know why, but that's too bad.
Well, the boys in the pool room told me you were drafted. I cashed in all my war bonds. Now I can buy them back.
Otis, stop trying to figure that one out. What's doing, Rick?
Oh, nothing much, Walt. How'd you like to come along with me tonight? Help me wrap up a screwy blackmail deal. Might learn something. It's a new angle.
What's new about blackmail?
Well, the whodunit part in this case. My client doesn't know who's blackmailing him, but some character named Andy is supposed to pick up the cabbage tonight. Want to come along or not?
I'd like to, Mr. Diamond, if the invitation is still open.
Well, that's very nice, Lieutenant Levinson. It's open to you for a nominal fee.
Well, I'm prepared to pay. Oh, hey, cut it out, Rick.
Can I go too, Lieutenant?
Sorry, Otis. This is strictly stag.
Oh, I didn't know. Excuse me.
One moment. Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond. Who is this other gentleman?
Roger Renard. Meet Lieutenant Walt Levinson.
The police? Mr. Diamond, I expressly told
Take
you...
it easy, Mr. Renard. I'm here unofficially.
What time is it, Walt?
Nearly 9.
Quiet. I just heard something.
Oh, relax, Walt, relax. Mr. Renard is suffering from a set of mechanized molars.
Oh. Store teeth, huh?
Yes, it has become unbearably embarrassing. Oh, would you gentlemen care for a drink while we're waiting?
I'll take a double of anything.
Oh, I don't think I'll have
go ahead, Walt. Get an unofficial snootful.
Wait. Oh.
Sit tight, Renard. I'll get it.
I'll cover you, Rick, just in case.
A package for Mr. Raynard.
Come right in, Andy.
What do you mean, Andy? My name's Sheldon. Are you Raynard?
I'm Renard.
Oh, sign here.
I'll sign it, Renard. It looks like straight goods. We're getting anxious.
All right, then. Here.
Here's your package. Keep this side up.
Okay, Sheldon. Sorry for the trouble. Here, catch.
Hey, thanks. Thanks a million.
False alarm. Hey, that's a screwy-looking package. Look at those holes all over the top.
Can't imagine who would be sending me anything.
Why don't you open it as long as we're killing time?
Yes, good. Well, heavy cardboard. There.
Rick, look. It's alive. It's a pigeon.
Oh. All right, you. Talk.
What are you yelling at that bird for?
Well, I thought he might be a stool pigeon.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Gentlemen, look at this nameplate on the bird's leg. Here, underneath the capsule.
Says Andy. That must be the bird's name.
Let me see that box it came in. Yep, there's a note. Listen to this. Mr. Renard, by now you have met Andy, my pigeon. You will please roll the $100 bill very tightly and place it in the capsule attached to Andy's leg. Then simply release him outdoors. Please check your watch, Mr. Renard. If Andy isn't safely home by 9:30, your secret will be turned over to the papers in the morning. You will hear from me again next week. No signature.
How do you like that? You get it, Rick? Andy's a homing pigeon.
Oh, don't explain it, Walt. Just pick out a nice, hard wall for me to knock my conceited head against.
Mr. Diamond, it's almost 9:15. What shall I do?
Well, here's my overpaid opinion, Renard. If you don't pay off, you know what'll happen. If you do pay off, we'll just keep working on the case and hope for the best.
Rick, do you think we could...
Walt, don't say it. The chances of following a pigeon between New York skyscrapers, especially at night, is strictly for radar, something we don't happen to have handy. Well, what's it going to be, Renard?
I'll pay the money, of course. There's no other way. But this will leave me dry week in, week out.
Looks that way.
Well, that will be the end, then. I can't raise that much cash each week. Well, here's the money, Mr. Diamond. Will you gentlemen take care of the details?
There wasn't any use hanging around. Walt drove me home, and I spent the rest of the night dreaming about flying blackmailers. Sure, we could check the delivery outfit that brought the package, but I'd give odds the return address was phony. Come morning, I washed the sour taste out of my mouth with some coffee and went to my office. While I was draping some black crepe around my license, business picked up. A nervous young man walked in, introduced himself as John Miller, hemmed and hawed for a minute, and then blurted out with...
Mr. Diamond, I need your help right away. I'm being blackmailed.
Just because I sat there with my mouth open, he thought I was interested and told me more. He was married, and several years ago, another girl had come along. Nothing serious. The romance had died in a few weeks, but his wife might not understand, so on, so on.
Mr. Diamond, why are you staring at me that way?
Who is blackmailing you?
What's the strangest part? I don't know.
Oh, don't sit there and lie to me. You've got to know. Blackmail means that somebody has got... Oh, never mind.
Oh, there's one thing, though. Tonight at 9 o'clock, someone named Andy will be...
Andy? Oh, no. No.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, here's a lady with a question for our Rexall family druggist.
I want to know more about the ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale.
Well, ma'am, the ad appears in this week's Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Farm Journal. 2 big pages crammed with 150 guaranteed Rexall products. Every one of them offered to you during Rexall's famous 1-cent sale at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny.
Golly, what an opportunity to save.
And that's not all. The ad also lists 53 other specials that can help you cut your cost of living to a minimum. Now, in front of every item, there's a little square so you can check what you need in advance.
Well, I can use the ad as a shopping list.
That's exactly what we intend it to be. It's your big chance to stock up for months in advance. Because on October 19th, the starting date of Rexall's 1-cent sale, you double your buying power simply by adding a penny.
Where did you say the ad appears?
In this week's Collier's, Look, Life, Saturday Evening Post, and Farm Journal. Look for it. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
So it had come to me as it must to all private detectives. A strange little voice inside my head began nagging.
Get out of this business,
while you still have all your marbles. Get into something sensible, like taming python.
It wasn't enough to have one client being blackmailed by someone he didn't know. A second guy has to walk in with the same routine. And the payoff was that a certain miserable homing pigeon called Andy had a feather in the pie. A foul, that Andy. After a while, my second client, Miller, began to fidget in his seat. Probably because I began sharpening my letter opener.
Mr. Diamond, do you feel all right?
Oh, yes, I feel great, simply great. Just keep me away from open windows.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, forget it. Now, let's see now. You're being blackmailed, but you don't know by whom. And a certain Andy will be at your office by 9 o'clock tonight to pick up the money.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, well, now, Miller, I'll be kind. I won't tell you who Andy is right now. First of all, you tell me, do you know Roger Renard?
Roger Renard?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't believe so.
Now, think hard, Miller. Small guy, bright blue eyes, cultured voice.
No, I don't know anyone like that. Who is he?
Well, he happens to be in the same hole you are. Andy paid him a visit last night.
Really?
Yeah. This is bargain basement day in blackmail.
Well, what do you know? Well, let me think. Renard.
Now, look, I got a better idea. You just sit tight and leaf through my collection of unpaid bills. It'll keep your mind off your own worries. Oh, there's got to be an answer to this.
Hello?
Renard, this is Diamond. Can you get to my office in 15 minutes?
Of course. Has anything happened?
Don't ask.
But,
Just hurry. There'll be a diagram for you when you get here. When Roger Renard arrived, I introduced him and revealed my last hope. Somewhere there had to be a familiar connection between Miller and Renard. A familiar place, a mutual friend. Well, they finally caught on and began playing the game known as Haven't I Met You Somewhere Before?
Now, let's see, Miller. Were you in Kansas in the winter of 1942? I had a dear lady friend there at the time, name of Sophie Holloway.
Never been in Kansas. I spent 2 years in Seattle, though, 1938-39.
No, never had the pleasure of being in Seattle. Pardon me. Bad job done on my new teeth. Oh. Now, about New York. Ever frequented...
And so it went on and on. If these guys had been stranded on a desert island 20 feet square, they probably never would have bumped into each other. But the fact remained. Somebody knew about the past of both and was using the same technique to blackmail them. An hour and 3 aspirins later, my head began to feel like a ping-pong ball, being smacked from Miller to Renard, from Renard to Miller, from Miller...
I've done my best to stay away from physical exertion, and I must say that I've been rather successful at it. The devil take these artificial bicuspids. I go to all the expense of having New York's best oral surgeon work on my mouth, and then some incompetent dentist can't turn out a proper fitting denture. Well, we're not getting any place. I have an appointment in 2 minutes. You learn anything new, Mr. Diamond, you'll be sure to call me, won't you? If something doesn't happen soon, I just don't know.
No, don't worry, Roger. We'll catch the culprit, or my name isn't... well, it doesn't make any difference anyway.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Renard. Whew. That guy was driving me crazy with that clack-clack of his teeth. You think an oral surgeon with Cutler's reputation would recommend a competent dentist to his patients? I thought he was great.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, Miller, isn't there anything else I can do for you? Find out who stole your yo-yo in 1922, or maybe get you...
Look, just find out who's blackmailing me, Diamond. I haven't slept in days.
I know. Somehow I feel that soon you won't be alone.
If you could only find out where that pigeon is.
Hello, pigeon.
Oh, Rick, what are you doing here in the middle of the afternoon?
Oh, I'm looking for a place to hide, Helen, dear. Can I borrow your closet?
Hide from what?
Pigeons, false teeth.
A pigeon with false teeth?
No, dear. A client with false teeth. The pigeon's blackmailing him.
Oh, a stool pigeon.
No, I tried that. This pigeon flies.
He has a plane?
Honey, this is a real pigeon with wings yet. You know, like this.
Oh, just lie down on the couch and take it easy. You must be working too hard.
I don't want to lie down.
You want to fly?
No.
Well, make up your mind.
Well, I'm trying to tell you why I came over. 2 guys who never saw each other are being blackmailed.
By a pigeon?
Yes.
The same pigeon?
Yes.
And it flies?
Yes, and it goes coo, 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 brr, coo, coo.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to lie down?
No, I just want some peace and quiet so I can figure this thing out.
Rick, darling, at least try and take it easy. Now, come on. Nothing's that bad. Smile for Helen.
Smile?
Oh, come on. Let's see your pearly teeth. I said, let's see your pearly teeth.
Helen, that's it.
That's wonderful. Now, how about a nice cool drink?
No, listen. Renard said he went to New York's best oral surgeon. Later, Miller said an oral surgeon with Dr. Cutler's reputation should have recommended a competent dentist.
And he was probably right. Now, why don't you just try?
How did Miller know Renard was talking about Dr. Cutler?
Ouija board?
Because Miller must have been treated by Dr. Cutler, too, and knows he's the best oral surgeon in New York. Helen, I gotta make a phone call. I grabbed the phone book, looked up the office of Dr. Cutler, oral surgeon, then called Walt. 20 minutes later, I met the good lieutenant on the 10th floor of an office building on Madison Avenue. Walt assigned Otis to guard duty outside of Dr. Cutler's office. His orders were to trip any guy in a white smock that seemed in a hurry to take the day off. Walt and I agreed to underplay our police affiliations just in case he were wrong. Then we went in. We slowed up when a white mountain of a woman stood up from her desk and announced she was Miss Barrows, Dr. Cutler's nurse. Could have fooled me. From the size of her, Notre Dame could have used her last week.
What seems to be the trouble, gentlemen?
Well, it's somewhat important, Miss Barrow. We'd like to see Dr. Cutler as soon as possible. My name's Diamond.
I see. In just a moment.
Yes, Miss Barrow?
Doctor, there's a Mr. Diamond and his friend here to see you. They say it's urgent.
Thank you. I'll be right out.
Won't you sit down?
No, thanks. We'll stand.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, Doctor.
How do you do? What seems to be the trouble?
May we go into your office, Doctor?
Oh, yes, of course. Go right in. Miss Barrow, are those X-rays ready on that impacted molar?
I'll have a look, Doctor.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen.
The doctor was an old, red-faced gentleman with puzzled blue eyes. As tactfully as I could, I told him about Renard and Miller and the fact that they were in trouble. He remembered them.
Oh, yes, Mr. Diamond. I removed Mr. Renard's teeth last month. As for Mr. Miller, he was in just last week.
The rest of it is pretty blunt, Dr. Cutler. Both of these men are being blackmailed by the same party. And it just so happens, Doctor, that you are the only acquaintance they have in common.
What? Now, look here, young
Don't
man.
get excited, Doc. Rick isn't accusing you. We just have to check these things.
I realize that. I think my position and past record in dental surgery are proof enough. If you care to see a statement of income from my practice, plus stock dividends, you'll see how foolish...
Yeah, Doc, you're right. Rick, it just doesn't figure, not for a lousy couple of $100.
No, I know, Walt. It sure looks that way. But if this isn't the end of the line, we'll be on this sleigh ride forever. Dr. Cutler, is there anyone else in your office who gets to know the patients well?
Just myself and Miss Barrow. She's the nurse who's outside. I could call her in.
No. In a minute, Doctor. Does she just answer the door and take temperatures, or what?
Oh, no, of course not. Miss Barrow is a registered nurse and a trained anesthetist.
You mean she gives your patients Novocaine? Is that it, Doc?
Novocaine, yes, in some cases. For specific cases, we must use a more general anesthetic like sodium pentothal or gas, or sometimes...
Doctor, isn't sodium pentothal sometimes called the truth serum?
Yes, in narcosynthesis. It's sometimes used in psychiatric treatment. Some patients will answer any question truthfully under the influence of sodium pentothal. See, it weakens the conscious will and...
The X-rays are ready, Doctor.
That's Miss Barrow now. I'll call her.
No. Don't do it, Doctor. Stall her. Just ask her to wait outside.
I don't understand, but very well. One moment, Miss Barrow.
What are you going to do, Rick?
Doctor, I want you to pretend that I'm an emergency case. Must be treated at once. Can you?
Of course, but...
Now, can you have your nurse give me something harmless instead of pentothal?
Well, yes. Distilled water could be substituted.
Well, we're in business. Walt, you make like the old friend who came along for laughs.
Uh-huh.
Now, Doctor, call Miss Barrow in and turn her loose on me.
Just relax in the chair, Mr. Diamond. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I hope not. My whole mouth feels like it's burning.
Now I'll have to strap your hand down for the pentothal injection.
This won't take long, will it?
You won't feel a thing. Now, there's the tourniquet. Now we're ready.
Well, let's get it over with.
Very soon, Mr. Diamond. Very soon. You're getting drowsy now. Very tired, aren't you? You can talk, Mr. Diamond. Patients often talk away their troubles while I take care of them.
Oh, yes, talk away troubles.
It's up to you, of course. But if you want to get anything off your conscience, why, just go ahead.
Oh, wonderful.
Everybody has something that's bothering them. Something they're ashamed of.
Ashamed? Oh.
You can tell me.
Ashamed of... Oh, ashamed.
Yes, go on.
I used to steal money from a friend of mine. Was a wonderful guy. Big, fat, but dumb from the word go. I'd steal him blind. His watch, his cash. He never knew what was happening.
That was terrible of you, wasn't it? What's his name?
Levinson. Walt Levinson. Oh, but then
Yes, I'm listening.
Well, then he became a policeman, a lieutenant. One night he caught me stealing. I had to kill him. He was going to arrest me.
And you escaped?
Yes, escaped. But his ghost haunts me. In fact, Lieutenant Walt Levinson is sitting in the next room, badge and all. Okay, Miss Barrow, we've all heard enough. Andy's going to miss you. Come on, Walt.
What? Why, you...
All right, lady, hold it. Watch out, Walt. Walt ducked just in time to miss being scalded by the boiling pan of surgical instruments. But it gave her enough time to run out of the office. I had just freed myself when I heard a scream from the hall. Walt and I rushed out there and found Otis helping Miss Barrow to her feet.
Gee, miss, I'm sorry I tripped you, but you was wearing a white smock and I got mixed up. I'm sorry, honest I am.
Shut up, Otis.
What?
Oh, Otis, I don't know what to say. You doing this, Otis, you... Oh, Otis, you are without a doubt.
You feel better?
Mm-hmm.
All calmed down?
Oh, sure.
No more problems?
Not a single one.
How's the pigeon?
Oh, we found him over at a nurse's house.
He was staying with the nurse?
In the garage, yes. Had a friend there, too. The nurse worked for Dr. Cutler, an oral surgeon.
Well, I thought you said your client was the one with the false teeth.
Oh, that's right.
Then what was the matter with the pigeon?
Nothing. He was just a little tired from making all those trips with that money tied to his leg.
Why don't you sing something?
All right. It's wonderful. It's marvelous. You should care for me. Soft night. Paradise, what I love to see. You've made my life so glamorous. You can't blame me for feeling amorous. Oh, it's wonderful, it's marvelous that you should care for me. Well, honey, how was that?
Oh, fine. Fine.
I don't even think you were listening.
Rick, about the pigeon and what you said about money tied to his leg and...
Come here.
Now, wait a minute. I'm confused.
Come here.
You said that you had a client who... He had false teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And a pigeon with money.
Still confused?
Uh-huh. Confuse me some more.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
You listeners will have at least one of these magazines in your home this week. Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, or the Farm Journal. Pick it up and turn the pages till you come to the 2-page ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale that starts October 19th. Take a long look at this opportunity to buy twice as much for just a penny more, because this ad lists 150 guaranteed Rexall products, all offered at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. In addition, there are 53 other sales specials you can't afford to miss. So check this ad on Rexall's big 1-cent sale, and remember, starting October 19th and continuing through October 23rd, you can buy twice as much for just a penny more.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Joe Morheim and Hal Bloom and edited by Blake Edwards, with music by Frank Worth. Dick Powell's soon-to-be-released picture is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted Osborne, Wilms Herbert, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bob Sweeney, D.J. Thompson, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to join us next week at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Check the double-page ad in this week's Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Farm Journal on Rexall's 1-cent sale that starts October 19th. Mark the date on your calendar. It's your chance to buy 2 top-quality, guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus the penny.
Hear a thrilling police drama on Dragnet tomorrow night on NBC.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I forget who, but someone once said that fate is like a madman with an axe waiting for us around the next corner. Which is to say, of course, that however serene our lives, we never know whether the madman is lurking around the next corner we turn, ready to take a vicious swipe at us with that axe. In point of which, consider the case of Lucas Lauder, warden of a certain state prison in a certain western state.
Joan, in heaven's name, will you try to understand? In less than 3 hours, Guy Richards will be executed. Drop through that trapdoor to his death.
Which will mean the end, I hope, Luke, of this whole insane nightmare you've been going through.
No.
Yes, and putting me through.
You don't believe. You still don't believe.
I have to be mad to believe. Stark raving mad.
If Guy Richards dies, worse than madness may lie ahead for you, Joan. Much worse.
Our mystery drama, The Strange Case of Lucas Lauder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Robert Lansing. As we know, the death penalty is outlawed in many states, but in some it is still enforced. In such special cases as the murder of a policeman, death through kidnapping, and or particularly vicious crimes. Our story begins in just such a state, in the condemned cell of that state's prison.
You sent a message you wanted to see me, Richards?
And, thank you, Warden. Thanks very much for answering it this quickly. Won't you sit down?
What is it, Richards?
I want to discuss my case with you.
There's nothing to discuss. You were legally tried, legally convicted. If you think there's something I can do to save you...
Oh, no. It's nothing like that. Warden, I was guilty. I freely admitted murdering those women, all 4 of them, and mutilating them with a butcher knife. No. The name the newspapers gave me was well-deserved. Guy the Ripper.
All right, then what is it you want to see me about?
Warden, hasn't it ever struck you as odd, curious, that someone of my breeding and background could be guilty of 4 such horrible murders? Murders and mutilations identical with those done by Jack the Ripper nearly a century ago?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it has. Me and quite a few others. If you'd been judged insane...
But I wasn't so judged. Nor was I insane. No, I am as sane as the next one. For whatever that's worth.
Richards, I'm a very busy man.
And prefer to spend as little time as possible in the company of anyone as vicious and depraved as Guy Richards. Yes, I know. But that's exactly why I asked you to come and see me. Warden, before very long, you're going to be spending all your time in my company. I don't blame you for looking puzzled. Let me explain.
Yes, do explain.
A little more than a year ago, Warden, I was a professor of parapsychology at the university. I was happily married, successful, and deeply involved in my work. And then suddenly, shockingly, for no apparent reason, I became, well, the embodiment, you might say, of a man who has been dead for many, many years. Jack the Ripper. It began, Warden, it all began one morning in my office at State University. Come in. Well, Eric Nordling. It's good to see you.
Good to be back, Guy.
Good to have you back. I can't tell you how much I've missed you this past month. It's like missing my right arm.
Oh, nonsense.
I'll be frank with you. When you went into the hospital for those tests a month ago, I didn't expect I'd miss you as much at all.
Well, why should you? I'm just an assistant professor.
Ah, but what an assistant. You remember when you left, you and the class were analyzing those strange, gruesome murders that had taken place? The 3 women? Remember?
I remember.
Well, I took over for you, and believe me, the class soon let me know that I just wasn't in it with you. They said no one, not even me, could touch you when it came to explaining the murderer's drives and motivations. In fact, they said you understood and explained them so well, they wouldn't be surprised if you were the murderer. Well, what is it, Eric? Eric?
Guy, I am the murderer.
Well, I can see you're not joking, Eric.
I'm not.
I also know that you haven't been well.
In fact, I'm very sick. Guy, I'm dying. But none of that changes the simple truth that I murdered those women and mutilated them. Guy, I'm Jack the Ripper. No, I'm not crazy. As a professor of parapsychology, you do believe that people can be possessed by the spirits of the dead?
I keep an open mind, or try to.
Well, I can tell you that possession is a fact. For some time now, I have been possessed by the spirit of Jack the Ripper.
Eric, if I didn't know you better, I'd say that you're really possessed of a dose of LSD. But since I...
Guy, believe me. What I'm telling you is the truth. Believe me, because you're about to become Jack the Ripper.
Eric, you're ill. I can tell from looking at you you're seriously
I am. I'm dying. I told you that. They've given me less than 2 months to live.
Oh, Eric.
It's terminal. In less than 2 months, I'll be dead. And the day I die, the instant I die, the Ripper's spirit will leave my body
and enter yours. You don't believe me, do you?
Of course not.
Well, then I'll have to prove it. You've taken your penknife out of your pocket, and you're opening the blade.
Well, yes, to clean out my pipe. What's so unusual about that?
Does your pipe need cleaning?
Well, no, but,
You acted on impulse. Sudden, inexplicable desire. Desire to hold a knife in your hand.
Oh, now, of all the senseless...
It isn't senseless. And if you think so, try to put the knife back in your pocket. Well, go ahead. Close the blade. Put the knife back in your pocket.
Why, I haven't done what I intended to do, clean out my pipe.
Is that what you intended to do? Oh, in heaven's name, Guy, be honest with yourself, is it?
No.
Now, what do you intend to do with that knife? What do you want to do with it?
I want to kill with it. To strike and slash. What is this? What?
It's Jack the Ripper. Using your body. You needed proof, and I just gave it to you. I took possession of you for a few moments. But when Eric Nordling dies, I'll become Guy Richards. Till he dies. And after that...
Oh, no, it's madness.
You deny you felt an overwhelming urge to strike and slash?
No, but there's got to be some explanation.
There is. You can pick up your knife and put it away. Or clean your pipe. If you really want to.
Well, Warden, those were Eric Nordling's words. Almost his identical words. Just before he told me what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm. That I'm about to become Jack the Ripper.
The day, the instant, I die. Yes.
Is there anything further you want?
Now, wait, don't go.
Now, look, Richard, your time is short, and
Yours is.
And I want to do everything I can to make the next few days easy for you. But when it comes to listening to the kind of story you just told me, I haven't the time.
You don't believe it either, huh? Even I didn't. With all my knowledge of the occult, the psychic, I couldn't bring myself to believe in anything so impossible. Seemingly impossible.
Nutty is the word.
You think I've gone a little, what do they call it here, stir-crazy?
No, you haven't been in long enough for that. I'm not calling it anything. I'm not thinking anything. Look, you wanted to get something off your chest, you got it off. Now, I'll be going.
No, please.
Richards, I don't
Listen
have time.
for just 1 minute more. At 6 a.m, 2 days from now, I'll be hanged for murders every bit as revolting as those of Jack the Ripper. Because I am Jack the Ripper. This body, you see, is the body of Guy Richards, once respected university professor. But the spirit that inhabits this body, well, I am, I assure you, Jack the Ripper. And let me assure you, as Eric Nordling assured Guy Richards, at the very instant the rope snaps my neck, on that instant, Warden, you will become Jack the Ripper.
If there's anything further I can do...
And I'll prove it to you as I made Nordling prove it to Richards. Now, before you go to bed tonight, you will feel that same strong, overpowering urge, need to strike and slash with a knife. Before you go to bed tonight...
That's really one of the strangest stories you've ever brought home with you. More potatoes?
Mm-hmm, thanks. It's funny, though.
What?
Well, and don't ask me why I did this. I certainly didn't believe a word of Richard's story. Not a word, but I guess curiosity got the better of me.
What?
I checked at the university. Richards did have an assistant named Eric Nordling, and he did die when Richards said he did.
Doesn't mean anything.
Well, still, that part of Richard's story was true. Joni, what do you think?
What do I think?
Well, you're kind of interested in that stuff, yoga and astrology and the psychic and all that.
Oh, not really.
Yeah, but you do have an interest.
And not a serious interest.
Still, what do you think?
I think I'd like another piece of roast beef. That's what I think.
Okay. I'll try not to be so heavy-handed this time.
Oh, you weren't heavy-handed. Just slice it a smidgen thinner, that's all. Just a smidgen.
Smidgen it is, and easily done with a knife as razor sharp as this.
Won't be done at all if you don't stop staring at that knife and cut me a slice. Luke? What?
It's nothing. I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
The way Richards talked this afternoon, you'd have thought I was going to grab at the first chance I got to carve up some likely female. You, for instance.
Don't say things like that, Luke, not even jokingly.
I'm sorry. But can you imagine anyone like me, for instance, starting to cut a slice of roast beef and then changing my mind and deciding to carve a few slices out of you?
No, I can't, and I'd just as soon not.
Up on the table like this, and holding the carving knife in my hand. It's razor-sharp carving knife. I'd come around the table toward you.
Luke, please.
And when I got to you, I'd stand over you. I'd look deep into your eyes, and then raise the knife high over my head and plunge it.
Luke! Luke, what's come over you? If this is a joke, it isn't your kind of joke. It was a joke, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Sure. It was a joke. What else?
What else, indeed? What else could it be? It could be what Warden Lucas Lauder knows it was. No joke at all. That for a few moments in time, he was driven by an all but overwhelming urge to strike with that knife, slash with that knife, kill with that knife. I'll return in a moment for Act 2. As I said earlier, fate is sometimes likened to a madman with an axe, and it would surely seem that Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, has run head-on into him. When Guy Richards told Lucas that he was really Jack the Ripper, that his body was possessed by the spirit of the Ripper, Lucas laughed. But his laugh turned to a worried frown when he came dangerously close to stabbing the wife he loves. Now in Lucas' office at State's Prison the following afternoon.
No, Jerry. No, look, I don't mean to be harsh, but I think Maxwell's privileges should be taken away for a while. Yes, a week at least. All right, goodbye. Yes, Miss Conley?
They brought Guy Richards over, Warden.
All right, tell him to bring him in.
Yes, sir. Bring him in.
All right, boys, you wait outside. Sit down, Richards.
Thank you.
Richards, I want to talk to you about, among other things, I want to talk about your personal effects.
Well, we've talked about that. I told you I don't give a damn what you do with them. Warden, you didn't have me brought here to talk about my property. You brought me here to talk about what happened to you last night.
If you're going to start again on that nonsense about being Jack the Ripper...
It isn't nonsense, and you know it. Now, you also know that when I go through the trap less than 48 hours from now, you'll become Jack the Ripper. You know it because I put you through a sort of trial run, you might say, last night. What did happen last night, Warden?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about what your wife, Joan, thought was a sick joke, but was no joke at all. I'm talking about how you stood over her with a carving knife. The knife you'd been using for the roast beef. Right? Oh, look, you're not going to be sick, are you?
How do you know that's what happened?
I was there. How else?
No. No, that's impossible. What you're saying is impossible.
Incredible, yes, but not impossible. I explained to you yesterday, or tried to explain, that I took this body when Eric Nordling died, just as I occupied his body when... Oh, well, it doesn't matter who died before him or before him. All that matters to you, or should matter to you, is that you're next on that list to, shall we say, play host to Jack the Ripper.
But why?
Why?
Yes. Look, you must have died... What am I saying? Jack the Ripper must have died many, many years ago.
In 1907, to be exact.
All right, then you've been dead. I mean, damn it, the Ripper has been dead nearly 70 years.
But his spirit, my spirit, has lived on in others.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. Why?
Because I cannot rest.
Why, because of the awful crimes you committed?
No, not because of the crimes, but the reason behind them. The evil in me that drove me to what I did. The hate.
No, I don't understand.
There is nothing to understand. It's quite simple. A spirit, a soul, is given an earthly body and forced to suffer through what you call life. Forced to go through this agony again and again and again until it is cleansed completely of evil, of hate. The evil in me was so great it will take, well, only the Lord knows how many lifetimes to wipe it away. Unless it meets a love as pure as the hate is evil. A soul as tender as the hate is brutal. A spirit as compassionate as the hate is ruthless. And that will never be.
Never?
No such love exists. No such soul, no such spirit. Not on this earth, that's for sure.
You really believe what you're saying, don't you? You really believe that you are actually Jack the Ripper?
Oh, for the love of... I'm going to give you another taste of what it's going to be like to be Jack the Ripper.
If you think for 1 minute that I
don't care what you believe. Just do me a favor and send me back to my cell.
Yes, Warden?
Richards will go back to his cell now.
Yes, sir. Richards is going back now.
Remember what I said, Warden. I'm going to give you another taste. Soon. All right, let's go.
Warden?
Yes, Miss Comley?
It's near time for me to go home, and the buses get awful crowded in weather like this, so I was wondering, could I leave now?
Sure, yes, of course. Go ahead. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
I was about to leave myself. I'll drive you home.
Oh, no, sir. I couldn't take you out of your way.
No, it's not out of my way. But not much, anyhow.
Well, if you're sure it's no trouble.
It's no trouble at all. It'll be a pleasure.
Warden. Awfully nice of you.
I'll see to your door.
Oh, no need for that.
No, I insist. There have been a lot of muggings in this neighborhood.
Some.
So I want to be sure that you get to your apartment safe and sound.
Well, thanks again. You're awfully kind.
No, that's not at all, Miss Conley. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Oh, sure.
Just call home, let my wife know I'll be a little late. Second thought, there's no sense in calling. I won't be that late.
Oh, only 5 or 10 minutes.
Boy, look at the rain and wind against the window. Chills me to the bone just looking at it.
Why, I couldn't give you a drink, could I, sir?
Oh, Miss Comley, I wasn't hinting, you know.
Oh, I didn't think you were, but, well, if you would like a drink.
Why not? I'd love one.
I keep the liquor in the kitchen. It's scotch, isn't it?
Just a short one.
I won't be a minute.
No, I'll come with you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Never been in your apartment before. I'd like to see how my secretary lives.
Oh, not very fancy, I'm afraid.
It looks nice. It's comfortable. You live alone?
Yes, I tried living with someone else, but it just didn't work out. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. That's good scotch.
Glad you like it.
Where'd you get those knives?
Knives?
Yeah, the knife set on the wall.
Oh, those are... I don't know. I've had them so long. Why?
Oh, I like knives. Good ones, that is. Those look good. Do you mind if I...
No. Be my guest.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Feel that edge. You don't often see knives kept in this good condition. This sharp.
It's no thanks to me. I just use them, never sharpen them.
Razor. Sharp. It fit in the hand perfectly. Those are the most beautiful knives I've seen in over 70 years. Jane.
Get out of my cell, Warden. I don't have to put up with this.
What are you doing to me? You answer me, Richards. What are you doing?
I've told you.
You told me a lot of nonsense about you being Jack the Ripper and taking possession of me, my body, when you die. I don't buy that.
But you're up to something. You've done something to me. And I'm not leaving this cell till you tell me what it is.
You're scared, Warden? Of what you came dangerously close to doing to your secretary yesterday? And will do not long after you hang me? The urge, the nearly overpowering urge, I stayed your head, not you, to plunge the knife into her? To slash...
Stop it.
See,
stop it! All right, now you listen to me. I'm no fool. Yesterday I nearly murdered that girl. And somehow you know all about it. But I stayed my hand, not you, because I'm not a killer.
Then how do I know what went on in that kitchen?
I don't know how you've devoted your life to parapsychology, and you know all there is to know about things like ESP, thought transference, hypnotism. That's it. Hypnotism. Like Nordling, you're a hypnotist. Somehow or other, I don't know how, you managed to hypnotize me when I was talking to you. You put ideas in my head. Post-hypnotic suggestion, I think it's called.
You cannot give a post-hypnotic command that's contrary to the subject's normal fiber. Warden, it would be impossible for me or anyone to command you to kill. It isn't in you to kill. But that will all change when I am in you. At approximately a second or two after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, which reminds me, I have a gift for you. Here.
A knife?
A knife.
Where did you get this?
It was made for me in the prison machine shop from a soup ladle. A soup ladle carefully ground down at the edges, skillfully shaped into a knife, expertly sharpened.
How did you manage to have this made? How did you manage to have this made?
Calm, Warden. You know your prison as well as I, or you should, and obviously don't. Anything can be done in a prison if you know the ropes. Here, the knife. Take it.
Ed? You take that knife from Richards and get rid of it. See me in my office later and you explain how he got it. Oh, no, wait a minute. Here, give it to me. I'll get rid of it.
Not until you've used it. Not until I, the Ripper, have used it. Again, and again, and again.
Ed, I don't want to see this man again until his execution tomorrow morning at 6. If he has any last-minute requests, you handle them. If he has any questions, you answer them. If he wants to see me for any reasons, no. Tomorrow morning, Richards, I'll see you then, and not until then. 6 o'clock. On the scaffold, Richards.
On the scaffold, when the noose will be tightened round the neck of Guy Richards, the trap will be sprung, and he'll plummet to death. Or will it be life? Another life to be lived out in the body of Warden Lucas Lauder. I'll return shortly for Act 3. There's much talk these days about possession, the control of a human being by an evil spirit. Probably such talk has gone on since man can remember. Intense discussion, even violent debate, as to whether possession is a form of schizophrenia or a malignant spirit which has invaded an earthly body. For Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, it isn't a subject for idle debate, but a frightening reality. In the bedroom of his home, a short distance from the prison itself.
Luke?
Go to sleep, Joan.
Oh, I know it's impossible for you to sleep the night before an execution, but this time there's something else.
Yeah. Joan, I'm scared.
Of what, dear?
I haven't just been sitting here in this chair watching you while you slept.
Yes?
I've been fighting an urge. A powerful urge to kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah, with this.
Where did you get that?
Richards gave it to me. Ugly-looking knife, isn't it? Somehow he managed to get it made in the machine shop and have it smuggled to him. He gave it to me as a present.
It's a strange kind of present.
No, it's not a present to me, Joan. It's to himself.
Oh, that nonsense.
Nonsense?
About him being the reincarnation of Jack the Ripper.
Oh, he is. He is. I laughed, too, at first, but he is the Ripper. In possession of Guy Richards' body. And at 6 this morning, less than 3 hours from now, he'll be in possession of mine.
Luke, darling, you can't be serious. You don't really believe that.
After what's happened, I'd be a fool if I didn't.
What has happened?
I had to bring myself to talk about it. He told me he was going to take possession of me temporarily for a short time to prepare me for what's to come after he hangs.
Well, you didn't take that seriously.
No, not then, but within an hour, I nearly stabbed Miss Conley to death.
Your secretary?
I drove her home in that storm day before yesterday. I invited myself in. Pretended I wanted to use the phone to call you, but I had no intention of using that phone. I just wanted to get into her apartment to...
To kill her?
I didn't know it then. I didn't know why I tricked my way in, but... Well, then I sort of led her into offering me a drink, and I went with her into the kitchen where she keeps the liquor. While she was making the drink, I noticed a set of knives, kitchen knives, on the wall. I pretended to admire them, and I took one to examine it only. Only I wasn't examining it. I was thinking...
Luke, my God.
Now, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't even come near me. It's dangerous.
Dangerous? Luke, what are you saying?
I could do to you right now. What I came close to doing to her. The urge was powerful then, but it's even more powerful now. It's almost as if the closer I get to Richard's hanging, the more the urge grows inside me.
Luke.
I don't have any control. Joan, no control anymore. This knife, I gave it to the guard to get rid of. No, I started to give it to him, and then I changed my mind. I was forced to change it by a power stronger than me, and so I kept it and brought it home. I've been sitting here for hours holding it in my hand, fighting off a terrible obsession to kill you with it.
Oh, my poor darling, to think what you've been going through, and I never knew.
How can you think of me when you're the one who's in danger?
Well, because I don't believe I am in danger, not from you.
John, I just told you.
I don't care what you told me. I care about what I know, and I know you love me.
Oh, yes, I love you, but
He'll be dead in a few hours. Dead! And all this business about his spirit possessing you, I don't believe it.
I tell you, I came close, that close, to killing Miss Coleman.
And killing me, you say. But you didn't.
But next time.
There won't be a next time, because once Guy Richard dies, his power over you will be ended. Oh, Luke, don't you see what's happened to you?
Yes, I see. He's possessed me.
Nonsense. I can give you, I don't know how many reasons why it is just plain nonsense.
All right, give me just one.
I've read a lot about Richards in the papers, and you've told me a lot about him. He's a skilled hypnotist. I don't know much, if anything, about hypnotism, but it seems to me that he could have brought you under some kind of hypnotic influence.
No, I can't believe
Another thing I know about him, his personality is strong, it's overpowering, viciously overpowering. Just talking to someone like that, being near him, could do strange things to a person.
No, I don't care how many reasons you can dress up. I know what I know. I know what I've got to do.
What?
I've got to stop the execution.
Luke, you can't do that.
Well, I can try. It's my only hope. I've got to stop that execution. I've got to save him to save myself. I know it's only 4 a.m, but this is a matter of life or death. You get the district attorney out of bed. I'll wait.
Luke, try to pull yourself together. Telephoning the district attorney at this hour? What are you going to say to
Hello,
him?
Mr. McGowan? I'm sorry to wake you at this hour, sir. Thank you, yes. It is urgent. I want to stop the execution of Guy Richards at 6 this morning. On what grounds? I have reason to think he's innocent. No, sir, there's no proof. No real proof, but... Look, McGowan, I want you to call the governor if necessary. McGowan, I beg you, right? Yes, I see. Well, in that case, I'll phone the governor myself.
Luke, darling, you can't phone the governor.
Operator, this is Warden Lucas Lauder of State's Prison. I want to put through a call, an urgent call to Governor Morris at the state capitol. And hurry, please hurry.
Well?
He refused.
Well, you couldn't expect.
No, I didn't. I hoped against hope. I'd better get ready. Richards has less than an hour to go. And so have I. It's time, Richards.
Huh. You're telling me.
If you're ready.
Question is, are you?
Come on, let's go.
You look tired, Warden. No sleep, eh? Well, don't worry about it. You'll sleep just fine tonight. The Ripper always sleeps well. Afterward.
After what?
Having killed. Well, I didn't know there'd be an audience to see the end of Guy Richards.
The press. Straight ahead to the scaffold, Richards.
You're sweating, Warden. Calm down. Make you feel any better, there's no pain to this. Over in an instant, you know. I've been through it once before. The man whose body I took before Eric Nortling's. Well, here we are. A moment in destiny. For us both.
All right, Ed.
Oh, do we really need the hood? Well, yes, I guess we do. Spare the feelings of our audience. Go ahead. Just, one thing to say, Warden, before you pull the trap.
Yes?
This isn't goodbye. I'll be with you again. Soon.
Agreement with Red China. That's the latest news from the nation's capital. Guy Richards, the notorious Guy the Ripper, was executed this morning at State's Prison.
That's enough news for one day. I'm for bed. You, Luke? Luke?
What?
It's after 11. Time for bed.
Oh. Yeah, Joan.
Yes, dear?
Where did you put it?
Put what?
The knife. I mean, don't look at me as though you didn't know what I was talking about. The knife Richards gave me.
I know what knife you're talking about, but I don't know why you're asking me where I put it.
You didn't take it? I put it in the top drawer of this table. You saw me put it there. I put it there so you could get rid of it. You didn't?
No.
can't believe you'd take the chance to... You didn't. The knife is here.
Yes, it is.
Look, I gave you a chance to get rid of it. Why didn't you?
Why didn't you? If you wanted to be rid of it, why didn't you simply throw it away?
I don't know.
I think I do. You were testing me, testing my love for you.
Testing your love?
If I had done what you thought I'd do, it would have shown that my love for you isn't as strong as I said it was. And it's quite possible you really might have tried to kill me. You could always get another knife.
Yeah, but thanks to you, I have this one.
Then use it, if you can.
What?
Luke, we're going to come to this sooner or later. I don't know how Guy Richards persuaded you he was Jack the Ripper, and that he would possess you once he died, but he did. You said last night that the urge to kill was growing stronger in you, and you were convinced once Richard was hanged, it would become so strong you'd never be able to control it.
It's been doing that all day. It's growing in me. Filling me with a need, a lust to take this knife.
I know. And unless this obsession of yours is smashed now, right now, you'll kill. Sooner or later, you will kill. Well, if you're going to do it, do it. Do it. And get it over with.
You're taunting me. You're taunting me because, like all women, you have contempt for me.
I love you.
Oh, you're lying. You don't love. You don't know the meaning of love. Hate? Oh, that's something else again. That's something you know all about. You think I'm not on to you, all of you? Let me tell you something. I've spent months, years watching you and the likes of you.
Luke, what?
Playing your little tricks, luring men, and... Oh, don't think I didn't see you today, this very day in Leicester Square. Flaunting your charms.
Leicester Square?
Leicester Square, Piccadilly, Fleet Street, wherever you could sell yourself.
Luke, now snap out of it. Pull yourself together.
Look about you. Take your last long look before you die. You see that gas light at the end of the alley? Well, you see it for the last time.
Gas light?
Listen. You hear the carriages and the coaches, the horses, for the last time. And then feel the point of this knife against your throat. Feel the cold steel against your skin before the Ripper plunges it deep into your dirty little neck. Plunges it now! I can't. I want to. I can't. Why? Why can't I?
Because you're not Jack the Ripper. You're Lucas Lauder, my husband. The Ripper hated. You love me every bit as much as I love you.
God, I do.
Dearest.
He said, Richard said, the spirit of the Ripper would never be free, never find rest until it met a love as strong as his hate. Heaven knows, Joan, there can't be, there never has been a love as strong as yours. Maybe it's crazy, but I feel he has found that rest at last. Thanks to you.
Well, if you're puzzled by this strange happening to Lucas Lauder, you've got nothing on me. Did Guy Richards in some way place Warden Lauder under an hypnotic influence? Did Richards believe he was truly Jack the Ripper? Was he? What do you think? I'll be back shortly. When I told this story to a friend of mine who's a psychic, a sensitive, she said that, of course, Guy Richards was the reincarnate Jack the Ripper. Another friend, a psychiatrist, said, nonsense. A clear case of a split personality. Which is right, I don't know. Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. Wherever it lies, it makes a good story. I hope you enjoyed it. Our cast included Robert Lansing, Linka Peterson, Ralph Bell, Ira Lewis, and Patricia Pearden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.